foreseeing the apocalypse. Lu Yuan sat in his room, contemplating a black hexagonal crystal in his hand, a relic brought forth from his dreams. Indeed, it was from a harrowing nightmare. In this dream, he witnessed the earth come to a standstill, followed by a cascade of calamities, an everlasting sun, a night devoid of light, floods, tsunamis, plagues the Antarctic, sea glaciers colliding with continental plates, and super earthquakes of magnitude 12. After enduring all these disasters, Lu Yuan found himself bereft of all his loved ones, only to meet his end at the hands of his most trusted brother, slain by his own overwhelming compassion, all for the sake of this stone. After surviving for 7 years in this apocalyptic world, Lu Yuan unexpectedly acquired a stone, the very black hexagonal crystal he now held. Rather than a mere stone, it served as a key to unlock a dimensional space. Within it, he discovered a sanctuary, a piece of land that belonged solely to him, impervious to the guess of disaster. Regrettably, the various calamities and pestilences of the apocalypse had devoured all sustenance, leaving not a single seed to be found. Fortunately, Lu Yuan unearthed a sweet potato tuber beneath the floorboards of his bedroom, preserving the lives of his family. Lu Yuan's childhood companion, Chen Han, was always boisterous and carefree. They had grown up together in innocence, but as they matured, life took them in divergent paths, leading to infrequent contact. Amidst the turmoil wrought by the Earth's stasis and ensuing disasters, survival became a pressing concern for all, with the unexpected fortune of the hexagonal crystal granting him temporary respite from hunger. Lu Yuan extended his kindness to Chen Han, offering her assistance in this dire time. However, he underestimated the ambitions of people in the apocalypse. The bonds of kinship had long since dissolved into mere illusions amidst hunger and calamity, let alone the relationships among childhood friends, which lacked any blood ties. His parents were humble and honest migrant workers. When others treated them with a modicum of kindness, they would wholeheartedly consider the needs of others. Additionally, within Lu Yuan's dimensional space, there were sweet potatoes, and even as his own basic needs were just met, he began contemplating how to assist others. In the words of his father, Lu Changhe, "Others helped us considerably before the disaster. We cannot become ungrateful wolves, for how would we face the world outside? Wouldn't they stab us in the back?" It is often said that a favor, no matter how small, can evoke enmity if not reciprocated, a truth that rings particularly poignant in a world ravaged by famine. Lu Yuan's dimensional space was inadvertently revealed by his parents' momentary lapse in discretion. Subsequently, villagers approached his parents multiple times, demanding that Lu Yuan surrender the dimensional space. Naturally, he refused while he was willing to offer assistance. That space was his, and he saw no justification for relinquishing it. This sparked a series of conflicts. 2 months later, after Lu Yuan had driven away the villagers, an unexpected group arrived at his doorstep. Chen Han and several childhood companions. This time, however, their intentions were unmistakably clear. They sought not only food, but also the dimensional space. A quarrel erupted immediately. "Xiao Yuan, I've never asked you for anything before, so let's cut to the chase today. Just hand over the dimensional space, and we can remain good brothers. Your parents are my parents. No further words needed from now on. They'll be your real brother," Chen Han exclaimed, taking a drag from a cigarette rolled in leaves, choking and tearing up. "Enough, Chen Han. Cease your futile chatter. I will provide for my parents without your concern. These sweet potatoes are the last remnants of my provisions. Take them with you. Do not return henceforth," Lu Yuan declared, as he extracted a sack of sweet potatoes from beneath the bed and cast it before Chen Han. In the apocalyptic era, 40 to 50 kilograms of sweet potatoes constituted a significant fortune. Beside him, his father took a draw from a leaf-wrapped cigarette, coughing violently from the acrid smoke, and murmured, "Yuan, what purpose does your storage serve? It would be wiser to contribute it. The village chief has connections. Perhaps he could procure seeds. Moreover, when you purchased a property in the provincial city, the Chun family lent you 100,000 yuan. Lu Yuan shot a glare at his father, who, realizing he had misspoken, promptly fell silent. Chen Han's father was the village chief, notoriously stingy. The current situation had rendered their efforts utterly futile, devoid of any return. What Lu Yuan did not foresee was the incursion of 7 or 8 masked individuals into his home just days later. They wreaked havoc, and as Lu Yuan beheld his parents collapsing into a pool of blood, he found himself forcefully subdued by several assailants who seized 6 crystalline stones Fr. OM him. With a resounding gunshot, a bullet pierced through Lu Yuan's chest. In the fleeting moment before awakening from the dream, he glimpsed a familiar visaged Chen Han. Chen Han shook her head, dismissing it as merely a dream. How could the apocalypse possibly arrive? Surely, it was a consequence of her recent indulgence in apocalyptic literature. Suddenly, Lu Yuan was captivated by his reflection in the mirror. Noticing a subtle scar at the corner of his eye so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet it seemed to have existed. For quite some time, he could not recall when he had sustained an injury upon his face. It's not a dream. It's the memory of the great earthquake when glass sliced through my eyelid, leaving a scar behind. I glanced once more at the time on my phone, November 3, 2025, yet in my dream, my parents were murdered in 2032, a mere 7 years hence. That just now. Was it not a dream? Lu Yuan trembled as he touched the scar at the corner of his brow. He hurried down to the supermarket below, where the electronic clock still displayed November 3. He stood before the counter, speechless, utterly astonished by the tumult within his heart. At that moment, a news bulletin flashed on the television mounted on the wall, following it with the forecasts of various experts. On meteorites, it is far from a mere matter of a few falling stones. Lu Yuan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, and murmured, "So is all." True. With that, he hastily mounted his electric bike and sped towards a grove on the outskirts, choosing to ignore the incessant ringing of his phone. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and tore a hangnail from his finger, a drop of blood immediately oozing forth. Gently, he let it fall upon the crystal, and suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing the little grove before his eyes to blur and fade. Chapter 2. Dimensional space. After a considerable period, the sensation of dizziness dissipated, revealing a transformed scene within the small grove. Before him stood a wooden cabin, approximately 10 square meters in size, accompanied by a yard enclosed by bamboo fencing. The area comprised roughly 10 square meters of dark soil, a small pond of similar dimensions, and a lush green lawn of equal measure. Lu Yuan bestowed upon this realm the name dimensional space. As in other literary works, the activation of this cubical crystal space required the essence of blood. Once activated, it could be summoned at will, akin to a portable USB drive, allowing for effortless storage and retrieval of items. The process was remarkably simple. One merely needed to silently invoke the notion of the crystal's dimensional space. However, a drawback remained. Upon entering this space, an individual would vanish instantly, necessitating a secluded location to avoid exposure. The quaint wooden cabin, the fields, and the pond before him bore a striking resemblance to his dreams. During the apocalyptic era, Lu Yuan had only managed to survive for a few months before facing his demise, yet he possessed a basic understanding of certain operations. As for more complex matters, he resolved to explore them gradually in the future. At present, his priority was to stockpile as much food as possible in preparation for the impending onslaught of the apocalypse. Glancing at his phone screen, which displayed 19 missed calls and 7 or 8 unread messages, he knew without a doubt that he had been dismissed from his position. After laboring diligently for over a year, I have scarcely managed to save any money. This incident of unjust absenteeism may lead to my dismissal. However, I am still entitled to my wages. To stockpile provisions, financial resources are essential, yet I cannot rely on my parents, who have toiled their entire lives, only to see their efforts consumed by my 4 years of university expenses. It is time for me to shoulder the burdens of my family. Riding my electric bike to the company, I spotted a new female colleague already seated at my desk from a distance. I recognized her as the girlfriend of my coworker, Chen Xiao, whom I had met during a previous gathering. Chen Xiao, noticing me from afar, hastened over with a facade of feigned sorrow and sympathy, whispering, "Lu Yuan, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that Manager Chun has entrusted me with a task of utmost importance. I've spoken highly of you, but it seems to have borne no fruit. Be cautious." He patted my shoulder as he left, neglecting to mention why his new girlfriend was occupying my workspace. Yet, I was indifferent to this. For 3 years after the apocalypse, fate would reunite me with these two. Well, 1.5, to be precise. When I encountered them then, Chen Xiao was crouched in a small room, gnawing on his girlfriend's leg, devouring it like meat. It was heard later that he was taken away by the police and confined to a labor camp, ultimately succumbing to starvation. For being sent to such a camp was scarcely different from a death sentence. Upon entering the manager's office, I was met with a torrent of invective. Manager Chun hurled files and pounded the table, berating me for an extended period. I have already processed your resignation. You may go to Human Resources to collect your severance and leave. An employee like you, who blatantly disregards company regulations. Once again, a torrent of words flowed from him. Lu Yuan could scarcely be bothered to respond, and with the termination contract in hand, he made his way directly to the Human Resources office. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Lu Yuan once more entered the dimensional space. He gazed upon this simultaneously strange and familiar little pastoral scene, a surge of excitement welling within him. In this realm, apart from sentient beings, anything could be contained, naturally. Lu Yuan was an exception, free to enter and exit at will. The rich black soil stretched expansively, suitable for cultivating a variety of plants. While the pond was a haven for fish and shrimp, the lawn served as a sanctuary for various animals, with growth rates approximately tenfold that of the external world. As for whether nurturing creatures within would yield a similar acceleration, Lu Yuan remained uncertain. Having encountered no living beings aside from humans when he first acquired this dimensional space in his dreams, the quaint wooden cabin was designated for storage. Possessing properties that preserved both freshness and life, the environment within the space boasted remarkable stability in temperature and humidity, though devoid of sunlight. It was perpetually bathed in a gentle glow. Significantly, within the fields, there thrived a small green seedling, currently standing at around 2 centimeters tall. This seedling, unlike the others, exhibited a notably slow growth rate, seemingly mirroring that of the flora in the reality outside the dimensional space. In his dreams, it took Lu Yuan an entire month for this delicate sprout to bloom and bear fruit. Golden in hue, these fruits, when consumed, could enhance various physical attributes: strength, speed, vision, hearing, and tactile sensitivity, among others. Regrettably, this young seedling bore only a single fruit each time, and Lu Yuan was unable to wait for the second fruit to ripen before he was resolved by others. However, he was certain that the time from bloom to fruition for this plant was not so protracted. Adjacent to the blackened field lay a small pond. Its waters clear and serene, adorned with aquatic vegetation yet devoid of any fish. In his dreams, he had often relied upon this water to endure periods of drought. The most intriguing aspect of the dimensional space was its capacity for advancement. The method of elevation involved following the luminescence emitted by the cubical crystal to locate certain objects necessary for progression. The 6 faces of the cube were divided into 3 above and 3 below, with a broader center. The brightly illuminated face indicated the direction of the crystal sought. The closer one approached, the more radiant the light became, and the frequency of the illumination increased. Lu Yuan had undergone an upgrade in his dreams and was currently aware that the stones were categorized into 2 types: black crystals and white crystals. Akin to the crystal he possessed, albeit slightly smaller. The black stones were employed for the cultivation of new fields, ponds, and the expansion of dwellings, appearing with greater frequency. While Lu Yuan had only encountered the white stone once in his dreams, the white crystal served the purpose of enhancing levels, for instance. Lu Yuan presently possessed 10 square meters of black soil. By burying a white crystal within this land, the black soil would transform into red soil, subsequently increasing the quantity of aquatic plants and microorganisms in the pond, while various small insects would emerge amidst the grass. The growth cycles of all organisms within this space would accelerate. As for the levels of soil beyond red, Lu Yuan remained uncertain. Chapter 3: The embarrassment of poverty. The light emitted by the crystal was exceptionally faint. In his dreams, Lu Yuan had shown the stone to his parents, yet they were unable to perceive the glow upon its surface. Moreover, their blood, when dripped onto it, failed to elicit any transformation. Thus, this dimensional space was a personal possession of Lu Yuan. The upgraded plot of land had not expanded. Instead, it had transformed into a red earth, where the plants cultivated therein grew at an accelerated pace. The exact rate of growth remained unknown to Lu Yuan, as he had yet to conduct any experiments. As for the small wooden cabin, it served as a storage facility, measuring approximately 10 square meters in area and standing only 2 meters tall, thus offering limited capacity for storage. Upon exiting the space, Lu Yuan was filled with fervor. With this dimensional realm, life in the apocalypse would undoubtedly be far less dire than the distressing existence he had experienced in his dreams. Holding the 6-sided crystal in his palm, Lu Yuan had yet to observe any illumination upon its surface, signifying that the upgraded crystal had not yet manifested its glow. It would only shine once it had appeared. However, the timing and frequency of its emergence remained a mystery to him. After finishing his lunch, Lu Yuan stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his frail physique. He silently resolved that in order to survive in this apocalyptic world, he would require not only an ample supply of food but also a robust body. Otherwise, facing the threat of robbers without the means to defend oneself would equate to an inability to safeguard both himself and his family. Certainly, he must also learn to cook. Although he is a boy born and raised in the countryside, he has been spoiled by his parents since childhood. The lifestyle of having everything handed to him has rendered him incapable of performing any household chores, and he has never engaged in agricultural labor. His parents and grandparents would rather endure their own toil than allow him to encounter the filthy soil. His grandparents, elderly empty nesters in their 70s, still toiled daily in the fields, striving to earn enough to buy a house and find him a bride. Each day, they hand him crumpled bills, weathered by the sun and wind, and he once received them with disdain, a sentiment he now regrets. Having purchased 2 kilograms of rice and some vegetables from the small supermarket downstairs, Lu Yuan ignited the long-neglected gas stove. He prepared a simple stir-fry of vegetables and a bowl of rice. The fragrant aroma of the rice combined with the crispness of the greens filled him with joy as he savored each grain and leaf. Though his culinary skills were lacking, the memory of hunger in his dreams, gnawing on dry tree bark and consuming beetles the size of fingernails, enduring the foul taste, made him feel an overwhelming sense of happiness in this moment. As he scrolled through recent news on his phone, he was inundated with reports of the meteor shower, and netizens were not idle, unleashing their imaginations. I would say this is undoubtedly linked to the events of '99. It seems trouble is brewing once more. Brothers, it's time to take action. Arm yourselves and prepare, he mused, grateful for the group of meteor shower images sent by a friend. Earth, quite unexpectedly, a relative arrived. The comments from netizens are undeniably amusing. Lu Yuan, having wasted no rice, meticulously cleaned his bowls and plates before setting about his next task. Seated at the dining table, he began to strategize the essentials he would require before the impending apocalypse. However, after considerable contemplation, he realized that the most pressing matter at hand was money. In this society, where financial resources reign supreme, without money, no matter how elaborate or well thought out his plans might be, they would ultimately be rendered futile. With less than 10,000 yuan remaining on his salary card after a year of work, money that had not been saved but rather squandered on a penchant for browsing Taobao, he found himself surrounded by a plethora of attractive, yet useless items in his rented apartment. Presently, his funds were scant, comprising merely the recently settled salary of 2,500 yuan and 5,000 yuan from his parents as living expenses. Thus, over the past year, he had managed to save a meager 2,000 yuan. Contemplating this predicament, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel despondent, pondering how to acquire funds. The most lucrative avenues for earning money were now inscribed in the criminal code. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, making such options utterly unfeasible. Engaging in business? He considered himself lacking the requisite acumen, and with barely 10,000 yuan as capital, the risk of incurring losses was far too great. The idea of setting up a stall felt unrealistic, as the market for street vendors had become saturated, with trendy products flooding the streets. But what about taking out a loan? After some contemplation, Lu Yuan dismissed the notion of obtaining a bank loan. On one hand, he possessed no collateral, nor did he have a guarantor. The fleeting thought of asking his parents to act as guarantors was swiftly cast aside. The bank would not grant a loan without just cause. Lacking a car, a house, or a legitimate reason for borrowing, he realized the futility of such aspirations. This line of thinking led him to regret his impulsive decision to resign that morning. Had he known better, he could have simply taken a leave of absence, allowing him the opportunity to apply for credit cards at various banks, which would at least provide some financial relief. Now, having lost his job, that avenue was completely closed off to him. Frustrated, he began to scratch his head in anxiety when a message arrived on his phone. Hey, Lucy. I'm treating you to dinner tonight. Dress nicely and don't embarrass yourself. Most importantly, don't be late. 6 o'clock at Laolu Barbecue. It was a message from his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan. The last thing Lu Yuan wanted was for her to discover he had lost his job. That would surely cause her distress. A few months older than him, she worked in a mobile service center, and they had met while he was recharging his phone. However, this invitation for dinner came as a surprise. He glanced at the time, feeling something was amiss. She usually received her salary mid-month. And it was only the beginning of the month now. Had her family sent her money again? He found himself puzzled by the situation. Chapter 4. A path to wealth. At 6 in the evening, Lu Yuan donned a clean, casual outfit and settled himself at the outdoor night market of Lao Lu Barbecue. Waiting patiently. The grill was already adorned with succulent chicken wings and diced lamb chops, favorites of his beloved Xiao Shan. Observing the sizzling meat, Lu Yuan felt an urge to procure additional supplies, especially since he would need to fetch Wei Xiaoshan later. The thought of those foul-smelling, hard-shelled beetles, whose bites were particularly excruciating, crossed his mind. These creatures thrived on decaying corpses and, when famished, would resort to biting humans. Lu Yuan had discovered that without proper cooking and seasoning, they were utterly unpalatable. He had tried, and indeed, they were far too odorous. As he pondered over the cumin seasoning on the lamb, he was suddenly jolted from his reverie by a light tap on his back. It was his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan, accompanied by a tall, tattooed man. The man, with a handbag tucked under his arm and a cigarette dangling from his lips, sported a gleaming gold chain around his neck and swayed as he walked, reminiscent of someone just discharged from the hospital due to a leg injury. Lu Yuan stood up silently and pointed towards the man, inquiring, "Xiaoshan, who is he?" With a beaming smile, Wei Xiaoshan grasped Lu Yuan's arm and, in an exaggeratedly cheerful tone, replied, "This is my cousin. We bumped into each other on the way, and he insisted on treating us to a meal. Look, cousin, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lu Yuan." As Lu Yuan observed Wei Xiaoshan's eager blinking, he instantly comprehended the situation. He promptly stood and shook the man's hand, expressing his excitement. "Ah, cousin, it is an honor to finally meet you. Xiaoshan speaks of you often. I have long wished to make your acquaintance." The other party, unreserved, casually held a cigarette between his lips and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Cousin, please don't be polite with me. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. By the way, today's meal is on me. Ah, waiter, bring me 2 plates of lobster." He then settled onto the chair, tossed his handbag onto the table, and pulled out a cigarette. "Care for a puff?" Lu Yuan squinted and noticed there was only one left. He immediately shook his head to indicate he wouldn't smoke. "I'm not criticizing you, brother, but your style needs some work. You should take a leaf out of my book. A flashy gold chain and a flashy watch are the standard. I'm not boasting, but in our local night market, it's me who has been holding the fort. In the future, if you ever need to dine out, just drop my name. I'm well connected." Thus, Lu Yuan, along with the intoxicated Wei Xiaoshan, waited for 2 hours without seeing his cousin, nor could they even glean his name. When it came time to settle the bill, Lu Yuan, with a heavy heart, handed over more than 400 yuan, feeling utterly devastated. "Boss, it was just 2 plates of lobster, 2 small stir-fried dishes, a plate of cold cucumber salad, and a case of beer. Why is it so expensive?" The boss wiped his hands on the oil-stained apron and replied, "Brother, it's November and winter is approaching. Lobster is nearly out of season, and your cousin wanted the premium ones. Do you have any idea how much a pound of lobster costs?" No. It was better in summer when lobsters were plentiful, generally around 10 yuan. But now that winter is setting in, it's different. A pound will cost at least 30 yuan or more if you select the premium ones. 30 yuan a pound? Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The people of Qingshui City have a penchant for consuming crayfish, and here he was, holding such an extraordinary dimensional space, yet lacking the knowledge to monetize it. Could it be that I am truly foolish? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan requested a male and a female crayfish from the night market vendor as keepsakes, and the vendor generously did not charge him. As he carried the intoxicated, incessantly mumbling Wei Xiaoshan on his back, Lu Yuan's mind began to calculate. If the growth rate of crayfish in this dimensional space was akin to that of plants, approximately 10 times faster than in the external environment, then the original maturation period of crayfish, around 2 months, would be significantly reduced. Given that there were no distinct seasons in his space, the growth cycle could potentially be shortened to just 6 days. The small pond measured roughly 10 square meters, and it could accommodate about 200 crayfish per square meter. Therefore, in total, there could be 2,000 crayfish. By releasing some fry daily, he could harvest a batch of crayfish every week, especially since the fry occupy minimal space. A single crayfish weighs about 50 grams, thus 2,000 would amount to 200 kilograms. According to the night market vendor, the purchasing price for 1 kilogram of crayfish is approximately 30 yuan. Consequently, 200 kilograms would yield 6,000 yuan, indicating that he could earn around 170 to 80,000 yuan each month. After contemplating, Lu Yuan concluded that this plan was indeed feasible. Let the first pot of gold temporarily begin here. The people of Qing City have a profound fondness for lobster. Although it is already November, the night market remains exceptionally vibrant, with the demand for lobsters matching the supply from every night market. As a result, concerns about sales are alleviated. In 6 days, they can produce 2,000 pounds of lobsters daily, albeit this endeavor spans merely 3 months, which is but a drop in the bucket compared to his aspirations. However, it is significantly more lucrative than his salary, so he must make do for the time being. Furthermore, he has 10 square meters of fertile land available for cultivating crops, and the lawn can accommodate some poultry for sale, thus augmenting his income. Consequently, Lu Yuan resolved to visit the seafood market the following morning to procure some shrimp. At the break of dawn the next day, Lu Yuan received a phone call from his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan. She expressed her apologies while critiquing her unreliable cousin, ultimately sending him a red envelope containing 200 yuan for the previous day's meal. In principle, Lu Yuan felt he could not refuse, and he accepted the money, acknowledging his current financial constraints. With 9,050 yuan remaining in his account, he had placed a male and female lobster into his dimensional space the previous night, and upon awakening, he discovered a number of lobster eggs in the pond of that space. After hailing a taxi to the seafood market, he was met with a throng of people and waterlogged ground, realizing he had likely arrived too late, as the freshest catches had already been whisked away by middlemen in the early hours. Nevertheless, his objective today was solely to acquire shrimp fry. On either side of the road were numerous aquatic vendors, showcasing a myriad of fish tanks and basins for passers-by to peruse. However, all they offered were marine products. Lu Yuan pondered whether his modest pond could accommodate such sea creatures. With limited funds, he had to be judicious in his purchases. Nevertheless, the price of bluefin tuna was indeed enticing, yet the lengthy growth cycle rendered it a non-option. Chapter 5. Cultivating Lobsters at Long Last. Lu Yuan discovered a stall selling lobster fry at the end of the road. The vendor, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was in the midst of unpacking supplies. Upon noticing Lu Yuan crouch down to grasp some fry, he immediately exhibited signs of displeasure. "Young man, these are freshly hatched fry. How can I sell them if you handle them like that?" I intend to purchase some fry. What are your prices?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan's intent to buy, the vendor promptly extinguished his cigarette and began to elaborate on his products. As the vendor spoke animatedly for over 10 minutes, Lu Yuan refrained from interrupting, instead absorbing some cultivation tips. Ultimately, he spent 100 yuan on 2 jin of fry, nearly provoking the vendor to hostility. "Now, give me some feed." The vendor's expression softened slightly as he produced a 100-pound bag of feed, claiming it was the smallest available. Lu Yuan did not contest this. Although some fry perished during the bumpy journey home, Lu Yuan was not overly concerned. 2 jin of fry amounted to several thousand. Upon their introduction to the pond, they erupted into lively activity, and the eggs laid by 2 lobsters that morning began to hatch, yielding fry of a similar size to those he had just purchased. Gazing at the pond teeming with white, lively fry, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. Garlic shrimp, spicy shrimp, charcoal grilled shrimp. Oh, never mind. Earning money is paramount. There are still numerous items to procure. He certainly does not wish to resort to gnawing on tree bark or consuming pests when the apocalypse arrives. Having scattered over 10 kilograms of feed into the pond, Lu Yuan eagerly anticipates the growth of the shrimp, for each one represents potential wealth. After hastily consuming a meal, Lu Yuan once again ventures to the seed company. Unlike the wholesale market, the seeds here are meticulously packaged, and the variety is impressively comprehensive, albeit at a slightly higher price. However, Lu Yuan is unconcerned. What he seeks are crops that are both marketable and challenging to cultivate, ideally with a short growth cycle. After all, he has only 3 months, with at least half a month needed to stockpile provisions. It is prudent to act early rather than late, striving to complete his purchases before the government issues directives on rising food prices. There remains much preparation to undertake. He cannot afford to squander over 3 months solely on food considerations. Thus, Lu Yuan aims to harvest seedless watermelons from his plot and sell them for profit, with minimal costs involved. However, the shop assistant's demeanor was less than amiable, as Lu Yuan had only purchased a handful of seedlings after an hour-long explanation. What a disappointment. Indeed, among poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, chickens are the most manageable to raise. This is due to the fact that ducks and geese require access to water, where they tend to consume shrimp, shrimp that are intended for sale, thus making their consumption unacceptable. Therefore, chickens are more suitable. However, the financial return from selling them is not substantial, as the space available is limited, allowing for only a few to be raised. As for livestock such as pigs, cattle, and sheep, Lu Yuan has never purchased an entire live animal before, so he plans to acquire one this time. Regarding profit, he does not harbor expectations, similar to poultry. His aim is merely to enhance the biodiversity within his dimensional space. After attending to these matters, Lu Yuan once again assessed the growth condition of the shrimp seedlings in the pond. It appeared that the lobsters he had anticipated the previous night had indeed increased in size, and they had shed their exoskeletons in preparation for a second spawning. Meanwhile, the other tiny shrimp, which initially measured less than 2 millimeters, had now grown to approximately half a centimeter. The pond gradually revealed clusters of frolicking shrimp. Lu Yuan calculated the time elapsed since he placed the shrimp seedlings in the water. Merely 7 to 8 hours had passed, and they had already quintupled in size. At this growth rate, they should reach maturity suitable for sale in less than 6 days. Rising to his feet, Lu Yuan rubbed his sore arms, intending to engage in some exercise. Although the young green shoots would eventually bear golden fruits that significantly enhance strength and bodily functions, they had only just produced their third leaf, and it would take another month for flowering and fruiting. Therefore, this interim period should be dedicated to physical training. One must be prepared in case the apocalypse arrives prematurely, before the fruits have had a chance to mature. One must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Although Lu Yuan has the advantage of a dimensional space, it does not imply that he can afford to be complacent. On the contrary, he requires even more training and learning. Time is of the essence. He must equip himself with ample preparation to face the impending apocalypse. Furthermore, he must master the use of various power tools, automobile modifications, trap setups, and the operation of different weapons. Additionally, in the third year of the apocalypse, a catastrophic flood will occur, submerging all coastal cities of Huaxia and causing sea levels to rise by 100 meters. At that point, a boat will be necessary, preferably a yacht. Though this can be deferred for now, he should first learn how to navigate. Money. It all requires expenditure. Lu Yuan scratched his head in distress. He ventured into the space to check on the shrimp seedlings, which seemed to have grown a bit, bringing him a sense of solace. Besides these matters, Lu Yuan must also acquire a substantial amount of gasoline and diesel. 6 months into the apocalypse, all regions will impose power restrictions, halting the rotation of the Earth. The relentless sun, shining for an entire year, will not only result in severe heat but also trigger a series of wildfires and a drastic reduction in water sources. The rivers downstream will largely run dry, creating a significant crisis regarding potable water. The scarcity of water will become the most pressing challenge, leading to the extinction of numerous animals suffering from drought and extreme temperatures. Beyond securing water, Lu Yuan must also consider raising some animals, but that is a matter for another time. Chapter 6. The first pot of gold in the vast expanse of the dimensional space. The available area is quite limited, leaving little room for possessions. It is imperative to acquire a house, preferably a spacious standalone dwelling. The vicinity of my hometown lies perilously close to the coast, and during the second year of the apocalypse, the melting glaciers will inevitably lead to rising sea levels, transforming the area into an oceanic expanse. In contrast, Qingshui City is situated in the inland plains, rendering it relatively safe. Thus, I am contemplating relocation. However, the property prices in Qingshui City are exorbitant, with standalone houses costing nearly as much as villas, amounting to a significant financial burden. The mere thought of this leaves me feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, my phone rang. Upon answering, I heard my mother's joyful voice on the other end. Yuan, I have wonderful news. The village chief has agreed to lend us money, so you can finally buy a house in the city. My heart was torn. I am in dire need of funds, yet I do not wish to entangle myself with Chunhan's family. Mom, don't borrow that money. I have a plan to earn some. What? You have a way to make money? You just graduated not long ago. How could you possibly have funds? My mother was incredulous, her foremost concern being my marital prospects. I assure you, it's not necessary to worry. I have a solution. Just hold off on borrowing for now. Besides, if you take a loan, it will need to be repaid, along with interest, and I would owe a considerable favor to someone. With the thought of my dimensional space in mind, I felt more confident in my assertions. However, suddenly, a violent coughing fit erupted on the other end, followed by my father's scolding. Communicating with my father is an arduous task. Thus, I must approach matters through my mother. My father, obstinate and steeped in a traditional sense of masculinity, often disregards any rationale I present, whether it be favorable or adverse. His past misguided decisions nearly led our family to ruin, prompting me to seize control over household affairs. My mother, however, has always been fond of me. Her affection ensures that she seldom denies my requests. She epitomizes the archetypal indulgent parent, making her a strategic ally in this endeavor. After concluding our phone call, my mother discreetly texted me, urging me not to harbor resentment towards my father. Noting his sharp tongue, yet tender heart, I understand that his overprotectiveness stems from his profound love for me. Should I ever find myself in distress, he would undoubtedly be the first to rush to my aid. I have successfully convinced my mother not to seek a loan, which alleviates my concerns about incurring debts that could become burdensome in turbulent times. Moreover, given the ominous premonitions I have experienced, I am resolute in severing ties with those who would jeopardize my safety. 3 days later, the first batch of lobsters reached maturity. Their size impressive and their tails plump, far superior to the gaudy varieties sold elsewhere. Their weight has doubled, with our daily yield now estimated to reach 400 pounds instead of the previous 200. I heated oil in a pan, adding Sichuan peppercorns and chilies to release their fragrance, followed by minced garlic. Once the aroma wafted through the air, I introduced the thoroughly cleaned lobsters, enhancing their flavor with a bottle of beer and a touch of spices. Perfection. 15 minutes later, when the pot lid was lifted, an overwhelming aroma of garlic permeated the air, making Lu Yuan nearly drool. Discontented murmurs arose from the neighboring households. Who on earth is it? Early in the morning, indulging in garlic lobster? Do they not consider others? Slurp, cough, cough. I shall savor this garlic fragrance and dream a little longer. Goodness. The children at home are whining with hunger. This is too much. Which household is responsible? I shall fetch my bowl and chopsticks to settle the score. How utterly inconsiderate to feast so lavishly at such an early hour. Reaching out, he seized a lobster, cracking its shell with a satisfying crunch, the fresh flavor flooding his senses. As he peeled back the shell, the plump lobster meat revealed itself, a bounty that was simply exquisite. He procured a foam box and filled it with 20 pounds of lobster, making his way toward the night market. By 10 in the morning, the night market was bustling with preparations for the evening's fair. The market owner, cigarette in mouth, lounged in a chair while scrolling through his phone, as several ladies busily washed lobsters and prepared vegetables. The owner spotted Lu Yuan from a distance. Is that you? Clearly, the owner recognized him. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yuan placed the 10-pound foam box beneath the counter. Quite sizable. Looks promising. Where did you source these? Taste it first and then judge. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not disclose the origin of his lobsters. Soon, the owner personally began to cook the lobsters, and in no time, a fragrant dish was ready. As he tore open the lobster tail, the snow-white, succulent meat burst forth. 41 pounds, no more. Having settled on a price, Lu Yuan agreed to supply 50 pounds of lobster daily to the night market vendor. He then proceeded to promote his offerings at other stalls, achieving a remarkable total of 400 pounds each day. This arrangement allowed Lu Yuan to earn a staggering 16,000 daily. With minimal costs and no labor expenses, truly a zero-cost endeavor that surpassed his expectations. The watermelons from the fertile black soil had successfully completed their second harvest, and Lu Yuan stumbled upon a revelation that thrilled him. Within the dimensional space, devoid of night and seasons, the seedless watermelon vines could produce an unlimited number of fruits. By merely pinching off the terminal buds to control the vine length, he found that no further attention was necessary. It was akin to cultivating a miraculous crop. Lu Yuan deduced that any vining plants would possess this remarkable trait of unrestricted growth, and they required little space. 2 days prior, after merely half an hour of displaying his watermelons at the market, they had been completely sold out. In fact, a procurement manager from a hotel directly requested Lu Yuan to supply watermelons daily, in whatever quantity he could provide. Naturally, Lu Yuan readily agreed. The pond within his space no longer required juvenile lobsters, as the existing lobsters produced a substantial number of larvae each day. Lu Yuan planned to clear a portion of the lobsters to introduce other aquatic species. The pond was exceptionally deep, approximately 10 meters, allowing for the cohabitation of various fish species. Moreover, another piece of good news emerged from testing. Saltwater fish could thrive in the pond, which filled Lu Yuan with exhilaration. The pressing concern at present is the acquisition of a home. Without a residence, he lacks the space to store essential provisions such as grains, seeds, spices, various daily necessities, and poultry. It would be rather awkward to leave these belongings at the landlord's place, only to risk them being taken away. Thus, the importance of owning a home cannot be overstated. Chapter 7. A good wife is just like this. After a full day of perusing the numerous properties and agencies in the city of Chishui, Lu Yuan found himself unable to locate a suitable house. The primary obstacle was the exorbitant pricing. 100,000 simply did not suffice even for a garage. The characteristics he sought in a home were quite specific. Firstly, it must be situated in the city center, as this locale provides access to vital information, including social news and government directives. Such knowledge would enable Lu Yuan to make timely adjustments and responses. Additionally, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the government had implemented a policy of power rationing in rural areas due to the overwhelming strain on electrical infrastructure. Urban areas, however, remained unaffected, as did internet access. Secondly, his requirement was for a standalone house. Living in a multi-unit building would mean neighbors on all sides, potentially leading to unwanted attention, especially from families that were not lacking in food and water. Lu Yuan desired a life of quietude rather than that of a savior for humanity. He lacked the assurance that he could feed everyone, nor did he possess the means to avert impending disasters. Even if he were to report the onset of the apocalypse to the relevant authorities, he would likely be accused of spreading rumors. If he were not apprehended, what evidence could he provide? Was he to claim that it was merely a dream? Such notions were no laughing matter. At that time, it is likely that I will be sent to a mental institution. The third requirement is grand, indeed, as expansive as possible, ideally encompassing several acres of land belonging solely to my family. The ambition is even greater, for villas in urban areas rarely possess such vastness. Why not construct an entire golf course? The fourth stipulation is that the dwelling must possess exceptional soundproofing, insulation, and protection against cold and insects. It would be best if the entire foundation were cast in concrete, as the impending apocalypse will bring not only extreme heat and frigid temperatures, but also pestilence, with swarms of insects infiltrating every nook and cranny. It is imperative to safeguard against these creatures, which will consume everything edible, including humans. As for other considerations, Lu Yuan has yet to contemplate them, but these demands are already quite substantial. Upon reflection, Lu Yuan feels that such a residence can only be conceived and constructed by himself. As night fell, Lu Yuan finally collapsed in his rented apartment, exhausted. At that moment, the door swung open, and his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan, entered, carrying an assortment of hot pot meatballs and various vegetables. Today is the weekend, and Xiaoshan has the good fortune of a day off, allowing the couple to enjoy a delightful dinner together in the rented space. To prepare this meal, Xiaoshan spent considerable time in the kitchen, washing and chopping the vegetables, and ultimately succeeded in creating a feast. It must be said that Xiaoshan's culinary skills are indeed impressive. In addition to the hot pot, she prepared some cold dishes and stir-fries, clearly having inherited her mother's exceptional cooking talent. With a clink, the two wine glasses met. And although the taste of Xiaoshan's homemade red wine differs from that purchased externally, it possesses a unique charm of its own. As they dined on rice, the two engaged in light conversation. Lu Yuan observed Wei Xiaoshan relishing her hot pot lamb with gusto and suddenly inquired, "Xiaoshan, if the world were to come to an end, would you be willing to accompany me?" In response to such an absurd question, Xiaoshan quickly swallowed a piece of steaming lamb and replied vaguely, "You haven't even married me. Why would I want to go with you?" I meant, if that day truly arrives, would you? Wei Xiaoshan set down her chopsticks and met Lu Yuan's serious gaze. After a moment, she burst into laughter. "If the apocalypse really comes, I would simply spend all my savings on food, indulging in whatever I could afford. As for whether I would accompany you, what is the point of thinking about that during the end of days? All right then, truly, you are a carefree glutton." After their hearty meal, Lu Yuan washed the dishes and tidied up before joining Xiaoshan on the sofa to watch the news. Before long, the little lady began to feel drowsy. Being born in the year of the pig, a full belly made her sleepy. Recently, the National Grain Administration issued a new directive, announcing that farmers who transition to cultivating economically viable crops will receive enhanced subsidies. Additionally, the administration has unveiled a new grain procurement plan, with purchasing volumes set to increase by 10 compared to previous years, presenting a significant opportunity for agricultural producers. In the coming 6 months, The government will construct several expressways connecting the eastern and western regions, ensuring the convenience of travel for the populace. Lu Yuan firmly believes that the national leadership has begun to take the scale of the impending meteor shower seriously, and it is likely that preventive measures against potential disasters are already in motion, though such information will undoubtedly remain concealed from the public. The dissemination of such news could pose considerable risks to societal stability. Furthermore, apocalyptic theorists are engaging in meticulous speculation. Will the asteroid belt traverse the solar system along its calculated trajectory? Could it impact Earth? Is the meteor shower a harbinger of disaster? Why has the government initiated a new grain procurement plan? Have they foreseen something ominous? Recently, scholars studying the Maya civilization have unearthed a site revealing astonishing secrets related to the meteor shower. For first-hand information, follow the official WeChat account. In a moment, a torrent of opinions flooded the internet as the public's ability to critically analyze the events reported in the news faltered, coupled with the bewildering analyses from so-called experts. This led many to dismiss these matters as mere entertainment for casual conversation, treating potential issues as mere jokes. How could an apocalypse possibly occur? After speaking, she gently placed a kiss on Lu Yuan's lips before departing. As he watched Wei Xiaoshan retreat into the distance, Lu Yuan resolved to ensure that his beloved would lead a life akin to that of a princess amidst the apocalypse. Upon returning to his rented room, he picked up his phone and glanced at a message in WeChat from the class leader of his university group. Song Ling, everyone. Dear beauties and handsome fellows in the group, with just over a month left until 2023 draws to a close, do any of you have some free time lately? Let us arrange a gathering. Song Ling, having served as the class leader for 4 years during their university days, thrived on his exceptional connections, which propelled him into a prominent position right after graduation as a human resources manager at a major company. This left Lu Yuan, who had struggled to earn a meager income in his first year of work, feeling quite envious. However, he found himself powerless. Lacking the same network and reluctant to speak up, he feared that even a single utterance might offend someone. Before long, the group chat buzzed with excitement. Daihe, sounds good. Ever since graduating, I've been at a loss for what to do. My father insists I take over his position, holding the title of deputy general manager while doing the work of an ordinary employee, which is exhausting. If there are any sisters joining the gathering, please make sure to count me in. Lu Chun, haha, I'm not sure about the sisters, but there are indeed some fine gentlemen. Xiaohe, I spotted you at Walmart a few days ago wearing a lovely pink dress. If I'm not mistaken, those who were thriving in life chatted incessantly, flaunting their wealth and making veiled hints, while individuals like Lu Yuan, who were struggling, remained silent, lurking in the background. Lu Yuan, feeling a sense of ennui, contemplated exiting the chat group when a particular message caught his attention. A user named the Vanished Star announced, "Pardon the interruption, but I would like to share some news. Fellow classmates, I have recently launched a renovation design company. If anyone is in need of renovation services, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you." After a moment's reflection, Lu Yuan recognized this individual as Du Hong, a fellow student from his freshman class, renowned for his academic prowess. A surge of excitement washed over Lu Yuan upon reading Du Hong's message. It appeared he had a potential lead for his house design. Chapter 8. Acquiring land. Du Hong was a contemporary of Lu Yuan's at university, but after spending nearly a year together, he transferred to the Department of Architectural Engineering. Despite his qualifications to secure a senior engineering position at a prestigious firm, he could not abide by the company's regulations and opted not to pursue that path. Subsequently, he changed jobs frequently, and to Lu Yuan's surprise, he ended up founding his own renovation company. As discussions in the group continued regarding the venue and timing for their upcoming gathering, Lu Yuan had already reached out to Du Hong and obtained the address of his renovation design company. Although Du Hong specialized in renovations, Lu Yuan's intent was to seek his advice on purchasing a property, an area in which he lacked knowledge. Du Hong, however, was well-versed in this domain, and Lu Yuan sought his guidance. The following morning, Lu Yuan hopped onto his electric bicycle and set off for Du Hong's renovation company. Fortunately, with the aid of his smartphone's navigation, he was able to locate the place, which was tucked away in a remarkably small residential building. After navigating through a maze of streets, he finally arrived at the diminutive establishment. Upon pushing open the dilapidated door, he was immediately greeted by a musty odor. Covering his mouth and nose, he spotted a lean young man engaged in cleaning, none other than the long-unseen Du Hong. "Ah, I did not anticipate your swift arrival. Please, have a seat." Du Heng welcomed him in with a countenance full of embarrassment. The room boasted only a small window the size of a palm, and was littered with scattered instant noodle boxes and various household refuse. The sofa had long lost its original hue, evidently. Du Heng had transformed this space into both his workplace and living quarters. Regarding the studio, Lu Yuan's assessment was that it was dilapidated and chaotic, truly. Anyone who could look upon such an environment and still permit renovations must be blind. Indeed, Lu Yuan had chosen him and conveyed his ideas, to which Du Heng meticulously noted every requirement. Lu Yuan, are you intending to construct a fortress? Du Heng inquired frankly. To be honest, there is no type of dwelling that could meet your criteria. If there were, I would suggest a bomb shelter. However, that is subterranean and does not align with your above-ground construction requirements. Furthermore, may I ask what your budget is? Have you finalized a location for the house? Du Heng questioned, his brow furrowed. The reason Lu Yuan sought him out was precisely due to Du Heng's character. Although he was not particularly loquacious, he approached his work with utmost diligence and would never divulge anyone's private matters. The house Lu Yuan envisioned demanded exceptionally high standards and required strict confidentiality. It was imperative that not too many individuals were privy to it. Du Heng's character was an impeccable match for this, and his qualifications were beyond reproach. With an impressive array of construction certificates, the mere fact that he could complete a 4-year curriculum in 3 years was a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. Alas, I find myself with only 100,000 yuan at hand. However, I anticipate some additional income in the near future. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty, lacking a home of his own, yet here he was, engaging in conversation for an extended period. Fortunately, Du Heng did not appear displeased. Rather, he pondered thoughtfully for a considerable time. The city, it must be spacious enough. It seems there may indeed be a location that meets your requirements. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was nearly propelled with joy, though he restrained his exuberance. In the northern suburbs of Chishui City lies an area where urban meets rural, characterized by affordable land. Numerous factories have chosen to establish themselves there, as it falls within city jurisdiction, boasting abundant power and water supplies, along with comprehensive network facilities. The only drawback is the solitude one must endure, as it is somewhat distant from the city center. No matter, this is hardly a concern. Are you free now? May I invite you to a meal? Given Du Heng's discerning nature, Lu Yuan felt compelled to treat him to dinner. He hopped onto his electric bike, whisking Du Heng away to the northern suburbs' urban-rural fringe. This area has seen the construction of several factories, the cacophony of machinery lending a somewhat chaotic ambience, while passing trucks indiscriminately occupied the lanes, compelling the two to abandon their electric bike and continue on foot. Behind the factories lay approximately several dozen acres of farmland, primarily sown with wheat, currently only sprouting as tender seedlings. Beyond the fields lay residential districts, rows of houses built in similar styles, evidently constructed by the government in a concentrated effort. Further along were some villa areas, serving as private residences for the factory owners in the vicinity. The affluent individuals opt to construct their villas here primarily to alleviate the congestion encountered during travel, and secondly, because the environment is reasonably acceptable. The designated industrial area is situated several miles away from the residential zones, ensuring that it does not disrupt daily life. Upon discovering a landowner keen to sell, they expressed their intentions, and the owner enthusiastically led them to a neglected parcel of land. This expanse measures over 700 square meters, previously cultivated with wheat but left unattended in recent years, rendering it fallow. Nevertheless, it presents an excellent opportunity for construction. Just ahead lies a dual carriageway, and the surrounding area is adorned with villa estates, making transit exceptionally convenient. A prime location for building. The landowner eloquently extolled the virtues of the lot, and the duo refrained from interrupting. Lu Yuan was quite taken with the property. It was spacious, well-connected, and equipped with water and electricity, even accommodating industrial-grade power. Upon arriving at the owner's residence, they began to negotiate the price. I will handle all the paperwork for this land. It's 100,000, non-negotiable. The owner stated confidently. Sir, that price is rather exorbitant. A fallow plot of over 700 square meters for 100,000? It takes over 10 minutes to walk to the nearest residential area. There are also agricultural fields nearby, which surely attract swarms of mosquitoes in the summer. Furthermore, the road is heavily trafficked, which could disrupt one's rest. Du Heng, who had been quietly observing, interjected to caution Lu Yuan against hastily purchasing the land. gradually pointing out its shortcomings. Lu Yuan was genuinely surprised that this taciturn fellow was so adept at bargaining. Moreover, having inspected the surface, he noted that the soil had been excessively fertilized, resulting in considerable compaction. Moreover, with merely over 730 square meters of space, the prospect of establishing a factory indeed seems rather diminutive. The owner, with a sullen expression, declared, "Very well, the minimum is 70,000. I shall not sell for a penny less." Du Heng nodded, then glanced at Lu Yuan. Sigh. "All right, 70,000 it is. When can we proceed with the formalities?" Lu Yuan inquired, suppressing his excitement. "I am available every day. We can complete the paperwork today." After a bustling afternoon, Lu Yuan gazed at the documents in his hands, overwhelmed with joy. For 70,000 yuan, he had acquired a plot of land, situated within the city, classified as residential land, truly an astonishing bargain. This marked a significant first step towards his aspirations of homeownership. Yet, possessing land necessitates funds to construct a house, thus, his next endeavor would be to earn money for the building. Chapter 9. The design proposal for the new house. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan busied himself with the collection and delivery of lobsters. Unbeknownst to him, the dozens of king crabs and Australian lobsters he had placed in the pond had already grown substantially. Cradling a half-meter-long Australian lobster weighing 20 pounds, Lu Yuan cautiously made his way to the Yongfan Seafood Hotel, where he had previously delivered watermelons. As soon as he entered, the sight of the lobster in his arms drew the attention of everyone present. The hotel staff promptly recognized him and ushered him into the seafood room. 20,000. I will take it for 20,000, exclaimed a balding procurement manager, trembling hands grasping the lobster, scrutinizing it closely. A 20-pound Australian lobster is indeed a rare gem. Such a meager offer suggests the buyer underestimates its worth. Observing Lu Yuan's intention to leave with the lobster, the manager grew anxious. Wait, brother, let's negotiate. I can offer you 30,000. 50,000 each. Well, that's acceptable. It's settled. This sounds like a reasonable offer. The previous 20,000 was indeed insufficient. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Ahem. Brother, you misunderstood. I meant to add 10,000, offering you 30,000 in total. The other party's expression darkened. Where is such a price increase permissible? This is neither an old pit in Myanmar, nor is this lobster jade. How can the price escalate like this? That won't do. The items auctioned previously were significantly smaller. I must insist on at least 50,000. If you're interested, I'll sell it. If not, I shall take my leave. Eventually, the other party capitulated and produced 50,000 to purchase the lobster, even advising that should any exquisite seafood come available, he should be informed. However, brother, are you jesting with me? If you possessed so much, why didn't you mention it earlier? The purchasing manager's temper flared, veins bulging on his balding head, nearly prompting him to leap up and pummel Lu Yuan. You didn't inquire about that, and we didn't dare to say. Let us weigh it. This cannot be based on the previous pricing. We must adhere to the standard rates. Lu Yuan understood that larger seafood commands higher prices. Once it surpasses the ordinary size, it generally becomes quite costly. For instance, the bluefin tuna, reputedly, a prosperous island nation once procured a tuna worth tens of millions. However, if there is an excess, the value may actually diminish. After considerable negotiation, they settled on a price of 1,000 per pound for the seafood. While the market price typically ranged from 3 to 500, and the sizes of these Australian lobsters and king crabs evidently exceeded the usual scope. With great delight, Lu Yuan noted the arrival of 300,000 in his account. It seemed that the dream of building a house was no longer a mere fantasy. With this thought, he picked up his phone and promptly dialed Du Heng's number. We can commence now. I will transfer the 300,000 to you immediately, so you may begin procuring materials. As for the remaining funds, I shall devise a plan. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's order, Du Heng immersed himself in his work, tirelessly laboring day and night to produce the design drawings. Although he was perplexed by Lu Yuan's insistence on constructing such a robust structure, when a splendid and luxurious villa could easily be built, Lu Yuan was resolute in his desire for practicality and safety. This endeavor consumed a significant portion of Du Heng's energy. He subsisted on scant meals, rarely leaving his desk, which was cluttered with an array of blueprints. This was his inaugural project, and his intention was not merely to earn a profit, but to prove his worth. Arriving at Du Heng's renovation company, Lu Yuan spotted him from a distance, his face glistening with grease, exuding an unpleasant odor as he slumped over his desk in slumber. Clearing his throat, Lu Yuan noted the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Observing Du Hong in such a state stirred a sense of compassion within him. After all, completing the blueprints for a villa covering 700 square meters in just 3 days was indeed a formidable challenge, especially considering that he was the sole occupant of his studio. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's cough, Du Hong slowly roused himself, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Ah, you're here. The drawings are complete. We can commence construction tomorrow. I have also contacted the construction team, and all materials, sand, cement, concrete, bricks, and more, will be ready at a moment's notice. We are just waiting for your funds." Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Du Hong could accomplish such an immense workload single-handedly in merely 3 days. It's truly unfathomable. He casually picked up a blueprint and glanced at it. That one was a discarded draft containing some minor flaws, which I dismissed. What about these? Lu Yuan pointed to the numerous blueprints scattered across the desk and the sofa. Well, I ran out of A4 paper, so I directly worked on the computer. Take a look. As he spoke, the other party rose to fetch water and opened the CAD software on the computer. Lu Yuan, undeterred by the cluttered desk covered in instant noodle soup and the pervasive odor of sweat, began meticulously examining every detail. It must be said that Du Hong's proficiency was remarkably high. He had essentially met all the requirements proposed by Lu Qian. The over 10-meter deep foundation piles would better protect the house in the event of an earthquake. The entire structure was reinforced using concrete and high-strength steel bars. The basement was thoughtfully designed with drainage and pest prevention in mind, featuring a dual-layered security system akin to that of a submarine. Should the outer layer leak, the inner layer would still remain waterproof. The 3-meter deep basement would allow Lu Yuan to store a substantial amount of items, and the drainage system was equally well designed. Even in the event of a flood, as long as the dual-layer protective doors were promptly closed, the basement would remain dry. The building on the ground occupies an area of 400 square meters and is a 3-story edifice constructed with a monolithic steel concrete structure. According to his account, it is designed to withstand an earthquake of up to 8 magnitude without sustaining damage. The walls are constructed with a double-layer system, with each layer insulated by a layer of thermal cotton. Furthermore, the rear of the exterior wall is coated with a lead membrane, significantly minimizing radiation exposure. Lu Yuan envisions cultivating a variety of fruits and vegetables outside the building, complemented by a pond that spans over 300 square meters, ample space for a family that consumes little. The first floor is divided into 3 sections. The first is the living area, featuring 5 bedrooms, a washroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage room. The second section is a garage, with a height of 5 meters, which can accommodate even large vehicles securely. The final section is designated as a recreation and leisure area, allowing Lu Yuan the freedom to design it as he pleases, with sufficient space of several dozen square meters. The second and third floors are entirely residential, comprising over 10 suites in total, which can comfortably accommodate family and friends during visits. Each floor is also equipped with a lookout tower, showcasing an exceptionally thoughtful design. Chapter 10. Caught in the demolition. After an hour-long introduction, Du Hong finally completed his description of the house, incorporating specific plans for interior decoration. As Lu Yuan gazed upon this grand villa, a surge of excitement welled within him. However, Du Hong's subsequent remarks felt like a cold splash of water, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. According to the comprehensive plan I devised, the cost of this villa will not be less than 3 million. You may prepare to make the payment, as construction can commence tomorrow. 3 million. Lu Yuan was utterly astounded upon hearing this. He had been captivated by the remarkable amenities and impeccable security features, completely overlooking the price, which felt like a thunderclap out of a clear sky. What if we exclude the cost of the interior furnishings and appliances? If we also eliminate the expenses for carpentry related to cabinets and the landscaping around the villa? Lu Yuan contemplated removing some elements that were not immediately necessary, intending to acquire them later. At present, he lacked the means to produce such a substantial sum all at once. Although selling seafood and watermelons was profitable, yields were limited. The emperor crabs and Australian lobsters had already been depleted. Relying solely on lobsters could earn him a few thousand per day. Yet 3 million was still the daunting figure he faced. Beside him, Du Hong picked up a calculator and began recalculating. After deducting the items Lu Yuan mentioned, an additional 180,000 was still required. Moreover, Du Hong had yet to account for his design fees. Lu Yuan's funds had already dwindled, leaving him with only 150,000 after the previous expenditure of 300,000. He He still needed to procure various necessities: seeds, food supplies, grains, cooking condiments, daily essentials, hardware tools, and even a vehicle, none of which had been included in the calculations. The thought of it all made Lu Yuan's head spin. Forget it. You proceed to arrange for the materials and commence construction. We shall temporarily set aside the renovations. I will find a way to manage the remaining funds. Just then, his phone rang again. It was a video call from his mother. Upon connecting the video call, Lu Yuan was greeted by his mother's face, brimming with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Yuan, I have wonderful news. Our hometown is undergoing road repairs and will be subject to relocation. Now, your aspiration to purchase a home in the city can finally come to fruition, and you won't even need to borrow any money." Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Yuan was suddenly reminded of the news from a few days prior. He had not anticipated the government's prompt action. Just days ago, they had announced the construction of several rapid transit routes between the east and west, and now they were already underway. It appeared that this road construction initiative would give rise to a new generation of beneficiaries from relocations, and his family was fortunate enough to be among them. How splendid! But when would the demolition take place? What would the compensation amount to? Lu Yuan hastily inquired, especially since he still needed over $1 million for the new house. The announcement had already been made, and the village chief was coordinating the arrangements. According to other families in the village, compensation might be around $1 million or so, considering their old house was quite spacious and they had over 10 acres of land included. Alas, it was a pity about the little grain cultivated by your grandparents. His mother still felt a sense of loss. For a rural person, losing land was akin to a city dweller losing their wealth. "So where will you and Dad stay? Why not come to my place?" she suggested. "Oh no, that won't do. I'm not accustomed to living in Qingshui City with your father, and besides, your grandparents need looking after. They're quite elderly, and I wouldn't dare leave them alone at home." After booking a train ticket for the following evening, Lu Yuan set off for the train station without packing a single item. The night train was rather slow, and it was only shortly after 5 in the morning the next day that he finally arrived at his hometown in Su Province. Lu Yuan tightened his clothing as he boarded the intercity bus heading towards his hometown. Gazing at his parents, whom he had not seen for 6 months, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. In his dreams, he had endured 7 years of an apocalyptic world, witnessing the tragic demise of his parents, a haunting memory that he could never shake off. Ever since that fateful day he awoke, he had resolutely vowed to honor his parents in this lifetime, determined to prevent history from repeating itself. His mother handed him a bank card, her hands bearing cracks that bled slightly with the arrival of autumn and winter. A drop of blood staining the card, a sight that struck Lu Yuan with horror. With their house now requisitioned by the government, his parents planned to move in with his grandparents, unwilling to accompany Lu Yuan to the city. They cited the need to care for his grandparents and the exorbitant cost of city life, where even a single scallion would be beyond their means. Although he and Wei Xiaoshan had officially become a couple, their most intimate interaction had merely been a gentle kiss. Xiaoshan expressed her desire to remain chaste until their wedding day, wishing for a complete union, a sentiment Lu Yuan respected, never daring to overstep her boundaries. Due to directives from higher authorities urging an expedited relocation, Lu Yuan decided to assist his parents with the move. At that moment, the large yellow dog at his grandmother's house began to bark incessantly. The village head, Chen Changha, accompanied by several others, pushed open the door and entered, visibly surprised upon seeing Lu Yuan. Recognizing the village head, Lu Yuan understood that there must be an important matter at hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to their home. Uncle Chun, I still need to help my family move. I'll come by in the evening. It is of no concern. I have brought a few individuals to lend a hand. Do not worry, you may proceed. Clearly, the intention is to drive Lu Yuan away. Yet, Lu Yuan remained steadfast, intrigued by Chun Changha's purpose for arriving. The notion of assisting with the relocation was utterly implausible to him. Typically, when issues arose at home, these affluent villagers distanced themselves as far as possible. Those with a modicum of wealth shunned connections with impoverished families like Lu Yuan's, unless someone from their ranks had achieved success elsewhere, which warranted their attention. Thus, their sudden eagerness to assist with the move undoubtedly hinted at an ulterior motive concerning the compensation for relocation. Noticing Lu Yuan's immobility, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chenchang's visage. Very well, where are your parents? I need to speak with them. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yuan's parents emerged from their room. Village head, what brings you here? Oh, Lu Lao Go, let us get to work. I have conveniently brought a few people to help you with your move. As he spoke, he produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and offered one to Lu Yuan's father. With a hint of skepticism, Lu Yuan's father accepted the cigarette, saying, "You are too kind, village head. There's little to move at home. You must have come for something else, right? Please, come inside. The wind is strong outside. Yuan, go fetch some hot water and prepare tea for the uncles." Chapter 11. The village head's scheme once seated, the group refrained from mentioning the relocation, instead addressing matters directly. As Lu Yuan poured the tea, he listened intently to their conversation. If their interest truly lay in his relocation compensation, he resolved that he could not acquiesce under any circumstances. Father and mother must pay close attention, especially father, who readily puffs his chest in response to any flattery, having suffered considerable losses in the past. Lu Yuan must remain vigilant at all times. As for mother, she is untroubled. For the village adheres to a patriarchal norm where men speak and women are to remain silent. Brother Lu, your family is indeed fortunate. The authorities have announced the demolition, and only 7 or 8 households in our village are affected. You have truly turned the tide. Congratulations. Others cast envious glances and chimed in with their praise. Brother Lu, I've also inquired about the situation, and it seems your family has received a substantial amount for the demolition, more than enough to buy a house for Xiao Yuan. I discussed a matter with Secretary Wang and would like to know your thoughts. A flicker of confusion crossed Father's eyes, while Mother, busy tidying up the house, paused her work and sat down before him upon hearing the village chief's words. Village chief, what do you wish to say?" Mother watched the village chief warily, remaining silent. Lu Yuan felt a cold smirk rise within him. The village chief had been eager to send him away earlier, only to seek a private discussion with Father. Father had always aspired to hold an official position, but had found no avenue to pursue it, while Lu Yuan had no desire to take the civil service exam. As soon as Chengchanga finished speaking, a look of surprise illuminated Father's face. "Village chief, are you suggesting that Xiao Yuan has a chance to become a village official?" Father, evidently overwhelmed by joy, posed an unrealistic question. The village chief set down his teacup and slowly remarked, "This recruitment of university students as village officials is fundamentally to lay the groundwork for future leadership within the village. If Xiao Yuan performs well, ascending to the position of secretary or even village chief will be effortless, and he might even have the opportunity to work at the county level. This is undeniably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Father Lu glanced at Lu Yuan and was about to agree immediately, but Mother Lu sharply pulled him down and shot him a fierce glare. Startled, Father Lu promptly changed his tune, clearing his throat. "Ahem, let me think this over carefully. Ultimately, it depends on Xiao Yuan's wishes, as he is currently doing quite well in Chishui City." Chen Chang's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, and he disdainfully replied, "Old Lu, I must say, can you not take charge of such a trivial matter? If you are unwilling, I can offer this opportunity to someone else. By the way, if you miss this chance, the next one may be uncertain." Father Lu, somewhat unwilling, inquired, "Is there any other requirement for being a village official?" The village chief rose and glanced at the visitors, who promptly made excuses to leave the room, leaving only the 3 members of the Lu family and Chenchanga. "Old Lu, you know well that to hold even a minor official position in the village, one must have some connections. For families like yours, lacking such ties, it requires some maneuvering. Fortunately, I am somewhat acquainted with the county leaders, and I can assist you in this matter. Let me make it clear. My involvement this time is solely because of Xiao Yuan. I have turned down requests from my own nephew several times." After speaking, he gently patted Lu Dad's shoulder. We have never interacted with the leaders above. How much would this cost?" Lu Dad remarked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Alas, what are you saying? Do you take officials for what they are not? Public servants cannot accept money." Chen Changha interjected lightly, a trace of mockery in his tone. "If you do not mind, I recently acquired a renowned painting from the Qing dynasty. You can take it along." As expected, the village chief paused for a moment and casually remarked, "To be honest, I am not particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy and paintings. No matter how exquisite, it would be wasted on me. Last year, I spent less than 200,000 acquiring a piece in Qiantang River. When my former leader visited and saw it, his eyes sparkled with delight. I was so busy at the time that I forgot about it. This time, you could help me deliver it, fulfilling a dream of my old leader. Well then, the price is clearly stated." Lu Dad furrowed his brow, while his mother appeared somewhat tempted, realizing that securing a government job for their son would be far superior to him working in the city. It would certainly bring them a sense of pride when speaking with others. As she looked up at Lu Yuan, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Observing this, Lu Yuan sighed deeply and said, "Uncle Chun, let's not pursue this matter any further. I am doing quite well in the city. My girlfriend's family requires us to purchase a house there, so I will surely remain in Qingshui City. Thank you for your concern. As Chen Changhe observed their imminent agreement, he was taken aback by Lu Yuan's unexpected interjection, which nearly jeopardized his plans. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table and, adopting the tone of a senior, admonished, "You impudent lad, I am considering your future. You are still young and do not comprehend the advantages of entering the system. Your parents will grow old and will rely on you for support. How can you afford to lack a formal job? Furthermore, as the saying goes, a man should prioritize establishing his career before pursuing romantic entanglements. Such frivolities will only hinder your prospects. This opportunity has cost me considerable effort to secure." Lu Yuan's father, unwilling to let such a splendid chance slip away, was about to acquiesce when Lu Yuan realized the severity of the situation regarding their new home and firmly refused to comply. Lu Yuan's mother, startled, immediately rose and exclaimed, "You rascal, why didn't you inform us of this sooner? This is a splendid opportunity." Then, somewhat awkwardly, Lu Yuan's father addressed Chen Changhe, saying, "Village head, we sincerely apologize, but we shall not consider this matter further. Thank you for thinking of our family. By the way, let's share a meal together at noon. I will have Yuan's mother prepare a chicken and procure some wine." Seeing that the momentum had shifted against him, Chen Changhe, his face flushed with anger, stood up and declared, "There is no need for your hospitality. I have matters to attend to." With that, he stormed out in a huff. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have preserved his finances. However, the earlier mention of his fabricated story concerning Xiaoshan was merely a convenient lie, as he was bound to face a dinner of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat that evening. After a painful encounter, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and stepped into the dimensional space. The crabs and lobsters had grown significantly. The pond was teeming with tiny crayfish, while a few smaller Australian lobsters had been pushed out of the pond. Interestingly, the Australian lobsters appeared to share a distant kinship with the smaller crayfish, allowing them to remain unscathed. The watermelon vines in the fertile soil had produced dozens of large, ripe watermelons, and a small seedling had already reached 1/2 meter in height. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, anticipating that fruit would soon be ready for harvest. After a busy morning, he finally moved his belongings to his grandmother's house. To impose a punishment on Lu Yuan, his father insisted that he accompany his mother to slaughter a chicken. However, his mother, feeling sympathetic, would not allow him to assist, skillfully handling the chicken with practiced ease. Along the way, he sneakily tossed a few native chicks into the dimensional space. His grandmother, having wandered around the chicken coop for quite some time, was reluctant to have her meal, and only after Lu Yuan's persistent urging did she finally shuffle inside, chattering away. The large yellow dog outside the door looked at Lu Yuan with discontent. If it could talk, it would surely have complained. Being back in his hometown, Lu Yuan was unable to deliver the Australian lobsters and king crabs to the hotel, which filled him with a sense of loss. He called Du Hong to inquire about the progress of the project. Upon learning that the cleanup work had been completed and the foundation was nearly ready, Lu Yuan felt a wave of anticipation wash over him. Without hesitation, he transferred 1 million to Du Hong. There, a video was specially sent to Lu Yuan, showcasing the construction progress of the villa. As per Lu Yuan's request, the pace of construction was remarkably swift. Within a day, the foundation was nearly complete. Over a dozen workers busily reinforced the steel bars in preparation for the concrete piles. The 3-finger-thick steel bars were particularly weighty, making it somewhat arduous for a single person to lift even one. Du Hong stood nearby, meticulously inspecting the various materials to ensure they met the required standards. Clearly in a focused state, Lu Yuan refrained from interrupting him, exchanging a few words before ending the call. Life in the countryside, though somewhat harsher than in the city, still possesses an irreplaceable charm, particularly in the form of the rich, rustic poultry and produce that one cannot find in urban areas. Having grown up in the countryside, Lu Yuan had developed a palate accustomed to its flavors. While the living conditions improved during his university years in the city, he still held a fondness for the taste of home. After a substantial shopping spree at the local market, he managed to procure some freshly caught wild delicacies from the river, wild carp, wild Crucian carp, and wild blackfish, items that are increasingly rare in the marketplace. Even when vendors boast that their products are wild, encountering the genuine article is often a matter of chance. Finding a secluded spot, he stored the assorted chickens, ducks, and fish into a dimensional space, discreetly retrieving some king crabs and Australian lobsters, along with 2 watermelons. His grandparents, due to their advanced age, preferred foods that were easy to chew. However, as watermelon is a cold-natured food, moderation was essential. 2 would suffice. The moment Lu Yuan presented the king crabs and Australian lobsters, his parents and grandparents were left in astonishment. Why are these lobsters so enormous? And the crabs are still moving even after being cooked. They must be decades old. Grandma murmured as she gazed at the large basin filled with lobsters. Just then, Grandpa emerged from feeding the sheep, and upon hearing Grandma's words, he scoffed. "My dear, these are foreign lobsters and crabs, not from our region." Standing nearby, Lu Yuan took it upon himself to elucidate the names and origins of the lobsters and crabs, merely stating that they were purchased from the seafood shop in town. Eager to master the art of cooking, Lu Yuan declined Grandma's offer to take charge in the kitchen and instead embarked on preparing Australian lobsters and king crabs. Though inexperienced, he had observed the process before. It was straightforward. Simply clean them thoroughly and then stew them in an iron pot. His parents brought over the last remnants of their supplies, and upon witnessing the array of unfamiliar seafood on the table, they were momentarily taken aback. "Yuan, just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it like this. Save that money for your future bride," his mother lamented. His father, more direct and forthright, threatened to take off his belt for a punishment, but fortunately, Grandma interjected with a stern look, pounding the table as she declared, "What's wrong with my grandson enjoying some fine food? I dare you to lay a finger on him." With that, his father begrudgingly tucked away his belt, though his gaze still bore the promise of future retribution, as neither his parents nor his grandparents had ever indulged in such exquisite seafood. Lu Yuan personally set to work extracting the succulent meat from the lobsters and crabs for everyone. In addition to the steamed crab and lobster meat, he also diligently researched other seafood dishes, such as braised king crab legs and a sashimi platter of Australian lobster. However, upon observing the peculiar expressions on his father, mother, and grandparents' faces, he realized that his culinary endeavor might have been somewhat of a failure. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a crab leg into his mouth, only to be met with an overwhelming taste of soy sauce. Indeed, being elders, they graciously offered their support, even if the dish lacked flavor, leading Lu Yuan to suspect they might have conspired to encourage him to sample his own cooking. It was evident that the art of cooking was not his forte, and he would have to leave it to his mother and future wife in the future. In the countryside, it is customary for breakfast to be consumed quite early. By 6 o'clock, dinner had already concluded, and the family sat together in the room, engaged in conversation. Chapter 13. Childhood friend Chun Han. By 7 o'clock, Lu Yuan was outside with his father, clearing away the weeds around their house. November had arrived, bringing with it a gradual chill, and various small creatures began to prepare for hibernation, consuming copious amounts of food. Unlike the city, the countryside teemed with wildlife, particularly in the mountains, where wild rabbits and deer often ventured into farms to pilfer grain, and even snakes might appear. To prevent his family from accidentally stepping on a snake hidden in the grass, Lu's father took him to clear the weeds along the wall's base, ensuring a safer environment. After a short while of cutting the wild grass, Lu Yuan felt his strength waning, his hands marked by several cuts from the sharp blades, causing a piercing pain. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. His mind wandered to how he might persuade his parents and grandparents to relocate to his villa before the impending apocalypse. As twilight descended, Lu Yuan heard the distant roar of an automobile engine. Soon, the headlights of a white Porsche Cayenne illuminated his front door, coming to a halt before his residence. Chun Han, accompanied by a few young men, emerged from the vehicle and gasped upon spotting Lu Yuan, who was busy mowing the lawn. "Lu Yuan, what's this? You don't even bother to say hello when you arrive. Have you grown disdainful of us country folk?" Chun Han remarked, appearing somewhat plumper than he did a few years ago, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a cigarette dangling from his lips. Clearly enjoying a comfortable life, he squatted down in front of Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him closely. "Wow, you haven't changed a bit over the years. Come on. I heard from my dad that you were back, so I brought Liang Zi and the others along. Let us head to town for a drink. It's been ages since we last caught up." Later, a neighbor's family of 3 was captured by these men, led by Liang Zi, who assaulted 2 underage girls and, in a horrific display, consumed the flesh of their mother before their eyes. It seemed they were eventually apprehended by the police and shot on the spot, a fate that, although grim, felt almost just. Lu Yuan chose to disregard their banter, calmly wielding his sickle as he replied, "I'm quite fatigued today. I want to be joining you. Enjoy yourselves." Chun Han stepped closer, throwing an arm around Lu Yuan's shoulder. "Come on, brother, What are you doing? It's rare for us to gather like this. And you're the missing piece. Let us go have a drink together. Then turning to Uncle Lou with a beaming smile, he said, Uncle Lou, there's no need to fuss about it. I'll come by another day to fetch the lawnmower and tidy up for you. It's late now, so you should rest well. Let Lu Yuan borrow it for tonight. With no other option, Lu Yuan reluctantly got into Chun Han's car. The sound system was blaring as they drove. Around 7 in the evening, the elders and children in the village had mostly settled down for the night. Nevertheless, their unabashed disturbance of the peace caused Lu Yuan to frown. Upon arriving at a barbecue stall in the town's night market, the 5 of them ordered 10 boxes of beer and gathered around the grill, boasting animatedly. Lu Yuan had little to contribute to the conversation, merely listening. Chun Han took a bite of a meat skewer, his mouth greasy, and mumbled, Lu Yuan, I heard you've been working in the city. How's that going? If it isn't going well, why not join us? Liang's and I have started a mountain goods wholesale market, exclusively supplying hotels in the city. Our sales channels have really opened up now. Nearby, Liangzi picked up a skewer of lamb kidneys, savoring the steam as he ate. Upon hearing Chun Han's words, he set aside the sizzling lamb kidney and chimed in. Indeed, we've put in a great deal of effort these past few years to break into the city market. If you join us now, making money would be a cinch, like picking it up off the ground. Earning 300,000 to 500,000 a year would feel like child's play. Lu Yuan took a sip of the icy beer, tightened his coat, and replied, I think I'll pass. I'm not particularly good with words and wouldn't excel in that line of work. Look at how well we 5 played together as children. Now that you have some money in hand, holding on to it without investing is akin to letting it stagnate. It would be far more beneficial to allocate a portion for investment, transforming it into active capital. Just imagine the joy of counting our earnings at the end of each year. How delightful that would be. Chun Han cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan. I lack the financial acumen you possess, and unlike you all, I do not have parental support. I fear that if I were to mismanage it, you would suffer losses alongside me, and that would be unfortunate. Lu Yuan, such sentiments suggest you do not regard us as true brothers. What do you mean by losses? Even if we were to incur losses, we would accept it together. We earn together and face challenges together. Wasn't that our greatest dream in childhood? Liangzi's irritation was palpable after Lu Yuan's remarks, yet what Lu Yuan perceived in his gaze was more avarice than anger. He only believed in the latter sentiment of shared adversity rather than shared prosperity. It was already past 11 at night, and after several rounds of drinks, the group was inebriated and unsteady. Chun Han urged Lu Yuan to accompany him to relieve themselves. The barbecue restaurant lacked a restroom, so they made their way to a small grove nearby that served as an improvised toilet. Chapter 14. Do not covet my demolition compensation. Chun Han had been slightly dazed earlier, but at that moment, he was no longer tongue-tied. As he relieved himself, he whispered, Xiao Yuan, let me be candid with you. Our relationship differs from that with Liangzi and the others. Our families can be considered relatives. Your grandfather and my grandfather are, in fact, distant cousins. Certain things cannot be discussed in front of them. I brought you out here because I wish to lend you a hand. Shaking off his body, Chun Han adjusted his trousers, draped an arm over Lu Yuan's shoulder, and glanced back to ensure no one was watching. In a grave tone, he whispered into Lu Yuan's ear, our company, which consists of just a few of us, currently earns no less than 2 million annually. Given the favorable market conditions, they are reluctant to allow any outsiders to interfere. Inviting you here was my initiative, and they only acquiesced due to my influence. If you can invest 500,000, I will grant you a 30% stake. Please, do not hastily decline. Consider it thoughtfully. Your demolition compensation is merely around 1 million, which would only suffice to purchase a modest 100 square meter apartment in Qingshui City, and after renovations, you would be left with little to nothing. After patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder, he continued, think it over carefully, and do not discuss this with them. I will handle the matter of relinquishing the shares. Lu Yuan was acutely aware of the opportunistic nature of these individuals and their intentions to exploit his demolition funds. Just as his parents had entrusted him with the money, they had begun to extend their olive branch. He understood his own worth all too well. The proposition to invest was merely a strategy to ensnare him, drain him of his resources, and ultimately cast him aside. He could foresee that once he found himself devoid of funds for further investments, they would undoubtedly concoct various excuses to exclude him from their endeavors. As the clock struck past 1 in the morning, the small gathering finally came to a close. Under their relentless persuasion, Lu Yuan had consumed 5 bottles of liquor and was now feeling slightly inebriated. He despised excessive drinking, Moderation had always been his guiding principle. Today, however, had exceeded his limits, and a throbbing ache began to manifest in his head. After finishing his words, Chun Han furiously slammed the steering wheel and glared at Lu Yuan's figure, growling, "Damn it, how dare you disrespect me after I've shown you kindness? Just wait and see." Having indulged a bit too much in alcohol, his mother awoke in the middle of the night to prepare a bowl of warm water and hangover remedy for Lu Yuan, complaining as she fed him the water, "Yuan, why did you drink so much? And Chun Han, knowing you can't handle your liquor, still let you drink excessively. I must have a serious talk with him next time." Meanwhile, his father stood nearby, puffing on a cigarette, his gaze hazy as he stared in the direction of the village chief's house. Squinting, he remarked, "In poverty, one is overlooked. In wealth, distant relatives abound. I've come to realize that our family has caught the eye of those eager for our impending relocation. It's likely that more will covet our compensation. Little Yuan, be cautious not to be seduced by their sweet words. They are merely after our money. It would be wise to expedite the purchase of a home. Once the money is spent, no one will have their eyes on us." Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion upon hearing his father's words. Perhaps it was his firm stance that had opened his father's eyes to the true nature of these people. Nevertheless, his father's insight was commendable, and he silently approved. Frustrated by the incessant chatter, Lu Yuan decided to step out of the house for some fresh air. The morning air in the countryside possesses a refreshing quality absent in urban environments, free from industrial pollution and the myriad airborne particles such as PM2.5 and PM3.5. The various crops emit a delightful fragrance, mingling with the earthy aroma, and a single breath invigorates the spirit. Holding the leash of his grandmother's loyal yellow dog, Lu Yuan intended to take this faithful companion on an adventure. The yellow dog has devotedly guarded his grandparents for nearly a decade. Although it subsists on mere rice husks, it remains remarkably vigorous. By human age standards, the dog is now roughly in its 60s or 70s. Gazing at the brook before him, Lu Yuan realized that in a few months, this stream would vanish once the earth comes to a halt. Under the influence of the rising temperatures, the water in the river would swiftly evaporate at a visibly alarming rate. Within 2 months, most of the tributaries of the Yangtze and Yellow rivers would cease to flow, and the diverse fish species within the waters would face the peril of extinction. At that time, obtaining water in the village would become a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the groundwater here is not too deep. A well dug to a depth of 20 to 30 meters can yield water. However, in 6 months, even the groundwater will dissipate, leaving the villagers reliant on water trucks dispatched by the government for their supply. The simple act of bathing will become a luxury, and merely having a refreshing drink of water will be a blessing. After tiring from play in the water, the yellow dog bounded back to Lu Yuan and shook itself vigorously, drenching him in the process. After giving the dog a stern reprimand by tugging at its ears, the dog settled down, if only for a moment. Beyond the creek lies a small hill, rising a mere few hundred meters in height. The nearby villages often send individuals to the mountain to gather wild game for sale. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan, accompanied by his faithful yellow dog, ascended the slope with enthusiasm. To speak candidly, it had been an eternity since Lu Yuan last frolicked in the mountains. His youthful adventures had once led him to stealthily explore the hills, foraging for wild fruits to satiate his hunger. Occasionally, he would capture bamboo rats and wild rabbits, roasting them over a crackling fire, their fat sizzling and mingling with a sprinkle of chili and salt, an exquisite delight. Perhaps due to his prolonged inactivity, Lu Yuan soon found himself fatigued from the ascent. He sought respite upon a stone, and in a moment of idleness, he produced his dimensional crystal. A faint light flickered beneath the crystal, instantly revitalizing Lu Yuan's spirits. At last, it had manifested. The crystal had remained dormant for an extended period, and Lu Yuan had been eagerly awaiting this moment. To his astonishment, it illuminated the instant he ventured into the woods. Had he not taken the time to examine it, he would have surely missed this opportunity. It was evident that he appeared as a city dweller, naive and unaccustomed to the wilderness. In a rather comical manner, he questioned the purpose of his scenic run. The city folk, so finicky, even felt the need to leash a dog when stepping outside. It was a first for him to witness such peculiarities firsthand. Upon traversing a mountain, the crystal in his hand began to shimmer with an increased frequency, indicating that the sought-after upgrade crystal was drawing near. The large yellow dog, panting heavily, had proudly caught a wild chicken along the way, eagerly anticipating praise from Lu Yuan. However, noticing that Lu Yuan's thoughts were far removed from the chicken, the dog felt a wave of disappointment wash over it. At last, the crystal's glow transformed from a flicker to a steady brilliance. Lu Yuan glanced at the stones beneath him. This must be the place. Summoning all his strength, he began to move the stones, with the dog fervently encouraging him, albeit through its incessant barking. The large rock was finally displaced, revealing a pitch-black stone nestled within the earth. Lu Yuan grasped the stone eagerly, wiping away the dirt with a surge of excitement. Ensuring the area was clear, he instructed the dog to remain vigilant, alerting him should anyone approach, before he suddenly dove into the dimensional space. Witnessing Lu Yuan's abrupt disappearance, the yellow dog let out a mournful cry. After burying the miniature black crystal in the desolate ground, a flash of white light erupted. Lu Yuan shielded his eyes from the blinding brilliance, and after what felt like an eternity, the radiance receded, revealing a patch of dark earth before him. Without hesitation, he buried the wild mushrooms he had foraged, his gaze fixated on a small seedling that had grown nearly a meter tall, bearing a singular fruit. Filled with fervor, yet wary of being discovered, Lu Yuan swiftly exited the dimensional space. Upon encountering Lu Yuan's large yellow dog once more, it rushed over affectionately. Lu Yuan gently patted its head and placed a sizable fish he had retrieved from his spatial realm before it as a reward. Just as the dog was indulging in its meal, a sudden muffled sound echoed from the mountains, causing a flurry of birds to take flight in panic. What on earth was happening? Was that the sound of gunfire? Lu Yuan quickly rose to his feet, while the yellow dog bristled with alertness, its fangs bared, ready to pounce on any approaching threat. Deciding against lingering in the mountains, having already found what he needed, he deemed it unwise to invite trouble out of mere curiosity. In Lu Yuan's view, those who relished watching from the sidelines might find themselves unwittingly embroiled in the chaos if fate were to be unkind to them. This had been one of Lu Yuan's little secrets for remaining inconspicuous over the years. Upon returning home, he continued to savor his delightful moments. With some leisure time on his hands, he called Du Heng to inquire about the progress of the villa. One could not help but commend Du Heng's exceptional abilities, which had been fully realized in his field of expertise. Within just 2 days, he had completed the pouring of the overall structural framework. Now, they awaited the drying of the reinforced concrete framework before proceeding with the subsequent operations. As the current financial situation is quite stable, Lu Yuan has begun to contemplate the items he needs to procure. He is not particularly adept at shopping, as evidenced by the countless useless items he has accumulated in his home over the past year. Pondering this matter, he reflects that it would be more prudent to entrust it to his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan, who possesses a natural flair for such tasks. Xiaoshan's excellence is not manifested in her professional endeavors, but rather shines through in her daily life. Although her family is of middle-class standing and she has never lacked for pocket money, her upbringing instilled in her a deep appreciation for belongings and a habit of frugality, often lamenting the items Lu Yuan has purchased for his rented apartment. However, how should he broach this topic with her? This presents a genuine dilemma. Lu Yuan considered directly informing her that the apocalypse is imminent and that they must stockpile provisions for survival. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this notion, recognizing that such statements should not be made lightly. Despite their close relationship, he feared that such alarming news might incite unnecessary panic. Though Xiaoshan is not one to gossip, there is no guarantee that her friends would not overhear and spread the word. Thus, he resolved to gather information gradually and discreetly. The entire day slipped away from Lu Yuan, yet in an effort to bolster his physical condition, he diligently engages in simple training exercises every evening after dinner. In recent days, despite persistent soreness throughout his body, the subtle bulge of his biceps attests to the effectiveness of his training regimen. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan was once again roused from his slumber by the persistent knocking at the door. Groggy and reluctant, he turned over, dismissing the disturbance, certain it was merely another villager seeking a loan. These individuals were indeed remarkably patient, especially with several families facing relocation. They insisted on approaching his household for assistance. Lu Yuan wished fervently to affix a notice on the door proclaiming no loans, please. However, after a short while, he sensed something was amiss. The usual clamor of his parents was absent, replaced instead by the sound of rummaging through drawers. Rubbing his eyes, he donned his clothes and rose to investigate, only to find several uniformed police officers blocking his doorway. My surname is Yin. Please refrain from calling me officer. I am here to conduct an investigation, the leader of the group stated. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's emergence, he swiftly intercepted Lu Yuan's father's attempt to offer a cigarette and in a stern tone inquired, "Did you not just assert that your household consists solely of you, your wife, and your parents? Who, then, is this additional person?" "Humph. Just because you say it's fine does not render it so. Your words carry no weight. Evidence is what matters. Enough talk. You, step forward for registration." The officer showed no consideration for Lu Yuan's father, pointing at Lu Yuan and demanding he comply. Chapter 16. Detained without hesitation, the officer closed his notebook, his expression grave, and pointed at Lu Yuan, stating, "Behave yourself. This is a police investigation. Do not ask questions that do not concern you, nor look where you shouldn't be. What is your name?" Lu Yuan, with Lu meaning land and Yuan signifying distant, he responded. "Gender? Male. That is rather obvious, isn't it? Age?" After a series of inquiries, the officer nodded. "Where were you around 11 o'clock yesterday morning?" Lu Yuan scratched his head in contemplation and remarked, "Yesterday at 11 in the morning. I was foraging for wild fruits on the small hillside to the south." Upon hearing this, Officer Yan's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, Lu Yuan realized that the sound he had heard yesterday at noon was indeed gunfire, and the police's arrival could only be connected to that. "No, I only heard a muffled sound. At the time, I thought it was just some child celebrating the new year prematurely with firecrackers." Lu Yuan had not noticed any suspicious individuals, and as for the source of the gunfire, he could hardly admit to having heard it, as that would lead to unnecessary complications. "Officer Yan, no clues have been found." Lu Yuan felt a strong urge to slap himself. Why had he even mentioned his outing? It was truly a stroke of misfortune, and if he were to be implicated in any way, it would spell trouble. Moreover, he had already purchased tickets online for this evening. However, there was little he could do but offer solace to his anxious parents and grandfather, as well as to his grandmother, who was already in tears. He then boarded the police car, which took him to the town's police station. Sitting in the cold interrogation room, Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together to keep warm. Over an hour had passed, yet no one had come to take his statement. He contemplated asking when the questioning would begin, but the on-duty officers simply scolded him to wait patiently. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and an intense pang of hunger surged within Lu Yuan's stomach. He began to contemplate a revised itinerary, recalling the hotel manager's persistent phone calls the previous night, urgently requesting the swift delivery of watermelons and vegetables. He had assured the manager that he would fulfill the order first thing in the morning. The train to the provincial capital operated only once a day. Missing this train would mean waiting until the next day. If this predicament were to be attributed to him, it would spell disaster. He could hardly fathom the implications of being labeled a suspect, envisioning himself confined for 10 days or even half a month. His provisions were insufficient. The renovations to his residence were incomplete, and a severed partnership with the hotel would leave him with nothing but an empty shell of a villa. The planet's halted rotation had ushered in an interminable daylight lasting a year, coupled with severe drought and water shortages that had already claimed numerous lives in a matter of months. This dire situation was exacerbated by intense ultraviolet radiation. Prolonged exposure would lead to rapid sunburn and an increased risk of heat stroke. While his youth might afford him some resilience, he fretted over the well-being of his elderly grandparents. The thought was distressing. As anxiety mounted, Lu Yuan felt increasingly agitated, especially since his phone had been confiscated. It was as though he were not merely being questioned, but rather detained like a suspect in a small room. After an indeterminate period, the iron door of the interrogation room finally creaked open. Through the narrow gap created by the officers entering, Lu Yuan caught sight of two familiar figures, Chun Han and his son, Chen Chang'e. "Haha, Director Wang, you are far too courteous. It is our duty to ensure the safety of the local populace. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude. Should any assistance be required, we shall certainly comply. Indeed, it is thanks to your report that we were able to swiftly uncover leads regarding the roaming criminal in this recent shooting incident. I must take my leave now, as I have some matters to attend to." "Haha, Director Wang, you are busy, so we shall not impose any further. We will visit you another day." At that moment, Chen Han's gaze suddenly darted towards Lu Yuan in the interrogation room. In that fleeting instant of mutual eye contact, Lu Yuan distinctly perceived the malice and triumph reflected in the other's eyes. With a resounding clang, the iron doors shut, and Officer Yin flicked on the desk lamp, the harsh light rendering Lu Yuan momentarily blinded. "Name? Oh, wasn't he this asked earlier this morning?" Lu Yuan was convinced that Officer Yin suffered from acute forgetfulness, as he had just inquired about the morning's events. Stop with the trivialities. Answer what you are asked. Lu Yuan. Gender. The subsequent questioning took a more sinister turn, with Officer Yan's inquiries directly implicating Lu Yuan, sending a chill down his spine. Moreover, as a child raised in the countryside, lacking neither food nor clothing, and having recently received a sum from a demolition compensation, why would you venture into the mountains to seek wild fruit? Is the food at home not to your liking? Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Consider your words carefully. If we find evidence, your confession will hold no value then. Speak up. Was it a joint effort or a solo act? Where is the weapon used in the crime? Lu Yuan felt more wrong than doughy. He had done nothing at all, yet somehow it all fell upon him. Officer, I swear I didn't do anything. I was merely taking my dog for a walk. Lu Yuan even contemplated bringing his golden retriever as a witness in his defense. Humph. Since you are unwilling to elaborate, you shall remain here until you are ready to confess. With that, Officer Yin stood up to leave. Lu Yuan hurriedly exclaimed, Officer, this truly has nothing to do with me. I have no idea what transpired. Humph. We already possess physical evidence. A bullet discovered in the grass behind the mountain, which has been sent to the municipal police station for identification. You still have time to ponder your situation. I hope you do not squander it. Ignoring Lu Yuan further, Officer Yin turned and departed. Chapter 17. Exoneration. Confined within the detention room of the town's police station, Lu Yuan spent 2 days, during which he finally grasped the situation. The reason gunshots in the desolate mountains were reported is that Chun Han and a few others filed the complaint, and the bullet casing was also provided by them. It can be said that Lu Yuanji's predicament was orchestrated by their actions. He has now placed these individuals on his blacklist, intending to settle the score when the apocalypse descends. The principle he adheres to is that one should not initiate conflict unless provoked. During this critical period, each day is of utmost value. However, this incident has cost him 2 precious days, a situation that is intolerable. Nevertheless, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Lu Yuan, however, cannot afford to wait that long, yet a 6-month time frame is within reach. By the time 6 months elapse post-apocalypse, the coastal cities downstream will be completely deprived of water, prompting the locals to migrate towards Qingshui City. If they have no relatives there, they will have no choice but to apply for housing designated for deceased residents, a process fraught with complications. Should they find this procedure burdensome, they may resort to living in tents within public squares. The apocalypse will lead to a significant portion of the population facing food shortages, resulting in many resorting to desperate measures, turning into outlaws to steal or rob. Eventually, they will all be accounted for by the government. But that is a tale for another time. Lu Yuan is convinced that he cannot endure until then. On the 3rd day, Lu Yuan heard someone approaching outside the detention room. It was not an officer from the police station. It was likely another fortunate individual being released, accompanied by their family to complete the necessary formalities. However, he remained uncertain about the duration of his own confinement. He vaguely recalled some legal knowledge acquired during his studies, which stated that individuals under detention for interrogation could be held for a maximum of 48 hours, after which they would be released. Yet, having already been detained for 3 days, it was evident that he did not fall into this category. At that moment, the door to the detention room swung open, and Lu Yuan was let out. Before he could comprehend what was to transpire next, someone rushed into his embrace, weeping loudly. It was his girlfriend, Wei Xiaoshan, who buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Gently patting her back, Lu Yuan found himself unable to suppress his own tears. At that moment, a gaunt young man entered, adjusting his glasses while holding a piece of paper. When Lu Yuan recognized him, he was momentarily taken aback. Du Heng, what brings you here? While he was not surprised by Wei Xiaoshan's presence, Du Heng's arrival was rather unexpected, maintaining a tone of casual indifference. As if he had merely just consumed a bowl of millet porridge, Du Heng embodied the true essence of camaraderie that Lu Yuan appreciated. Thank you, Lu Yuan said, soothing Wei Xiaoshan before signing the necessary documents. He noticed Officer Yan's apologetic expression and understood that this matter was not his fault, yet he still expressed his gratitude. As he was about to leave, he turned back and asked one last question. Officer Yin surveyed his surroundings before letting out a sigh. The bullet has been identified. It is a decades-old projectile that has undergone acid treatment. The sound has also been traced back to a firecracker set off by a child. Furthermore, the criminal responsible for the string of offenses has been apprehended in Sioux City. Very well, I understand, Lu Yuan replied, subsequently departing the police station with his 2 companions. Upon returning home, he found his mother weeping as she pulled him to his grandmother's bedside. Overcome with worry for Lu Yuan, she suffered a heart attack, but fortunately, medical assistance arrived in time. The doctor warned that had they arrived any later, her life would have been in jeopardy. However, the emergency treatment cost a staggering 100,000 yuan, a sum that had been saved for his grandmother's retirement. Holding his grandmother's frail hand, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his tears. The elderly woman, upon seeing her eldest grandson safe and sound, shed tears of relief, prompting his grandfather and father to discreetly turn away to wipe their own eyes. The room was filled with 3 women, while Lu Yuan's father was pulled outside by the old man for a smoke. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lu Yuan opened it to find Chen Changhe accompanied by his son Chen Han, both bearing a fruit basket. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Chen Han's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a fade of sorrow. Xiao Yuan, I have just received news from the police station. You have endured much suffering. By the way, is your grandmother all right? I wish to see her, he said, stepping forward with the fruit basket in hand. Yet, a flicker of malice appeared on Chen Han's face as he interjected, Lu Yuan, my father's visit to your grandmother is merely out of respect for your family. Do not be ungrateful. This is solely due to the distant kinship between our families. Otherwise, I would have had little inclination to come. Is that so? Thank you for your concern, Chen Han. With gritted teeth, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his anger towards the other, wishing he could simply confront him. However, he refrained from doing so, having just emerged from detention. It would be unwise to engage in further conflict. After saying this, he patted Chen Han on the shoulder, and the father and son departed from Lu Yuan's residence. Upon seeing the fruit basket at the entrance, Lu Yuan kicked it violently, sending apples and bananas scattering across the ground, and slammed the door shut behind him as he led Du Heng to his room. Well, please take good care of Grandma at home. I came here in such haste, and didn't bring any gifts. Perhaps you could take me to the town later. Du Heng maintained his usual calm demeanor, though he expressed considerable sympathy for the circumstances at Lu Yuan's home. Chapter 18. Golden Fruits. If you wish to show your gratitude, simply introduce me to more business opportunities in the future. I am eagerly anticipating the opening. Is my villa not sufficient? The construction alone costs nearly 2 million. And you still find it lacking? The privacy of your house is excessively high, designed entirely with survival in mind. What I desire is a luxurious estate. If this house were to be showcased as a model home, I fear I would have no business left thereafter. That evening, to celebrate Grandma's discharge from the hospital, Lu Yuan's release, and the arrival of his daughter-in-law, Mama Lu specifically went out to purchase a large quantity of ingredients, preparing a lavish feast. The family of Wei Xiaoshan expressed their utmost satisfaction with her. She possessed both beauty and figure. Her grandmother remarked that women with ample figures were likely to bear sons, which caused Xiaoshan's face to flush with embarrassment, prompting her to resolve to lose weight. That night, while taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Lu Yuan stealthily slipped back into the dimensional space. The various wild vegetables he had procured 3 days prior had flourished in the newly cultivated plot, and the fruits on the previous seedlings had turned a luscious golden hue. A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Yuan. The long-awaited moment of ripeness had arrived. He promptly plucked a fruit and swallowed it whole. The fruit melted in his mouth, reminiscent of the flavor of ginseng fruit. Indeed, it slid down his throat without revealing much taste. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of warmth radiate through his chest and abdomen, akin to the sensations experienced in his dreams. This burning sensation would soon dissipate, he anticipated. After a tranquil wait of over 10 minutes, the fiery feeling subsided. He gently swung his arms, feeling confident that he could easily overpower a bull. Exiting the dimensional space, Lu Yuan leisurely made his way towards the village chief's home. The golden fruits of the space primarily served to enhance physical coordination, as well as augment strength and explosive power. As for the extent of this newfound strength, Lu Yuan was certain that a few burly men would still be unable to subdue him. The other effects remained shrouded in mystery, to be gradually discovered. Surveying his surroundings at 2 in the morning, he noted the absence of any light. The moon was dim, yet it allowed Lu Yuan to discern the path ahead. Fortuitously, he noted that the dogs in the village remained silent. Otherwise, his journey would have undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention. Indeed, Lu Yuan harbored intentions of vengeance, refusing to postpone his retribution until the apocalypse arrived, as the variables were too numerous. Instead, He resolved to eliminate the father and son duo in advance. Particularly after consuming the golden fruit, his plans for revenge crystallized, compelling him to act swiftly, with no time to waste, this very night. Stealthily, he scaled the wall of Chunhan's residence. Within the courtyard, a Porsche Cayenne and a Volkswagen Passat were parked, while a small pond teeming with koi adorned the center. Surrounding the pond were various potted plants, including black pines, asparagus ferns, and cypress, each worth a fortune. Chunchanga had served as the village head for over a decade. Throughout these years, despite the construction of roads and the renovation of dilapidated houses, as well as the village receiving accolades for its excellence, the majority of the funds allocated from above had, more often than not, lined their pockets. Leveraging the villagers' simplicity, he and the secretary had established themselves as authorities. Over the years, they had siphoned off a considerable sum, easily amounting to millions. Otherwise, how could Chunhan, with his carefree demeanor and penchant for idleness, afford a $2 million Cayenne? Approaching the window with utmost caution, Lu Yuan intended to first listen for any sounds within before devising a means to enter the house. As he crouched beside the window, a sudden commotion caught his attention, followed by the dim glow of a light illuminating the room. A woman's languid voice echoed within. Chunchangha, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you asleep at this hour, tinkering with something? While you rest, I must tally these bills, otherwise, I shall surely forget by tomorrow. By the way, where did you place the check for the demolition compensation? What check for demolition compensation? I have not seen it. It pertains to the compensation for the Lu Qingshan family's property. A sum of 3 million was issued, and they received 1,100,000, with another 190,000 remaining. Oh, and what about the Qin family? For heaven's sake, could you please refrain from misplacing things in the future? That is money, which could be withdrawn from the bank. Hiss, I truly have not seen it. Please search for it urgently. Moreover, Chunchangha, have you grown a backbone? Dare to utter another profane word in front of me, and you shall see. At this moment, Lu Yuan, upon hearing the commotion, covered his mouth in astonishment, fearful of making a sound. How astonishing! Initially, he thought that over 1 million in demolition compensation was considerable, only to discover that it had been embezzled. Furthermore, this family shamelessly approached him, seeking connections to secure employment and invest in mountain produce trading. Their greed is quite excessive. It is evident that the corruption extends beyond just this family. Lu Yuan is certain that all households involved in the demolition would be subjected to similar exploitation. Chunchangha must have amassed quite a fortune from this endeavor. Before long, a sigh of relief escaped Chunchangha's lips from within the room. Damn it, I knew you would misplace it. I found it in your vanity. In the future, do not touch my belongings. With that, another flurry of activity ensued, clearly indicating that he was busy putting things away. Suddenly, a novel thought surged into Lu Yuan's mind. If he were to eliminate the opponent directly, he would undoubtedly face an investigation. Should any traces be left behind, his future existence might be irrevocably spent behind bars. Given that the adversary had already exposed his dark secrets, he refrained from action and quietly waited for an hour. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 3:30 in the morning, and the room of Chunchangha was filled with the rhythmic sounds of snoring. He gently tossed a stone, which struck the glass with a sharp sound, yet the snoring persisted, indicating that his actions had failed to rouse the other. Stealthily, Lu Yuan rose to his feet and approached the door. To avoid leaving his fingerprints, he donned a pair of gloves and cautiously pushed the door. It emitted a creaking sound that sent a chill of sweat down his spine. Nevertheless, the noise did not awaken them, and with newfound boldness, Lu Yuan began to tread toward Chunchangha's bedroom. His trembling hands, however, betrayed the extreme tension he felt. Should the other awaken, it would spell trouble. Thus, he crouched low, moving as slowly as possible, each step akin to walking a tightrope. The distance from the front door to the bedroom was a mere 10 meters, yet it took him over 10 minutes to traverse. The November night was already quite cold, but beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, a testament to the anxiety of a man who had, for 24 years, been a law-abiding citizen, finding himself now at the precipice of a perilous venture. Observing the room within arm's reach, Lu Yuan employed the same method, gently pressing down the doorknob, relieved that it made no sound. He cautiously pushed the door forward, and it creaked open. Peering inside, he caught sight of Chunchangha's corpulent form nestled in the corner of the expansive 2-meter bed, while his wife sprawled across 4/5 of the mattress. Thanks to the golden fruit he had consumed, Lu Yuan's eyesight had significantly improved, and his hearing had sharpened. enabling him to clearly discern the couple's conversation and the sounds of their snoring through the wall. Thus, the atmosphere in the room felt exceptionally noisy to Lu Yuan. However, the louder the snoring, the bolder he became, a testament to their deep slumber. Surveying the room's arrangement, he noted a large bed dominating the space. A dressing mirror and stool beside the door, a wardrobe against the opposite wall, and at the head of the bed, a desk accompanied by a solitary sofa. The embezzled checks belonging to Chen Changhe were likely hidden within this setting. Dismissing the dressing table outright, Lu Yuan gently tugged at the wardrobe, which he also ruled out since he had not heard the creaking of its door. Thus, only the nightstand and the desk remained as potential hiding spots. With the desk being the prime suspect, he stealthily approached it. Opening one drawer cautiously, he discovered some folders alongside several packs of cigarettes. Upon exploring another drawer, he found it filled with tea leaves and a small notebook, which he also eliminated from his inquiries. However, when Lu Yuan opened the bottommost cabinet door, his attention was immediately captivated by a safe embedded between the desk and the floor. He had heard the unmistakable sound of buttons being pressed from outside. It must indeed be this safe. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the two individuals on the bed, who remained utterly unresponsive. He prepared to lift the safe, but despite exerting all his strength, it did not budge. To his dismay, he realized it was welded to the floor. With no alternatives in mind, he was at a loss for how to extricate the safe, especially since it was affixed to the ground. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the bed, causing Lu Yuan to crouch down in alarm. However, the commotion lasted only 2 seconds. Chen Changhe's wife murmured the name of a snack before resuming her snoring. During those fleeting moments, Lu Yuan felt as though his back was drenched with sweat. The items were locked within the safe, and he needed to devise a plan to retrieve them. Suddenly, he recollected his dimensional crystal, which possessed the ability to retrieve objects from afar. Typically, when Lu Yuan placed items outside, he could simply enter the space and reach for anything without obstruction, unimpeded by gravity, as long as it was within his reach. However, he was apprehensive that the secret of his space would be uncovered. If he entered the dimensional space and the crystal fell to the ground, it would pose a problem if Chen Changhe and his wife awoke and discovered it. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, as he watched the seconds slip away, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and plunged into the space. After bidding farewell to Du Hong, Lu Yuan ventured to the hardware store in town to purchase an angle grinder, reputed for its remarkable cutting speed. He also acquired several saw blades and sought out a secluded spot. With stealth, Lu Yuan slipped into the dimensional space, donned earplugs, and commenced sawing the safe. One must admit, the strength of the safe purchased by Chen Changhe was exceptionally formidable. After exhausting 5 saw blades, Lu Yuan finally succeeded in severing the door of the safe. Upon extracting its contents, Lu Yuan was astounded. He could hardly fathom that a mere village chief could amass such wealth. Among the treasures were over a dozen gold bars and exquisite jade jewelry, their luster indicating their immense value. While there was a modest amount of cash, a few foreign currencies amounted to several 100,000. However, what captivated Lu Yuan the most was a small notebook. He had overheard the sound of Chen Changhe flipping through pages. The checks were surely tucked within the book, and this was the only booklet present in the safe, clearly the most significant item. In disbelief, Lu Yuan exclaimed, "What on earth? This is evidence of Chen Changhe's embezzlement. Incredible. If this were to be submitted, surely a chain reaction would ensue, leading to the downfall of numerous officials." Unable to contain his astonishment, he marveled at Chen Changhe's peculiar habit of preserving evidence, evidently fearful of being implicated in the future. This notebook could very well be his last bargaining chip when seeking aid. Lu Yuan was secretly exhilarated. This was irrefutable evidence that could shake the very foundations of power. Chapter 20. The final counterattack of the village chief's family exposure is imperative. It must be unveiled. Previously, I pondered how to bring their family down, and now the opportunity lies within my grasp. As long as I submit the evidence, it will undoubtedly keep Chen Changhe occupied. How dare they slander me? Especially when my grandmother nearly faced dire consequences because of this matter. Thankfully, she is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have been driven to violence. Let these ill-gotten gains serve as compensation for my grandmother. Upon locating the post office, I promptly placed the documents into an envelope and dispatched it to the capital. I observed several burly men conducting searches. Each individual entering the village was thoroughly examined, while Chen Han stood nearby, his face etched with worry as he smoked a cigarette. One of the men whispered cautiously, "I heard that the village chief's family has lost something. Early this morning, they began searching house by house. Anyone attempting to leave must be searched, and those entering are no exception. I responded with an "oh" and raised an eyebrow, realizing they were indeed restless. From a distance, Chenhan noticed my approach. I smiled and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, lighting one as I spoke. "Why are you so inquisitive? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Furthermore, you have no right to search me without permission. Where's your search warrant? Who granted you the authority to conduct these searches?" Fuming, Chen Han threw his cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with a fierce glare, saying, "Lu, I suggest you recognize the reality of the situation. My family dictates the affairs of this village. Otherwise, do you recall how you ended up in the station last time? I could arrange for you to visit again." "Oh, so, does that imply you were behind the incident last time?" Chen Han was remarkably candid. At this juncture, those matters seemed trivial. He resigned himself to fate, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, declaring, "Indeed, it was I who fired the shots, made the calls, and unleashed the bullets. How does it feel inside? If you wish to avoid entering, then cooperate willingly." Lu Yuan responded with a faint smile, pulling out his phone and muttering to himself, "Oh dear, it appears that I have a habit of recording conversations when I have nothing else to do. By mere chance, I have captured your recent words. What a spectacle this has become." Of course, there was no recording on his phone. Lu Yuan merely intended to intimidate his adversary. Upon hearing this, Chen Han broke into a cold sweat and instinctively lunged for the phone. However, he was no match for Lu Yuan, who had consumed the golden fruit. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan delivered a resounding slap to Chen Han's face, leaving the onlookers in shock. Who was Chen Han? He was the son of the village chief, a notorious bully. How audacious of Lu Yuan to strike him. It seemed someone was bound to suffer the consequences. A group of burly men rushed forward, brandishing their clubs menacingly toward Lu Yuan's head, their practiced movements suggesting they were no strangers to such confrontations. Holding his swollen face and wiping away the blood from his nose with his sleeve, Chen Han seethed, "Make sure to kill him. I've tolerated this for far too long." Nonetheless, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, raising his hand confidently, as if executing a textbook maneuver. In an instant, the burly men lay sprawled on the ground. Indeed, Lu Yuan had learned a form of Tai Chi from videos. Though his skills were not yet perfected, he endured a few blows, which stung but were hardly debilitating. "Chen Han," he proclaimed, "I have also endured your antics for too long. Do not provoke me again. Otherwise, there will be consequences for you." Upon returning home, Lu Yuan was acutely aware that Chen Han would undoubtedly bring others along. However, they could hardly direct their suspicions towards him. After all, Chen Changke had been placing items in the safe that very evening, and it was only upon waking that he discovered the safe was missing. The individual capable of stealthily removing such a heavy safe without disturbing their slumber must possess remarkable skills, possibly even functioning as part of a larger criminal organization. Gazing at the barren floor, Chen Changhe racked his brain, utterly perplexed as to how it could have been removed. The safe weighed over 500 kilograms. An impossible feat for a single person, especially considering it was welded to the floor. Yet, Lu Yuan's lack of cooperation left Chen Han at an impasse. The only recourse was to search each household, as they doubted that Lu Yuan's family could manage such a feat long before Lu Yuan departed. His family had already been questioned, and the house thoroughly searched, revealing no potential hiding spots for the safe. Moreover, the driver who had taken them to the town that morning confirmed that they had not carried anything out. In the past few days, Lu Yuan had remained at home, venturing only to the town to send a package. While he understood that Chen Han would not dare to impose upon his family, he remained uneasy, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the relevant authorities. Finally, after a span of 7 days, a significant event transpired in the village. A procession of police vehicles rolled into the community. Lu Yuan counted meticulously 7 cars, from which more than 20 officers disembarked, their intentions clear as they made their way directly to the village chief's residence. Among them, Lu Yuan spotted a familiar face, Officer Yin. He approached quietly and inquired softly. Officer Yin raised his eyebrows at the way Lu Yuan addressed him, yet he did not voice any objections. He spoke, "The upper echelons are cracking down on corruption. Some materials have been submitted to them, and that is why I am here. As for whom to apprehend, do not inquire further. You shall read about it in tomorrow's newspaper." With that, he busied himself with his tasks. Chen Han and his son, realizing their predicament, had fled early, taking with them a considerable sum of money and leaving behind their luxurious vehicles. They departed with only a few personal belongings. The last time Lu Yuan saw them was 2 days prior, suggesting that the Qin family had already gone into hiding during this time. Nevertheless, This did not hinder the police from gathering evidence. A search of the Chun residence uncovered hundreds of bottles of fine liquor and an array of luxurious items, stacked in piles. The villagers gathered around to witness the spectacle. Lu Yuan's father, who had few pastimes beyond fishing and indulging in a drink, watched with longing as bottles of Feitian Mitai and Wulianya were removed from the Chun household. He could not help but salivate at the sight, lamenting how the corrupt individual had squandered so much wealth over the years, rendering such fine wines wasted. Amused by his father's fervent gaze, Lu Yuan chuckled inwardly but made a mental note that these ill-gotten gains would eventually be auctioned off. Chapter 21. Seeking advice from my girlfriend at that moment. Another officer discovered a check on the ground in front of Chen Han's home. It was indeed the one Lu Yuan had discarded, a check for 1,300,000. The case in the village has finally come to a close, and soon a new village chief and secretary, brought in from outside, will take office. However, Lu Yuan is aware that this is not the end. More significant figures will inevitably be implicated. Yet, this no longer concerns him. His sole focus is to amass wealth quietly and prepare adequately for the impending apocalypse. Having left his hometown, Wei Xiaoshan wore a smile, clearly pleased with how smoothly her introduction to her in-laws had gone. One could even say it was nothing short of perfect, as she had left a splendid impression on them. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan sat in the car, deep in thought about how to enlist Xiaoshan's help in selecting the items he needed to purchase. Upon returning to his villa, he noticed that the walls and yard had been completed, and interior renovations were underway. With newfound wealth, he was able to reinstate various furniture and appliances that had previously been omitted from the plans, to ensure there would be no delays in the construction schedule. Du Hong had thoughtfully ordered a new ventilation system for the house, along with high-performance solar power materials and an imported water circulation system early in the project. As he watched truck after truck deliver various equipment to the villa, enthusiasm surged within Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, we should be able to finish in about half a month. A week ahead of schedule, Du Hong remarked while examining the blueprints. Indeed, thanks to you. Rest assured, I will pay you every penny of your wages. And I will also prepare a generous red envelope for you. Indeed, one ought to sincerely appreciate Du Hong. Lu Yuan, who is not one to owe favors, felt indebted as Du Hong had utilized familial connections to assist him once. Otherwise, he might have lingered in the detention center for a few more days. Du Hong waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon Lu Yuan, and said, I have a question. If you wish to speak, then do so. If it proves too difficult, it's perfectly acceptable to remain silent. Go ahead and ask, Lu Yuan encouraged. He could surmise what Du Hong was about to inquire. Was there truly a crisis looming? Perhaps a meteor? Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Du Hong posed the question. Lu Yuan nodded and replied, it would be prudent to stockpile food and water. Even if nothing transpires, having extra supplies is never a misstep. What do you think? This sentiment could not be articulated too bluntly. It had to be couched in ambiguity. Lu Yuan had few friends, and Du Hong was indeed one of them. Yet he was reluctant to divulge too much information, as that could potentially jeopardize both parties. In a post-apocalyptic world, people change. Who could predict whether this taciturn individual might turn adversarial? Du Hong cast a grateful glance at Lu Yuan and assured him, rest assured. I shall not divulge this to anyone, and thank you. A simple thank you from Du Hong carried significant weight, for he rarely exhibited much enthusiasm for anything save for constructing buildings. Lu Yuan believed wholeheartedly that he would remain tight-lipped. The two stood on the newly constructed balcony, quietly admiring the distant landscape when, simultaneously, their phones chimed with a message. With a shared smile, the intersection of their lives took place during their university days, where they found solace in the camaraderie of their class group, the only place where messages would reach them both simultaneously. Lu Yuan initially intended to disregard it, yet a nagging thought lingered. What if such connections proved beneficial in the future? With a chuckle, he mused, what is there to be afraid of? Let us go together. After all, our esteemed class monitor is treating us to a meal. It would be a shame to pass up such an opportunity. Moreover, the class monitor had chosen a luxurious 5-star hotel, making it the perfect occasion for him to indulge his girlfriend in a lavish dining experience, all without spending a dime. At last, he had discovered an opportune moment to be with Xiaoshan. The two of them lay on the bed, phones in hand, succumbing to a state of ennui. In a bid to spark conversation, Lu Yuan posed a seemingly trivial question. Darling, if you were given an uninhabited island to reside on for a decade, and you could purchase anything beforehand, what would you choose? Wei Xiaoshan's interest piqued immediately. She set her phone aside, propped herself up, and, tapping her chin in contemplation, inquired, "Does the island have vegetation? Is there fresh water?" "Yes, there is water, but no food." "Oh, and there might occasionally be natural disasters, like earthquakes or tsunamis." That presents quite a conundrum. Give me a moment to think." With that, Xiaoshan reopened her Taobao app. After half an hour of contemplation, she suddenly sat up and declared, "First and foremost, regarding sustenance, it is imperative to stockpile essential items such as rice, flour, and oil. The more, the better. Instant noodles, which I relish despite their adverse effects on health with frequent consumption, are also a must-have. Occasionally indulging in them is quite delightful. Furthermore, I must acquire some dried noodles and wide rice noodles to vary my palate. Additionally, I need to procure vegetable seeds, as vegetables have a short shelf life. Thus, it is best to consume them fresh. Fresh produce, such as bok choy, spinach, celery, and chives, is essential. For a prolonged absence of vegetables can result in a deficiency of various vitamins, leading to dry skin and hair loss. Oh, and let us not forget mushrooms. Those delectable mushrooms I enjoyed at your home last time were truly exquisite. Alas, and fruits. It would be ideal to cultivate some fruit trees, such as apples, peaches, pears, bananas, and grapes, which are rather common. I also have a penchant for mangoes and pineapples, though I'm uncertain if they can be grown there. Haha. Am I being a tad greedy? All of these should be freshly picked. The more I talk about it, the more I crave them. It's been ages since I savored fruits. I must remedy that soon. Lu Yuan, take a look at my face. Does it seem dry again? Lu Yuan, holding his phone, continued recording, playfully pinching her cheek, awaiting her to elaborate further. Chapter 22. Purchasing clothing for my girlfriend. Furthermore, one must acquire a variety of spices. Exquisite cuisine requires an array of rich flavors to truly flourish. It would be ideal to gather all essentials, for this would enable me to prepare my favorite dishes. I have a particular penchant for spicy food, thus, I shall cultivate some chili peppers. Ah, and let us not forget pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, and cumin. They are indispensable. These ingredients are essential for hot pot, meat skewers, and barbecues. Moreover, one cannot overlook the necessity of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Oh, and let us include pickled vegetables and spicy pickled peppers. These are equally vital. As for snacks, they are imperative, for I would surely languish in solitude on a deserted island without them. A selection of various dried fruits and preserves would be delightful. Although, it seems that preserves have a limited shelf life, so I shall procure only a modest amount. I certainly do not wish to face a dearth of food for 2 years. Having prepared the majority of provisions, the next step is to gather essential household items. At least 2 sets of cookware are necessary, as I tend to be rather lazy about washing dishes. It would be quite troublesome if you were not around. If possible, acquiring a dishwasher would be splendid. Additionally, bowls, plates, thermal containers, a rice cooker, an electric griddle, a blender, a high-speed blender, a microwave, an induction cooker, and a refrigerator should all be included. Oh, and let us not forget a complete set of kitchen exhaust and stovetop appliances. In the kitchen, we must also attend to daily necessities, such as shampoo and body wash, ensuring a complete assortment. My sanitary napkins, bathrobe, towels, and various skincare products must also be accounted for. As Lu Yuan took notes and calculated, he noticed that Xiao Shan's voice grew fainter until she finally fell asleep. He wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and smiled. Indeed, this girl was remarkably attentive, and the more he observed her, the more he found himself enamored. In the past 2 days, Lu Yuan has been tirelessly visiting various supply centers of supermarkets and factories, as the items he needs to procure are exceedingly numerous. He must strive to equip himself as comprehensively as possible, from large electrical appliances to the tiniest grains of rice and needles. The absence of even a single item is unacceptable. However, the expenditure is equally rapid. He withdrew a substantial sum of 1.9 million in cash from the bank via an anonymous check and transferred 1.7 million to Du Hong. With newfound wealth, he believes it is time for renovations. For what is money if not a means to enhance one's surroundings? He subsequently exchanged several $100,000 in foreign currency, resulting in an additional 2 million, bringing his total assets to over 2 million. As he spends, he gradually adopts the demeanor of a tycoon, or at least he perceives himself as such. On the first day of procurement for daily necessities, hardware, and electrical appliances, he expended 800,000, nearly completing the acquisition of essential household items. Due to the sheer volume of his purchases, the owner of the supply center personally attended to him, assuring the provision of the finest products at a discounted rate, thereby saving him 70,000. The next step involves acquiring grains. However, as the underground storage facility at his home remains incomplete, Lu Yuan could only preemptively contact the Grain Bureau to obtain a list and pay a deposit, awaiting the completion of the warehouse for immediate stocking. 2 days later, Wei Xiaoshan looked at Lu Yuan with confusion, timidly pointing to a clothing store behind her and inquiring, "Why have you brought me here? I do not lack for clothes." "Xiaoshan, look at me." Lu Yuan pulled Wei Xiaoshan in front of him, fixing his gaze upon her as he stated, "Today is our class reunion, and I intend to bring my wife along, so you must dress beautifully. Go ahead. I, Lu Gongzi, will cover all expenses for the day." However, she hesitated, "But this is rather expensive. The cheapest outfit here costs several thousand yuan. Perhaps we should reconsider. I know you have money from the relocation compensation, but it shouldn't be spent so frivolously." Ultimately, under Lu Yuan's persuasion, Wei Xiaoshan relented and emerged from the fitting room clad in a pink woolen dress, nearly stumbling as she walked. Lu Yuan finally understood why his wife always appeared so ordinary. The issue was not with her, but rather with the attire. Accustomed to purchasing clothing online for under 500 yuan, such garments lacked sophistication on anyone. It is often said that one is judged by their attire, and to truly honor his wife, he needed to invest in a couple of worthy pieces. The checkout totaled 36,000 yuan, 14,000 for the dress, 7,000 for the trousers, 8,000 for the shoes, and a handbag as well. Upon exiting the store, Wei Xiaoshan was anxious about soiling her new outfit, dodging passers-by and continuously complaining to Lu Yuan. Yet, her expression revealed her delight in the beautiful clothes, albeit with a twinge of concern over the extravagance. Nevertheless, an occasional indulgence was permissible, especially considering Lu Yuan had uncovered a considerable sum of money in the safe, along with several gold bars stored in a secure place, hard currency that would hold far more value than mere digits in a bank account, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Half a year after the apocalypse, the depreciation of currency soared and prices skyrocketed. What could be purchased with 10,000 yuan one day dwindled to a single cabbage the next. This rampant inflation precipitated a severe economic crisis, rendering gold once again a hard currency, though, in comparison, people favored food even more. Having donned a new outfit, Lu Yuan, accompanied by his girlfriend, took a taxi to the Marriott Hotel, a 5-star establishment characterized by its grandiose architecture and a spacious fountain that cascaded water day and night. The towering building exuded opulence, while the attendants, clad in immaculate uniforms, greeted and bid farewell to every guest with warm smiles. From a distance, Lu Yuan spotted Du Hong, clad in a black coat. "Ah, he is here. Let us go inside. I see several classmates have already arrived." Together with his girlfriend and Du Hong, the trio entered the hotel. They soon noticed Lu Chun, whose face was dotted with acne, engaged in animated conversation with Dai He, while Feng Bei, dressed like a nouveau riche, was intently chatting with a modest young man, his tone unyielding. The young man, Hu Yun, often bullied in class, merely nodded and chuckled in response. He had spent 4 years in the same dormitory as Feng Bei, enduring the same laundry duties, ultimately becoming his lackey. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, his girlfriend, and Du Hong approach, the group waved enthusiastically. "Hey, isn't that Lu Yuan? Looks like he has found himself a girlfriend. Impressive. Oh, Du Hong, I almost didn't recognize you. Who would have thought you still kept in touch with Lu Yuan?" Feng Bei remarked, cigarette in mouth, pulling Lu Yuan and Du Hing into conversation. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and subtly stepped back. Du Hong coldly regarded Feng Bei in silence. A conflict had previously existed between the two, and Du Heng's decision to switch majors was influenced not only by his passion for architecture, but also by a certain connection to Feng Bei. It was rumored that Feng Bei had an affair with Du Heng's high school sweetheart, and the scandal had erupted when Du Hong caught them in a couple's hotel. A rather melodramatic turn of events. Lu Yuan expressed profound sympathy for Du Hong regarding this matter. Feng Bei, having faced embarrassment, said nothing and awkwardly chuckled before engaging Hu Yun in conversation with others. Chapter 23. The Altered Class Reunion. It is often said that prominent leaders tend to make their entrance last, and this university reunion was no exception, imbued with a hint of class stratification. Only after all the attendees had gathered did the class monitor, Song Ling, make his delayed appearance. Upon entering, he adopted a demeanor befitting a high-ranking official, apologizing to everyone, citing the cancellation of a family banquet with superiors, and discussing the allocation of work for employees which accounted for his tardiness. Fortunately, everyone tacitly agreed to overlook this, and the gathering commenced smoothly. Besides Lu Yuan, who brought his girlfriend, several other classmates also arrived with their partners. At this juncture, Song Ling spoke up. Ahem, dear brothers and sisters. Given that our class has a considerable number of attendees today, many of whom have brought their families, I have just conducted a quick head count. We will need to sit at separate tables. However, let it be known that separation does not imply division of sentiment. We shall proceed to the Lotus Hall. Under the guidance of the waitstaff, everyone made their way to the Lotus Hall. It must be noted that there were indeed some affluent individuals among the class. Although their wealth had not been overtly displayed during their school years, it became evident upon graduation. Class monitor Song Ling began arranging the seating. Dai He, Feng Bei, Lu Chun, you shall sit here. I happen to have some business matters I wish to discuss with you. Kong Qin, Wu Yuan, please sit here with your families, as it will facilitate some heartfelt exchanges. Haha. Lu Yuan, you have brought your girlfriend as well? The table over there is already full. Why not join Du Heng and the others here? We are all old acquaintances. Indeed, Lu Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. The seating arrangement followed a strict hierarchy. As expected of Song Ling, the class monitor, who arranged the seats with remarkable precision, almost as if it were determined by lineage. As Lu Yuan sat in front, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. In a certain novel, a family banquet was held, and those who had contributed significantly to the family were seated at the head table. As the story unfolded, the male protagonist, once destitute, unexpectedly rose to prominence due to a particular event, yet the family members were oblivious and seated him at the entrance. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Which table is for the 100 billion?" However, Lu Yuan did not share such a penchant for dramatics. He preferred to quietly amass his fortune. Before long, several waitstaff began to serve an array of exquisite dishes. The class monitor stood, raising a glass and proclaiming, "Dear friends, we have been classmates for 4 years. Let us toast to our friendship." Consequently, everyone rose in unison, raising their glasses and drinking heartily, while Lu Yuan merely sipped delicately. As he settled back into his seat, a small commotion arose at Song Ling's table. The class beauty, Dai He, furrowed her brows and muttered in dissatisfaction, "Oh dear. Lu Chun, how careless can you be? This is my newly purchased LV bag." Beside her, Lu Chun offered an awkward smile and replied, "I'm so sorry. I was drinking too quickly and couldn't stop in time. How about this? I'll get you another bag later." He chuckled, "Come on, Xiao He. It's just a bag. Even if it's a limited edition, I can easily procure one for you. My family runs a mine, after all. I am, without a doubt, a second-generation miner." Lu Yuan took a bite of his food, his face reflecting disdain, as it seemed the competition of flaunting wealth had officially begun. His suspicions were confirmed as, under the guidance of class beauty Dai He, the girls in the class began to showcase their bags and cosmetics. They boasted not merely of LVs, but also of Gucci's, brands that were rather commonplace. This ostentation appeared to be contagious, as at Lu Yuan's table, someone began to complain about the slow service and inadvertently revealed their Rolex. The speaker was Gu Yun, whose family owned 2 retail stores in Chishui City, a fact Lu Yuan had heard during his previous work in the cleaning industry. With Gu Yun leading the conversation, the table buzzed with chatter while they dined. Only Gu Yun seemed worthy of such displays of wealth, as Lu Yuan did not consider himself a wealthy individual. Finally, as the topic of luxury goods dwindled, Gu Yun suddenly interjected, "By the way, have you all heard about the meteor showers circulating online? My boyfriend and I plan to visit Tibet to see them. Experts say that making wishes there is incredibly effective. Oh, spare me. When I first entered university, I visited once. If the Tibet region were truly miraculous, it would have long been prosperous beyond measure. Alas, I have heard that many people are beginning to stockpile food. I wonder if you have made any preparations?" Hee. Do you really believe in such apocalyptic theories? A classmate, whose name I do not recall, scoffed disdainfully at the notion of stockpiling for the end times. Lu Yuan quietly chuckled as he served a piece of rib to Xiao Shan. It is amusing to see others mock the doomsday theory, but in a few months, it may very well be their turn to reconsider. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, many began to traverse the room, toasting one another. Among them, Song Ling was particularly enthusiastic, well-versed in the familial backgrounds of each classmate. Those he deemed worthy approached him with respect, while individuals like Lu Yuan, lacking connections and influence, were left to the sidelines. Before long, Song Ling approached with a glass in hand, accompanied by the class beauty, Dai He. While her family background may not have been particularly affluent, her stunning appearance kept her at the forefront of class discussions, earning her a reputation as a social butterfly. Their synergy was undeniable. Lu Yuan found himself puzzled as to whom at his table was worth befriending. Gu Yun, perhaps? Unlikely, although Gu Yun's family was somewhat wealthy. They were of modest means, with only a few million to their name, far removed from the realms of true affluence and power. Upon seeing the class leader, Song Ling, approach with the class beauty, Dai He, Gu Yun quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, class leader, oh, wait, I should call you Manager Song now." A broad smile adorned her face as she raised her glass in greeting. However, it appeared that the other party was somewhat dismissive, merely lifting the cup in hand for a sip before approaching Lu Yuan. "Du Heng, long time no see. The last time we met, you mentioned opening a studio, and I have been eager to pay you a visit." Song Ling, with a smile on his face, completely bypassed Lu Yuan. Chapter 24, District Chief's Father. "Du Heng, although we have spent a year together, I have never forgotten you. Let us share a drink." Du Heng, picking up a piece of fish, replied, "No, I do not drink alcohol." At that moment, an unpleasant voice erupted from behind. "Du Heng, it's been ages, and you still cling to that? Are you even a man?" The speaker was Feng Bei, reeking of alcohol and approaching with a glass in hand, cursing. "Let me tell you, Lin Kai willingly followed me back then. If you're going to throw a fit, it should be at me alone. What is the point of coming here and disrespecting everyone else?" Beside him, his lackey Hu Yun tugged at Feng Bei, but he was shoved aside by the other party's arm. Well, this was something that had largely remained under wraps, and Feng Bei's words had just exposed it all. "Feng Bei, I do not wish to argue with you. Moreover, I have already stated that I do not drink." Du Heng's irritation grew, his expression darkening. With a loud crash, Feng Bei hurled his glass to the ground and stormed towards Du Heng, cursing all the while. Seeing the situation escalate, class leader Song Ling quickly intervened, grabbing Feng Bei. "Old Feng, enough. Du Heng might genuinely not drink. There is no need to make it difficult for him. We have many days ahead of us. There is no need to ruin the camaraderie." Nearby, Dai He wore a scornful expression and muttered softly, Is it not merely reliant on having a district chief for a father, flaunting such arrogance? Were it not for your father's influence, would Song Ling dare to approach you so brazenly? How amusing." Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoshan, who had been engrossed in her meal, caught the conversation and set down the large bone in her hand. She leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered, "Did your class flower just mention that Du Heng's father is a district chief? Is that true?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of Du Heng's father holding such a position. With this revelation, he cast a glance at Du Heng. Song Ling, feeling somewhat awkward, quietly addressed Du Heng. "Du Heng, I shall visit your uncle another day. Please, take your time eating." Du Heng maintained his usual impassive demeanor, yet Lu Yuan could sense the simmering frustration within him. "I have had my fill. I shall take my leave now." Du Heng stood up and tossed 500 yuan onto the table. "Really leaving? Indeed, it is rather dull here. I find it difficult to connect with them, so I shall not impose further. You enjoy your meal. Sister Xiaoshan may not be satisfied yet, so do not feel the need to accompany me. I'll see you off." Lu Yuan responded, rising to apologize to the table before escorting Wei Xiaoshan to bid farewell to Du Heng. Damn, how hypocritical. I never noticed Lu Yuan was so adept at navigating social situations. Gu Yun muttered disdainfully. Wei Xiaoshan, observing Du Heng's expression of disappointment, likewise offered a quiet critique. "Your class gathering is quite the spectacle, isn't it? What manner of individuals are these? Alas, they all change once they step outside the school gates, becoming so power-hungry." Lu Yuan was rather indifferent, for he knew that in due time, those who appeared to be flourishing would face misfortune. As the calamities of the apocalypse do not discriminate based on wealth, all are equal in its wake. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan rode his electric bike to his villa, feeling a surge of excitement as he beheld the completed wall structure. However, he did not see Du Heng at the construction site, likely out procuring other materials. After about an hour, the distant roar of engines reached his ears, followed by several semi-trailers arriving at the property. Du Heng leapt from the vehicle, directing the workers to begin unloading the materials. "You're here so early? I thought you wouldn't arrive for another couple of days," Lu Yuan exclaimed as Du Heng approached, donning a hard hat. "Huh, you called me out yesterday. How could I not come? Besides, this is my house, and I must keep a vigilant eye on it. What materials have you brought?" "Oh, the The steel plates we procured from the steel factory have just been processed, and the lead-coated membranes have also arrived. I'll be working overtime these next few days. Du-hung's face bore a hint of fatigue. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yuan offered him a bottle of still-warm milk tea. Is your father really the district chief? The chief of our Qingshui city? Are you interested? Would you like me to introduce you? Du-hung replied with a teasing grin. Come on, I have no interest in meeting your district chief father. Why haven't you mentioned him before? What is the point? We don't get along. However, if you need assistance, I could reluctantly reach out to him. What is the situation? I remarked on how challenging his life appeared, questioning why he refrained from seeking assistance from such a father. Moreover, given his evident capabilities, he could easily secure a position as a commanding officer in any organization. Lu Yuan was genuinely curious, in this era where connections are paramount. The significance of having a supportive father cannot be overstated. Yet, Du-hung chose a path contrary to this norm, standing out as a unique individual. It's nothing, just arguments. He looks down on me, and I reciprocate the sentiment. It has always been this way since our university days, leaving little to discuss. As he spoke, Du-hung rose to oversee the installation process. A colossal crane delicately lowered a steel plate under his guidance, which was then meticulously welded into the double-layered wall. Once the welding was complete, concrete was poured to solidify the structure. Observing the robust wall, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder whether a cannonball could penetrate such a formidable barrier. Chapter 25. The year 2026, however, he quickly dismissed the notion, fully aware that the likelihood of a cannonball striking his home was virtually non-existent. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, military regulation over weaponry had become exceedingly stringent, with every firearm and bullet meticulously documented. While there were always a few reckless individuals harboring thoughts of challenging the military, they often met a grim fate. And instances of lost firearms were rarely encountered in Lu Yuan's dreams. However, while such occurrences are rare, they are not non-existent. There have been instances where desperate individuals, driven by hunger, have resorted to the perilous act of ambushing soldiers. Ultimately, these offenders have faced severe penalties, as no one can defy the authority of the state apparatus. Nevertheless, acquiring firearms is not limited to this singular avenue. The advent of the apocalypse has drastically altered the fabric of daily life, and it is occasionally possible to procure weapons from underground black markets. Thus, the likelihood of artillery bombardment remains virtually non-existent. Yet, Lu Yuan remains vigilant, not in anticipation of cannon fire, but to guard against rodents. 6 months into the apocalypse, prolonged exposure to sunlight, coupled with the radiation from meteorites, has led to significant mutations in various creatures, with rodents being the most severely affected. These mutated mice can grow to sizes surpassing that of a dog, voraciously consuming anything in their path, and in extreme hunger, they may even resort to cannibalism. Qingshui City once faced a rodent plague, but under the government's iron grip, these mutated creatures were entirely eradicated within 3 months. A week later, the walls of the entire house had been completed, and several electrical lines and plumbing systems were also finished. Workers conducted the final checks for water and electricity within the rooms. Gazing at the walls adorned with gray stone-like paint, Lu Yuan felt a palpable weight in the air. The daily necessities he had previously purchased were poised for dispatch. Once the renovations were complete, a single phone call would suffice to arrange their delivery. It must be said that under Du-hung's management, the construction of the house progressed remarkably swiftly, with the interior decoration finalized in less than half a month. To prevent any unpleasant odors in the house, Lu Yuan selected furniture that had undergone formaldehyde removal treatment, allowing for immediate use without concerns regarding formaldehyde affecting health. Boss Wang, my appliances and furniture can be delivered now. Yes, right here in the new industrial area of Qingshui City. Indeed, just bring them over. Brother Chun, yes, this is Lu Yuan. Yes, the house has been renovated, and the items can be arranged for loading. Director Lu, is the grain ready? All right, please send it over. The granary is prepared. No need to worry. Lu Yuan was busy making calls to notify the sellers to commence deliveries. After nearly a month of waiting, he finally felt a sense of relief. Another day passed, and the warehouse was filled with various supplies. To better locate the items he needed, Lu Yuan specifically purchased some shelves for storage. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yuan was still squatting in the warehouse, counting the items. Due to the abundance of goods, the delivery list extended a whole meter long. 10 tons of rice, 10 tons of flour, 1 ton of soybean oil, 10 tons of various grains. 200 kilograms of salt, 200 kilograms of chicken bouillon, and 100 boxes each of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and fragrant vinegar. 500 pounds of noodles, 100 pounds of wide noodles, 100 boxes of instant noodles, 500 bottles of liquor, 1,000 bottles of beer, and 200 kilograms of various dried goods and seasonings. 2 diesel engines, 2 gasoline engines, 3 electric saws, and 10 assorted electric drills. Typically, Lu Yuan retired for the night around 11. Yet that evening, he found himself meticulously inventorying all the goods until the break of dawn. Emerging from the basement at 5:30 in the morning, after a long night of labor, he took out his phone to order takeout, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. A custom armored door had been installed at his home, and everything else was nearly complete. Seizing the opportunity before the door's arrival, Lu Yuan began to plant trees. The saplings he had purchased from the fruit tree market thrived remarkably in the dimensional space, with several already bearing fruit. Counting the saplings before him, there were over 30, encompassing a diverse array of fruit trees. In addition to the common apple, pear, and peach trees, Lu Yuan had also procured some exotic varieties from overseas, including Thai mango, Thai durian, and Thai mangosteen. The reason for choosing Thai varieties was simple. The region boasted an extensive selection of fruit trees. Xiaoshan had to work overtime, and her plans for an outing were dashed. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the year 2025 had come to a close. For instance, a certain food factory faced scrutiny as 6,000 tons of substandard compressed food products were entirely removed from shelves for inspection, with the results pending official evaluation. Similarly, a pig farming facility encountered an unidentified strain of avian influenza. To prevent its spread, all pigs were taken away for testing until the virus could be conclusively identified. Moreover, a particular instant noodle manufacturer was reported for utilizing inferior preservatives, leading authorities to confiscate all non-compliant products, amounting to a staggering 100,000 boxes. In essence, a plethora of food items has been seized under various pretexts, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. With a flick of his hand, Lynchen turned off the television and reclined on the sofa, chewing on sweet potato chips while contemplating his circumstances. His dimensional space has now expanded to an impressive 40 square meters, yet the coveted crystals required for level advancement remain elusive. The custom-made iron gate has finally arrived, allowing the previously installed dilapidated gate to be honorably retired. A 5-meter-long truck delivered a hefty iron door to Lu Yuan's new abode. "Is Mr. Lu here? Your custom gate has arrived." Upon hearing the call, Lu Yuan swiftly emerged from the vegetable garden behind the house. Aside from the house occupying over 400 square meters, there remains an additional 300 square meters available for cultivating various crops. The area behind the house is dedicated to vegetable gardening, while the front is adorned with an array of fruit trees. It feels as if this place is as familiar as home, and despite the change in scenery, joy abounds. Fish leap continuously from the pond's surface. Lu Yuan signed the order, and the skilled workers commenced the installation of the armored gate. Due to the substantial weight of the gate, a vehicle-mounted crane was employed to assist with the lifting. In Chapter 26, the jovial Wei Xiaoshan brought over some water and a few packs of cigarettes as a token of appreciation. The workers expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Lu Yuan, their excitement growing as they observed the koi fish leaping from the water, some measuring a foot or even 2 in length. "Boss, your koi are truly extraordinary. We have never seen such large specimens." Lu Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, there are even larger ones that have yet to be revealed. These are merely the smaller ones. The 2-meter-long koi are still resting at the bottom." After bidding farewell to the installation crew, Lu Yuan gently caressed the intricate patterns on the armored gate. According to Du Heng, this iron door could withstand even a rocket attack. Without a key, entry was utterly impossible. However, the price was equally staggering. Nearly 300,000 for a single door. Yet upon seeing the gate, Lu Yuan's perspective shifted. A fine home deserves a fine gate. The exterior of the courtyard was surrounded by walls towering over 3 meters, topped with high-voltage electric fencing. Indeed, it was a formidable barrier against those lacking strength. As the temperature continued to drop, nearing February, the approach of the new year loomed, which also signified the impending onset of the apocalypse. Each day, apart from tending to the plants within his space, Lu Yuan dedicated himself to plowing the land. Through his diligent efforts, the small courtyard blossomed with vibrant flowers and melodious birdsong, drawing the attention of passers-by, who would often pause to admire the scene, exclaiming in wonder. Indeed, The outside world is frigid, with temperatures plunging below -10 degrees, rendering the roads rigid and unyielding. The pedestrians hasten their pace, yet within Lu Yuan's abode, a hint of spring has begun to blossom. The towering walls shield against the biting cold winds, while the fruit trees and flowering plants envelop the courtyard, retaining the warmth within, thus attracting numerous birds to construct their nests and settle down. On January 22nd, it is Xiaoshan's birthday, and Lin Chun has resolved to surprise her. However, a phone call from his father unexpectedly brings him a surprise of his own. Chen Changhe was apprehended while fleeing, and in his resistance, was fatally struck. Chen Han managed to escape, though his whereabouts remain unknown, and he is still on the wanted list. While the fate of the father and son was anticipated, hearing the news firsthand invigorates Lu Yuan. What's the matter? Good news or bad? Lu Dad inquires cautiously. He has never held any hopes for his son's success. His only wish is for him to avoid trouble. Good news. I have bought a house and wish to invite you, Mom, and Grandpa and Grandma to come live with us. Oh my, that's wonderful. You've finally purchased a house. But I am aware of the housing prices in Qingshui City. The money you received would only suffice for a modest 3-bedroom apartment. Your mother and I want to create any disturbances. Having spent half a lifetime in renovations, Lu Dad is well acquainted with the real estate market in Qingshui City. Although the compensation amounts to over $1 million, the housing prices in Qingshui City have long exceeded 10,000 per square meter, leaving little for decoration after securing a small 3-bedroom apartment. No, it's not a small 3-bedroom. Certainly, this is no mere small residence. It is a grand 3-story mansion covering an area of 700 square meters, with a built-up area exceeding 400 square meters. That said, I shall not prolong our conversation, as Uncle Feng has summoned me for assistance. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. It seems there is little hope from my father. Perhaps I should seek assistance from my mother instead. Is this your purchase? Wei Xiaoshan clearly found it hard to believe that her boyfriend was a concealed affluent individual, for such a spacious abode would entail a considerable expenditure. Of course. The keys are right here. Lu Yuan could already envision Xiaoshan's astonished expression, especially since he had never spent more than 4 digits on her. Yet, her skepticism lingered. Lu Yuan, have you engaged in any nefarious activities? Have you committed murder or robbed a bank? You should flee at once. Xiaoshan, visibly agitated, tugged Lu Yuan toward the house, glancing back outside before shutting the door. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure why his girlfriend would jump to such conclusions. After much effort, Xiaoshan finally came to accept the truth. Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief as Xiaoshan expressed her fondness for the villa, particularly enjoying her time bustling about in the kitchen. Whenever she had a moment to spare, she would immerse herself in culinary endeavors, leaving Lu Yuan, who was eager to engage in some romantic gestures, with no opportunity whatsoever. A twinge of jealousy arose within him. Indeed, it was the jealousy of the kitchen. Shan, who was rather oblivious, expressed no concern about the abundance of food in the villa. In fact, she boldly declared her intention to transform all the stored cabbage, carrots, and cucumbers in the refrigerator into pickles. With neither the time nor the space to do so at home, she seized this rare opportunity to prepare a plentiful batch. During dinner time, the evening audience was greeted with warm wishes. It was February 7th, 2026, and only 10 days remained until the new year. Here, I extend my early wishes for a joyous new year to everyone. Lu Yuan pondered over the news. He surmised that the government must have sensed something amiss to release such information. However, the degree of concern did not seem to indicate any serious issues. It resembled the routine reports he had seen before. Whether it would garner significant attention remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoshan was entirely disinterested in the news on the television, grinning at her phone, seemingly engrossed in her own amusement. At that moment, Xiaoshan turned and, covering her mouth with laughter, said, Lu Yuan, I can't believe how small the world is. My aunt's daughter actually knows Wang Deng from your village. By the way, who is Wang Deng? Wang Deng? Lu Yuan mused, the name sounding familiar yet elusive at that moment. What is the matter? Your cousin knows Wang Deng? How did you find that out? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan quickly pulled out his phone and noticed that Xiaoshan had posted a message on her social media half an hour prior. The post read, Xiaoxin's new home. Isn't it lovely? My dream of making pickles has finally come true. Thanks to my husband. Moi? A sudden jolt coursed through Lu Yuan's heart as an unsettling thought crossed his mind. What if this Wang Deng truly belonged to the village? The news of his villa would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, and soon enough, distant relatives would start to take notice. Shashan, please delete the post you just shared on social media, he urged. Huh? Why? Shashan replied, perplexed. Well, want it not to flaunt wealth. Surely. You wouldn't want us to attract unwanted attention? Oh, I see. Why didn't you remind me sooner? I almost made a blunder. I'll delete it right away. With that, she promptly began to erase the post. It is often said that good news seldom leaves the confines of one's home, while bad news travels far and wide. Although acquiring a house was a positive development for Lu Yuan, the prospect of drawing attention to himself was far from favorable, especially with the impending doom of the apocalypse looming. The more discreet one remained, the safer they would be. The following morning, Lu Yuan received an urgent call from his father. Xiao Yuan, when did you buy a villa? Where did you get the money for such a purchase? Have you engaged in any illicit activities? His father's tone was filled with exasperation, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Cough, cough. Dad, let me explain. This villa is something I built myself with our family's compensation from the demolition. Don't try to fool me, you rascal. After a lifetime in construction, do you think I'm unaware of the real estate prices? Speak honestly. Have you done something wrong? Lu Yuan's father was utterly skeptical of his claims. In this day and age, earning money was arduous. Constructing such a grand villa would certainly cost upwards of 1,000,000 yuan. Not to mention the impressive open kitchen that Xiaoshan had showcased on social media. Alas. Very well, I understand your predicament. Recently, the villagers have mentioned that a water emergency plan has been issued. Do not squander your finances. Rather, stock up on water and provisions. It appears this matter has garnered public attention. Even my parents, who are not well versed in technology, are aware of the necessity to hoard supplies. The apocalypse seems imminent, and Lu Yuan must devise a plan to relocate his family. Otherwise, they may suffer the consequences. Thus, he hastily called his mother. After much persuasion, his family finally agreed to celebrate the new year with him, although his grandfather remained concerned about the dozen sheep and poultry at home. His grandmother, however, was quite enthusiastic. Having taken a liking to Xiaoshan during their last encounter and expressing her desire to visit her granddaughter-in-law. The following evening, Xiaoshan arrived at the villa, carrying 2 bags brimming with bottled water. It's unnecessary to bring so much water. We have plenty, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head at the 30 bottles in the kitchen. 2 enormous water tanks had been constructed adjacent to the basement, already filled with 200 tons of water, sufficient for the family to indulge for quite some time. Had I known earlier, I would have purchased some sooner. Water prices have skyrocketed. Previously, a bottle of Yibao was merely 2 yuan, but now it has surged to 5. It's practically akin to prices at tourist attractions. Such a ripoff. Be grateful. I just spent an hour and a half in line at the supermarket to buy water, only to find none left by the time I reached the front. It was infuriating. Not to worry. You can try again tomorrow. Arrive early, and I will bring you a few bottles of water. 2 young couples on the bus murmured to each other. Upon disembarking, I walked for about 10 minutes to Xiaoshan's residence. To my surprise, it was already past 9 o'clock. Why had her parents not yet arrived? As Xiaoshan opened the door, she muttered to herself, asserting that at this hour, her father and mother should have been home long ago. Yet, the house remained shrouded in darkness. Perhaps her uncle and aunt had gone out to fetch some water. Haha, do come in, and make sure to close the door behind you. Lu Yuan playfully patted Xiaoshan's backside, eliciting a roll of her eyes in response. Coughing to regain composure, Xiaoshan approached with a look of anxiety, exclaiming, Dad, what on earth are you doing hiding in the car at this hour? You frightened me to death. Father? Oh no, it dawned on him that this was indeed her father, and his earlier playful gesture had surely been witnessed. As anticipated, Xiaoshan's father shot a stern glance at Lu Yuan, seemingly issuing a warning. Your mother and I ordered 2 water storage barrels from the factory this afternoon. They are currently making the delivery. I am just waiting here. Is this boy your boyfriend? He directed a fierce gaze at Lu Yuan after speaking. Quickly, Xiaoshan tugged Lu Yuan closer, sweetly interjecting, Dad, don't scare him. Lu Yuan came over with good intentions to help fetch water. Lu Yuan, this is my father. Hello, uncle. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze, unable to meet Xiaoshan's father's eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. This was his first encounter with the father of his beloved, and he had inadvertently touched her inappropriately before him. That he was not met with a reprimand was clearly a testament to Xiaoshan's father's forbearance. The father snorted disdainfully, then coldly instructed, come inside. Lu Yuan had visited before, but always under the cover of absence. This time, he was invited in with full transparency. Upon entering the living room, Lu Yuan sat upright, awaiting a reprimand. Xiao Shan's father discreetly glanced out the door before retrieving half a pack of Chunghua cigarettes from behind the sofa. Chapter 28. Do in-laws smoke? As Lu Yuan observed his father-in-law extending a cigarette, he hesitated momentarily before accepting it. He was indeed familiar with smoking, yet Xiao Shan had repeatedly forbidden him from indulging, leading him to ultimately quit. However, this time it was a gesture from his father-in-law, making refusal impossible. "Thank you, uncle." After accepting the cigarette, Lu Yuan dutifully lit it for his father-in-law, and the two sat silently on the sofa, smoking in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, a voice filled with chatter resonated from outside the door. As the last word was spoken, a middle-aged woman with voluminous curls stepped inside. Lu Yuan recognized her as his mother-in-law, having seen her in the wedding photograph displayed on the wall during his previous visit to Xiao Shan's home. Back then, she was a vibrant young woman, a stark contrast to the middle-aged lady before him now. Ahem. "Hello, Auntie." Lu Yuan quickly extinguished his cigarette and sprang to his feet. Startled by the sudden entrance of his wife, Xiao Shan's father also hastily put out his cigarette, a fleeting expression of fear. "Ah, it's Xiao Yuan. Haha, I've heard so much about you from our Xiao Shan. My, what a fine young man you are." It is often said that mothers-in-law grow increasingly fond of their sons-in-law, and Lu Yuan was now witnessing this firsthand. The reaction from Xiao Shan's father was entirely different. However, one could only wonder how warmly the mother-in-law would have received him had she witnessed the earlier scene in the car. Lu Yuan remained humble for a moment, but at that instant, his mother-in-law cast a peculiar glance at his father-in-law. Just as she was about to speak, his father-in-law interjected, saying, "Ah, the youth of today? What a choice they make. Of all things, they learn to smoke." "Lu Yuan, were it not for the fact that this is your first visit to our home, I would have a stern word with you. Smoking is detrimental to one's health, so do refrain from it in the future. Put that cigarette away." Lu Yuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the situation. After all, it was he who had received the cigarette from his father-in-law. Just as he was about to defend himself, a hand clamped down on his shoulder with a firm grip. His father-in-law, as he tucked the cigarette into his pocket, whispered, "I witnessed everything that transpired just now. I trust you wouldn't want me to inform Xiao Shan's mother, would you?" A blatant threat. Lu Yuan was not the sort to easily tolerate intimidation. "Auntie, I sincerely apologize. I merely happened to assist Xiao Shan and intended to give the cigarette to the water tank installer. It was a mere coincidence that I ran into Uncle. I truly regret any misunderstanding." Indeed, Lu Yuan capitulated. He was looking forward to obtaining a marriage certificate with Xiao Shan, and offending his father-in-law could jeopardize that aspiration. Emerging from the restroom, Xiao Shan shot Lu Yuan a fierce glare before attempting to mediate the situation. They toiled until past 11 at night, finally completing the installation of 2 large water tanks. His father-in-law busily offered cigarettes and water to the workers, and, notably, his demeanor towards Lu Yuan had softened considerably. In fact, he even took pleasure in boasting about his son-in-law to the others. 3 days later, Lu Yuan arrived early at the supermarket, intending to purchase some snacks for the journey. However, the level of congestion within the store was evidently beyond his expectations. The line extended all the way to the back door. People clutched an array of food and water, while, aside from a few shelves of daily necessities, the food section had been completely ravaged. A group of elderly patrons had already cleared the carts of Coca-Cola before the store staff could restock them. Goodness, is it truly this frenzied? The apocalypse hasn't even begun. With a sigh, Lu Yuan abandoned the lengthy queue, causing his original plan to procure provisions for the road to evaporate. The station staff wielded loudspeakers, vociferously maintaining order. "Form an orderly line, no cutting. Each person is limited to 3 buckets of instant noodles. Please do not crowd. Cooperate with our efforts. Thank you. Hey, you keep an eye on things here. Dad and I will go stand in line." Lu Yuan stood aside, astonished. Was 3 buckets of instant noodles truly insufficient for a family of 3? A middle-aged woman seated nearby chuckled and addressed the crowd. "Does anyone need instant noodles? Limited supply, 50 yuan per bucket. We accept WeChat and Alipay." Onlookers began to criticize this unscrupulous behavior. Although hot water was available in abundance at the train station, many remained hungry, yet some resorted to scalping, which was utterly intolerable. Alone in the throng, Lu Yuan faced a lengthy queue behind him. If he chose to leave, he would have to rejoin the line. And with a standing ticket in hand, arriving late could mean forfeiting a seat altogether. "Please provide me with a copy." When Lu Yuan arrived, it was past 4 o'clock. He spent over an hour in the supermarket without purchasing anything and was now utterly famished. Nearby, several individuals urged him, "Young man, you cannot allow them to behave in such a manner. Normally, a bucket of instant noodles costs just over 10 yuan, yet she is selling them for 50. This is simply outrageous." Indeed, in the earlier days, such opportunistic behavior would have resulted in immediate repercussions. An elderly gentleman exclaimed in indignation, "It must be reported. This is unacceptable." A man nearby, burdened with a backpack, echoed his frustration. Lu Yuan chuckled quietly, choosing not to respond. When hunger strikes, one must eat, regardless of others' opinions. Satisfying his hunger was paramount, although he harbored a deep disdain for such exploitative practices. Finally, he boarded the train. But Lu Yuan had originally intended to find a seat to rest before the next few stations. To his dismay, the train was already overcrowded, leaving no available seats and scarcely any standing room. When boredom sets in, one often seeks conversation with others. However, Lu Yuan had no desire to engage, as speaking would only invite the acrid scent of smoke into his mouth. Although he occasionally smoked, he did not have a craving for it, and, in fact, disliked the smell of secondhand smoke. A few individuals gathered in the smoking area, chatting as they indulged in their habit. Chapter 29, The Scoundrel Uncle. Recently, the prices of water and food have escalated to alarming levels. Last month, I purchased a bag of rice for just over 100 yuan, yet yesterday, the price had soared to 300. This is utterly unbearable. Indeed, one must compete fiercely even with ample resources. Arriving late means missing out entirely. Fortunately, I possess a few acres of land back home, and I earnestly hope for a bountiful harvest. I truly envy others. I remain uncertain whether the announcements from above are authentic or mere fabrications akin to stock investments, devoid of any reliable criteria, which is exceedingly vexing. Haha. This gentleman certainly has a knack for humor. The stock market has been rather lackluster lately, and I find myself trapped with over 300,000 tied up in investments. Had I known, I would have purchased shares in Kafko Group, as their stock price is soaring. As Lu Yuan listened to their conversation, he secretly contemplated the situation. The prices of grain and water are still not excessively high, and he possesses a dimensional space, ensuring he lacks for nothing in terms of sustenance. Moreover, it is prudent to stock up on various daily necessities. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Stretching his legs, Lu Yuan disembarked from the vehicle. It was the depths of winter, with temperatures consistently hovering around -10 degrees Celsius. The ground was frozen solid. A recent snowfall rendered each step treacherous, resulting in fewer vehicles on the road. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was greeted by the plaintive cries of pigs and sheep. It is customary in rural areas to slaughter livestock before the new year, as the meat will last for several months. Passing by Aunt Lu Air's small shop in the village, Lu Yuan stepped inside. "Aunt, Happy New Year. Please fetch me 2 bottles of liquor." At that moment, the curtain at the back of the shop was lifted, revealing Aunt Lu, clad in a blood-stained apron, having just finished slaughtering pigs in the backyard. Ahem. No longer in the city, we have ventured into the suburbs. Aunt Lu, while pouring wine, scrutinized Lu Yuan. "Your family has truly hit a fortunate streak. I envy you. I've heard you are still conducting business in the city. Is that true? Could you perhaps mentor my heir Go? He has always yearned to venture into the city and earn some money." Lu Yuan accepted the wine and tossed a couple of bills with a smile. "Aunt, please disregard the rumors. There's nothing to it. I merely dabble in seafood trade. But the market has cooled down significantly, and there's little profit to be made now." Aunt Lu's demeanor instantly shifted, and with a snort, she remarked, "Humph. I should have known that wealth breeds distance. You've learned well, Xiao Yuan." Recognizing that further conversation would yield no favorable remarks, Lu Yuan decided to take his leave. During the festive season, villagers relished gathering to chat, eagerly discussing the arrivals of relatives or children returning home. "Xiao Yuan, I've heard you've made quite a fortune and even purchased a villa. When will you take us to see it?" "Oh dear. I've long advised my de Zhu to study diligently, but he simply wouldn't listen. Now, after a few years washing dishes in the city, he hasn't earned a dime. Look at the children from the old Lu family. They've truly succeeded. Xiao Yuan, come over and chat with us." One former landowner boasted, "Had I known, I wouldn't have sold our land to them. This extravagant woman just wouldn't listen." Behind him, the crowd murmured incessantly. Lu Yuan walked briskly, eyes fixed ahead. It was not that he wished to ignore them, but rather that the idle chatter of bystanders often morphed into distorted tales. Who knew what version of the crow turning into a phoenix he might hear next? As Lu Yuan passed by without uttering a word, the onlookers began to speculate, claiming that now that he had acquired wealth, he no longer associated with those of lesser means, a blatant misrepresentation of his character. Upon arriving at his grandparents' home, he was greeted by a heated argument. Second brother, speak plainly in front of our mother today. How much can you lend us? Came the voice of his third uncle. Lu Yuan noticed a brand new Jeep Wrangler parked outside. Just then, he heard his father's voice from inside. Third, you claim to have a prosperous household, yet you still cling to our meager compensation from the relocation. It's been established that Xiao Yuan has purchased a home, and all that money has been allocated for him. Humph, that cannot be. I've heard that Xiao Yuan bought a villa, and he earned that money himself. It certainly isn't from the relocation funds. Your niece is planning to study abroad. As her uncle, you ought to contribute something. Third, I must say, you are over 40 years old. Do you really believe everything you hear? Xiao Yuan has only just graduated. How could he possibly have enough money to buy a house? His father's tone was laced with a hint of anger. Gently pushing the door open, Lu Yuan found his grandmother seated nearby, weeping silently, while his mother offered her comfort. Ah, Xiao Yuan, you arrived just in time. Your uncle has heard that you've earned quite a fortune in the city. Among the Lu family, you are the most successful. Do tell us, have you indeed made a lot of money? Perhaps you could take your uncle out for a treat sometime. Uncle Lu Changshui, upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, hurriedly approached him with fervent enthusiasm. A fleeting expression of displeasure crossed Lu Changshui's face, which soon transformed into one of grievance as he lamented, Alas, I came here to spend time with your grandparents, but my cousin at home is waiting to go abroad. They've already negotiated everything over there. Initially, I had no intention of coming, but they demanded 500,000, and I had no choice but to oblige. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed from outside, and grandfather entered, hands clasped behind him, herding the sheep into the pen. A resounding slap stunned everyone present. The old man, panting with rage, trembled as he pointed a gnarled finger at Lu Changshui. Let me tell you, the weasel paying a New Year's visit to the hen harbors ill intentions. I have heard it all. You are here solely for the relocation funds, aren't you? I declare, there will be no such thing. Chapter 30. Grandmother's heirloom jade bracelet. Lu Yuan swiftly stepped forward to support his grandfather, gently assisting him to regain his composure. The old man suffered from chronic lung disease, and such agitation could trigger an asthma attack. He was certainly not in good spirits this time. Lu Changshui, in a flurry of panic, rushed over to assist, but was brusquely brushed aside by grandfather. After a considerable pause, the old man finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Lu Changshui, witnessing the resolution of the situation, busied himself with pouring tea and offering massages, his eagerness bordering on excessive. Yet his designer wool coat seemed starkly out of place in this household. Father, regardless of the circumstances, you are still Han Nin's grandfather. You should be delighted that your eldest granddaughter has been accepted into a music academy in America. Humph. Grandfather remained silent, rising to stride towards the room. Upon returning, he held a red cloth pouch in his hand. Here are 5,000 yuan, saved by your mother and me over the years. If you find it insufficient, then do not accept it. After saying this, the elderly gentleman opened the pouch, revealing a wad of crumpled small notes. Lu Chang'a frowned. Father, are you not slapping my face with this? This is your and mother's retirement fund. How could I possibly accept it? My second brother has money. There is no need for you to contribute. Rubbish. Your second brother has supported your mother and me for over a decade. Do not even think about his money. This is all there is. Take it or leave it. When Stao Yuan went to university, I only gave a few hundred. Seeing his father so protective, Lu Changshui could no longer hold back. Second brother, I contributed when you built your house. Surely I deserve a share of the compensation now that it has been demolished. The eldest sister and youngest sister are out of consideration as they are married, but although I have not supported our parents these past years, you must at least give me a portion of this compensation. If you grant me 200,000 today, I shall accept it. Lu Yuan, fearing that his grandfather might be angered, quickly interjected coldly, Second uncle, to speak plainly, the money has already been used to purchase a house. Do not hold on to any hopes. If you truly desire funds, the grandparents' house can be given to you. However, his words left both his parents and grandparents in stunned silence. Xiao Yuan, you are foolish. That house cannot be given to him, regardless of the circumstances. This is your grandparents' home. His father, visibly agitated, hurriedly pulled Lu Yuan back. Rest assured, my dear grandson, with your grandfather here, I shall never allow him to take away what rightfully belongs to you. This house will be yours in the future." The old man, believing that Lu Yuan was intimidated by his second uncle, hurried to shield him. Lu Changshui coldly interjected, "Father, you may protect them as you wish. Even if you were to gift me this house, I would refuse it. The demolition is complete, and even if sold, it would fetch but a pittance." Thus, both parties finally laid bare their animosity and began to argue fiercely. Unable to bear the escalating tension, the grandmother tearfully removed her bracelet and implored, "Oh, third son, please do not make things difficult for your second brother. I beseech you, this bracelet is jade and can be sold for a decent sum. Use it for Hanhui's tuition." "Grandma, no, this is your only piece of jewelry." Lu Yuan rushed forward to intervene. In his childhood, he had heard his grandfather recount that his grandmother was a descendant of nobility. Though she had fallen from grace, she had carried many jewels and ornaments with her, relying on them to survive the most challenging years. Now, this bracelet was the sole relic of her noble heritage. Lu Changshui's eyes lit up as he snatched the bracelet from her. "Ah, thank you, mother. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Hanhui. By the way, second brother and sister-in-law, please take care of our parents. I must take my leave." With that, Lu Changshui stuffed the bracelet into his pocket and swiftly departed. Lu Yuan wanted to pursue him, but was halted by his grandmother. "Dear, do not chase after him. Let it be a debt I owe him. From this day forth, I shall have no further ties with him. Let us consider him as if he never existed." With those words, tears streamed down his face. Lu Yuan, standing nearby, was filled with frustration, his teeth clenched in anger. Outside, the sound of an engine roared, and soon the vehicle vanished from sight. After a silent dinner that evening, Lu Yuan discussed the plans for their trip to Qishui City with his family. This time, both his father and mother were eager for his grandparents to enjoy a change of scenery, and they readily agreed. When grandfather heard this, he fell into a long silence, gazing at the sheep in the pen by the door, sighing deeply. "What shall I do with these sheep?" However, grandmother was quite pleased. For going to Qishui City meant she could see her granddaughter-in-law, a matter she had always held dear to her heart regarding the continuation of the family line. Fortunately, the bus had sleeping accommodations. After a night of jostling, they awoke the next morning to find themselves at the entrance of the villa. The driver cheerfully assisted with the luggage, while the elder pushed open the heavy gate, his brow furrowed. "Grandson, this gate could use some oil." It seemed the elder did not appreciate the gate's merits. The 2-ton entrance was operated by a hydraulic system, and it certainly could not be flung open like a conventional door. Upon entering, even the driver was taken aback. "Goodness, little brother, your mansion is quite impressive. This must have cost several million." Although his father had worked in renovations for many years, he had never encountered such a design. Frowning, he pointed to the electrified fence surrounding the property and exclaimed, "You rascal, is this a prison or a home? Why on earth is there an electric fence?" "Of course it's a home," came the reply. "The designer assured us that it's safe, and it didn't cost much." Mother was equally astonished by the lush greenery surrounding her. "Xiaoyuan, is this a coconut tree? Aren't they only found in Hainan? And this mango, it's imported from Thailand, isn't it? Can it really bear fruit in such cold weather?" Indeed, her experience with fruit trees allowed her to instantly recognize the difference. Lu Yuan smiled and explained that this was a new variety, remarkably resilient to drought, yet not widely cultivated across the nation due to its high price and labor costs, which ultimately convinced her. Contrarily, the old man's gaze fixated on the verdant lawn, his eyes brimming with excitement. Lu Yuan was well aware that what the old man cherished most were the few sheep he had raised. In fact, he had discreetly stored them in his dimensional space before arriving, and they were likely grazing peacefully now. Chapter 31. The new year, a surge of joy filled his heart. It seemed everyone was fond of this place, which eased Lu Yuan's mind. This time, he intended for his grandparents and parents to settle here permanently rather than just visiting for a couple of days. "Why didn't you inform me earlier? I could have queued at the supermarket for some fruit." "What fruit do you need? Isn't what we grow at home fragrant enough?" As Lu Yuan emerged from the supermarket, laden with bags, he finally contemplated purchasing a car. Although he had obtained his driver's license during university, he had never owned a vehicle, as having one seemed unnecessary. The city of Qishui was not vast, and commuting by electric bike between his rental and the office was convenient, sparing him the hassle of searching for parking. However, circumstances were now different. The New Year's Eve dinner is characterized by its grandeur, at least according to Lu Yuan's standards accumulated over the years. The feast consisted of 4 meat dishes, For vegetable dishes, 2 cold appetizers, a portion of braised pork ribs, and a red braised carp, all beautifully arranged on the table. Lu Yuan spent the afternoon bustling about. Although his culinary skills were rather modest, relegating him to the menial task of peeling garlic. Meanwhile, his grandparents busily prepared dumplings. The pork and scallion filling was Lu Yuan's favorite, and he eagerly anticipated savoring them on the morning of the new year, a small delight to look forward to. Initially, Lu Yuan intended to host the dinner in the spacious dining room on the first floor. However, his grandfather remarked that the room felt too expansive and empty, and the large table made it difficult for the few family members present to engage in conversation. Thus, they gathered in the more intimate adjacent room to enjoy their New Year's Eve feast. The large yellow dog lay quietly beside the dining table, seemingly disinterested in the abundance of food, as if it had already had its fill, though some remnants around its mouth betrayed its earlier indulgence. At the table, his grandmother gently wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, praising Lu Yuan profusely. In the midst of her compliments, she expressed a wish that a granddaughter-in-law were present, ideally to bear a child, so that as she aged, someone could assist in caring for the little one. Beside her, his grandfather continuously hinted at the importance of Lu Yuan marrying and having children soon, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. After all, he had yet to meet his future in-laws, and the prospect of fatherhood seemed rather premature. In his school days, Lu Yuan's father had always forbidden him from drinking. However, this evening marked a departure from that rule. In their eyes, Lu Yuan was now a grown man, and drinking was expected. Yet, under the gentle persuasion of his mother and grandmother, his grandfather was permitted only a small glass of liquor. Consequently, without his own drink, he discouraged his son and grandson from overindulging as well. Thus, the 3 of them concluded their evening after consuming a modest amount of a potent spirit. Alas, what on earth is this? A being neither male nor female. After watching for a while, I mistook it for a young girl dancing, only to discover it is a boy. Such a degradation of morals. Lu Yuan chuckled and switched to another news channel. His mother, having just tidied up the dining table, settled onto the sofa to knit a sweater. Meanwhile, his father sat with a furrowed brow, grappling with the laptop. The old desktop at home was far more reliable. This laptop didn't even have a mouse. Sigh. Lu Yuan turned his head to see his father searching for work on an agency website, as they were about to settle down here. The alarming news of impending doom had frightened them enough to cease their travels across the country, so they decided to find a renovation company in Qingshui City for some projects. Dad, do you remember Duhong? He's my friend, and he works at a renovation company. Perhaps you could find a job there. Lu Yuan hesitated before speaking. Of course I remember. That young man seems quite decent. He works in renovations? His father quickly inquired as he set his laptop aside. Yes. After the new year, I'll ask him for you. The next morning, Lu Yuan was awakened by the resounding firecrackers as dawn broke with a gentle light. The warmth from the heating in his room made it difficult to emerge from his cozy blanket. However, upon hearing his grandmother's call, he quickly dressed and hurried downstairs. Wow. Dumplings. I'm coming. Without pausing to brush his teeth or wash his face, he reached for a dumpling from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth, while his mother, wielding chopsticks, rushed to follow him. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lu Yuan's father stepped outside with firecrackers in hand, setting them off with a series of loud pops. From a distance, Lu Yuan watched his family laughing together, savoring the moment. They had just finished eating dumplings, marking the celebration of the new year. Although it was already 2026 and the festive spirit of his childhood had faded, the joy of family reunion brought him immense satisfaction. Early in the morning, Grandpa squatted by the pond, gazing at the koi with a beaming smile. The old man had 3 great passions: herding sheep, fishing, and playing chess. Herding sheep was no longer an option, as Lu Yuan had not yet arranged to bring any sheep over. As for chess, it was highly unlikely to find any elderly fellow setting up a game on the roadside during the frigid new year. It seemed that fishing was the only viable pursuit. Cough, cough. Grandpa, I have a fishing rod here. Would you like to give it a try? Lu Yuan proposed, though he had reservations about letting his grandfather fish. The creatures in the pond were exceptionally fierce and of considerable size, having been sourced from a spatial pond and brimming with wild instincts. He feared that a careless moment might lead to an unfortunate incident. Haha, my eldest grandson truly understands me. Hand it over. Grandpa's face lit up with delight. Before he took the fishing rod, Lu Yuan repeatedly cautioned him to exercise extreme care, but it seemed his grandfather was too preoccupied with the fish to heed the warnings. However, once Grandpa successfully hooked the first fish, Lu Yuan's worries dissipated. He had underestimated his grandfather's prowess when it came to larger fish. Grandpa excelled at tiring them out before reeling them in. Lu Yuan watched in awe, his mouth agape, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, it is customary for the younger generation to pay their New Year's greetings to their elders. However, in the case of Lu Yuan, residing in Qingshui City, several hundred kilometers away from his hometown, this year's celebration was remarkably subdued compared to the bustling past gatherings. At the entrance, a family passing by to visit relatives caught the attention of a young child who had just learned to speak, sweetly exclaiming, "Happy New Year, Grandpa." This delighted the old gentleman, who insisted on giving the child a red envelope. Chapter 32, The Thieving Dog. Alas. Xiao Yuan, come and play a game of chess with Grandpa. The elderly man, feeling a bit melancholic in his solitude, called Lu Yuan to join him for a game. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. Lu Yuan hurried to the door and saw his grandmother warmly greeting Wei Xiaoshan, holding her hand affectionately. "Old man, the second son, and the second daughter-in-law. Our granddaughter-in-law has arrived." Grandma's jubilant exclamation instantly stirred the entire household. "Oh, Xiaoshan, come inside. It's cold out here." "Xiao Yuan, why aren't you bringing your wife in?" Grandpa abandoned the chess game, a smile illuminating his face as he welcomed her. "What, buying a car? How much will it cost?" Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was considering purchasing a vehicle, Xiaoshan quickly inquired. In truth, Xiaoshan had long wished for Lu Yuan to buy a car. However, the expenses for young people are numerous. Owning a car entails more than just the purchase price. It includes fuel, maintenance, and insurance, which collectively amount to a significant annual expenditure. Nevertheless, times have changed. Acquiring a vehicle no longer seems a daunting task. Owning a car would undoubtedly enhance the convenience of travel and outings. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, while the festive atmosphere still lingered, it had significantly faded compared to the exuberance of New Year's Eve and the first day. Lu Yuan rode his electric scooter with Xiaoshan seated behind him, while De Huang, the newly christened canine companion, trotted ahead. They made their way directly to the automotive trade company. After navigating a considerable distance within the company, Lu Yuan ultimately opted for a newly released domestic electric SUV. This choice was motivated not only by the government subsidies making it more affordable, but also by the prospect of significant savings on fuel. With the impending apocalypse looming, travel was poised to become exceedingly challenging, as limited fuel supplies and exorbitant prices rendered many vehicles mere ornaments. As he hummed a cheerful tune while driving, De Huang comfortably reclined in the back seat, exploring the various items within the vehicle that piqued his interest. When Lu Yuan halted the car, he discreetly retrieved a dimensional crystal from his pocket, only to be greeted by a dazzling shimmer emanating from it. To his astonishment, the upgrade crystal had arrived. Lu Yuan parked the vehicle to the side, initially planning to leave De Huang inside. However, the stubborn dog refused to remain, prompting Lu Yuan to take him along, albeit with repeated warnings to refrain from wandering off. After ensuring the surroundings were clear of onlookers, Lu Yuan stealthily scaled the courtyard wall and retrieved a piece of ham from his spatial storage, tossing it to the eager dog. Instantly, De Huang joyfully grasped the ham and began to gnaw on it. What a character this dog was, so easily swayed by such a trivial treat. Lu Yuan glanced at De Huang, who seemed to understand his thoughts, letting out a disgruntled whine that clearly expressed his discontent with Lu Yuan's skepticism. With the crystal in hand, Lu Yuan ventured forth until he reached a scrap car, where the crystal ceased its flickering. Commencing excavation, Lu Yuan drew forth his tools from the spatial realm and began to dig. After consuming the golden fruit, his stamina was remarkably enhanced, and before long, he had unearthed a pit of 1.5 meters deep. A black crystal emerged from the ground, which Lu Yuan hastily stowed away in his pocket. This marked the 4th crystal he had discovered for expanding his territory. However, he had yet to encounter any crystals that would elevate the quality of the land. Just as he was about to scale the wall and leave, a vehicle approached from a distance. Lu Yuan quickly concealed himself and the dog, De Huang, to the side. Unexpectedly, the dog, having recently consumed ham, perked up upon seeing its owner's car and began barking furiously in Lu Yuan's direction. Damn it! Had my ham merely been a meal for the dog? Well, it seemed to have been. With a click, the door lock was released and the dog's owner entered. Seeing his dog barking incessantly, he assumed it had missed him during his absence and affectionately patted its head. Yet, the dog continued to bark towards Lu Yuan's previous location, leaving both the owner and Lu Yuan bewildered. What a predicament! Lu Yuan stealthily retrieved the crystal and, pulling De Huang along, slipped into the pit. Meanwhile, the dog's owner followed the direction of his pet's frantic barking and, upon reaching the spot where Lu Yuan had just vanished, scratched his head in confusion. Then, casting a glance at his dog, he scolded, "You useless creature. Why can't you guard the house properly? You'll go hungry tonight." Instantly, the dog displayed a look of indignation. After hiding for over half an hour, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, preparing to call for De Huang to leave. "Open your mouth." De Huang continued to wag his tail. "I said open your mouth." De Huang displayed an innocent demeanor, then his throat moved slightly. Lu Yuan seemed to sense an impending misfortune and quickly glanced back. The once vibrant golden fruit on the little green seedling was now conspicuously absent. "Damn it, De Huang. Stay there." This time, De Huang refused to comply, darting around the courtyard as he played a game of hide and seek with Lu Yuan, until Lu Yuan finally caught him by the tail and firmly smacked him. "You scoundrel! You stole my fruit." Lu Yuan felt his heart sinking. He had intended to save the fruit for Xiao Shan, but never anticipated that De Huang would devour it. The heartache was almost unbearable. After receiving a thrashing, De Huang sat pitifully to the side, his head drooping in silence. "What are you staring at? Come over here and dig a hole." Lu Yuan's anger flared upon seeing De Huang. Obediently, De Huang scampered over and began to dig at the spot Lu Yuan pointed to. As he buried the crystal, a blinding light enveloped him, and moments later, an additional plot of land appeared beside the fourth plot. Chapter 33. The planet arrives having consumed the fruit. De Huang seemed to possess even greater strength, his fur glistening more vibrantly, and he sprinted with remarkable speed. However, he also became more elusive whenever Lu Yuan wanted him to perform a task. De Huang was nowhere to be found. Lu Yuan strongly suspected that the fruit had awakened De Huang's intellect. Just as he was about to search for De Huang, he spotted him nestled affectionately at Grandpa's feet, once again yearning for fish. Lu Yuan stepped forward and firmly grasped the ears of the golden retriever, exclaiming how this creature had become increasingly indulgent. No longer concerned with guarding the home, it spent its days indulging in food and idleness. How many fish had this rascal pilfered again? "Old man, from now on, if De Huang desires fish, let it catch its own." The sight of De Huang's behavior nearly compelled Lu Yuan to give it a beating. Alas, De Huang was an old dog, having been raised for nearly a decade now. If we were to equate its age to that of a human, it would be around 70 or 80 years old. De Huang, ever the performer, shed a couple of crocodile tears, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, Lu Yuan was well aware that it was merely an act. Coughing lightly, he reassured, "Grandpa, De Huang is in good health. I estimate it could easily live another 10 or 8 years. With that, he led De Huang to the supermarket to buy water. Although De Huang whimpered along the way, Lu Yuan felt not an ounce of sympathy. Upon their return, De Huang sported a new double-sided shoulder bag, specially chosen by Lu Yuan, equipped with pockets on either side capable of holding over 20 bottles of water. Recently, a netizen, using a telescope, discovered the asteroid belt and captured it on film, causing a sensation online, leading to a complete sellout of telescopes, with some even becoming exceedingly hard to acquire. Sales data from various manufacturers indicated that the public's fervor for stockpiling food and water had once again diminished, and a sense of rational consumption had firmly taken root in the populace. Lu Yuan sighed, astonished at how swiftly 3 months had passed. With merely a day remaining until the onset of the apocalypse, he resolved to cherish every moment. Closing his laptop, Lu Yuan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the light above him, when his phone suddenly rang. "Lu Yuan, are you home? Come out for a moment. I have something for you." It was his girlfriend, Xiao Shan. "Oh, all right. I'll be right there." Lu Yuan promptly leaped off his bed, holding 2 tickets to the stargazing platform. He was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Shan, you didn't really buy these, did you? They're quite expensive." Lu Yuan was aware that tickets to such a venue, especially during its rare nighttime openings, had skyrocketed in price, with some even willing to pay 20,000 for a single ticket. "No, they were distributed at my dad's workplace. Each person above the level of a section chief received 2. My dad didn't want to go, so he gave them to me." Xiao Shan shivered, tucking her chin into her coat. Lu Yuan gently cupped his hand around her ear and sighed. "Are you really planning to go out in this cold?" "Of course. It's not far, and it will be a nice diversion. We might as well go." Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly captivated by the prospect of the meteor shower. The following evening, at 8 o'clock, They arrived at the Qingshan Mountain stargazing platform. Xiaoshan, are you cold? Lu Yuan asked as he adjusted her collar. Yes. It's quite chilly. But as long as I can make a wish, it's worth it. Hee. A charming smile revealed her dimples. Lu Yuan sighed a wish. If wishes could indeed come true, he would wish for the planets to align in his favor. Though he wondered if such a desire would be granted by the meteor shower. Just as they reached the halfway point up the mountain, someone suddenly shouted, "Look! There are 2 moons in the sky." Everyone looked up, and indeed, 2 moons appeared in the sky. However, one was a planet from the asteroid belt, its brilliance seemingly surpassing that of the moon. Wow, what a marvel! A millennium spectacle. Quick, take a picture. Let me post this on my social media. Thankfully, I purchased a ticket. Otherwise, I would have missed such a sight. I wonder if that is indeed a planet. It seems to be growing larger. As people debated and snapped photos, the celestial body appeared to expand, initially comparable in size to the moon. Half an hour passed, and it had grown to be twice the size of the moon, prompting the crowd to hasten their ascent. Finally, after over an hour, Lu Yuan and Xiaoshan reached the observation platform, which was already teeming with people. Some attempted to set up their camera tripods, but there was no space left. The wind at the mountain's peak was fierce. Lu Yuan pondered whether it was the planet's arrival that stirred the unusual gusts. Or perhaps it was merely his own imagination playing tricks. The planet had yet to breach the atmosphere, so it lacked a tail. But its size had ballooned to over 10 times that of the moon. Enthusiastic onlookers wielded various cameras, and the air was filled with exclamations of astonishment, such as "Wow!" and "Goodness gracious!" A colossal planet obscured half the sky, and the myriad craters on its surface were discernible even without observational instruments. As the atmosphere was torn asunder, the resounding hiss of combustion echoed, while the planet, engulfed in flames, trailed a long, thick plume of smoke across the sky. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone could feel the searing heat radiating from the celestial body. It grew increasingly larger, enveloping 3/4 of the sky. As the atmosphere ignited the star into a colossal fireball, Lu Yuan had never witnessed such a spectacle even in his dreams. He had been peacefully slumbering in his room when the sound of a ringing in his ears heralded the dawn. Now, he could distinctly observe the diverse rocks and craters on the planet's surface, even spotting what appeared to be gold-like minerals. Many people screamed in excitement, reaching out as if to draw closer to the planet. Yet it merely traversed the upper atmosphere at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters before continuing on its path. A night passed, and the populace bid farewell to the planet as it departed from Earth. When dawn broke the following day, it felt as though the events of the previous night had merely been a dream. Upon awakening, everything around remained unchanged. Chapter 34. The Earth's rotation slowed. Every individual's phone was filled with videos of the planet crossing through the Earth's atmosphere. It appeared as if the apocalypse had not commenced at all, and the crowd erupted in cheers, despite sensing they had been deceived by the experts. Thus, that day was designated as a day of revelry. As people indulged in the long-saved provisions, feasting and squandering with abandon, the so-called experts who had prophesied the impending doom vanished from television screens, their credibility shattered. Just when the populace believed the apocalypse to be nothing more than a farce, Lu Yuan, however, vividly remembered. Yesterday, the sun ascended above the horizon at 6:42, while today it rose at 6:45. No one noticed this anomaly. Everyone continued their routines of eating and drinking as usual. Lu Yuan was aware that, according to the Earth's trajectory, it was already March, and the sunrise should occur progressively earlier. Yet, it was becoming increasingly later. The reason for this discrepancy remained unknown to others, but Lu Yuan and the relevant authorities understood it well. The Earth's rotation was slowing down, and this deceleration would continue until it came to a halt. The consequence of this phenomenon would be the elongation of both day and night. What once constituted a 24-hour cycle would gradually extend to 25, 26 hours, ultimately leading to perpetual daylight or eternal night. Thus, the end times had officially commenced. Eventually, this situation was noticed by the populace, with the first to observe it being a group of elderly individuals fond of morning exercises. Grandmothers, who had little to occupy their time aside from household chores, joined the ranks of morning exercisers. Previously, they would step outside around 6:30. But with the dawn occurring later, their exercise sessions were consequently pushed back. The second group to recognize the change comprised students who had already returned to school. Typically, they would rise around 6:30 to prepare for their 7:30 classes. However, the later sunrise meant that many students awoke to darkness, and the onset of night was also gradually extending. As dusk descended at 6 o'clock, it gradually morphed into 6:30 and then 7. Eventually, this peculiar phenomenon elicited public response, prompting various experts to emerge once more for analysis. Some unreliable analysts suggested that the extension of daylight was due to planetary alignments intersecting with Earth, a claim lacking in scientific rigor. The Earth has been revolving and rotating for billions of years, enduring numerous planetary and meteorite impacts without any significant issues. In truth, the primary cause of this anomaly was the recent surge in solar sunspot activity, and it is unlikely to persist for an extended period. An array of opinions flooded in, slightly altering the public's sense of urgency. However, what truly captured the populace's attention were the meteorites accompanying the planets. As everyone had observed the glimmering golden minerals on the planetary surface, some speculated that these treasures were indeed gold, leading to the belief that the meteorites descending alongside the planets might also contain the precious metal. In no time, a gold rush erupted in various locales. By a curious twist of fate, a factory near Lu Yuan's home was struck by a meteorite, igniting a fierce blaze that consumed hundreds of square meters, reducing the structure to ashes. According to his father, a massive crater approximately 10 meters in diameter was discovered amidst the ruins. However, thanks to the nearby fire station, firefighters swiftly arrived at the scene, evacuating the crowd during the initial moments of the fire. Lu Yuan's father had originally intended to join the commotion, but arriving late, he saw nothing but heard that the area had been tightly cordoned off, prohibiting anyone from approaching. In recent days, Lu Yuan has witnessed an array of black Jeep vehicles transporting experts clad in sterile protective suits, equipped with various instruments, rushing into the meteorite crater. Have you heard? A nearly 5-meter-wide meteorite has been discovered at Lu Laosan's factory, and expert analysis suggests it possesses an extraordinarily high gold content. My goodness, has Lu Laosan lost his senses? Why report such a valuable find to the authorities? Would it not be better to keep it for himself? TCH, those in power have long been vigilant. The moment a meteorite strikes, fire crews will rush in to secure the scene. To think of hoarding such a treasure? Perhaps he should contemplate spending a few years in confinement instead. The public's curiosity regarding the enigmatic meteorite has intensified, giving rise to a multitude of rumors that are overwhelming. It appears that the onset of an apocalyptic event has been overshadowed by their obsession, and Lu Yuan can understand this, for in a society that prioritizes wealth, no one can hinder the pursuit of prosperity. As for whether the meteorite truly contains gold, Lu Yuan remains uncertain. On this particular day, the cycle of day and night has extended to 35 hours, with daylight lasting approximately 17 hours and darkness enveloping the world for 18 hours, thoroughly disrupting people's routines. At 8 in the morning, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and emerged from the warmth of his bed. To prevent his family from falling into a state of disarray between day and night, he has strategically placed timed lighting in every room. The lights illuminate during the day and extinguish at night, while the 3 layers of curtains remain drawn. Apart from the temporal disarray, the most palpable sensation among people is the escalating heat, coupled with increasingly pronounced temperature variations between day and night. During the day, temperatures gradually ascend from a chilling -7 or 8 degrees, peaking at nearly 30 degrees. It is now the end of March, merely the onset of spring, yet the 30-degree warmth has melted away the remnants of winter's snow. However, as night falls, the ground becomes solidly frozen once more. To safeguard his family from the risk of illness due to such drastic temperature fluctuations, Lu Yuan has diligently prepared a variety of clothing for them. Recently, there is a piece of joyous news. A golden fruit in Lu Yuan's dimensional space is on the verge of ripening. To prevent De Huang from pilfering it, Lu Yuan has barred him from entering the space. Presently, the area encompasses 80 square meters of land, 80 square meters of grass, an 80 square meter fish pond, and an 80 square meter small house. Chapter 35. Purchase restrictions. Each day, Lu Yuan visits the space to harvest the ripened fruits, leaving his mother, who oversees the various plants in the yard, somewhat perplexed. Xiao Yuan, it seems we just turned some mangoes into dried mangoes yesterday. Yet I noticed several more boxes of mangoes appeared in the storage room. How is that possible? Mother, perhaps you were mistaken? Why don't you take a break and stop counting the fruits in the yard? Alas. All right, since you will be going out shortly, take the dried mangoes to Xiaoshan's house. Both she and my mother-in-law enjoy them immensely. Lu Yuan harbored no intention of disclosing the secrets of his dimensional space, for he believed that the fewer individuals privy to such knowledge, the safer he would be. Revealing the existence of this alternate realm to his family could potentially expose them to peril. Having learned from the painful lessons of his previous life, Lu Yuan was resolute in avoiding the same mistakes. As time progressed, a week had elapsed, during which the duration of day and night had extended to over 70 hours and continued to grow. The predictions made by various experts online, which claimed that this phenomenon would soon cease, evidently proved to be mere fabrications aimed at misleading the public. The increasing temperature fluctuations brought about numerous adverse effects. Recently, the transportation authorities have urged drivers to exercise caution while traveling, emphasizing the importance of avoiding fatigue behind the wheel, for life is singular and must be cherished. In response to the unusual length of day and night, relevant national departments have issued emergency notifications, adjusting class schedules for students. Schools equipped to do so may implement online teaching to ensure the continuity of education. Due to the drastic changes in diurnal temperature, hospitals nationwide have entered a state of emergency. To safeguard public health, authorities are calling on citizens to stock up on clothing to ward off influenza. Previously, news reports focused on the hardships faced by people in foreign lands, contrasting with the seemingly tranquil lives of citizens at home. However, current news highlights the impacts of the prolonged alternation of day and night, indicating that the government has begun to take this issue seriously. Moreover, due to the gradual deceleration of the Earth's rotation, the flow rate of rivers has also diminished, leading to a decline in the water levels of certain tributaries in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. That morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, the sun had set just over 3 hours prior, marking the onset of evening. Xiaoshan hurriedly rode her electric bicycle to Lu Yuan's villa. "Xiaoshan, what is the matter? You seem quite flustered," Lu Yuan said as he emerged wrapped in a thick coat, observing the anxious expression on Wei Xiaoshan's face. "Grandpa, Xiao Yuan, haven't you heard?" Lu Yuan and the elder exchanged a brief, puzzled glance. "Heard what?" Xiaoshan sighed and retrieved a notice from her bag. Lu Yuan took it, examined it briefly, and then handed it to his grandfather. "Is this true?" "Yes, it is. My mother received this notice this morning when she opened the shop. It states that the entire city is under water restrictions, and various types of meat will also be rationed. This means my mother's braised dish shop may no longer be able to operate," Xiaoshan said, her face revealing a trace of worry. Lu Yuan too wore a troubled expression. Despite having prepared for such eventualities, the official announcement still unsettled him. Consequently, he convened the family to discuss the matter. Ultimately, the elder voiced a unified strategic approach. First, every family member should go to the supermarket daily to procure the allotted water and food, ensuring that we have ample supplies. Secondly, the old gentleman shared the pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry raised in the backyard, regularly slaughtering them to ensure that Xiaoshan's mother would not be unemployed. After all, a steady source of income remains crucial, especially since the food rationing system has yet to be implemented. Once it is instituted, acquiring provisions will become an insurmountable challenge. Thirdly, the family began to conserve water. Although food was abundant, water had become a precious commodity. Without it, all plants and livestock would perish. Fourthly, they decided to invite Xiaoshan's parents over to discuss the prospect of their marriage. However, at Lu Yuan's insistence, this was modified to merely a meeting, postponing any thoughts of marriage for the time being. It was not that Lu Yuan was averse to marriage, but rather that he did not wish for Xiaoshan to bear children amidst the apocalypse, as such offspring would inevitably suffer. He longed for his children to thrive in a world devoid of calamity. Moreover, should Xiaoshan become pregnant, the complications would be considerable. Everyone understood the difficulties faced by expectant mothers in such an environment. Accessing hospitals, undergoing necessary checkups, and the heightened risks associated with childbirth were daunting prospects. As the days grew increasingly sweltering, by midday, when the sun reached its zenith, temperatures soared to 40 degrees. Schools had largely suspended classes, and various factories and companies adjusted their working hours accordingly. On this particular day, Lu Yuan was busy in the kitchen with his mother, learning to prepare dishes such as oil-braised eggplant, minced meat eggplant, and potato-stewed eggplant. Consequently, his mother had harvested several hundred pounds of eggplants from the fields over the past few days, leading to an incessant diet of eggplant dishes that left Lu Yuan's complexion tinged with a slight purple hue. In order to swiftly consume the surplus eggplants, Lu Yuan diligently delivered a portion to his father-in-law's home each day, while the remainder was used to learn the art of preparing eggplant alongside his mother. The eggplants were deftly cut into irregular chunks and steamed in the microwave. After 3 minutes, they were presented, accompanied by sauteed minced meat, a rich sauce, and a few cloves of garlic. A drizzle of hot oil over the minced meat and eggplant released an enticing aroma that filled the air. Chapter 36. Has Grandpa suffered from heat stroke? This day unfolded like any other, with Lu Yuan being summoned early by his mother to the vegetable garden to harvest an array of vegetables and fruits. After approximately 2 hours of diligent work, he finally completed the task. Although the garden spanned merely a few hundred square meters, the yield was substantial. Typically, a single grapevine would yield around 10 to 20 pounds of grapes, but the grapevine in Lu Yuan's courtyard was exceptional, sprawling across the yard and producing an abundant harvest. He filled 2 large baskets to the brim with ripe grapes. By this time, the sun was already high in the sky, marking the first moment in a month that Lu Yuan could bask in the midday sun. The various fruit trees in the courtyard resembled colossal umbrellas, casting a refreshing shade over the area, while outside, the temperature soared to a blistering 40 degrees Celsius. His grandmother employed traditional methods to clean the grapes, drying a portion to make raisins, while the rest was reserved for winemaking. In the past, when they lived in their hometown, the grape yield was meager, with only a handful of vines producing a modest quantity. However, the current abundance of 2 large baskets of grapes allowed for the creation of a delightful array of culinary masterpieces. Driving with a few pounds of grapes toward Xiaoshan's home, I noted that her work schedule at the mobile service center remained unchanged. In fact, due to the extended daylight hours, she had been compelled to work overtime, which was utterly inhumane. As I passed by her company, the pedestrians appeared lethargic, and I even witnessed a pancake vendor dozing off while cooking, nearly igniting his stall. Being familiar faces, several young ladies from the mobile service center approached me enthusiastically upon my arrival. "Brother Lu, what delightful treats have you brought today?" One young woman, noticing me from afar, eagerly opened the door and eyed the bag in my hand. Look, Xiaoshan's boyfriend truly deserves the title, while I can only question my own life choices. A middle-aged woman sighed dramatically, joining the fray for the fruit. I placed a bag of grapes on the counter, finally freeing myself from the clutches of the eager women. "Xiaoshan, see what I've brought for you." Gently, I awakened Xiaoshan, who was dozing off. Yawning, she replied, "Please tell me it's not more eggplants. You mustn't bring me any more. My dad nearly had a row with my mom over those." "Rest assured, that batch of eggplants has been consumed, and the next one arrived for several days. Today, my mother specially prepared some grape juice for you. You must try it. Freshly made. Also, there are raisins and grape bread." As Xiaoshan opened the bag and peered inside, a joyful expression illuminated her face. A few well-fed and satisfied employees, upon catching sight of the items on Xiaoshan's table, were instantly captivated and rushed over. "Oh my, Lu Yuan, where did you purchase these grapes? They are so fresh. And such large ones," exclaimed a woman as she grabbed a handful of grapes from the bag, munching on them as she spoke. Indeed, the prices of fruits outside have skyrocketed. Grapes used to cost less than 10 yuan per gene, and now they have soared to over 50. They are simply unaffordable now. Another woman discreetly took a piece of cake from the bag. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. This was meant for his wife. And how could they just help themselves without a second thought? They truly did not regard him as an outsider. Seeing that her items were nearly depleted, Xiaoshan hurriedly tied the bag shut and tucked it away into her drawer. After leaving the office, she made a trip back to her home. Looking at the bag overflowing with grapes and various grape snacks, Xiaoshan's mother insisted on inviting Lu Yuan inside with a warm smile. Reluctantly, he followed her in. Xiaoshan's mother treated Lu Yuan with genuine affection, almost as if he were her own son, as evidenced by her secret stash of tea leaves she believed were well hidden from Xiaoshan's father. "This is the fine tea your uncle uses to entertain leaders. Take some to share with your father-in-law and your grandfather later," she said. Lu Yuan awkwardly declined, thinking to himself that if Xiaoshan's father found out, his chances of being welcomed back into the family would be uncertain. After spending a little time at the house, Xiaoshan's mother washed the grapes and brought a plate of them in. "Alas, everything is so expensive nowadays, we haven't dared to buy much fruit at home. Thankfully, you often bring some with you, Xiao Yuan, so you must continue to do so. When will you take me to meet your family and discuss your marriage with your uncle?" At that moment, Xiaoshan's father entered from outside, having overheard the conversation. With a stern expression, he remarked, "Their family is not in a hurry. Why are you, as a mother, so eager?" It was evident that the father-in-law was displeased with the lack of timely arrangements for the parents to meet. "Ahem, uncle, aunt. I was uncertain how to broach this topic with you. My parents and grandparents have been urging me, but I simply didn't know how to approach you, so. Kiki, you rascal, do you think your aunt and I are that kind of people? Let's arrange this soon. The father-in-law's demeanor softened slightly. Yet his expression darkened upon noticing the tea leaves on the table, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone rang. It was his mother calling. What? Grandpa has been hospitalized? All right, I understand. I'm on my way. Yes, the Second People's Hospital. I'll be there immediately. With that, Lu Yuan hurriedly stood up. Both the father-in-law and mother-in-law displayed signs of anxiety on their faces. My mother heard from the neighbors that my grandfather suffered from heat stroke. I must leave now. I will visit another day. Heat stroke? It shouldn't be too serious. How about this? Your aunt and I will accompany you to take a look. I happen to have a friend who works as a doctor at the Second People's Hospital. Hopefully, he can be of assistance. As he spoke, the father-in-law pulled Lu Yuan along towards the exit while making a phone call. The car sped towards the Second People's Hospital, and the group rushed into the outpatient department. The outpatient clinic was bustling with an overwhelming number of patients, many adorned with blue fever-reducing patches on their foreheads. The aisles were filled to capacity. The clamorous disputes of men, the wailing of women and children, and the stern reprimands from the doctors exacerbating the already stifling heat of the hall. In the distance, Lu Yuan spotted his father's figure. Dad, I'm over here. Where's Grandpa? Lu Yuan inquired anxiously. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Xiao Shan's father and mother beside him. Xiao Yuan, this is. Chapter 37. The meeting of two sets of parents just as Lu Yuan was about to introduce them. His father-in-law grasped his dad's arm and said, Brother Lu, let's not delay. We must check on the elder's condition first. I have already contacted a friend who may be able to assist the old gentleman. His father excitedly shook hands with Xiao Shan's dad and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thus, the group made their way towards the makeshift ward on the second floor. The ward was overflowing. Originally designed to accommodate 4 beds, it had been crammed with 6. As Lu Yuan surveyed each bed, he could not locate his grandfather's presence. Only the innermost bed was obscured from view by several individuals standing around it. Pushing his way through the crowd, Lu Yuan parted the throng, only to find the occupant of the bed was not his grandfather. Where's my grandfather? Lu Yuan stood frozen. Equally bewildered was his father. Suddenly, his father-in-law entered, leading a man clad in a white coat. Xiao Yuan, where's the old gentleman? We need the doctor to examine him. I don't know, came the uncertain reply. Everyone was taken aback, and the doctor in the white coat furrowed his brow as he quietly addressed Xiao Shan's father. Old Wei, could you please stop this nonsense? I have several patients waiting for me outside. The father-in-law's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps, this isn't the right ward. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind. An elderly man approached, carrying a basin of cool water, a towel, and a box of medicinal essence, shouting, Make way for those inside. Why block the path for no reason? Lu Yuan and his father turned to look, and indeed it was their old man, showing no signs of heat stroke whatsoever. Dad, what is going on? Didn't you say you suffered from heat stroke? The father pressed forward and inquired. The old man, taken aback, scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? You rascal. How could I possibly suffer from heat stroke with my robust health? Who said that? Ahem. Grandpa. I heard from my mom that she received a call from a neighbor who claimed to have seen you all get into the ambulance. The old man suddenly enlightened, chuckling. Oh, I see. They must have mistaken me for someone else. It was old Lu, who collapsed while playing chess. We, his old friends, took him to the hospital. With that, he walked over to the innermost bed. How is old Lu? Let's cool him down with a wet towel. A hint of embarrassment crossed the grandfather's face. An elderly lady shot him a sharp glare, admonishing, Why on earth are you playing chess in this sweltering heat? Don't you realize your age? Humph. The intricacies of the situation have finally become clear. The elderly gentleman has also found himself in a position of blame. With a dismissive gesture, he left the ward. Outside, my mother was supporting my grandmother, who was drenched in sweat, as she had just ascended the stairs. Father? What brings you here? My mother expressed her astonishment. My grandmother looked on in surprise, muttering incessantly. The standards of hospitals in this city are remarkably high. In less than half an hour, he is already lively and full of vigor. This marked the first encounter between the two families. Although the setting was not ideal, both parties were exceedingly eager and clearly delighted by the meeting. Upon visiting Lu Yuan's home for the first time, Xiao Shan's parents were taken aback by the grandeur of the villa. Father-in-law, does your residence truly boast such an expansive yard? And a fish pond? The father-in-law was evidently astonished by the villa's magnificence. Ah, this rascal did all of this himself, spending a fortune without a thought for frugality. My father began to jest, critiquing the decor based on his years of experience, though he secretly relished the comfort of this abode more than anyone since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the father-in-law secretly gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. As they entered the house, my mother brought forth an array of fruit platters and dried fruits, and brewed some tea. The conversation flowed effortlessly between the two families. My mother and my mother-in-law took a tour of the house, and it was evident that both shared an inexplicable fondness for the kitchen, feeling as though they had met too late in life. Seated around the round table were the two families, soon to be united. Both sets of parents engaged in lively banter, expressing optimistic hopes for the union between their children. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in distress, for the topic of marriage inevitably led to discussions of having children. Sure enough, his grandmother hinted at the desire for a great-grandchild, while his mother-in-law had fully aligned with this sentiment, eagerly promising to urge the couple to have children soon. Xiaoshan, feeling embarrassed, buried her face in Lu Yuan's embrace. However, the old gentleman was a man who placed great importance on appearances and traditions. He immediately mentioned the ceremonial gifts and the elaborate wedding procession. Satisfied, Lu Yuan's father-in-law took a sip of tea and remarked, "Uncle, such customs as the 3 letters and 6 rites or the grand sedan chair are hardly observed nowadays. Furthermore, these practices are not permitted in the city anymore. Simplicity is key. The primary concern is what the two young ones intend to do." Exactly. Lu Yuan and Xiaoshan have yet to express their thoughts. We should first inquire about their wishes, echoed the mothers, urging the young couple to take the lead. Lu Yuan felt overwhelmed. Was it not merely a simple meeting? Why were they already discussing dates and arrangements? Had he mistakenly picked up the wrong script? Ahem. Xiaoshan, what are your thoughts? Lu Yuan asked, as he had not previously contemplated such matters with her. I'm fine with anything, Xiaoshan replied, her face flushing once more. After much discussion, it was decided that they would first invite Xiaoshan's relatives for a meal to casually discuss the engagement. However, due to the fact that Xiaoshan's 2 aunts and 1 uncle reside in distant locales, their visit is a rare occurrence. Hence, we can only notify them for now, and we must await their arrival to finalize the date for the celebratory feast. In truth, Xiaoshan's parents are reluctant to complicate matters. Yet the elder insists on proceeding this way. After all, both families are only children. And such a moment occurs but once in a lifetime. Nothing should be lacking from either side. Xiaoshan's father, after indulging in a cigarette at the entrance, finally voiced his innermost thoughts. Chapter 38. Ready to become a father? Xiao Yuan, prepare yourself. Xiaoshan's uncle is not one to be trifled with. Nevertheless, rest assured, Xiaoshan's mother and I will do our utmost to shield you from him. Yes, you can count on me regarding the uncle. I am well prepared. In truth, Lu Yuan was uncertain of the character of her uncle, yet he refrained from inquiring further. With both his father-in-law and mother-in-law already expressing their allegiance to him, what was there to fear? April 7th marks the final day of the Earth's rotation. After today, there shall never again be a night. After finishing his last cigarette, Lu Yuan gazed at the sun, which was on the verge of setting. The final cold night was about to commence. This night had already stretched over 20 hours, and by dawn, it would be well past 2 in the afternoon. Lu Yuan enjoyed a particularly restful sleep that night. Upon awakening, he partook of a sumptuous lunch and then set off to various pharmacies to continue procuring medicinal supplies. In fact, Lu Yuan had commenced his procurement of medicines prior to the onset of the apocalypse. However, due to numerous medications being subject to purchase limits, and certain specialty drugs being withheld from wholesale distribution by pharmacies, the task proved challenging. Grandmother has been suffering from heart disease, relying on medication for many years. Lu Yuan has stockpiled enough medication to last a decade, securely stored in his space. Although the old gentleman appears well most of the time, his asthma tends to flare up when he drinks or smokes, so Lu Yuan has also prepared for that. Additionally, he has amassed a considerable supply of common cold remedies, fever reducers, cough suppressants, and various surgical medications for injuries. At this moment, a delivery vehicle halted in front of the pharmacy, and the courier entered, holding a list. He addressed the shopkeeper, saying, "The baby formula this time is all fresh, and I've brought plenty at the same price as before." Lu Yuan's interest was piqued, and without knowing why, he inquired, "How long does a child need to consume formula from birth until weaning?" The courier and the shopkeeper exchanged glances at Lu Yuan, who was laden with bags. "Haha, Are you about to become a father? Congratulations! The courier exclaimed, chuckling as he retrieved a canister of formula from a nearby shelf. The newborn must consume milk, preferably breast milk. If that is unavailable, then formula will suffice. For a child with a hearty appetite, roughly 3 to 4 cans are needed per month, while a smaller eater would still require about 3 cans. And typically, until what age does a child consume formula? The shopkeeper replied with a smile. That depends on when you choose to wean your child, but generally, it is around 2 to 3 years. Conveniently, we are currently running a promotion. You might consider purchasing some for your little one. Lu Yuan subsequently inquired about the array of necessities that a pregnant woman would require from conception to childbirth. He then swiped his card to purchase a cart overflowing with infant formula before heading to a mother and baby store for a shopping spree. Observing the back seat filled to the brim with an assortment of diapers, formula, bottles, and various items for pregnant women, Lu Yuan felt a sense of unreality. Was he truly about to become a father? Ahem, better safe than sorry. Finding a secluded spot along the way, he stored all the items in a dimensional space, fearing that his grandparents would see them and start pressuring him and Xiaoshan to have children. The daylight stretched beyond the bounds of imagination, surpassing 30 hours. With the sun still perched high in the sky, the internet erupted once more. Oh my goodness! As a northeasterner, I have never experienced temperatures soaring to 35 degrees. It has now reached 40 degrees here. Friends from the south, do share your methods of keeping cool. I am utterly exhausted. Yet is it truly advisable to sleep during the day? It has been over a month since I had a proper rest. Can anyone tell me when night will arrive? I am in the same predicament. I work the day shift at the factory, and my supervisor insists we cannot leave until dark. Please inform me when we might finally clock out. Shortly thereafter, the relevant national authorities issued an urgent notification. Due to the influence of the planetary belt, the Earth has entered a state of temporary stasis. However, experts predict that this is merely a transient condition, as the gravitational pull of the sun will soon restore Earth's rotation. It is hoped that the general populace will remain calm and heed the directives and notifications from local authorities, refraining from spreading unfounded rumors. Recently, water levels in rivers across various regions have plummeted to unprecedented lows, surpassing the historical minimum recorded by humankind. In some areas, rivers have experienced complete cessation of flow, and numerous hydropower stations have declared a lack of water for utilization. Consequently, restrictions on electricity usage will be implemented in the near future. As a result of the planetary belt's impact, the Earth is temporarily at a standstill, with 90% of our nation enduring extreme daylight and high temperatures, leading to an alarming surge in fire incidents. It is imperative for everyone to exercise caution in their electricity usage and to prepare adequately for fire prevention. It appears that the government has limited recourse, being forced to witness the gradual onset of disaster. Their primary focus is to meet the demands for water and electricity. While a substantial stockpile of grain was accumulated months ago, suggesting prior anticipation of this crisis. Currently, all educational institutions have suspended classes, and factories prone to fire hazards have halted operations. Nonetheless, some unscrupulous factory owners continue to operate defiantly. For instance, the textile factory near Lu Yuan's residence has disregarded the directives issued by the district mayor following the day of stasis, which aim to prevent fire-related casualties. This factory remains unperturbed, operating its machinery with relentless clamor each day. That morning, precisely at 8 a.m., Lu Yuan awoke with a slight irritation in his throat. Upon opening the window, he beheld a thick plume of smoke ascending into the sky from the factory district in the distance. It had finally ignited. This was the inevitable consequence of disobedience. Shortly thereafter, fire trucks began to race down the main road before his home. Numerous nearby residents rallied together, armed with buckets of water, to combat the flames. However, observing the mineral water bottles in their hands, Lu Yuan harbored grave doubts that they were there to extinguish the fire rather than merely to gawk. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to join them, clutching a bottle of water. Upon arrival, he witnessed several firefighters wielding hoses in their valiant efforts to quell the blaze. Among them, a middle-aged man, slightly balding, knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Lu Yuan had no doubt that, had he not been restrained, the man would have charged headlong into the inferno. Just as the wind, which had been dormant for so long, suddenly whipped into a frenzy, the fire captain, observing the flames rekindling after having diminished slightly, was consumed with frustration, nearly hopping with anger. As he prepared to issue commands, a violent explosion erupted from within the fire scene. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a sudden flash before his eyes, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the surrounding factories. The power had gone out. Chapter 39. The firefighting effort. The advent of electricity has irrevocably transformed human existence. Life without it has become inconceivable. The unexpected blackout plunged everyone into a state of panic. Alas, this serves as a lesson to those factory owners who refuse to heed warnings against operating their facilities. And now, look what has transpired. There is no electricity left. Is there? Old Li, what do you mean by such words? Your household has often come to my factory to fetch water. Moreover, we must survive. Who among us does not have family members working in the nearby factories? The crowd began to stir restlessly, and Lu Yuan hastily pulled the old man back. In the sweltering heat, tempers flared easily, especially in such a perpetual daylight setting, where the mental fortitude of the people had been nearly exhausted. Even a trivial exchange of words could escalate into a violent confrontation. As anticipated, the crowd split into two factions. One comprised of villagers adamantly opposing the factory's excessive electricity consumption, fearing the risk of fire during this scorching weather, an outcome no one wished to witness. The other faction consisted of factory owners, who claimed that the recent blaze had nothing to do with them. They insisted that the blame should be directed towards the household where the fire originated, asserting their status as victims as well. Furthermore, they argued that their factories provided numerous job opportunities for the nearby villagers. Without them, the villagers would face starvation. Lu Yuan later learned that this area, over a decade ago, had been nothing but farmland. However, with the expansion of Qingshui City, it had been incorporated into the urban landscape, resulting in many residents becoming prosperous. Although referred to as a new district, the inhabitants still considered themselves villagers, with many families continuing to engage in agriculture. This industrial zone, along with its surrounding areas, constitutes a light industrial base primarily engaged in the production of toys and spinning. Additionally, there are a number of emerging high-tech factories in close proximity. For the sake of unified management, this area has been collectively planned to include both industrial facilities and residential quarters, designated as New District Plot Number 3, abbreviated as New City Number 3. The first plot is located at the southernmost point, with the sequence extending from south to north as Number 1, Number 2, and continuing up to Number 5. The fire chief observed the chaos as people began to argue, with some resorting to physical confrontation, igniting a sudden flare of anger. If you wish to cause a ruckus, kindly step aside. Do not hinder our rescue efforts. With the fire chief's authoritative presence, the bickering and fighting came to a halt, though both parties remained irritable and aloof. Under the fire chief's leadership, everyone rallied to assist in extinguishing the flames, as he had promised that each participant in the firefighting efforts would receive 30 liters of water. Previously, some had attempted to exploit the fire hydrants, only to find that no water flowed when they were turned. It was later revealed that, to ensure the efficient use of water resources, all underground water conduits were regulated by the government. In the event of a fire, the proper protocol was to dial the emergency number, wait for the fire truck to arrive and assess the situation, and then notify the water authority to open the valves. Lu Yuan silently commended the government's foresight, realizing that they had anticipated even this contingency. It seemed that those with nefarious intentions would no longer have the opportunity to act upon them. The firefighting efforts finally concluded after 5 grueling hours. With the firefighters emerging from the inferno, their faces blackened by smoke, the somewhat balding owner of the textile factory rushed over, inquiring anxiously, "Captain, is my yarn all right?" In response, the fire chief delivered a punch to the man, his eyes gleaming with rage as he seized the collar of his shirt, vehemently declaring, "This catastrophic blaze is entirely your fault for operating without permission. Because of you, one of my brothers has sustained severe injuries. You will pay for this." With that, he forcefully shoved the man forward, causing the balding figure to stumble and fall to the ground. Noticing the surrounding firefighters glaring at him with disdain, the balding man felt a surge of fear and stealthily retreated to his factory. Upon witnessing the charred remains of what was once his establishment, he was nearly overwhelmed by despair. My yarn, my machines. Yet, no one offered him sympathy. Due to his negligence, the entire District 3 was plunged into darkness. The immediate priority was to restore power, for in such sweltering conditions, no household could endure for long. True to his word, the fire chief opened the fire hydrant, releasing several tons of water. The crowd eagerly scrambled to fill various containers, departing with their bounty in high spirits. As the throng dispersed, only the bald man remained outside, wandering and weeping, bereft of his sole source of livelihood, reduced to ashes by the fire. With no electricity at home, he realized it mattered little where he went. He chose instead to crouch before the desolate remains of his factory, contemplating what else he might sell. Lu Yuan had long made plans. With several hundred square meters of solar panels installed on the roof, fully capable of meeting household electrical needs, the cool watermelon slid down his throat, instantly dissipating the heat that engulfed him. It was an exquisite sensation. Soon, he heard the wailing sirens of police cars as 3 vehicles rushed into the burning factory. Lu Yuan set down the watermelon and followed, having no pressing work at the moment, thus finding great interest in the unfolding spectacle. Like him, many villagers, unable to bear the sweltering heat at home, had also emerged. It was unbearably hot inside. When would the power company arrive to restore the electricity? Life without power was simply intolerable. Indeed, the heat sapped my appetite. I've lost weight recently. The speaker was a woman, 5 feet tall and weighing around 160 pounds. Yet Lu Yuan could not discern any signs of her purported weight loss. Several individuals disembarked from the police cars, brandishing cameras and snapping photographs, while one bald man was called forth for questioning. After the inquiry, an officer discreetly handed a page from his notebook to the bald man, stating, "Gu Changshui, you are suspected of illegally using electricity. You are hereby fined 2 million, payable within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in stringent measures. I hope you heed this warning and learn from your mistakes." The bald man, feeling as if the world was spinning around him, trembled as he accepted the fine notice, exclaiming, "Officer, my factory has just burned down. How could I possibly pay such a fine?" The officer removed his hat and wiped the sweat from his brow, replying, "That is not our concern. It is imperative that you settle the fine promptly. Otherwise, you shall face 3 months of detention and the liquidation of your assets to cover the penalty." Chapter 40. The angry villagers upon finishing their statement. Several police officers climbed into their vehicle, preparing to depart. One villager stepped forward, a broad smile adorning his face, and inquired, "Officer, may I ask when our electricity will be restored?" The officer chuckled and replied, "Comrade, that is a question for the Power Supply Bureau. Our public security department does not oversee electricity matters." With that, the police car sped away. At this moment, some villagers began to voice their concerns. "Who is responsible for our electricity? We must urgently contact the Power Bureau to restore it." I just called the Power Bureau, but the line was constantly busy. "This is unacceptable. I believe it is Officer Chun from the neighborhood committee who oversees our electricity needs. I have his number. Don't just stand there, quickly call him. My child is on the verge of heat stroke." Thus, the crowd hastily dialed Chin's number. Before long, a vehicle was seen approaching. "Look, it's Officer Chin. How wonderful. He seems to have brought personnel from the Power Bureau." With keen eyes, someone spotted Officer Chun and hurriedly rushed over. Chin raised his hand to calm the crowd and addressed them, "Everyone, please remain calm. The colleagues from the Power Bureau have arrived. I trust that our electricity will be restored shortly." As he spoke, the car door swung open, and several individuals clad in Power Bureau uniforms emerged, reeking of alcohol, evidently having just come from a drinking session. The crowd remained silent, hastening towards the exploded transformer with the personnel from the Electric Power Bureau, as if seeking divine intervention. Upon sighting the transformer, several individuals furrowed their brows in dismay. "This transformer is severely burnt beyond repair. We can only report to the higher authorities for a replacement." One exclaimed, "And how much will that cost?" Chen Guan inquired, his brow knitted. As a seasoned electrician, he was well aware of the expenses. Yet having already treated his colleagues to a meal upon arrival, he was reluctant to dip into his own pockets again, despite having indulged in a bit of alcohol. His work efficiency remained unscathed. In the blink of an eye, the technician had ascended to the transformer, donned insulated gloves, and gently wiped the nameplate before jotting down the details in a small notebook. Chen Guan wished to inquire further, but the technician raised a hand to silence him, pulling out a mobile phone to make a call. "Hello, it's me. The transformer at number 3 in the new district has malfunctioned. Is there a 1000-volt transformer available?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Oh, understood. What is the price?" "What? It's that expensive? All right. I got it." With that, he ended the call. "So, what's the damage?" Chen Guan pressed. "Due to the alarming frequency of fires nationwide, manufacturers are struggling to keep up with production. We can only place a reservation now. But the cost will have to come from you. It will be approximately over $1 million. "What? Over $1 million? That's exorbitant. Guan exclaimed, taken aback. The villagers erupted in discontent. Surely, this is a national utility. The government should cover the costs, not us. Indeed, after paying such a substantial amount in taxes each year, it stands to reason that we should not be compelled to spend additional money. The crowd began to murmur in discontent, and the electrician, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Are you all not following the news? The government has allocated all collected taxes towards disaster relief and safeguarding livelihoods. Furthermore, the damage to your transformer is a collective responsibility. Do not seek blame above. I hope you comprehend this matter. As for whether to replace it, that is for you to deliberate." With that, the electrician shut the door of his vehicle and drove away. The people began to argue fervently, and eventually, someone directed their ire towards the factory owner. It is he who is to blame. Were it not for his unauthorized use of electricity, our transformer would not have failed. We should hold him accountable and demand compensation. Indeed, it is the greedy factory owner's illicit electricity consumption that has led us to this predicament. Why should we bear the costs? We refuse to pay. Let us confront him. After years of operating the factory, he must have considerable wealth. As the agitated crowd set out in search of the bald-headed owner, it became evident that he had vanished, having likely fled upon hearing of the uproar. However, the people were determined not to let this matter rest, for they still needed to live. Without electricity, even their phones were rendered useless. Someone claimed to know the owner's residence, and thus the throng made their way to the factory owner's home. Observing the chaotic assembly, Lu Yuan let out a sigh. Alas, the time has come to take action. They arrived at the factory owner's doorstep, knocking fervently, yet it was as if the house were deserted. No response came. No matter how insistently they knocked. Break down the door. He must be inside. Once a precedent was set, imitation followed. And soon a multitude gathered various crowbars to force open the door. In no time, the iron gate yielded to their efforts, and an enraged crowd surged inside. Upon discovering Gu Chanshui trembling and huddled in the restroom with his belongings hastily packed, the mob raised their fists and began to pummel him. Just over a month into this apocalyptic scenario, such chaos had already erupted. One could only wonder what further calamities lay ahead. Ultimately, Gu Chanshui found himself with a broken leg, collapsed in the restroom. It remains uncertain who wielded the brick that struck him fatally on the back of the head. But perhaps for him, this was a form of release. The crowd soon realized the gravity of the situation, yet none dared to confess their involvement. Thus, a rotund man stepped forward and declared, "Ahem." Everyone present witnessed Gu Chanshui attempting to evade a fine, only to be apprehended in the act. In his struggle, he accidentally collided with the sink, as we all can attest. Let us call the authorities. A chorus of agreement rippled through the assemblage. When the police arrived and began to gather evidence, they frowned at the chaotic array of footprints scattered across the floor. However, the scene had been entirely compromised, leaving no trace of evidence. Consequently, this case would be postponed for further examination. Chapter 41. Ultimately, a purchase was made in the days that followed. The weather remained oppressively hot. Each time Lu Yuan passed by a large tree on his way to the supermarket for water, he would encounter a group of villagers, languishing in the heat. They either languidly fanned themselves with hand fans or climbed trees to escape the crowd, seeking solace among the foliage. Yet, not a single soul took the initiative to address the issue of the transformer, which left Lu Yuan acutely aware of the chilling distance between people. Ignoring them, he continued to fetch water. Although the daily supply was meager, it sufficed for an individual's basic needs. However, in such sweltering heat, without adequate cooling facilities, drinking water merely resulted in further perspiration, leaving one equally parched. Suddenly, one day, Lu Yuan heard a commotion emanating from just outside his door. Upon crossing the street, he observed a group of villagers heading towards the large tree at the village entrance, each face marked by a blend of fear and curiosity. What is happening? Lu Yuan could not help but inquire. At that moment, a woman, her expression filled with disdain, pointed towards the tree and said, "Around 8 o'clock. The supermarket manager conducted a visit and mentioned that a family had not collected water for 3 days. When they went to check, they discovered that the family of 3 had perished in their home. Shockingly, they left the bodies under the tree. How can anyone seek refuge from the heat now?" Following the direction of the woman's finger, Lu Yuan indeed saw several individuals donned in masks and gloves, meticulously placing the decayed bodies into body bags. As he stepped closer, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose. A foul stench wafted through the air. When those individuals sealed the bodies within the bags, a multitude of maggots was left squirming on the ground, eliciting a wave of nausea. Upon witnessing the hearse transporting the deceased, the villagers could no longer restrain their murmurs. I recognized that family. They reside in the house at the eastern end, where a 3-year-old child weeps incessantly. Each time I pass by, the sound resonates in my ears. Just the other day, I remarked on the silence. Oh, how pitiful. Indeed, in such weather, not only children but even adults struggle to endure. The neighborhood committee has failed to provide any leadership or restore power. Who could argue otherwise? Despite having paid substantial management fees, there has been no sign of action. They merely lounge around playing mahjong. I have heard they have procured several generators. This situation cannot persist. We must devise a plan to restore electricity. Otherwise, let us organize and find a way to reinstate the power. Thus, a spirited discussion ensued, culminating in the election of an elderly electrician as the temporary overseer. After deliberation, it was decided to consult with the Power Supply Bureau regarding the electricity issue. The cost for the transformer would be shared among the villagers. Those contributing more would receive a greater share of power, while those contributing less would receive less. This resolution garnered unanimous agreement, and the elderly electrician commenced gathering funds. To ensure the security of the funds, he promptly contacted the Power Bureau to inquire about pricing. Thus began the collection, with amounts ranging from 1,000 from your household to 5,000 from another. Who among you is Lu Yuan? Please step forward. The elderly electrician, holding a ledger, reviewed the list of residents and located Lu Yuan's information. It's me, Lu Yuan exclaimed, dropping the watermelon he had been holding as he rushed out. As he opened the door, a rush of cool air surged forth from the house, enveloping the individuals standing under the sun in a delightful refreshment, prompting them to step inside immediately. However, Lu Yuan swiftly extended his hand to close the door. Let us converse here. To be candid, he was reluctant to allow them entry, for his home was expansive and lavish, with the air conditioning running incessantly, leaving no assurance that their intentions would remain benign after a glimpse inside. The elderly electrician nodded silently, yet the slightly younger middle-aged man behind him displayed a glimmer of greed upon his face. Oh, you even have the air conditioning on at home, he exclaimed, feeling the cool breeze from a distance, his tone betraying unmasked envy and jealousy. The old electrician glanced at Lu Yuan, noting, does your family contribute? This is for the collective purchase of a generator. Lu Yuan had long been aware of this matter. He retrieved 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old electrician. Furrowing his brow upon receiving the money, the electrician remarked, young man, with 2,000 yuan, your family will only be able to use 200 kilowatts of electricity each month. For a house of this size, it will not suffice. No worries. We have a generator at home. The electricity is sufficient for the time being. Lu Yuan possessed wealth, but was averse to spending it on such matters. As the solar generator provided ample electricity daily, this money was merely to silence the individuals. With a sigh, the old electrician noted the 2,000 in his ledger, and the group proceeded to visit the next household. This method is quite commendable. Within 2 days, we successfully visited all the households, and everyone contributed their share. The total amount of 1 million has been amassed, primarily sourced from the factory owners. It would have been impossible for these few households to gather such a sum relying solely on the modest contributions from each family. Consequently, the Power Supply Bureau has arranged for the villagers to have electricity insurance. Exceeding the monthly usage would result in a power cut, rendering any subsequent payments futile. 3 days later, personnel from the Power Bureau arrived at Zone 3, driving a truck equipped with a crane, carrying a massive transformer. Under the diligent efforts of the workers, the installation was completed swiftly. Following this, a technician announced the activation, and once again, the long quiet Zone 3 was filled with the sounds of various appliances coming to life. However, upon checking my phone, I was met with a barrage of distressing news. Due to soaring temperatures, extensive droughts have plagued various regions, leading to the complete drying up of many rice paddies. Even though the government is attempting to divert water from nearby sources, it proves to be a mere drop in the bucket. The drought has incited rampant wildfires across the entire agricultural plains. Reports indicate that provinces such as Hebei, Shandong, and Hunan have witnessed spontaneous combustion of crops, with fires spreading throughout the plains, resulting in widespread destruction of farmland and loss of life. The government is currently formulating emergency fire prevention plans, urging the public to proactively harvest their crops to avert further disasters. Watching the news unfold on television, the Liyuan family sat anxiously on their sofa, deeply troubled. Chapter 42. The Distribution of Fruits. It appears that the farmland near our home has yet to be harvested. Uncertain about the timing of the harvest, the old man gazed anxiously out of the window, fearing the trouble a fire might bring. His fields now boasted 100 square meters of diverse plots, cultivated to ensure a variety of food for his family. To enhance this diversity, Lu Yuan had even taken the initiative to cultivate various fungi, such as morels, bamboo mushrooms, and matsutake, which thrived rapidly without occupying much space. Each day, he would gather a considerable harvest to store in a small house. On this particular day, Lu Yuan ventured into the dimensional space to pick mushrooms when he noticed the fruits on the small seedlings in front of his house growing increasingly luminous. Marvelous! At last, one fruit was ripe for picking. He had to ensure that De Huang did not wreak havoc upon it. With that thought, he gently plucked the fruit from its stem. However, upon inspecting the fruit, which was diminutive and roughly the size of a mangosteen, Lu Yuan pondered for quite some time about who should receive this singular treat. His grandmother suffered from heart disease, his grandfather had asthma, his mother struggled with back pain, his father had chronic leg issues, and there was also little Sean. With only one fruit in hand, Lu Yuan found himself in a quandary. If he were to slice it into 5 pieces, each person could enjoy a portion. With this idea in mind, Lu Yuan retrieved a fruit knife from the small house and meticulously cut the fruit into 5 equal parts. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, have a taste of this fruit, he called out as he placed the slices on a plate and carried them to the living room. The 4 of them stared momentarily at the tray, which held the 4 segments skewered with toothpicks. Xiao Yuan, our family does not lack for fruit. You should have it all, remarked Grandma, pushing the tray towards herself, embodying the age-old affection of grandparents for their grandchildren. The old gentleman shook his head and remarked, indeed. Xiao Yuan, you should enjoy it yourself. We are too old to savor any flavor. Father and mother share the same sentiment. Lu Yuan felt disheartened. After making a rare effort to honor them, he found himself denied the opportunity. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan personally took the tray and fed each one of them, although it left him feeling quite embarrassed. At over 20 years of age, resorting to such a childlike plea was somewhat disconcerting for a man of his resolute character. As he observed the 4 of them finish their meal, Lu Yuan widened his eyes, eagerly watching their expressions, only to be met with disappointment. Don't you have anything to say? He inquired, raising his hand to check if they felt any discomfort or, like him, experienced a warmth within their bodies. What a clever lad, just waiting here. All right, thank you, his father replied, setting aside his computer and shaking his head. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Was this truly what he desired? No, Dad. Don't you feel any discomfort at all? He implored once more. Discomfort? You rascal. Have you slipped us something? His father suddenly seemed to recall something and sprang up, ready to unbuckle his belt for a lesson, having not received the response he hoped for at home. Lu Yuan sighed and departed with the golden fruits towards Xiao Shan's residence. It was 6:30 in the morning, still before the workday commenced. Thus, when Lu Yuan knocked on the door, he was greeted by Xiao Shan, who was brushing her teeth and washing her face. His mother-in-law welcomed him in with a beaming smile. Auntie, our fruit trees have borne some fruit. I brought some for you. As she spoke, she handed over 2 bags filled with various fruits. Oh dear, child, we can hardly eat all the things you bring us each day. In the future, please refrain from bringing so much. Your presence alone is more than enough. After saying this, she proceeded to serve him water and adjust the air conditioning. At that moment, Lu Yuan realized that when he had arrived, his mother-in-law had just turned on the air conditioning. The house had been rather warm before. Xiao Shan let out a sigh and approached, saying, "Oh, don't even mention it. The authorities have announced that due to excessive electricity consumption, they are implementing power restrictions. Each household is limited to 300 kilowatts per month. Once it's used up, that's it. With the air conditioning running 24 hours a day, 300 kilowatts is simply insufficient." Hearing this, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "When did this happen? I have never heard of it before." As she spoke of these matters, his mother-in-law seemed somewhat nostalgic and a bit apprehensive. Lu Yuan silently nodded, contemplating whether he could assist Xiao Shan's family in addressing this issue. Their home lacked a flat rooftop, making it impossible to install solar panels, and the electrical systems in each household were incredibly convoluted. Describing them as a tangled mess would be an understatement. Furthermore, since all the households were interconnected, if one experienced a power outage, all would be affected. With this thought, Lu Yuan felt a deep sense of concern, and as if sensing his distress, Xiao Shan set down her toothbrush and approached him, saying, "Lu Yuan, Don't worry about our family. Everything is fine. In truth, Lu Yuan had been contemplating the idea of having them move in with him, as their home was spacious enough to accommodate 3 additional people without issue. However, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Firstly, he and Xiaoshan had yet to marry. Proposing cohabitation might not face opposition from her mother, but her father would undoubtedly perceive his intentions as dubious, leading to unfavorable consequences. Secondly, Xiaoshan possessed a strong sense of pride. Convincing her family to relocate would only bring her embarrassment, and her father would certainly object. Thus, Lu Yuan was left to contemplate his next steps. He discreetly ushered Xiaoshan into the car and retrieved a golden fruit from the armrest, presenting it to her. "What is this?" Xiaoshan inquired curiously, gazing at the fruit, which resembled orange segments encased in plastic. "Don't ask, it's a good thing. Just eat it first." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoshan swallowed the fruit. Lu Yuan was moved to the brink of tears. This was the epitome of a good wife. Without questioning the edibility or potential toxicity of the fruit, she consumed it without a second thought. He refrained from further discussion, fearing it might draw unwanted attention. Chapter 43. The Water Crisis to Lu Yuan's dismay. Xiaoshan reported feeling no effects after consuming the fruit. This left him disheartened. Could it be that sharing the fruit diminished its efficacy? If this were the case, yielding only 1 fruit per month meant that with his family and Xiaoshan's 3 members combined, it would take over half a year to produce 7 fruits. The thought of this made Lu Yuan wish he could extract the large yellow fruit and give it another beating. As May approached, the average daily temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, with an increasing number of heat-related fatalities. Yet, Lu Yuan's disappointment persisted. As Xiaoshan reiterated that she felt nothing after eating the fruit, Lu Yuan found himself in a state of deep frustration. Could it be that sharing the fruit rendered it ineffective? If that were the case, only 1 fruit could be born each month, resulting in a total of 7 fruits for his family and Xiaoshan's family combined, which would take over half a year to accumulate. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to drag De Huang out and give him another beating. As May approached, the average daily temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, leading to an increasing number of fatalities due to heat stroke. Water resources were critically strained. Previously, everyone could collect a daily ration of water, but now the distribution had been altered to once every 2 days, with each person allowed only 1 liter. To prevent fraudulent claims, the authorities had implemented a facial recognition system, ensuring that water could only be collected after verification, effectively eliminating any thoughts of misappropriation. Consequently, the internet was rife with outrage, as everyone opposed this new regulation, yet there was little recourse. In the interest of long-term sustainable development, the government planned to cover reservoirs across the country to prevent rapid evaporation caused by the excessive heat. In this climate of anxiety, the severity of the impending disaster began to dawn on the populace. It was difficult to discern morning from afternoon as Lu Yuan arrived early at the village's water collection point, awaiting the arrival of the water truck. Everyone's lips were cracked and bleeding, their eyes shadowed like those of pandas, a testament to the relentless daylight that pushed their spirits to the brink of collapse. Despite every household's efforts to install curtains, the omnipresent sunlight rendered sleep an elusive dream. This situation has become a common phenomenon in the present day, as nearly everyone bears prominent dark circles beneath their eyes. Following the crowd, Lu Yuan, feeling rather bored, began to count how many people were ahead of him. Just as he was about to reach his own number, he suddenly spotted a few individuals lurking behind a distant building, peering curiously in his direction. With a cold smile, Lu Yuan mused to himself, "Surely these individuals are not here to seize the water? This is an armed transport vehicle, originally intended for carrying money. It now served the purpose of transporting water, but the personnel delivering the water were heavily armed. Previously, the news had reported incidents where individuals attempted to seize water and were shot on the spot. Disregarding these suspicious figures, Lu Yuan abandoned his counting and sat down, fanning himself with a piece of cardboard. Before long, he heard the distant sound of an approaching vehicle, prompting those waiting for water to rise to their feet. Goodness, it's sweltering. Could they arrive any sooner? In the brief time I've been squatting here, I could have filled 500 milliliters with my sweat. Indeed, we ought to construct a shelter solely for the purpose of queuing for water. Standing here in this scorching heat, something is bound to go awry. Alas, the queue still stretches far ahead, and I wonder if today's supply will suffice. Last time, I arrived too late and missed out on the water." As the crowd engaged in conversation while awaiting their turn, Lu Yuan took a few steps forward, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to transpire. Deep in thought, he suddenly caught a glimmer of light from the corner of his eye. Turning to investigate the source of the flash, he found nothing amiss. It was peculiar. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have glimpsed something, yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan began to cautiously survey his surroundings. At the village entrance stood several residential houses, all built uniformly in the past, each one modest in size, yet more comfortable than an apartment. Numerous cars were parked in front, but the thick layer of dust on most indicated they had not been driven in a long time. After all, with fuel prices rising daily and the sweltering heat exacerbating consumption, only a handful of affluent families could afford to drive. As the group advanced, Lu Yuan felt his back completely drenched with sweat. After enduring such a lengthy wait, he was reluctant to leave. Despite the meager 10 or so liters of water he could collect, which would scarcely alleviate his household's needs, nevertheless, every drop counted. And it was certainly better than having nothing. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the crowd. The people ceased to collect water, discarding their buckets and fleeing in panic. Something's gone horribly wrong. That man has been struck dead. An arrow pierced his neck, and blood is everywhere. It's terrifying. Someone's attempting to seize the water. Run. We must not be caught in the crossfire. Hurry. This commotion is no longer worth it. Our lives are at stake. While those behind Lu Yuan stood frozen in disbelief, those ahead who had been gathering water had already scattered in all directions. 3 individuals had accompanied the water delivery. One driver was also tasked with dispensing the water, while the other 2 armed guards were meant to deter anyone from stealing it. Yet, no one anticipated that a bowman would assassinate the driver. Panic spread through the crowd. As people screamed and fled, utterly indifferent to the prospect of obtaining water, Lu Yuan stood frozen in place, somewhat bewildered. He was curious to discover who possessed the audacity to hijack a water truck. However, a middle-aged woman, noticing Lu Yuan's inaction, hurried over and grasped his arm, exclaiming urgently, "Young man, you must leave at once. There is a time for spectating." Lu Yuan took a moment to assess the woman, eventually recalling her identity. She was a plump neighbor who lived near his villa, once renowned for her penchant for gossiping with the locals and participating in evening square dances before the apocalypse struck. Previously, she greeted him with a warm smile, but now she appeared considerably thinner, her appearance quite disheveled. Evidently a consequence of the sweltering heat that had led to her unintended weight loss. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing everyone to scream and drop to the ground, only to rise again almost immediately. The reason was simple. The ground was unbearably hot, making it impossible to remain prone. A middle-aged man, who had stripped to the waist, yelped as he hit the ground, instantly rising again, his belly now a vivid shade of red. Events continued to unfold. Water resources had become critically scarce. Previously, each person could collect a designated amount of water daily, but now the policy had changed to allow only 1 liter every 2 days. To prevent fraudulent claims, the authorities had implemented a facial recognition system, ensuring that each individual had to scan their face to receive their ration, effectively eradicating the possibility of deceitful appropriation. Thus, the internet was inundated with a cacophony of dissenting voices, as the populace vehemently opposed the implementation of such regulations. Yet, the nation, in pursuit of long-term sustainable development, resolved to cover reservoirs across various regions to mitigate the rapid evaporation of water sources due to soaring temperatures. A palpable sense of anxiety gripped society. As individuals began to grasp the gravity of the impending disaster, it was difficult to discern whether it was morning or afternoon. Lin Shun had arrived early at the village's water collection point, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the water truck. The lips of all were cracked and bleeding, and dark circles under their eyes rendered them reminiscent of pandas. The relentless, eternal daylight had taken a toll on everyone's spirits, leading to a collective sense of despair. Despite the efforts of households to install curtains, the omnipresent sunlight rendered sleep elusive. This phenomenon had become alarmingly commonplace, with nearly everyone exhibiting pronounced dark circles. As Lin Shun trailed behind the queue, boredom prompted him to count the number of people ahead. Just as he was about to tally his own position, he caught sight of several figures hiding behind a distant house, furtively peering in this direction. A cold smirk crossed Lin Chen's face as he mused. Could these individuals be attempting to seize the water? This is an armed transport vehicle. Once utilized for the conveyance of money, it was now repurposed for water. Yet the delivery personnel were heavily armed. Reports had circulated on television about previous attempts to commandeer water, resulting in immediate gunfire. Ignoring the suspicious figures, Lin Chen abandoned his counting and settled down, fanning himself with a piece of cardboard. Before long, the distant sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears, prompting those waiting for water to rise to their feet. The oppressive heat was unbearable. Why couldn't they arrive sooner? In the brief time spent squatting here, I could have filled a bottle with the sweat accumulated on my body. Indeed, a dedicated shelter should be constructed for those queuing for water. Enduring the sweltering heat while waiting is bound to lead to trouble sooner or later. Alas, the line stretches on, and one wonders if today's supply will suffice. The last time I came late, I missed out on the water. As the crowd engaged in conversation, they continued to wait. Lin Chen took a couple of steps forward. Yet a peculiar sensation lingered, as if something significant was about to transpire. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimmer in the corner of his eye. He turned to investigate the source of the light, but nothing seemed amiss. How strange, he had distinctly perceived something just moments ago. Yet it vanished in the blink of an eye. With this thought, Lin Chen began to cautiously survey his surroundings. At the village's entrance stood several modest homes, all constructed in a uniform style of single-family dwellings. Though small, they offered more comfort than apartment living. A number of vehicles were parked outside, yet the thick layer of dust on most indicated they had not been driven in quite some time. After all, with fuel prices rising daily and the scorching weather leading to increased consumption, only a few affluent families could afford to keep their cars operational. The line inched forward once more, and Lin Chen felt his back completely drenched. However, after enduring such a long wait, he could hardly bring himself to leave. Though he could only collect a mere 10 or so liters of water, which would barely suffice for his household's needs, any amount was better than none at all. Yet, chaos erupted among the crowd ahead. People ceased collecting water and even discarded their buckets, fleeing in panic. Something terrible has happened. That person has died. Shot in the neck with an arrow. Blood is everywhere. It's horrifying. Someone is trying to seize the water. Run for your lives. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Hurry. We must leave. This spectacle is no longer worth witnessing. Our lives are at stake. While those behind Lin Chen stood frozen in shock, the individuals at the front began to scatter in terror. 3 individuals had accompanied the water delivery, 1 driver, who was also responsible for dispensing the water, and 2 armed guards tasked with preventing theft. To everyone's astonishment, someone had actually shot the driver with a bow and arrow. Panic spread like wildfire through the crowd as people screamed and fled, disregarding the water entirely. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, bewildered, curious to see who possessed such audacity to rob the water truck. However, a middle-aged woman, noticing his indifference, hurriedly approached him and exclaimed, "Young man, you must leave at once. There is a time for curiosity, but this is not it." Lin Chen scrutinized the woman, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally recognized her. Near his villa resides a rather corpulent woman, once renowned for her talent in spreading gossip among neighbors and performing lively square dances before the world descended into chaos. Previously, she would always greet him with a cheerful smile, but now, her appearance suggests she has lost considerable weight, her figure appearing somewhat gaunt. It is evident that the sweltering heat has contributed to her weight loss. Suddenly, the crack of a gunshot pierced the air, prompting everyone to scream and drop to the ground, only to quickly rise again. The reason was simple. The ground was unbearably hot, rendering it impossible to remain prone. A middle-aged man, caught off guard, instantly leapt to his feet, his bare skin having turned a bright shade of red. Chapter 44. The confrontation between police and thieves. The moment Lu Yuan heard the gunfire, he instinctively crouched down, seeking the source of the commotion. He observed 2 water escort team members taking cover beside a vehicle. One desperately attempted to staunch the blood flowing from the driver's neck, while the other fired shots towards a nearby house. Such scenes had played out countless times in his dreams, where various items were stolen, not just water, but also food, fuel, and even dead rats. However, witnessing it in reality was a different experience altogether. The armed team member, while dragging his companion along, continued to fire towards the wall. What puzzled Lu Yuan was the absence of those attempting to seize the water. Was it not their intention to steal it? This left him somewhat bewildered. Although we currently find ourselves in an apocalyptic world, it remains a society governed by laws. Once blood is shed, the situation escalates significantly, especially in these circumstances where water is as precious as gold. Strangely, those who shot the driver seemed disinclined to take further action. Are they waiting for their comrades to summon reinforcements for a one-on-one confrontation? Lu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety for them. Do they even know what they are doing? Just as Lu Yuan was growing increasingly restless, he noticed several individuals pushing a cart towards the water truck. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? Aren't their vehicles nearby? Wouldn't it be more effective to drive and crash into it? Lu Yuan silently assessed the gang of robbers, awarding them a failing score for their incompetence. It was utterly pathetic. If it were him, well, there was no if, it was inconceivable. With his family's wealth flowing abundantly, he would never stoop to such deeds. Unless one had a death wish, there was no reason to attempt such folly. The team members safeguarding the water, upon witnessing the approaching figures, panicked as they found themselves unable to shoot effectively with a wounded person lying on the ground awaiting rescue. One of them fired a warning shot into the air and called out loudly, "Do you realize you are committing a crime? Raise your hands and surrender now. And I may be able to negotiate leniency for you. Otherwise, an eternity in prison awaits you." Suddenly, the cart came to a halt, and it appeared that a few individuals were deliberating whether this course of action was wise. After 2 minutes of discussion, one of them finally spoke up. Officer, we assure you we are not targeting you. We simply need some water. Why don't you lower your weapon first?" Lu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. This was the first time he had ever heard a robber demand that the police lower their weapons. In all the dramas he had previously watched, it was the police who uttered those words. Yet today, the roles had reversed. At that moment, one of the officers glanced at the injured driver lying on the ground, then turned his gaze towards the band of robbers. "All right, I will lower my gun. This vehicle is yours. Find us another car. Our driver is in critical condition." Upon hearing this, the robbers conferred among themselves and reached a decision. "We have no vehicle. You will need to find one yourself. However, we assure you that we will not shoot at you again. You can rest easy on that front." With the agreement established, one robber clad in a black mask climbed into the car and swiftly turned it around, whisking away several of his accomplices before the vehicle vanished from sight. Lu Yuan observed the robber's equipment, a crossbow, and, for the rest, an assortment of farming tools such as pickaxes and hoes. The most formidable among them wielded nothing more than a kitchen knife. The officer picked up his firearm from the ground and called out to the crowd in the residential area, "Does anyone have a car? Can you take us to the hospital?" However, no one moved. On one hand, the driver was bleeding profusely, and moving him would surely create a mess. On the other hand, every household-s vehicle was nearly out of fuel, and even if there was gas, people preferred to conserve it for emergencies, given that every drop counted. Just then, someone shouted, "Officer, I have a car and can take you, but could you give me 30 liters of water?" One of the team members expressed his irritation, questioning the current state of affairs where individuals were preoccupied with equivalent exchanges. Where had all the once enthusiastic citizens disappeared to? With that, Lu Yuan exited the vehicle and joined the two others in lifting the driver, who had lost consciousness from excessive blood loss, onto the stretcher. The vehicle then sped toward the nearest hospital, while a nearby officer, visibly excited, remarked, "Thank you, young man." To which Lu Yuan replied, "Oh, it was just a trivial matter, nothing to it." The officer lamented, "There are not many good citizens like you left. Alas, the world has truly descended into chaos." As he wiped the blood from his hands, in no time, they arrived at the hospital. Thanks to the officer presenting his credentials, they were granted immediate access through the emergency entrance. Lu Yuan followed the two officers as they wheeled the stretcher into the operating room. Upon seeing the driver enter, both officers exhaled in relief. One of them retrieved a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Lu Yuan. "We owe you a great deal today." Lu Yuan smiled, accepted the cigarette, and lit it. Just then, a nurse approached and snatched the cigarettes from their hands, extinguishing them with a sharp reprimand. "Do you not realize this is a hospital? Smoking here is unacceptable. And that goes for you, officers too." With that, the nurse stormed off, leaving the three men exchanging glances, the officers appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, I seem to have troubled you for quite some time without introducing myself. I am Tong. And this is Chunja." The officer extended his hand. Lu Yuan shook hands with both and introduced himself. "I am Lu Yuan." They then exchanged WeChat information to keep in touch. Haha, brother, if there's anything in the future, just give a shout. We have some matters to attend to, so we won't trouble you further." Lu Yuan nodded, bidding farewell to the two and departing from the hospital. He believed it was essential to assist these two officers. After all, there would be future deliveries to consider. If no one from the village stepped in to help, the driver might have perished right there. In such a scenario, this place would surely find itself on a blacklist, and future deliveries would not be as prompt, possibly even facing complications. Hence, for the sake of his future, Lu Yuan deemed it worthwhile. At the very least, he retained the contact information of the two officers, which might grant him prior notice should any developments arise. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Yuan noticed several police cars stationed at the village entrance before even stepping inside. Forensic experts donned in white coats were capturing photographs for evidence. Several officers were conducting door-to-door inquiries. Chapter 45, finally receiving a job. The officers were using recording devices to document the villagers' testimonies. Despite the perspiration streaming down their brows, their enthusiasm for the work remained remarkably high. As Lu Yuan passed by, one officer stopped him. "Which household are you from?" Number 201, New District, Building 3, Lu Yuan replied. After the officer noted this in his little notebook, he said, "Please wait at home for a while, and do not go out. By the way, who else is in your household?" My parents and my grandparents. There are 5 of us in total. Just speak plainly." Besides, Lu Yuan had just saved that driver's life. The officer nodded and gestured for Lu Yuan to leave. Upon returning home, he quietly awaited the arrival of the officers for their investigation. Sure enough, after more than an hour, several officers knocked on the door. When one of the officers laid eyes on Lu Yuan again, he couldn't help but smile. Lu Yuan's mother, standing beside him, instantly beamed with delight and invited the officers into their home. As the officers stepped inside, they were taken aback by the sight before them. "My goodness, your home is quite luxurious. You even have a fish pond," one officer exclaimed upon spotting the pond. Lu Yuan chuckled and replied, "It's nothing much. Just a small pond we set up a few months ago. Fortunately, there are trees to shield it. I wonder how long it can hold water." Seeing the officers gazing towards the pond, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for allowing them in. He worried that one of them might take an interest in it. However, he realized that refusing entry on such a hot day would surely raise suspicions about their home, and thus he felt somewhat reassured. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan had saved a police officer's driver, both the elder and Lu Yuan's father expressed their commendation. The officers' testimonies were recorded with remarkable ease, and Lu Yuan's father went to great lengths to serve watermelon and brew tea, resulting in the officers lingering in their home for quite some time before departing. After bidding farewell to the officers, Lu Yuan promptly closed the door and convened a family meeting. The essence of the meeting primarily revolved around a singular theme. In the future, regardless of who visits, the utmost hospitality would entail merely offering a glass of water. Delicacies such as watermelons, strawberries, and other fruits were deemed inappropriate for serving. Even if one were to offer them, they must be selected with great care. This approach had already drawn stern criticism from the family, particularly directed at the father's recent actions. However, due to the father's pride, Lu Yuan narrowly escaped another beating. In response, Lu Yuan emphatically suggested that the family's foremost priority should be harmony, arguing that the father's inclination to resort to physical punishment with a belt or stick was detrimental to familial peace. Ultimately, the meeting concluded successfully, with Lu Yuan emerging victorious and the father facing defeat. After all, as a bachelor general, the father could not afford to provoke the elder and grandmother, and naturally, the mother also sided with Lu Yuan. On that day, Lu Yuan received a call from Du Hong. "Lu Yuan, do you have some time? Bring your uncle along." Finally, an opportunity has arisen. Despite Du Heng's calm tone, his excitement was palpable. This marked Du Heng's second order since he had taken Lu Yuan under his wing, following a lengthy hiatus of several months. Even amidst the apocalypse, Du Hong remained steadfast. However, during a particularly sweltering day, the power at his residence unexpectedly went out, leading to a near heat stroke. Fortunately, the electricity was restored just in time. Otherwise, Du Hong might have perished in his rental apartment. "All right, I'm heading out immediately." With that, Lu Yuan ended the call and dashed downstairs. "Why the rush, you little rascal?" exclaimed Lu Yuan's father, startled as he hid on the balcony smoking a cigarette, the smoke curling from behind his back. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he relaxed. "Dad, my friend's renovation company has received a job. Are you really going to take me there?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Dad instantly perked up, springing to his feet and exclaiming, "What? Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg this time, are you?" Having been deceived by Lu Yuan on several occasions, Lu Dad felt quite helpless. He spent his days scouring the internet for information and had narrowly escaped the clutches of unscrupulous agents more than once. In a bid to prevent his naive father from being duped again, Lu Yuan was left with no choice but to resort to such tactics. "Fantastic. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Oh, and remember to bring some fruit." With that, Lu Dad busied himself gathering his belongings. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at Du Heng's rental apartment, a place shrouded in shadows with children playing gleefully along the roadside. Quickly stepping aside as the car approached, Lu Yuan led his father into Du Heng's studio. "Hello, uncle." Du Heng greeted them politely. Lu Qingshan nodded with a smile and placed the 2 baskets of fruit on the table. This time, Du Heng did not refuse the offering. Lu Yuan observed him, noting that he appeared even thinner than before, with dark bags under his eyes reminiscent of a national treasure panda. His lips were chapped, with several cracks still stained with dried blood. Upon seeing the fruit, Du Heng couldn't help but lick his lips. Lu Yuan shook his head in dismay, then retrieved an apple from the bag and handed it to him, saying, "Stop holding back. Just take it and eat. Why waste your days here when you could be enjoying life?" Du Heng accepted the apple and took a hearty bite, causing the cracks on his lips to split further from the force of his mouth opening wide. Chewing an apple, Du Heng mumbled, "I must compel him to acknowledge his mistakes. Otherwise, I would rather perish of thirst right here. Indeed, quite splendid. Your house's design is truly beautiful, Mr. Lu praised from the side. Lu Yuan, with a slight sneer, remarked, "Our home was also designed by Du Heng, yet I haven't heard you commend it." Lu Qingshan, slightly embarrassed, interjected, "You rascal, when have I ever said I disliked our house? I merely suggested that those high-voltage power lines were unnecessary." Du Heng chuckled softly before pulling a floor plan from the table and handing it to Lu Qingshan, saying, "Uncle, this is the work we are about to undertake. Please take a look and share any thoughts you might have." Chapter 46. Crafting weapons. From this point onward, Lu Yuan found himself unable to contribute to the conversation, as the intricacies of design were beyond his comprehension. Du Heng escorted the 2 to the door, and upon observing the electric car parked below, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Well, Lu Yuan, you've even acquired a car. Haha, not too shabby. When you need anything, just give me a call, and I'll bring it over. No need to carry everything alone. After all, how much animosity could there be between a father and son?" Lu Yuan reassured him, glancing at the surroundings of the house. Du Heng sighed, admitting, "The main issue is saving face. I previously made some harsh statements. If I were to admit my fault now, I would truly lose my standing at home." "Very well. Take care of yourself, and if you need anything, just let me know." Lu Yuan said little, aware that Du Heng understood he was certainly not lacking in food and drink given the circumstances. After departing from Du Heng's residence, Lu's father remained engrossed in the blueprints, so much so that he failed to react upon arriving home, only awakening from the heat once the car's air conditioning had completely dissipated. During dinner, Lu's father sat on the steps in front of their home, diligently sketching and annotating the plans. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan leaned in for a glance. "Dad, you really are devoting yourself to this work, aren't you? Perhaps you should take a break." After scrutinizing the blueprints for a while, Lu's father suddenly spoke up. "Do you think people nowadays consider safety when building houses?" He gestured towards the drawings and began to elaborate. After observing for a while, Lu Yuan grasped the concept. The homeowner intended to construct a house on a vacant lot, insisting on erecting tall walls, installing insulation, and even designating a space for water storage. "Perhaps," Lu Yuan replied, "people's awareness of self-protection has indeed heightened. Yet, internally," he sighed, "it was too late for such realizations. Although building a house now might provide insulation, the government had already imposed water restrictions, rendering a large water tank futile without any means to store water." Suddenly, Lu Yuan paused, reflecting on his father's earlier remark. Safety, indeed, it all revolved around safety. These 2 characters reminded Lu Yuan of the water-snatching incident that occurred earlier that morning while he was fetching water. Although acquiring a firearm posed significant challenges, alternative methods could suffice. The group he encountered today had resorted to using crossbows. Many were aware of his family's situation. Just days prior, during a power outage, several old electricians had discovered the circumstances of his household. Today, he had also crossed paths with a group of police officers. While Lu Yuan did not believe these officers would engage in unlawful behavior, he could not be certain that the old electricians harbored no ulterior motives, especially given the mocking remarks and envious expressions from one individual. A sense of dread washed over Lu Yuan. He had witnessed too many instances in his dreams where those revealing their wealth met tragic ends. He was determined not to follow in their footsteps and realized it was time to take action. With this thought in mind, an idea surged forth. If he could not purchase a ready-made crossbow, why not craft one himself? Once inspired, he felt compelled to put his plan into action. After all, His days were largely consumed by sleeping and eating. Recently, he had noticed an unwelcome increase in weight. He had once been a dapper young man. But months of indulgent living had led him to become rather complacent, with his weight creeping up close to 180 pounds at a height of 6 feet. Returning to his room, Lu Yuan opened his computer and searched for crossbow design blueprints online, selecting several straightforward designs to print. The underground storage room is replete with an array of tools. Every conceivable implement found in a hardware store can be found here. As Lu Yuan wishes to avert the inconvenience of lacking the necessary tools when the need arises, Lu Yuan is not one to solicit help from others. He prefers to rely on his own capabilities whenever possible. Armed with blueprints, he selected several suitable steel plates, gently marking lines upon them with a pen before proceeding to cut. However, after exhausting his third cutting disc, Lu Yuan conceded defeat. Although the task may seem straightforward in theory, the execution proved to be quite challenging. For instance, while attempting to cut the steel plates with a cutting machine, he quickly realized he was employing the wrong technique. Subsequently, he retrieved a notebook and scoured through it in the basement, only to discover that he had erred from the very first step. He had hastily commenced the task without fully comprehending the materials required for crafting a crossbow. The construction of a crossbow necessitates several components. The first is the bow arms, akin to the small wings of the crossbow, which must be fashioned from low-carbon steel. This material is essential due to its exceptional toughness, which prevents breakage, thus augmenting the crossbow's longevity and facilitating easier draw. The second component is the bow groove, designated for housing the crossbow bolts. While the material requirements for this part are not stringent, hardwood suffices. It is imperative that the bow arms are securely affixed to prevent any compromise in shooting accuracy. Lastly, there are various small components, such as the trigger mechanism and spring apparatus, where precision is paramount. Otherwise, one risks encountering issues with bolts becoming jammed or failing to engage properly. After comprehending these matters, Lu Yuan felt that with his rudimentary skills, he could never produce a satisfactory crossbow. He cast aside the discarded steel plate and suddenly thought of his father-in-law. Xiaoshan's father was the business manager at a steel factory. Surely, he must know a cadre of skilled blacksmiths. The realization ignited a fervor within Lu Yuan. With such valuable resources at his disposal, why should he toil away alone? From now on, they were family, and he ought to take advantage of that. Thus, he set down his toolbox, washed his hands, and took some fruits and water, driving directly to Xiaoshan's home. Upon arriving, Lu Yuan noticed a black sedan at the entrance, covered in a thick layer of dust. It was Xiaoshan's father's car. Since the second month of the apocalypse, he had not driven it again. Gently knocking on the door, Lu Yuan was greeted by his father-in-law, who was munching on a flatbread while reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he quickly set aside the paper and exclaimed, "Well, look who decided to visit. It's been days since you last came. Come in." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He remembered his father-in-law's previous demeanor, always wary of Lu Yuan's intentions toward his daughter. His gaze often fierce. Uncle, it hasn't been days. I think I was just here yesterday." "Really? I recall it being 36 hours ago." "This perpetual darkness plays tricks on one's sense of time," replied his father-in-law, his lips somewhat parched but far better off than many outside. Chapter 47. The distinction between man and water. He led Lu Yuan into the room and handed him a bottle of mineral water. As the conversation turned towards the game of chess, Lu Yuan felt a sudden wave of trepidation upon seeing the chessboard. Setting aside other thoughts, he was acutely aware of his own proclivity for second-guessing his moves, a skill he had perfected over time. Every time Lu Yuan placed his pieces, his opponent would hastily grasp his arm, urging him to restart the match. "Uncle, I've come to consult you about a matter of importance," he exclaimed, quickly seizing the moment. For he knew that a chess game could easily stretch over 2 hours without resolution. Thus, Lu Yuan conveyed his thoughts, albeit with a lingering apprehension regarding his father-in-law's potential disapproval, as the subject at hand pertained to regulated items. "Indeed, I share your sentiments. Acquiring firearms is impractical. My primary concern is ensuring the safety of my family. Do you know of anyone suitable for this purpose?" "There is indeed someone," his uncle responded. "Many years ago, an esteemed craftsman possessed exceptional skills in blacksmithing. However, as steel mills sought to sustain their operations, they began importing numerous foreign CNC machines, which gradually diminished the demand for skilled artisans. Moreover, the impact of modern industry on traditional craftsmanship has been profound. Only those with extraordinary talent were retained in factories. A few years ago, that master craftsman retired due to health issues, and the factory has since ceased producing handcrafted items. I shall inquire on your behalf. However, it has been many years, so I cannot guarantee that I will be able to reach him. It is imperative that this matter remains strictly confidential. We must not discuss it with outsiders." Lu Yuan promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware of the importance of discretion." After a prolonged conversation, the two men engaged in a game at the insistence of the father-in-law. In a bid to spare his father-in-law some dignity, Lu Yuan deliberately made a few blunders, ultimately succumbing to the old man's lack of skill, which allowed him to take his leave. Before he even reached home, Lu Yuan noticed a crowd gathered at the village entrance, murmuring amongst themselves. Upon closer inspection, he observed several police cars parked nearby, though the officers appeared to be absent. "Ah, it seems someone has been apprehended. Everyone is here to witness the spectacle," remarked an elderly woman, casually munching on sunflower seeds while glancing into the distance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel the urge to comment on her choice of snack. In this sweltering heat, even a sip of water was a challenge. And yet she was indulging in seeds. Was she not concerned about her parched mouth? Have they really caught someone? So soon? Whose family is it? He inquired once more. Where are the individuals? Why are the police cars still here? They're in the midst of interrogations. I heard a few managed to escape, and the officers are determined to round them all up." As they spoke, several officers emerged from a nearby residence, escorting a few individuals. "All right, everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see," one officer called out to the onlookers. However, a curious bystander boldly posed a question. "Officer, have they all been apprehended? Mind your own business. Just wait for tomorrow's news." With that, the officers ushered the captured water thieves into their vehicles and departed towards District 2. The following morning, upon awakening, Lu Yuan opened his phone to find news notifications awaiting him. Under the relentless pursuit of law enforcement, the notorious water theft gang from New District No. 3 has been apprehended within a mere 12 hours and is now undergoing judicial proceedings. Astonishing. Such rapidity is truly remarkable. Upon reading the news, Lu Yuan abruptly straightened his posture. With a touch of nostalgia, he rose to brush his teeth and wash his face, then joined his mother in the backyard to continue gathering fruit. The empty rooms in their home were nearing capacity, and Lu's mother had broached the idea of establishing a fruit stall several times, only to be met with Lu Yuan's firm refusal. In this era, the arrival of the apocalypse has rendered fresh fruit a rare commodity. The supermarket shelves occasionally display some shriveled specimens, devoid of moisture. If the fruits from their home were to be sold, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, yet they would also attract the covetous gaze of others. The prospect of robbery would be less concerning than the potential for harm. If they were to sell, it would be prudent to wait until fresh fruit becomes available, thereby avoiding drawing undue attention while still earning a modest profit. Lu Yuan contemplated the passage of time. It was the dawn of the third month of the apocalypse. Currently, the issue of food scarcity was not overly dire, as prior analyses by various experts had prompted a food stocking initiative. Many had stockpiled provisions before the onset of the apocalypse, and households should still possess a reasonable supply, though water remains a pressing concern. Reclining on the sofa, observing his industrious father, Lu Yuan felt a compelling urge to contribute. Idleness was transforming him into a near invalid. Although he is currently unemployed, he is not lacking in funds. His daily routine consists of tidying up the space, tending to sheep, feeding pigs, caring for cattle, and nurturing fish, all while learning to cook alongside his mother. The family has not voiced any complaints. Yet Lu Yuan himself is beginning to feel a sense of monotony in this lifestyle. Chapter 48. The fire ignited as he watched the news on television. He noted reports of fatalities in certain regions due to extreme heat, or stories of fields igniting into flames due to untimely harvesting, resulting in losses for several families. Upon glancing at the weather updates, Lu Yuan came across an announcement from the Meteorological Bureau. It stated that, influenced by a tropical storm affecting coastal areas, a significant rainfall was expected soon. However, inland cities might not be graced by this downpour, though gusty winds would make an appearance. The comments section soon filled with reactions. "Wonderful. I live in Sioux Province, so we should receive some rain. I plan to gather plenty, maybe even take a shower. I envy you. I'm in Hunan Province, and we might not even get a hint of moisture. Sigh. Could someone send some my way? Rainwater reservations here. I'm from Lian City, and we have plenty of rainwater available for pickup, no shipping." Observing the lively discussions in the comments, Lu Yuan chuckled. This tropical storm, while boasting wind speeds of up to 10 on the Beaufort scale, would bring only a meager amount of rain. Those eager to collect water might do well to first consider how to safeguard their containers. However, the city of Chishui, where Lu Yuan resides, is part of Dian City. There are several reasons for his choice to settle here. Firstly, the Yangtze River flows through this region, providing an abundant water supply. Despite the current oppressive heat, the underground water reserves remain plentiful. Secondly, this area is not located within a seismic zone, making it a safer refuge during the earthquakes expected in the coming years of the apocalypse. Recently, Lu Yuan has been diligently collecting water daily. The 200-ton water storage tanks at home have yet to be utilized, and the water from the rooftop tank, which is in a continuous cycle, still has about half remaining. His grandparents are particularly frugal with water, perhaps due to hardships they endured in their youth, thus alleviating Lu Yuan from the need to remind them about conserving water. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a police car parked nearby. Residents of Area 3, please be advised that due to the impending typhoon, our province is expecting strong winds in the coming days. To prevent fires caused by the high temperatures and strong winds, the district government has organized a voluntary effort for villagers to harvest the withered crops in the fields to mitigate potential losses. Several officers are going door to door, distributing sickles and other tools, urging residents to assist in the harvesting. However, the call to action seems less than effective. After all, in this sweltering heat, even standing in the shade causes one to sweat profusely, and few are willing to participate. Eventually, the officers, recognizing the lack of response, resorted to more stringent measures. They mandated that at least one person from each household must go out to harvest the crops. Those who fail to comply will face a reduction in their water supply by half in the future. This ultimatum stirred discontent among the residents, who now felt compelled to participate. Due to Lu Ba's absence, occupied with the procurement of materials for renovations at Du Hang's, and with paternal grandparents unable to assist due to their limited mobility, Lu Yuan took it upon himself to represent the family in labor. The workers in the fields, weary and dispirited, toiled away at the parched crops, lacking both management and oversight, which allowed some individuals to entertain dubious schemes. Although they labored alongside others, they spent hours futilely waving their sickles without actually cutting any weeds. With only a handful of officers present, it was impossible for them to maintain order, leading to a laissez-faire atmosphere. Eventually, someone could no longer tolerate the situation. The individual in question, seemingly no stranger to trouble, retorted, "Guchuanxia, I'll work as much as I please. What business is it of yours? Others are silent, yet you speak so much." Upon hearing Wang Laowu's declaration, the diligent harvesters ceased their efforts. "Wang Laowu, don't think that your family's former factory ownership places you above others. We are all equal now. If you refuse to work, you can leave. We do not support idlers here. Indeed, donning some protective attire, do you truly believe you are on holiday? Spare us your theatrics. Soon we shall report to the police and ensure that all those slacking off are expelled." The atmosphere was charged with indignation, and those like Wang Laowu, who attempted to employ clever tactics, found themselves facing mounting criticism. Upon hearing the commotion, the officers hurried over. After a thorough inquiry, it was decided that each person would be assigned a specific area of responsibility, with the consequence of reduced rations for those who failed to complete their tasks. When Lu Yuan noticed that Wang Laowu had been assigned to a nearby area, he felt a twinge of displeasure. The man's furtive demeanor suggested he was cunning, and it was unlikely he would perform his duties diligently. Thus, Lu Yuan approached the officer and said, "Officer, I would prefer to take responsibility for his area." Upon hearing that someone intended to encroach upon his territory, Wang Laowu immediately grew disgruntled. "On what grounds? What difference does it make? I refuse to swap. I want that area." The officer glanced at Lu Yuan and immediately recognized him. "All right, Wang Laowu, you will go to his section. I will follow you shortly. If you dare to shirk your responsibilities, beware that I will cut off your supplies." Lu Yuan cast a grateful glance at the officer. Wang Laowu, seething, departed, though a flicker of anger lingered in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yuan. With the areas delineated, Lu Yuan brandished his sickle, tirelessly gathering the heaps of withered grass and immature crops. After consuming the golden fruit, Lu Yuan's stamina far surpassed that of an ordinary person in no time. He completed the task while others remained hunched over, still laboring in the fields. The scorching sun beat down on his back, and once he finished, he squatted by the wall of his home to rest. The officer, growing impatient, observed that the earlier groups had completed their work and decided to leave them to their tasks, knowing they would return the following day. Gradually, the people adapted to the perpetual daylight, their routines returning to normal. By around 7 o'clock in the evening, only a few fields remained unfinished, alongside stacks of unbound straw. In the midst of slumber, Lu Yuan was abruptly awakened by a piercing wail from outside. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the coconut trees swaying in the wind. The breeze had finally arrived. It seemed an eternity since the last gust had graced the air, prompting many to emerge from their homes to relish the long-awaited wind. Although this zephyr carried with it warmth and dust, it appeared that the populace paid little heed to such trifles. Suddenly, someone wrinkled their nose and pointed towards a nearby household, exclaiming loudly, "Fire!" Upon hearing the alarm, the crowd's reaction was rather subdued. After all, in such sweltering temperatures, the aging electrical circuits and the inherent dangers of fire could easily ignite flames. Over the past month, several fires had already erupted in District 3, rendering the community somewhat indifferent to the peril. Yet, this particular blaze showed no signs of abating. It was only when the fire brigade began to organize the evacuation of residents near the ignition point that people gradually began to take notice. With a resounding crash, Lu's father rushed in, his face soot-laden and breathless, shouting, "Xiao Yuan, we must go. We need to fight the fire." The family swiftly emerged, their hearts racing upon seeing Lu's father, charred and disheveled. "Dad, where have you been? How did you get like this?" Lu Yuan inquired, inspecting his father's body, relieved to find that he had escaped serious injury, save for a gash on the back of his hand. "Oh, do not ask," Lu's father replied, wiping his face with a damp towel handed to him by Lu's mother. A house in the village caught fire, and driven by the wind, the flames swept westward, consuming over a dozen homes. "It is still raging." Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped outside to take a glance, and indeed, the towering flames eclipsed the sun itself. A dozen residential buildings to the west were engulfed by the inferno, and the sky was shrouded in thick smoke. The wind was particularly fierce at that moment, causing the fire to spread towards the nearby homes, posing an imminent threat to his own residence. Returning to his room, Lu Yuan fetched a bundle of hoses and said to his mother, "Mom, you and Grandma and Grandpa should stay inside. I will go with Dad to see if we can assist. Otherwise, the fire may very well reach our home." Although there were no adjacent houses near Lu Yuan's, a substantial pile of dried grass and withered crops, which had just been cleared yesterday but not yet removed, lay nearby. Casting a glance at the surrounding vegetation, Lu Yuan turned to his father and declared, "Dad, I will head over there to help. Please connect the hoses and moisten the nearby ground. Then move the bundled grass onto the main road." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's father nodded in agreement and cautioned, "All right, but be extremely careful. Do not overexert yourself, and under no circumstances rush into the fire. It can collapse without warning." With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan dashed towards the blazing inferno. The closer he approached, the more oppressive the heat became. His back was drenched with sweat, while the scorching flames parched his chest. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. Fortunately, the wind was blowing directly from the west, and the fire was situated in the southwest relative to Lu Yuan's home, allowing him to evade some of the dense smoke. Moreover, the lush branches of the various fruit trees surrounding his house effectively shielded him from the worst of the smoke, keeping the odor at bay for the time being. Upon nearing the vicinity of the inferno, anguished wails echoed through the air. Along one side of the road lay over a dozen charred corpses. While some bereaved relatives wept bitterly as they attempted to identify their loved ones, their cries piercing and heart-wrenching, causing Lu Yuan's heart to ache with sorrow. Firefighters struggled with lengthy hoses, relentlessly dousing the flames. However, the ferocity of the blaze rendered their efforts largely ineffective. The absence of rain for several months coupled with the sweltering heat had rendered the atmosphere exceedingly arid, causing wooden furniture to ignite at the slightest spark. The air was filled with the crackling sounds of wood combusting, prompting everyone to join the fray in extinguishing the fire. Lacking water, they resorted to digging up soil from nearby fields to smother the smaller blazes. Grasping a shovel, Lu Yuan vigorously began to scoop earth, while several young men, their faces smeared with soot, neglected to wipe away their sweat as they carried baskets brimming with soil. In this moment, despite their habitual self-centeredness, the residents of Zone 3 revealed a rare sense of solidarity. Each individual toiled earnestly, driven by a collective impulse. For even those whose homes had not been directly threatened by the flames were gripped by the fear that their abode could be next. Just then, a portly man clad in a short-sleeved shirt hurried over, sweat glistening on his brow, and shouted to the crowd, "My house is ablaze. There are valuable paintings and wood carvings inside. Please help me retrieve them. I cannot manage it alone." The crowd erupted in anger upon hearing his plea. Please, don't. These are all precious items. If you can assist, do so. After all, we are neighbors. The other party insisted unwaveringly. Lu Yuan chuckled. In this apocalyptic era, items such as calligraphy and antiques had lost their value. Yet some individuals still revered them as treasures. All right, I can help you, but you must offer something in return. Water is scarce here. Perhaps you could bring some? Lu Yuan remarked with a hint of mockery. A trace of embarrassment flickered across the man's face. Fine, but I don't have much water. I can spare a portion as long as you help me move my belongings out. Oh, and by the way, you mentioned your house was on fire. Why not extinguish the flames while you're at it? But you must bring at least half the water. The man appeared conflicted. Yet upon glancing at his house, which was perilously close to being engulfed in flames, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. All right, I will bring half the water. Thus, Lu Yuan set down his shovel and glanced at the few individuals nearby. Are we going or not? Everyone was indeed tempted, yet in such a critical moment. Most could discern right from wrong, albeit only for now, as the future remained uncertain regarding their moral compass. No one moved, evidently unwilling to become the target of scorn. It's all right. Saving his house is akin to saving several others. Plus, we will receive water in return. Don't be so stiff, Lu Yuan urged, leading the way as that man directed him. Despite the murmurs of discontent from those behind, ultimately, they could not resist the allure. And 7 or 8 individuals followed Lu Yuan to the man's residence. Area 3 is designated as an agricultural reform zone, previously inhabited by farmers whose favorite pastime was visiting one another. However, this convivial activity has vanished with the arrival of urban dwellers, as uninvited visits are now often perceived as having ulterior motives. Currently, the residents here are largely unfamiliar with one another, save for a few neighboring families. Here, and over there, the paintings and calligraphy, along with the wooden carvings outside, I wish to take them all, huffed a middle-aged man, breathless as he gestured towards the items he was preparing to move. The onlookers showed little interest in his artwork, their curiosity instead piqued by the numerous jars of water in his home. Upon noticing their gaze, the man's expression shifted to one of caution. Chapter 50. The woman without a home. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated from within the house. You have visitors, and you don't even announce it. Olgua's face flushed with embarrassment as he called out, What are you wearing at home? A transparent outfit. Honestly, get to work. A few young men teased, Oh, Teacher Gua, you still possess your charm. Have you found such a young lady? Can you keep up? Olgua felt a bit flustered and waved his hand to join in the labor, as the group busied themselves with moving. The majority of the items were transported to the roadside. The earlier woman, now dressed in more appropriate attire, sat at the entrance, fanning herself with a small fan, watching the proceedings with an air of displeasure. To alleviate the tension of their task, some began to gossip about Old Gua's affairs. Old Gua, originally named Guadaming, is a renowned calligrapher from Qingshui City. In recent years, the burgeoning popularity of the art world has significantly elevated his status, allowing the over 50-year-old Gua to escape poverty and emerge as a local celebrity, wealthy, famous, and influential. It is said that he even holds the position of vice president of the Qingshui City Calligraphy and Painting Association. It is often remarked that once a person acquires wealth, they wish to bid farewell to their past. Gua is no exception to this notion. He took to carrying on an affair with a woman approximately 30 years his junior, all while his wife remained unaware. However, when the affair was exposed and someone revealed the secret, Gua's reputation plummeted. His original wife, unwilling to bear the burden of public shame, left him in a fit of anger. To escape the prying eyes of gossip mongers, Gua decided to invest in a plot of land in the new district, where he constructed a house and subsequently legitimized his relationship with his mistress. They began a scandalous life together as an older man with a much younger wife. Nevertheless, due to Gua's reserved nature and his tendency to avoid interaction with others, when neighbors inquired about his profession, he simply stated that he was a calligraphy teacher. As time passed, the locals affectionately referred to him as Teacher Gua. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the raging fire not far away, which continued to blaze fiercely, consuming nearby homes in its path. The firefighters, realizing that extinguishing the inferno was not an immediate possibility, swiftly made a decision. They would cut off the source of the fire. The methods for extinguishing a fire are quite limited. The first is to douse it directly with water. The second is to create a fire break, allowing the fire to consume its fuel. And the third is to deprive the fire of oxygen in its vicinity. However, It appears that only the second method can be implemented at this moment. The first approach has already been attempted by the firefighters, yielding no results other than a mere wastage of water. As for the final method of cutting off the oxygen supply to the fire, that remains unattainable. The captain of the fire brigade pointed towards the house that was on the verge of igniting and shouted, "Whose house is that?" After several calls, a woman with a dark complexion emerged from the house, clutching a pile of bottled water. "It's my home. Please save it," she implored. "The fire is about to reach my house." The captain, bearing a look of determination mixed with regret, replied, "I'm sorry, we need your cooperation." The woman, momentarily bewildered by the captain's words, asked, "What do you mean, leader? Just tell me what to do. I will cooperate to save my home." The captain sighed. "I apologize, but is there anything else you need to retrieve from inside?" "No, there is nothing else to take, just some water." "I'm afraid." The woman began to express her concerns, but the captain abruptly turned to his team and shouted, "Enough. She has nothing to retrieve. Go inside and check if anyone is still there. If no one is present, proceed to push it down." Several team members saluted and charged into the woman's home. At that moment, the woman remained confused, but as she noticed a truck reversing towards her house, her realization struck. "Captain, no, don't demolish my home," she cried out, attempting to rush forward to halt the truck, but the fire chief firmly restrained her. "Apologies, but we are utterly powerless in this situation." The captain entrusted the woman to his team and waved vigorously at the truck. With a resounding crash, the truck's rear collided forcefully with one wall of the house. As the vehicle surged forward, the structure collapsed instantaneously, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust and debris. The house fell, and the raging flames could not advance further. The woman's home had successfully halted the inferno spread, thereby saving over 100 families, yet her own dwelling was irrevocably lost. As the flames gradually subsided, the ground lay charred and desolate, each face marked with soot, none able to muster a smile. The woman sat on the ground, beating her chest in anguish, her cries piercing through the thick smoke and reaching every ear. Whispers circulated, and Lu Yuan learned that this woman was named Huang Huahua, originally from the mountains. She had relocated here several years ago, investing all her family's savings into that house, while still incurring substantial debt. After years of toil, they had finally cleared their debts and were on the verge of a better life, only to be struck by this devastating fire. The flames had consumed not only her home but also her hopes for the future. Lu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow and turned to pat a few nearby youths on the shoulder. "Fetch some water," he urged. The youths followed Lu Yuan to Guadaming's residence. Upon witnessing the flames extinguished, Guadaming began to move his collection of antiques, artworks, and wooden carvings back into his home. Spotting Lu Yuan and the others, he paused and remarked, "Since the fire did not reach us, there is no need for you to carry so much water. Please take this tub of water with you." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Yuan turned to enter the house, but grasped the other person firmly, saying, "Teacher Gua, one must not speak lightly of promises. If we were not here, the raging fire would undoubtedly consume all your possessions." The other party was about to argue when they noticed several young men nearby already assessing which jar was larger and which was smaller. Ultimately, Guadaming succumbed, tears in his eyes as he watched the individuals relocate the jars to the roadside. Lu Yuan then addressed the young men, instructing them, "Please inquire among the villagers if anyone wishes to purchase water. I am prepared to sell my share." The group stood in stunned silence. "Brother, you do not want water? In this day and age, water is more valuable than money. Do not despair." Chapter 51. Selling water. When the others saw Lu Yuan's intention to sell water, they were baffled as to why he would choose such a course of action, given that water was far more precious than currency in these times. Although water was delivered uniformly every 2 days, it remained in short supply. In contrast, the utility of money had diminished significantly. It could scarcely procure anything of value, with prices for various goods continually escalating, particularly for food. Water was now subject to a rationing system, rendering it unattainable even for those with money. Thus, it was no surprise that the crowd was perplexed by Lu Yuan's decision to sell water. "I do not currently lack water," Lu Yuan stated calmly. The others shook their heads in disbelief, and upon sharing the news with the crowd, inquiries about Lu Yuan's water sale began to pour in. "This jar of water is priced at 500,000, no negotiations." Instantly, derision erupted from the onlookers. 500,000 for a jar of water? Have you lost your mind? A few months ago, water was easily accessible, but now you demand 500,000 at the mere mention? Why not just resort to thievery? A middle-aged woman, her gaze laced with disdain, crossed her arms and remarked. Several others echoed her sentiments, conveying similar thoughts. However, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, steadfast in his insistence on the price of 500,000 for a barrel of water. He deemed this figure entirely reasonable, considering that it was virtually unattainable elsewhere, and no one was inclined to purchase it. Presently, each individual was allotted merely 1 liter of water per day, and under this sweltering heat, such a meager amount was utterly insufficient. People could only afford to sip a tiny bit when parched, too fearful to drink more. Eventually, someone was swayed. "Young man, I don't even know your name. I wish to buy, but I cannot take so much. Would you consider selling me 5,000 worth?" A young man in his 30s stepped forward, his darkened face glistening with sweat. Indeed, the barrel contained roughly 200 jin, and after accounting for its weight, it equated to around 100 liters of water, which translates to 5,000 per liter. "With your 5,000, I can offer you 10 liters, Lu Yuan calculated. The man nodded and took out his phone, preparing to transfer the funds to Lu Yuan. "By the way, let me add you as a friend. I'm Chen Ku. If you have more water to sell, please let me know. I have a 3-year-old at home who is not doing well lately, and we are in urgent need of water." Lu Yuan retrieved his phone, accepted the friend request, and noted, "I'm Lu Yuan. I will inform you if I have water to sell in the future. Alas, had I known, I would have joined in the effort to transport it. How unfortunate. Someone else got ahead of me," lamented a young man, drenched in sweat, yet untouched by the acrid smoke. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly scoffing. While others were valiantly combating the flames, he had merely stood by, a mere spectator. Now, witnessing others procure water, he succumbed to envy. Such opportunistic individuals elicited Lu Yuan's disdain. "Hey, handsome, share some with me. I want 100,000. A striking woman in her 30s approached Lu Yuan, her voice laced with urgency. "I want 20,000. cried another. "I want 40,000. "No, make it 50. As those fortunate enough to secure water departed in jubilant spirits, others who had hesitated regretted their inaction. Meanwhile, the firefighters meticulously extinguished the remaining embers, ensuring the area posed no further risk before stowing away their equipment. Each participant in the firefighting effort emerged soiled and weary, yet the firefighters generously provided washing water for all involved. Eventually, the community committee arrived, albeit belatedly, drawing little surprise from the crowd. Director Tong, the head of the committee, expressed condolences for the victims of the blaze, presenting provisions and water as compensation, and admonishing everyone to practice safe use of electricity and fire. Noticing the indifference of the gathering, Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment, uttering a few platitudes before departing with his entourage. Upon careful reckoning, the inferno ultimately consumed 23 houses, 3 of which were forcibly demolished to halt the spread of the flames, with Huang Huahua being one of the unfortunate households. The other 2 were only partially engulfed before their demolition, rendering them less tragic than Huang's plight. The catastrophe claimed the lives of 15 individuals and left 33 others injured, including 3 firefighters. Over 50 people now find themselves homeless, facing the daunting challenge of rebuilding their lives. The scene was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one willing to accept responsibility for the fire. All that remained was to await the arrival of the police for investigation and assessment to ascertain who would be held accountable for the disaster. The plight of the over 50 homeless individuals has become the most pressing issue in Zone 3, while the injured have been swiftly transported to the hospital for treatment. From a distance, Lu Yuan observed a group of individuals sitting vacantly beneath a nearby tree, gazing at the ruins of what had once been their homes, now reduced to ashes mere hours before. He glanced at the 500,000 in his phone wallet, aware that this was not the appropriate moment for such thoughts. The haunting scream he had heard at the moment Huang Huahua's home was toppled stirred a sense of compassion within him, prompting him to assist Guodaming with his relocation thereafter. However, as the disaster victims congregated, he felt it best to withhold the funds. Distributing 500,000 among over 50 individuals would yield less than 10,000 each, and should someone emerge to assign blame, it would not only fail to achieve the aim of rescuing the afflicted, but could also render him a target of ire, an outcome Lu Yuan wished to avoid. It was uncertain how much time had passed when Lu Yuan heard a knock at the door, followed by the sound of his mother responding to the call. "Greetings. We are from the Community Committee of District 3. This recent fire has devastated numerous households, leaving over 50 individuals without shelter. Therefore, we have collectively decided to initiate a fundraising effort, as every little bit helps." Chapter 52. The Community Committee's Fundraiser from a Distance. Lu Yuan recognized the voice of the enigmatic Director Tong of the Community Committee. Without hesitation, he leaped from his bed and descended the stairs. "Ah, young man. You were present that day. I recognize you," remarked a fair-skinned youth standing behind Director Tong. The director's delight was palpable as he approached Lu Yuan, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Without the support of compassionate residents like you, the losses from that catastrophic fire could have been far greater. On behalf of the community committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Lu Yuan observed the exaggerated gesture of bowing from the director, who showed no inclination to halt the display. The director awkwardly bent halfway before straightening up again. "Ahem, young man, you must have witnessed the harrowing plight of those affected by the disaster. This time, our community committee has resolved to launch a fundraising campaign, encouraging everyone to contribute in whatever capacity they can to assist in rebuilding their homes. Considering the size of your household, how much do you think you could contribute?" Director Tong inquired, glancing at Lu Yuan and then at his mother. Just as Lu Ma was about to speak, Lu Yuan quickly interjected, "Director Tong, our family truly lacks financial resources. Our home has been constructed with borrowed funds. And since the onset of this calamity, our money has been spent on purchasing food and water, leaving us with no surplus." Instantly, the director's previously cheerful demeanor faded. "In our close-knit community, it is only natural to lend a helping hand. After all, one day you may find yourselves in a predicament as well. It is the least we can do." However, Director Tong was evidently skeptical of Lu Yuan's claims. The notion of being financially constrained seemed merely an excuse. Anyone capable of affording such an expansive villa must surely possess ample resources. "Truly, Director Tong, we are genuinely short on funds. As a gesture of goodwill, I recently received a modest salary, and I am left with just 500 yuan. Please accept it as my sincere contribution." With that, Lu Yuan swiftly scanned the QR code on the director's phone, transferring the 500 yuan. "When our circumstances improve, we shall certainly provide greater support. Now, if you will excuse us, Director Tong, you may continue with your affairs." With that, Lu Yuan firmly closed the door behind him, pulling his mother along. Lu Ma gazed at her son in astonishment for a moment before speaking. "Xiao Yuan, didn't you just earn 500,000 from selling water? Why did you claim to have nothing when Director Tong visited?" Lu Yuan raised a hand dismissively. "Mother, you are unaware of certain details. Have you met Director Tong before?" His mother shook her head. "I have not. We moved here a few months ago and have yet to encounter any local officials." "Do you think he might be a fraud?" "That seems unlikely. If he were a con artist, he would have been exposed long ago." "Then why are you reluctant to offer assistance?" Lu Ma still struggled to comprehend. "Sigh, mother, consider this. The community committee members do not arrive at will. Yet they appeared precisely when the fire broke out. It has been less than 10 hours since the flames were extinguished, and he has already organized a fundraising effort. Given their previous efficiency, does that not strike you as peculiar?" Lu Yuan dragged his mother into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. After all, their intentions were good. Perhaps they were compelled to act this way due to an impending inspection from above, his mother naively remarked. Lu Yuan sighed. Acknowledging his mother's unwavering optimism, her inherent goodness rendered her incapable of envisioning the darker aspects of human nature. Little did she understand the treachery that lurked within. Previously, when incidents of water theft occurred, he did not show up, nor did he appear when the bald factory manager was murdered. Each time the police arrived, he remained conspicuously absent. Yet this time, he was present. Why? Certainly, it was for monetary gain. Consider this. In the earlier instances, the police merely gathered evidence and filed reports, seeking out the responsible parties and the culprits, with no opportunity for embezzlement. However, this time, involving over 50 individuals, the authorities would undoubtedly take notice. They could not allow these people to become destitute, and funds would surely be allocated for their reconstruction efforts. His mother suddenly grasped Lu Yuan's implication, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiao Yuan, now I understand. No wonder they are braving the scorching sun. Going door to door for donations, they must be contemplating embezzling a portion. Your analysis is spot on." Lu Yuan chuckled, finding his mother's innocence endearing. He genuinely feared for her safety in a city rife with deception. It was wiser for her to remain at home. Yet, do you truly intend to keep that 500,000 for yourself? His mother still felt compelled to do something, as those affected by the disaster were indeed suffering greatly. "Certainly, I would not keep the money for myself. It should be considered ill-gotten gains, yet it must not be publicized. By the way, mother, you should visit someday to assess Huang Huahua's character. I feel quite sorry for her. If it comes to it, Perhaps we could allocate a portion of this money to her. Mother nodded in immediate agreement. The fundraising efforts in Area 3 were progressing fervently, with everyone contributing a little here and there, quickly accumulating over $1 million. However, this sum remained insufficient for the more than 50 individuals affected. Government aid soon arrived. And to ensure the safety of the refugees, temporary housing units were erected, complete with central air conditioning. Daily provisions of food and water were delivered. Nevertheless, a challenging aspect was that couples could no longer reside together. Men were housed with men, and women, with 10 individuals sharing a room, sleeping on bunk beds. The central air conditioning was not particularly effective, and living in close quarters inevitably led to friction among the residents. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's mother had yet to find an opportune moment to approach Huang Huahua. On this day, while delivering fruits to his girlfriend, Xiao Shan, he was summoned into the room by his father-in-law. The latter nodded and discreetly produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Lu Yuan as he said, "Fortunately, Master Chen has not yet moved. I found his address in the old files at the factory. I visited him recently and discussed this matter." "Oh, that's splendid. Did Master Chen agree? Is he willing to assist?" Lu Yuan quickly retrieved a lighter to ignite the cigarette for his father-in-law. The father-in-law, satisfied, took a puff from his cigarette and remarked, "Well, I agree, but there is a condition." Lu Yuan had long anticipated that the other party would not offer assistance without a reason. There would inevitably be a stipulation. He stated that he could indeed help, but he required water, as his wife was afflicted with pneumonia and needed a substantial amount daily. However, the current predicament was that they were out of water, and his wife's condition was deteriorating. At this juncture, the father-in-law's mood grew somewhat somber. "No problem, I will find time to meet." Lu Yuan thought it essential to converse with Master Chen in person. Chapter 53, The Stingy Old Man, Master Chen in Truth. Master Chen's wife's illness was a fortuitous circumstance for Lu Yuan, not out of any malicious intent or schadenfreude, but rather because it afforded him the opportunity to assist Master Chen's wife and, in return, acquire several crossbows. In this post-apocalyptic world, approaching someone empty-handed would render one a fool, while arriving with something in hand might lead others to suspect ulterior motives. If one were to push their luck further, it was not uncommon for prices to be hiked unexpectedly. Now, with Master Chen's wife in need of water and Lu Yuan possessing an ample supply, the situation presented a unique synergy. Master Chen had the capability to produce quality crossbows, and Lu Yuan had a distinct need. Thus, it became a mutually beneficial arrangement. After discussing with his father-in-law, Lu Yuan promptly picked up his phone and dialed Master Chen. "Old Chen, my son-in-law just happened to be here. When do you have some time to spare?" The father-in-law preferred to roam about while making phone calls. Lu Yuan listened to his father-in-law referring to him as a son-in-law in front of others, and his heart swelled with joy, akin to the refreshing delight of savoring a chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. If one were to ponder what brings the utmost happiness to his son-in-law, the first possibility would be the ample preparation of the betrothal gifts, and the second would be the acceptance of oneself by both the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Lu Yuan, at this moment, was undoubtedly well prepared with the betrothal gifts, and his mother-in-law's attitude felt as warm as that towards a beloved son. His father-in-law's frequent calling of him son-in-law was a source of unexpected delight, a dual satisfaction that was truly fortuitous. However, upon observing Lu Yuan's foolish grin, a flicker of concern crossed the father-in-law's face. Could it be that this young man was intermittently foolish? Would marrying him be a loss for his daughter? With a furrowed brow, he glanced at Lu Yuan and admonished, "What are you grinning about? Hurry up and prepare. We're heading to Master Chen's house this afternoon." As Lu Yuan watched his father-in-law exit the room, he found himself momentarily stunned. How could the mood shift so abruptly? What was happening? Was his smile not appealing enough? To convey his utmost sincerity, Lu Yuan had brought along a watermelon weighing a hefty 10 pounds from his refrigerator, along with 3 packs of water totaling 48 bottles in the trunk of his electric car. Driving towards the old district of Qingshui City, Lu Yuan listened as his father-in-law reveled in the air conditioning, casually mentioning when Lu Yuan might lend him the car for a couple of days. Lu Yuan, without hesitation, pulled over to allow his father-in-law to experience the joy of driving. Upon arriving at Master Chen's residence, Lu Yuan surveyed the dilapidated buildings and a small structure that had been charred black, feeling a wave of concern for the perilous conditions of this aged neighborhood. Lu Yuan, carrying 4 buckets of water, and his father-in-law, who was cradling a large watermelon, ascended to the 15th floor in one go, drenched in sweat. The father-in-law leaned against his knees, panting heavily, cursing the unreliable old elevator that had broken down unexpectedly. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door. After a considerable wait, the door creaked open. An elderly man, somewhat stooped in stature, emerged slowly, peering through a pair of reading glasses at Lu Yuan and his father-in-law for a moment. Ah, Lu, you've arrived. Come in. He beckoned, gesturing inside. The father-in-law placed the watermelon beside the doorway, just as a fit of intense coughing erupted from within the room. Master Chun, your wife, he began, pointing inside. The old man shook his head and sighed, alas. She coughs incessantly every day, sometimes even coughing up blood. The doctor says it's due to lung heat and that she needs to consume copious amounts of water and cooling medications. However, those remedies have long been sold out at the pharmacy. By the way, did you bring water? Lu Yuan looked at the elderly Chun with frustration. Didn't he see the large watermelon? Such a splendid fruit for cooling, impossible to find outside. Yes, we did. Freshly taken from the fridge, perfectly chilled, said the father-in-law, producing a bottle of water and handing it over. Without a hint of gratitude, old Chun accepted the water and stepped back inside, where Lu Yuan noticed an elderly woman lying on the bed, her hair severely thinning, and the room was permeated with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Old Chun picked up the bottle of water, twisted it open, and handed it to the old woman. She took a slow sip, then capped the bottle. The old man gazed at her with the tenderness one might reserve for a child, nodding in satisfaction only after she swallowed, and inquired, "My dear wife, how does it feel?" The old woman nodded and replied, "The chilled water is much better." At that moment, Lu Yuan approached, cradling a large watermelon, and said, "Master Chun, here is a chilled watermelon for Aunt Chun." Upon hearing this, the old man's face lit up with delight. "What? You brought watermelon too? Where did you buy it? Is there more?" "Well, there is, but only a few. Next time, I will bring you another." Lu Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with the response, feeling as if the old man's world revolved solely around his wife. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that perhaps this would be the essence of his own future life, a shared existence, growing old together. How wonderful that would be. After slicing the watermelon, old Chun made sure the old woman was comfortable before leading the two into a small study. "Have you brought the blueprints?" he asked. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Yuan quickly retrieved the downloaded blueprints from his pocket and handed them to old Chun. The latter took the blueprints and turned on the desk lamp. Fearing the sun's harsh glare, families had generally installed thick curtains to insulate their homes, but it was evident that old Chin's household lacked such provisions. Instead, several layers of thick newspapers sealed the windows, necessitating the use of artificial light upon entering. The old man, one hand clutching a magnifying glass and the other holding a lamp, leaned over the blueprint, furrowing his brow with increasing intensity. Finally, he slammed the magnifying glass onto the table, exclaiming, "Who on earth produced this blueprint? It's utterly disastrous. If the design follows this pattern, all that can be created are mere toys." His indignation was palpable, his posture straightening with fury. "Master Chun, is there something wrong with this blueprint?" Lu Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed by the old man's vehement criticism of the design, which he found quite straightforward and commendable. The old man, taking a seat, rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a pack of somewhat moldy cigarettes. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan hastily produced an unopened pack from his pocket. The old man's eyes lit up at the sight, treating Lu Yuan's offering like a treasure. He extracted a cigarette and lit it, while Lu Yuan's father-in-law awaited a share, which the old man had no intention of offering, even going so far as to stow the cigarettes away in the drawer. Then, he proceeded to close the door, leaving the two men to watch him smoke, an act bordering on the outrageous. Chapter 54. The Potent Crossbow. After finishing a cigarette, Chun Laotu felt a remarkable transformation. His previous lethargy evaporated, replaced by an invigorated spirit that left Lu Yuan and his father-in-law astonished. "Ahem. Allow me to interject. This design is utterly inadequate. The designs depicted on the blueprint resemble those of a mere toy. To possess lethality, it must incorporate more robust propulsion mechanisms, such as pneumatic valves or, even more formidable, hydraulic launch systems." Master Chen adjusted his spectacles and remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately comprehended why the old man deemed his previous findings as worthless. It turned out he had a far superior approach, truly a hidden gem. "Please, continue." "Master Chen," Lu Yuan implored eagerly, his gaze fixed upon the elder, awaiting further insights. After a moment of contemplation, The elder produced a sheet of paper and a pen, commencing to sketch. Initially, Lu Yuan perceived it as mere doodling, but after a closer examination, he discerned the underlying significance. The old man was, in fact, illustrating a schematic of a crossbow. Various mechanisms and switches swiftly came to life on the page, and with just a glance, Lu Yuan recognized the ingenuity behind it, immediately extending his thumb in admiration. Master Chun, I must say, I had no idea you were such a talented artist. Lu Yuan could not help but commend. The elder's face twitched slightly, yet he chose to ignore the compliment, continuing, however, to craft a satisfactory crossbow, the standards must be exceedingly high. I will not permit any subpar products to emerge from my hands. I will compile a list shortly. You may procure the materials. Once you have gathered everything, I shall commence assisting you. With that, he resumed scribbling an extensive list of various tools and materials. Upon receiving the list, Lu Yuan noted that, aside from a high-temperature furnace and some electric grinding tools along with a few pneumatic valve switches, he possessed everything else required. After the two departed from the old man's abode, even before closing the door, the sound of him savoring a watermelon reached their ears. Furnaces are readily available these days. With an abundance of tools at hand, many individuals resort to selling various items at bargain prices to secure water. What would typically cost several thousand yuan for a furnace, Lu Yuan acquired for merely a bottle of water. Next came the steel smelting process. It must be said that Old Man Chen's craftsmanship is indeed remarkable. Piles of scrap metal transformed into molten iron within the furnace, which was then poured into molds. Subsequently, the old man donned a thick leather apron and commenced blacksmithing. Oh, but I shall not divulge what he is up to just yet. You will find out soon enough. Lu Yuan refrained from revealing Old Man Chen's exact endeavors, wishing to maintain an air of mystery for his father. That cheeky lad, so enigmatic. Well, as long as he doesn't dismantle the house, everything is permissible. With that, Lu Yuan's father lost interest in the blacksmithing spectacle and turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Yuan had not intended to bring Old Man Chen to his home, considering the multitude of fruit trees that could be compromised. However, no more suitable location for blacksmithing presented itself, and he had no choice but to invite the old man into his residence. Unexpectedly, Old Man Chen exhibited no curiosity about Lu Yuan's home. Adjusting his glasses, he proceeded directly to the backyard, retrieved his tools, and began his work, muttering incessantly about various proportions and occasionally jotting calculations in a small notebook. After several hours of diligent labor, Master Chen finally completed the components, leading to the assembly stage. Alas, Master Chen, what are you doing? You've just finished this. Why are you discarding it? I thought it was quite satisfactory. Lu Yuan had been crouching nearby for quite some time, his legs numb from the strain. Just as he contemplated reaching for the crossbow to conduct a test, he was taken aback when Old Chun abruptly tossed the weapon into the furnace. This infuriated Lu Yuan. That is unacceptable. It is a defective item that does not meet my standards. I must forge it anew. You need not concern yourselves with me. Attend to your own tasks. I shall summon you once it is ready. With that, Old Chun resumed his diligent work at the forge, leaving Lu Yuan shaking his head in disbelief. Finally, after several hours, Old Chun shouted out triumphantly, "All right, the item is complete and ready for testing." Filled with excitement, Lu Yuan dashed over, cradling half a watermelon, and presented it to Old Chun, who then handed him the crossbow. The weapon, unpainted and glistening silver, was quite a sight to behold. It measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters in width, and stood about 10 centimeters tall, easily grasped in one hand. Old Chun had thoughtfully crafted over 20 bolts, each petite and exquisite, measuring around 5 centimeters in length, yet the tips possessed formidable piercing power. A gentle tug against fabric would leave a noticeable tear. With the crossbow now in hand, Lu Yuan prepared to take aim. The groove for the bolts was remarkably smooth, and thanks to the pneumatic mechanism that Old Chin had ingeniously added, this crossbow could be discharged not only by the traditional bowstring but also by the pneumatic device. In order to test the precision and power of the crossbow, Lu Yuan specifically procured 2 cutting boards, each approximately 5 centimeters thick and crafted from hardwood, which could withstand the rigors of knives and axes without issue. He positioned the wooden boards about 20 meters away and then retrieved a bolt to place in the notch of the crossbow. For his first attempt, Lu Yuan chose to use the bowstring. Gently pulling the trigger, he heard a resounding thud as the bolt shot forth. He barely had time to catch a glimpse of the projectile before witnessing the distant cutting board tumble to the ground. Upon retrieving the board, he discovered a perfect bullseye. The 5-centimeter thick board had been completely penetrated, while the second board bore a 1-centimeter mark. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the result. Contemplating the devastating impact it would have had if it had struck a person, an unimaginable thought. Next, Lu Yuan employed the pneumatic device, carefully aimed, and pulled the trigger again. He felt a slight recoil from the crossbow, and then observed both boards collapsing together in unison. Upon inspection, he realized the two boards had become firmly affixed to one another, with the bolts securely pinning them together. It took considerable effort for Lu Yuan to finally separate the boards. Chapter 55. Large-scale altercation on May 20th. This day was traditionally one of exuberance for merchants, as the significance of 520 provided ample opportunity for commercial promotion. However, this year's 520 was markedly different. Early in the morning, Lu Yuan received a voice call. Later, in order to make ends meet, he and his wife began a small business at home, primarily selling coarse grains. At present, there is no shortage of food, and most households still possess ample supplies, thus his venture has not flourished. Chen Ke, what's the matter? Have you heard? The people from Zone 2 are trying to seize water from us in Zone 3. A conflict is brewing. Chen Ke's voice was tinged with excitement. Seize water? What water? Are they attempting to take our water truck again? Lu Yuan immediately recalled the last time when a gang from Zone 2 nearly harmed a police officer driver with a crossbow. He was astonished that they would dare to come back. No, you know the current situation with the water trucks. One person operates the water gate, while 3 escort. No one would dare to target them. It's the factory area. The factory area? Does the factory area have water? Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not heard of any water in the factory. Could it be that someone had secretly drilled a well? That would certainly be illegal. Moreover, extracting groundwater has become increasingly difficult. Previously, one could reach water at a depth of 30 to 50 meters, but now, due to the stasis of the earth, it might take 100 meters without success. Where is it? You aren't going there too, are you? Lu Yuan had no desire to get involved, especially since the factory contained numerous chemical substances. The risk of accidentally encountering something dangerous could be disastrous. No, I just thought everyone was going, and it wouldn't be right for me to stay behind. I merely inquired about your thoughts. Chen Ke was primarily concerned about his young daughter, who was just over 3 years old, at an age when companionship was essential. If something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. I am not in need of water here, nor do I covet the water over there. Let them fight for it if they wish, for I have no desire to partake. After a brief silence, the other party responded, All right, then I shall not go either. By the way, do you have any water left? Could you sell me a little? None left, Lu Yuan decisively replied. Although he had just claimed not to lack water, he had no intention of sharing. At this juncture, the government still provided water, albeit in limited quantities, but it was sufficient if used sparingly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan decided to see the commotion, donning a sun-protective suit and sunglasses as he made his way to the factory area. Before he arrived, he could hear a cacophony of noise. Each individual brandished various sticks and bricks, while the leaders of both factions pointed fingers at one another, exchanging heated words about their ancestors. Observing the tense atmosphere, it was clear that if either side made the first move, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. At last, a bare-chested youth adorned with tattoos could no longer contain himself and pushed someone from Zone 3, igniting the conflict in that moment. It is often said that as the weather warms, so too does human temperament, and this sentiment rang true. Zone 3, with merely over 100 households and a population of less than 500, had mustered at least 100 individuals for this altercation, effectively mobilizing the entirety of the district's able-bodied youth. The two parties were shoving each other, wielding various sticks that struck mercilessly against one another's bodies. In a moment of chaos, they were locked in a fierce struggle. Lu Yuan, furrowing his brow, took out his phone and dialed the number of the police officer he had spoken to earlier. Officer He, I have something to report. Lu Yuan recognized that his decision to refrain from joining the fray was astute. Otherwise, with everyone engaged in fighting, the injured would fail to receive timely medical attention, potentially leading to fatalities. Moreover, given the current circumstances, hospitals were perpetually overcrowded, and there was a severe shortage of medications, often rendering doctors powerless in emergencies. Unable to quell the chaos, he resolved to alert the authorities. Hello, Lu Yuan. What seems to be the matter? Officer, he responded, his tone upbeat. There has been a large-scale brawl between the residents of Zone 3 and those from Zone 2, involving approximately several hundred individuals. I believe this situation requires your intervention. The officer on the other end paused for a moment before reacting, exclaiming, "Is that true? Several hundred people? Where is this happening? I'll dispatch a team immediately." "It is indeed true, Officer He. I will send you a video so you can see for yourself. The location is within the chemical plant." Lu Yuan felt a rising anxiety. If the police hesitated to intervene, there was a genuine risk of casualties. Officer He, without even a moment to bid farewell, abruptly ended the call. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed at the village entrance. Over a dozen police cars arrived, and several officers armed with firearms rushed into the chemical plant. "Stop! Everyone, cease this madness!" A police officer desperately shouted as he separated two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle, promptly handcuffing them. However, the chaos continued unabated as others remained embroiled in the brawl. Seeing the inability to contain the enraged villagers, one officer drew his weapon and fired a shot into the air. The deafening bang startled everyone present, causing their actions to halt as they realized the gravity of the situation. All officers were deployed, and some quick-witted individuals, sensing the impending danger, attempted to flee, only to be swiftly apprehended by the surrounding police. Ultimately, the supply of handcuffs proved insufficient, prompting some officers to procure ropes to secure the detainees. Lu Yuan remarked that he had never witnessed such a spectacular scene. Due to the overwhelming number of villagers involved in the melee, the already strained police station could not accommodate them all, resulting in only a nominal fine being issued. Nevertheless, the villagers remained intrigued by the water in the cooling tower. However, during the period of continuous daylight, the police station, citing the chemical plant's private ownership, temporarily sealed off the facility and locked the outer gates, even installing surveillance cameras to deter further interest. The organizer of the brawl faced no punitive measures, remaining unscathed alongside the others. As a consequence of this large-scale conflict between the two districts, tensions between the residents of District 3 and District 2 began to escalate dramatically. Occasionally, moments of personal altercations may arise. However, these incidents ultimately yield no significant consequences, thus failing to attract the attention of the authorities. The weather in June remains oppressively warm. Yet a recent uplifting piece of news has surfaced online. Due to the escalating global temperatures, substantial melting of the ice caps and glaciers in the polar regions is anticipated, heralding an extended period of torrential rain, a true blessing after a prolonged drought. The voice of the television host quivered with excitement, clearly indicating that this news brings immense exhilaration and motivation to the public. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan scratched his head in disbelief. Was it truly necessary to resort to theft when something was unattainable? Such audacity! That was his grandfather's favorite foot basin. Was there no sense of conscience left? Nevertheless, after Lu Yuan procured a new foot basin for his grandfather, the old man's spirits were instantly lifted. "Ah, little Yuan, why didn't you bring out such a splendid item sooner? And it even has a massage feature. I've told you numerous times, Mom. I'm genuinely fine now. There's no need to pressure me into taking medication every day." After saying this, his grandfather took a few deep breaths to convey that he was in perfect health. However, his mother frowned and remarked, "Dad, why are you being so disobedient? This medication will ensure your complete recovery. You should take some more to reinforce your health." The old man, with hands behind his back, puffed out his cheeks and retorted, "I'll take it, but only if you let the old lady take hers first. You can't keep hounding me about this every day." Sighing, his mother replied, "I'll make sure she takes hers shortly. You should take yours first." Seeing that Lu's mother was somewhat irritated, the old man promptly grabbed the medication and popped it into his mouth. Lu Yuan, noticing the situation, quickly inquired, "Grandfather, how long has it been since you took your medication?" Upon hearing this, the old man swiftly covered Lu Yuan's mouth, whispering, "Shoo, you rascal, lower your voice. Do you wish to endanger your grandfather?" Lu Yuan promptly lowered his voice, asking, "When did you recover? Why didn't you inform us?" He pondered the timeline, recalling that it was just over a month ago when he had distributed the golden fruit among everyone. Indeed, it had proven effective. However, the results seemed less pronounced compared to his own experience, where he felt an immediate surge of warmth and vitality after consumption. Thus, Lu Yuan hurried to his grandmother's room, where he noticed several pills lying untouched on the table as she was engrossed in knitting. "Grandma, why haven't you taken your medication?" Lu Yuan asked, feigning ignorance, eager to ascertain whether the fruit was indeed the cause of his grandfather's sudden improvement. If his grandmother also experienced a recovery, it would undoubtedly confirm the fruit's efficacy. His grandmother, setting aside her knitting, gently grasped Lu Yuan's hand and said, Little Yuan, please persuade your mother to discontinue the medication. I have been well for over a month now. Besides, these medicines are quite expensive. Continuing to take them would be wasteful. The golden fruit had grown to the size of a ping-pong ball and would be ripe in another half-month. Just half a month prior, Lu Yuan had harvested another fruit, which he intended to reserve until it was truly needed, now that the fruit's healing properties had been validated. The fruits within the land are flourishing remarkably, and our household has cultivated quite a number of fruit trees. With 5 family members, we simply cannot consume such an abundance. Thus, Lu Yuan refrained from harvesting the fruits in the space. Later, he discovered that as long as the fruits were left unpicked, they would continue to grow. For instance, there was a cucumber measuring nearly 170 to 80 centimeters, standing tall alongside Lu Yuan, a veritable cucumber giant. Moreover, there was a watermelon that Lu Yuan had contemplated severing from its vine, yet he hesitated, unable to part with it. He could only watch as the watermelon, large enough to be embraced by 2 people, occupied space in the field. Should it be taken out, it would undoubtedly astonish the world, warranting an application for the Guinness World Record without a doubt. In addition to the various fruit-bearing plants in the field, the cattle, sheep, and pigs frolicked joyously on the grass. Just a few days prior, the sow had given birth to several piglets, adorned in black and white patches, which had already grown to half a meter in length within days. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, they rushed over for a delightful nuzzle. The diverse fish in the pond thrived comfortably, while a few chickens, ducks, and geese leisurely swam on the water's surface with their young ones. Indeed, the chickens in this dimensional space had completely shed their fear of water, engaging in playful antics with the ducks and geese daily. Observing the small wooden house brimming with resources and the piglets joyfully scampering across the grassy expanse, Lu Yuan felt that life at this moment mirrored the pre-apocalyptic days. As for the impending downpour, well, in a post-apocalyptic world, one cannot expect too many blessings. Rain brings not only hope, but also unforeseen elements, such as the evolutionary virus of rodents. Chapter 57. The deluge. The rain arrived with startling abruptness. One moment the sky was an expanse of clarity, and the next it was enveloped in a torrential downpour, catching the populace entirely unawares. De Huang was elated, dashing out the instant the old gentleman opened the door, frolicking joyfully in the muddy terrain. However, this exuberance was soon accompanied by a series of anguished howls from De Huang. Wretched dog, should you venture out on a rainy day again, beware of your paws. Lu Yuan admonished harshly as he shed his soiled garments, dripping with mud and water. De Huang seemed to comprehend his reprimand, whimpering as if to justify its earlier escapade. Yet, Lu Yuan could not decipher its canine speech, though it appeared to grasp the gravity of his words. The deluge was relentless, failing to quell the earth's fervent heat. Lu Yuan stood by the window, gazing outward, where the entirety of Zone 3 was enveloped in a damp haze, reminiscent of droplets sizzling upon a heated iron surface. Soon, the torrential rain created a multitude of small puddles on the ground, prompting nearby residents to emerge with various pots, bowls, and containers to collect the falling water. Some individuals could not resist standing amidst the rain, mouths agape, disregarding the cleanliness of the deluge. Indeed, after enduring 3 months of sweltering heat and subsisting on scant provisions, the populace was thoroughly overheated, indifferent to the purity of the rainwater. However, it was not long before the rainwater monitoring stations in major cities provided their assessments. According to the report from the monitoring station, the analyzed rainwater from various regions revealed no presence of viruses, posing no harm to human health, thus assuring all citizens that it is safe for consumption. As he watched the news report, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about the sudden rainfall. It was baffling how the weather could shift so abruptly. After 3 months of scorching heat, local government departments had conducted numerous artificial rainmaking operations. Yet the missiles launched into the sky dissipated like fireworks in broad daylight, vanishing without a sound. Could it be that these clouds originated from the distant poles? This thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind as he had been pondering the source of the rainwater even in his dreams, which added to his bewilderment. However, he could not dwell on it for long, as following the rain, small rodents began to exhibit mutations, though it remained uncertain whether this was a consequence of the downpour. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yuan retrieved his spatial crystal once more, lying on his bed while gazing at the gem, always dreaming of the day when a white crystal would finally appear. As he continued to stare, he felt a wave of distraction wash over him, and then he drifted off to sleep. He was awakened by the frantic barking of De Huang, the dog, at his bedside. As he opened his eyes, ready to chastise the troublesome creature, he noticed a Huang, with an expression of grievance, pointing with its paw at the spatial crystal on the floor. Lu Yuan, startled, quickly grasped the crystal. He had no idea when this creature had unearthed the crystal hidden beneath his pillow. Fortunately, it hadn't been mistaken for a bone and buried in the ground or swallowed whole. Had that been the case, Lu Yuan felt he could have wept in despair. However, as he held the crystal in his hand, he suddenly sensed a surge of warmth emanating from it. Hastily, he withdrew the crystal, and indeed, after a few seconds, it flickered with a radiant white light once more. Could it be that his dreams were truly materializing? Lu Yuan, brimming with excitement, lifted the crystal. Da Huang nudged Lu Yuan's leg with his head, emitting a soft whimper, as if seeking a reward. In such torrential rain, it would be prudent to don a raincoat. Though he had consumed the golden fruit, rendering him nearly impervious to ailments, he still preferred not to be drenched. On the road, he observed several neighbors collecting water amidst the downpour. In their eagerness to gather more, some had even dug pits in front of their homes, now brimming with muddy water, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned. Is that Lu Yuan? Why aren't you hoarding more water at home during this heavy rain? Who knows when the next downpour will come? It was Aunt Lu, in her 40s, slightly plump but still possessing a pleasant appearance. The rain had soaked her clothes, clinging to her form, revealing what lay beneath. Lu Yuan awkwardly nodded and smiled at her before hastily departing, anxious that Uncle Lu might notice his wife in such a state and comment on it. After walking for a while, Lu Yuan once again took out the crystal stone, noticing that the frequency of the white light flickering upon it had increased. At this moment, he found himself standing on the main road of the factory area. Advancing further would lead him into the premises. Lu Yuan glanced around, observing the absence of people. Indeed, it was a rare occasion of rainfall. Who would wander about aimlessly other than those who were unconcerned, like his own family? Thus, he proceeded directly toward the factory, occasionally glancing at the crystal stone in his hand. As the frequency of the white light reached its peak, Lu Yuan stood before the entrance of the sealed chemical plant. He noticed that the seal on the door was nearly disintegrating from the rain, and his heart began to race. Previously, a large-scale brawl had taken place within the factory, resulting in its closure. Subsequently, the police had installed several cameras to monitor the area, preventing any potential vandalism. After all, this was a chemical plant. Although all the chemical solutions had been removed, who could ascertain what remnants might linger? In the event of a release of a highly toxic substance, such as hydrogen cyanide, the entire village could be in peril. Taking a few deep breaths, Lu Yuan dared not cast a glance at the cameras above him. Instead, he slowly turned and made his way toward a wall overgrown with weeds. However, the weeds had withered away in the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees. No plant could sustain growth under such conditions. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of cameras, Lu Yuan tucked the crystal stone into his inner pocket and gradually bent his legs. With a surge of strength, he found himself squatting atop the wall the next moment. Chapter 58. The terrifying chemical factory. Peering into the interior from atop the wall, Lu Yuan discerned no surveillance cameras, which alleviated his concerns, allowing him to leap down. The chemical factory, long neglected, had once been overrun with weeds that had since succumbed to the oppressive heat, leaving behind a muddy expanse. Fortunately, clad in rain boots, Lu Yuan was not troubled by the prospect of mud seeping into his shoes. He cautiously retrieved the dimensional crystal, its flickering white light intensifying. This marked his inaugural venture into the factory. During the previous altercation, he had merely stood at a distance, reporting the incident, wrapping his coat tightly around himself. He felt a chill despite the months of relentless sun that had parched the ground, which had cracked in places. Yet, the sudden downpour was extraordinary, its duration and precipitation far surpassing anything he had previously encountered. Before long, Lu Yuan waded deeper, finding the water reaching up to his calves. The luminous crystal beckoned him further, yet a passage between two factory buildings lay ahead, and he felt a surge of trepidation. The pool of water before him had transformed into what could only be described as a small river, reminiscent of cinematic scenes and the rising mist from the sun-baked ground. Now besieged by the unexpected deluge, heightened his unease. Damn it, he resolved to press on. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, firmly clutching the crystal stone in his hand as he waded into the depths of the water. The depth exceeded his expectations. After just a few meters, he felt water seeping into his shoes, sending a chill through his feet. No turning back. Today, he was determined to obtain the upgrade crystal. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan pressed on into the narrow passage between the two factories. However, the further he ventured, the deeper the water became, and the path was so constricted that it barely allowed for a single person. Before long, the water reached his knees. Damn it! I can never return to such a place again. It felt like a scene from a horror story. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I am an atheist. How could I possibly believe in such nonsense? Lu Yuan muttered as he trudged forward. Water continuously cascaded down from the metallic roofs of the factories on either side. Given the low terrain in the middle, he navigated through the fluctuating depths until he finally emerged from between the two buildings. Phew, I'm finally out. Lu Yuan felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. Wasting no time, he examined the crystal. Its flickering frequency was heightened. Following the indication on the stone, he soon arrived before a cooling tower. Wait, surely it can't be here. Why didn't I enter through this door earlier? Lu Yuan wished he could slap himself. To avoid the cameras, he had taken a lengthy detour, traversing a terrifying narrow path only to discover that this was precisely the place he had intended to enter moments ago. What a farce. Upon grasping the crystal, he noticed its radiant glow directing him toward the cooling tower. As he approached the tower, the frequency of the shimmering light intensified. When he placed the crystal at the base of the cooling tower, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire crystal. Could it be that this upgraded crystal was concealed within the cooling tower? However, this seemed exceedingly troublesome. The towering structure stood at least 7 or 8 meters high. How could he possibly gain access to it? After circling the cooling tower twice, Lu Yuan ultimately abandoned the notion of opening it from the bottom. It was likely filled with liquid nitrogen or similar substances, employed for cooling chemical reagents. Yet, the chemical plant had ceased operations months ago, and the cooling tower had been left unattended, meaning the liquid nitrogen had likely evaporated. He had previously encountered cooling towers utilizing liquid nitrogen, where frost clung year-round, and the surrounding temperature barely rose above a few degrees. These areas were typically fenced off with iron railings to deter any contact, for although the tower itself appeared intact, the frigid air beyond the thick barrier was still perilous. A mere touch could cause skin to adhere instantly to the icy surface, and if not swiftly withdrawn, could potentially lead to muscle necrosis. However, this cooling tower bore no frost, and when Lu Yuan placed his hand upon it, he felt not a hint of chill. Observing the rusted screws, he realized that delicately unscrewing them and gently opening the tower was utterly impractical. Only through forceful dismantling could he hope to succeed. Thus, Lu Yuan stealthily ventured into the dimensional space to procure a chainsaw. Indeed, he intended to sever one of the legs of the cooling tower's base, subsequently toppling it. However, just as pride in his cleverness began to swell within him, a grim reality struck him with disconcerting clarity. There was no electricity. The power had been cut off when the facility fell into disrepair, and even if the power were still operational, finding a usable socket in the vicinity proved elusive. Moreover, should he manage to locate one, the torrential rain inundating the area posed a grave risk of electrocution. Surely that would signal game over. Left with no alternative, he resorted to a more primitive method. If the chainsaw was rendered useless, a handsaw would suffice. Retrieving the handsaw once more, Lu Yuan commenced the task of sawing. Well, the leg of the cooling tower. Fortune smiled upon the diligent, as after severing several saw blades, the cooling tower emitted a sudden cacophony of creaks and groans. The structure tilted gently, unleashing a deluge of water from above. Fortunately, Lu Yuan managed to evade the torrent just in time. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly drenched. Yet, the stability of the cooling tower exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. In a bid to expedite its collapse, he positioned himself to deliver a few kicks, though they appeared to bear little fruit. Just as despair began to cloud his brow, a resounding thunderclap reverberated from the heavens. Lu Yuan felt his hair stand on end. And then, a deafening bolt of lightning struck the cooling tower directly above him. Chapter 59. The white upgrade crystal. The thunderous roar from the sky left Lu Yuan momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively, he reached to ensure his own safety. Fortunately, the components were intact, without any deficiencies. Upon lifting my gaze once more, I observed that the already precariously trembling cooling tower finally succumbed to the damage inflicted by the lightning strike. Swaying even more violently, a tremendous roar resounded as the cooling tower collapsed in place, sending a cascade of water splashing forth. The tower, already exceedingly fragile, landed heavily on the ground, resulting in a substantial gash appearing at its apex. Lu Yuan hastened towards it, a chilling breeze emanating suddenly from within. causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, the torrential rain swiftly extinguished the cool air, or rather, rendered it warm. Testing it gently with his hand, he found it entirely bearable. Lu Yuan retrieved his flashlight and directed it into the tower. A cacophony of splashing sounds echoed from inside as a pool of water flowed from the base of the tower, accompanied by a white stone. Lu Yuan eagerly seized the stone, recognizing it as the upgrade material he had long desired. Its form mirrored that of the crystal he possessed, albeit this stone was entirely white. Having acquired the coveted upgrade crystal, Lu Yuan joyfully scaled the wall to exit the chemical plant. As for the surveillance cameras and the like, he no longer held any concern, for he was clad in a raincoat, which featured a semi-transparent plastic shield over his face, rendering his appearance imperceptible from the outside. Along the way, he passed several neighbors, all engrossed in digging pits, with some particularly skilled neighbors having transformed their front yards into mouse holes, creating a patchwork of excavations. Lu Yuan genuinely worried that someone might inadvertently fall into one of the holes while passing by. As Lu Yuan removed his raincoat, he chuckled and remarked, "It's all right, Grandma. It's just rain. I haven't felt the rain on me in ages. Everyone is doing it." He paused, then added, "But we mustn't be reckless. Catching a cold would be quite unfortunate." While speaking, Grandma handed him a dry towel. After wiping his head and changing into fresh shoes, he proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Although Lu Yuan felt invigorated and his immunity significantly bolstered after consuming the golden fruit, he remained somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of falling ill. Once again, he retrieved his spatial crystal, placing it in the palm of his hand and silently concentrating. In an instant, he vanished from the room. Currently, he possessed a plot of land measuring 120 square meters, where he cultivated common household vegetables such as eggplants, cucumbers, potatoes, and tomatoes, alongside an array of fruit trees, including apples, peaches, cherries, and pears. However, due to the substantial space required for the fruit trees to thrive, Lu Yuan regularly pruned them to prevent competition for territory. Additionally, a few sheep he had been raising on the grassy expanse had recently given birth, bringing his total to over 30 pigs, 7 sheep, 2 cows, and 1 donkey. As for the donkey, the story traces back to Xiaoshan. A month prior, Xiaoshan's colleagues lamented the lack of gatherings, but the weather was uncooperative. And with 99% of local restaurants closed, there were few options available for socializing. Subsequently, the employees at Xiaoshan's company began to contemplate pooling their resources to prepare some food. It was then that an unknown colleague procured some donkey meat pastries. After indulging in this delightful fare, everyone was engulfed by a wave of satisfaction. Later, Xiaoshan mentioned on several occasions the identity of Lu Yuan, a man who dotes on his wife to the core. When his beloved expressed a desire for donkey meat pastries, he felt compelled to procure a donkey. Thus, Lu Yuan drove to the countryside and, after a long search, acquired a sickly donkey. According to the donkey's owner, it had become unwell due to the unbearable heat, which had rendered it unable to eat. Ultimately, Lu Yuan spent 30 liters of water and 5,000 yuan to secure the animal. Each time his grandmother slaughtered chickens or ducks, she sensed something amiss, to which Lu Yuan attributed to her failing eyesight. He continued to dig beneath the tender seedlings, retrieving white crystal stones from his pocket to place in the soil. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, and when Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, he found the scene unchanged, save for the nearly ripe golden fruits that had now fully matured. This must signify an acceleration in growth. Splendid. To verify the growth rate of the plants, Lu Yuan specifically sought out an unopened packet of mushroom spores to plant in the earth. Indeed, the rate of mushroom growth was astonishing, visibly observable to the naked eye. In no time, the mushrooms broke through the soil, their caps gradually unfurling until fully opened. Lu Yuan meticulously recorded the entire process, which took less than an hour to complete, effectively doubling the previous growth rate. Could it be that there was no longer a need to exploit any glitches? Lu Yuan suddenly recalled a rather unpleasant topic that had been weighing on his mind. The duration of the relentless downpour had far exceeded the imagination of the populace. Initially, there was a jubilant belief that this rain would alleviate the troubles of many. However, the incessant rainfall persisted for half a month, transforming low-lying residential areas into rivers. Those families who had previously lost their homes to a devastating fire were relocated to temporary shelters provided by the government. Although assurances were made regarding the construction of new homes, no one had inquired about the matter, leaving these families to reside indefinitely in makeshift accommodations. This deluge, however, wreaked havoc upon their already precarious living situation as the temporary shelters became floating abodes, drifting downstream. Thankfully, with the assistance of nearby residents, they were spared from being swept away, though their furniture and appliances were lost to the waters. It was not only these displaced individuals who suffered. Other residents in low-lying areas who had not been provided with temporary housing also faced calamity. Outside, the rain poured down, while inside their homes, water dripped from the ceilings. During mealtimes, they had to balance atop table legs to avoid the rising waters, lest their furniture be carried away by the current. Various wooden furnishings floated aimlessly, and the residents' lives deteriorated day by day. Water was abundantly available, yet what everyone yearned for was the cessation of the torrential rain. At long last, after 20 days of collective anticipation, the downpour finally ceased. Chapter 60. Distributing houses. The relentless downpour bestowed an apocalyptic aura upon the village, as if it had rained for several months without respite. For 20 consecutive days, rain cascaded, submerging the landscape in water. The concrete path at the village entrance had become entirely unrecognizable. To avert vehicles from unwittingly venturing into the mire, the villagers erected 2 cautionary signs warning of the muddy terrain, urging careful navigation. Especially for larger vehicles, unless granted special permission, access to the roads was strictly prohibited. Any violators would face immediate confiscation of their vehicles, and their fate thereafter remained unknown. This time, the vehicle ensnared in the quagmire belonged to a construction team dispatched to repair the temporary housing units. Consequently, numerous villagers gathered to lend their assistance in extricating the vehicle. Fortunately, the mud at the village entrance was not excessively deep, and after considerable effort, they successfully liberated the vehicle. Perhaps it was due to the government's awareness of the rising death toll that they began to prioritize the welfare of the populace. At last, the plight of those who had lost their homes to recent fires garnered attention. This particular convoy was mobilized to aid in reconstructing shelters for those left homeless. However, to temper his mother's overflowing compassion, Lu Yuan resolved to personally ascertain the character of Huang Huahua. Should she indeed be a worthy recipient of aid, then the 50,000 yuan intended for water could be regarded as assistance. Yet, should she not align with his mother's idealized vision, he would dismiss the notion entirely. Lu Yuan approached the situation with a mindset aimed at minimizing his own complications while extending help to others, determined not to invite trouble upon his own household in the pursuit of altruism. After a full day of labor, around 7 or 8 construction vehicles assisted in the reconstruction for the disaster victims. The villagers, having gathered their provisions, generously offered food and water, fostering a sense of community as they relaxed, now that the water supply was no longer a pressing concern. Lu Yuan and his mother brought some sliced watermelon, along with pumpkin cakes made by his grandmother, and some water to the construction team. Isn't that the Lu family? Aunt Lu spotted Lu Yuan and his mother from a distance, waving them over. Lu Ma approached her, engaging in friendly banter before distributing the food to the workers nearby. As the golden brown pumpkin cakes were unveiled, the appetites of the onlookers surged, with many praising the treat, while those who missed out expressed their regret. A satisfied smile graced Lu Ma's face as she glanced around and inquired, "Sister Lu, where is Huang Huahua? Wasn't she eagerly awaiting the construction team to build houses just a few days ago? Why isn't she here now?" Lu Yuan busied himself by assisting the construction team with the assembly of scaffolding, all the while keeping his ears attuned to the conversation, wary of any missteps his mother might make. Suddenly, Lu Ma's expression shifted dramatically as she pressed for details. What? How could Huang Huahua possibly be associating with that cripple? Wang Cheng was indeed a cripple, and also a lecherous one at that, known for his wandering eyes that lingered on women. It was rumored that his leg had been broken by a woman's husband when he was caught in an illicit affair with a woman from Zone 2. As the world descended into chaos, people began to don increasingly scant attire, creating a remarkable opportunity for certain individuals. Lu Ma felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Aunt Lu's words, though she maintained a largely composed demeanor. However, I sensed that there was likely more to the story. After all, this Wang Chezi was a universally despised character. Alas, who could argue otherwise? Yet, by sheer coincidence, he was caught in the act. Where could one seek justice for such a matter? Mother, let us not dwell on the affairs of others, for we have no authority to intervene. Even if there are hidden truths. Lu Yuan regarded his mother with concern and offered a word of solace. Alas, this young lady is truly kind-hearted. I had only just begun to form a connection with her, and now this unfortunate incident has occurred. The adage, Every pursuit has its specialization. Aptly describes the construction teams summoned by the government. Within a mere week, several row houses had been erected, awaiting only the addition of furnishings. Before the meal commenced, Director Tong delivered a fervent expression of gratitude, filled with lofty platitudes, thanking the government, the construction teams, and the local community for their generosity in providing food. Among the onlookers, some shared in the joy, while others exhibited envy and disdain. Indeed, the crowd was a tapestry of diverse reactions. Wang Sui Hua, Director Tong declared, handing a key to a woman who expressed her heartfelt thanks. Nearby, an assistant busily captured the moment on her phone. At that moment, Director Tong produced another key and called out, Huang Huahua. Director Tong raised his voice once more, calling out, Huang Huahua. If anyone sees Huang Huahua, tell her to come and collect the keys. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, she seems to be dead. Her husband killed her. This statement reverberated through the audience, igniting a flurry of gossip and curiosity among the onlookers. Chapter 61. The mutated giant rat. The remark about her being killed by her husband struck like a boulder plunging into water, creating ripples of commotion. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Although Area 3 had been designated as part of the city's new district, the allure of gossip had not diminished for these chatty women. Various versions of the story emerged, leaving Lu Yuan utterly astonished. Well, this bears some resemblance to the version from Aunt Lu's side. No. Huang Huahua was actually planning to team up with the disabled Wang to manipulate the water supply. Didn't you know? This family has a limited water allocation, unlike the other family. Moreover, since Wang is disabled, he can claim an additional water allowance. And Huang Huahua was eyeing that advantage. This was the second version, which, though a stretch, was not entirely outrageous. However, upon hearing the third version, Lu Yuan's composure shattered. Where on earth did you hear that? This is the truth. Huang Huahua conspired with her husband to stage this entire drama, simply to leverage Wang's disabled status for extra water. But who could have imagined that she would end up in such a tragic fate? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt that if such words continued to circulate, there might soon be versions 4, 0 and 5, 0, as no one had claimed Huang Huahua's new house. It was temporarily entrusted to Director Tong for safekeeping. However, just as everyone was preparing to disperse, an unexpected figure appeared at the village entrance. More precisely, it was a woman, disheveled and half-starved, and indeed, it was Huang Huahua. The crowd was taken aback. Huang Huahua limped towards them, and upon seeing her pitiful condition, Director Tong hurried to greet her. You are Huang Huahua? He inquired. She gave a slight nod. Here is your key. The key to the new house. Please sign here. It needs to be reported, he added. She nodded again, took the pen, and scrawled her name awkwardly on the list. The crowd began to murmur and point at her. Some accused her of being unfaithful, others expressed sympathy, while still others claimed she was merely putting on an act. Finally, Huang Huahua's fury reached its zenith and erupted. Shut your mouths. Let me tell you. So what if I am unfaithful? It is all your gossip that has destroyed my family. Are you satisfied now? Her desperate cry seemed to exhaust every ounce of strength within her, and she collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Those who had fabricated various versions of the story felt a pang of guilt and silently withdrew. Lu Ma, intending to approach her with kindness, was halted by Lu Yuan. Mom, let us come back in a couple of days. Now is not the right time. In the following days, Lu Yuan finally unraveled the truth of the matter. It turns out that Huang Huahua is none other than the unfortunate Wang Kezi. As the apocalypse descended, every household faced a dire shortage of water and electricity. Unable to bear the sight of her neighbor Wang Kezi perishing in his home, she discreetly delivered some water to him. However, Wang Kezi became infatuated with her. On one occasion, while she was aiding him in fetching water, he attempted to force himself upon her, but was met with a severe reprimand. Subsequently, harboring resentment, Wang Kezi began to spread malicious rumors throughout the village, slandering Huang Huahua and accusing her of being unvirtuous and enticing him. Yet, the nearby residents found it hard to believe his accusations, leading to various embellished tales regarding Huang Huahua's plight. In a fit of rage, he violently assaulted her, and it was said that the beating was quite severe, even prompting a call for an ambulance. When he left, many witnesses saw Huang Huahua, bloodied and unconscious, and believed she had perished, thus giving rise to the rumor of her death. Regardless of how Huang Huahua attempted to explain the situation, her husband remained unyielding, ultimately resulting in their divorce. Lu Yuan sighed deeply, then gathered some vegetables, grains, and 50,000 in cash to hand over to his mother. "Mother, please take this money to her. It was intended for her all along, but I never anticipated such an unfortunate turn of events." Lu's mother, sitting nearby, expressed sympathy for Huang Huahua's ordeal as she accepted the bag of money and provisions, sighing heavily. Who would have thought? A kind-hearted person reduced to such a fate. It is truly lamentable. After finishing her words, Mother Lu took the money and went to Huang Huahua's house. This time, Lu Yuan was no longer afraid of what others might say, for everyone was no longer lacking water, and vegetables and grains could be purchased at the supermarket. Many kind-hearted neighbors had also extended their assistance to Huang Huahua, expressing sympathy for her plight. The power was disconnected every 4 hours for a duration of 4 hours. This arrangement neither disrupted people's lives nor deprived them of the comfort of air conditioning, as the residual temperature from the air conditioning could sustain for at least half an hour after it was turned off, even if enduring 4 hours was quite impossible. On this day, Lu Yuan's family gathered together for a meal and, feeling somewhat bored, turned on the television. Reports from the National Species Research Center revealed alarming news due to the extreme heat and the phenomenon of perpetual daylight. Researchers across various regions had observed mutations in rodent species. These mutated rodents had become exceedingly aggressive, growing at an astonishing rate and wreaking havoc on food supplies, even resulting in casualties among livestock and humans. Citizens were urged to remain vigilant to mitigate potential losses. These rodents exhibited rapid growth, with some individuals measuring up to half a meter in length and weighing 50 pounds. Their teeth were exceptionally sharp, capable of easily piercing through wood planks over 10 centimeters thick, and they harbored numerous pathogens. The bacteria carried by these mutated rodents posed significant threats to the human digestive system, leading to mild ailments such as diarrhea and, in severe cases, life-threatening conditions. It was imperative for everyone to take this matter seriously. Upon reading this, Lu Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart. The inevitable had finally arrived. Chapter 62. The rat-catching squad. The sudden appearance of the large rodents took everyone by surprise. It was as though these mutated rats had emerged from the depths of the earth overnight. When Lu Yuan awoke that morning, he was greeted by a cacophony of barks and the sounds of ferocious gnawing emanating from the yard. Frowning, he rose to confront the source of this disturbance. But upon descending the stairs, he was met with the sight of several lifeless rats at the entrance. The bodies bore numerous wounds, blood staining the steps a deep crimson. Soon after, he spotted De Huang, his loyal canine companion, bounding towards him with the lifeless form of yet another large rat in tow. Indeed, De Huang was dragging it along, and this creature weighed no less than 20 pounds, nearly the same size as De Huang when he was merely 6 months old. It is often said that dogs meddle in affairs that are not their own, yet this formidable rat was clearly beyond the capabilities of a mere kitten. Only a dog of De Huang's exceptional prowess could subdue such a beast. Gently, Lu Yuan patted De Huang on the head, who squinted his eyes in satisfaction, seemingly eager to flaunt his conquest. At that moment, Lu Yuan's parents emerged from the vegetable garden behind the house, both drenched in sweat, with Lu Dad's shovel bearing the weight of yet another dead rat. Curse these rats. How did they even get here? They've ravaged our garden beyond belief. Thank goodness for De Huang. Otherwise, even your grandmother's chickens and ducks might have suffered the same fate. Lu Mum lamented, her other hand laden with vegetables and fruits gnawed upon by the rats. Meanwhile, De Huang, ever the affectionate creature, nestled up to Lu Mum, who clearly relished his endearing antics. Indeed, De Huang is quite perceptive, already taking the initiative to catch mice, and I shall prepare a delightful meal for you at noon. Observing De Huang's proud demeanor, Lu Yuan nearly succumbed to the temptation of giving the creature a swift kick. How could it possibly neglect its duties after consuming the golden fruit? Soon, the residents of Area 3 also found their homes besieged by rodents. Many families lamented that their furniture and appliances had been gnawed upon by the mice, and some even reported that their food supplies had been pilfered. On that day, Chen Ku sent Lu Yuan a message. Upon reading it, Lu Yuan took a considerable amount of time to recall who the sender was. Brother, have you been troubled by mice at home? Yes, I've caught several already. What about your situation? It seems everyone is facing a mouse invasion. You'd best construct a metal vegetable cellar, lest the rodents be drawn to the scent. Lu Yuan offered this well-intentioned advice. By the way, I've created a group. May I add you? It consists of our nearby neighbors. I intend to sell some of my vegetables at a reasonable price. If you need any, just let me know, and I shall deliver them to your home. At that moment, Lu Yuan comprehended the reason behind the other party's eagerness to connect. It was to dispose of the vegetables that had been ravaged by mice. All right, please add me to the group, but currently, I have no shortage of vegetables. If you acquire more in the future, I would be interested. Consequently, the other party promptly added Lu Yuan to a WeChat group named Future of Area 3, comprising just over 50 members. Upon entering, he was immediately tagged by someone. Gushunzun, Flat 6. Who is the Shushan, the one you were trying to protect? Perhaps we should change the group name. Chinku, Flat 33. Oh, he is Lu Yuan, the one from the farthest house in the villa area. In the future, if anyone has any matters to discuss, we can do so here in the group. If anyone wishes to buy groceries, feel free to contact me. If there are enough people, I can assist in procuring some wholesale items. Lu Yuan, Flat 19. Greetings, everyone. With a sense of resignation, Lu Yuan changed the group name and greeted the members, marking his introduction as a newcomer. His primary reason for joining the group was to glean information, as he spent most of his days at home, occasionally visiting Xiaoshan's place, and seldom interacting with the neighbors. This group provided a convenient means to stay informed, allowing him to discover what might otherwise be difficult to voice. Before long, someone shared a video in the group, depicting a scene where several individuals were using various metal objects to corner and kill a rat that measured over 30 centimeters in length. Songhong, Villa Area 3. Damn it, this wretched rat has ruined over 10 bags of rice for me. If I had known, I would have locked it in the safe. By the way, have any of you spotted rats in your area? Following this, a flurry of individuals shared an array of videos and photos, all showcasing scenes of rats being dispatched. The members of the group became increasingly agitated. Songhong, Villa Area 3. Goodness. I thought I was the only one dealing with such large rats, but it seems you all have them too. By the way, can the grain that has been ravaged by the rats still be consumed? Chinku, Room 33. Songhong, refrain from eating that. It could lead to illness. If you truly wish to indulge, it would be prudent to wash it thoroughly several times. Dispose of anything contaminated with rodent droppings. It is not worth risking hospitalization for a mere couple of bites. Gushunzun, Room 6. Indeed, one should certainly avoid consuming it. Yesterday I was careless, mistaking the mess for something caused by my cat. After steaming a pot of rice, our entire family suffered from stomach troubles. The outdoor restroom is utterly unserviceable. Lu Tiantian, Villa 9. Do these rodents not have any natural predators? My cat, Hua, is too timid to confront them. I purchased several glue traps from the supermarket yesterday, but they proved ineffective, leaving my home besmirched with adhesive. Chinku, Room 33. These large rats did not grow overnight. Perhaps we should establish a rodent-catching team. We cannot allow these pests to run rampant. Otherwise, our food supply will be compromised. Songhong, Villa 3. Absolutely. However, members of the rodent-catching team ought to receive daily compensation. Otherwise, no one will be inclined to work without reward. Thus, the group animatedly deliberated on the formation of the rodent-catching team, swiftly agreeing on a standard. Each participant would receive half a kilogram of food and a bottle of water or its monetary equivalent daily, contingent upon the capture of one rat. The resources would be provided by those wishing to eliminate rodents from their homes. After thorough discussion, it was resolved that all men in the group would be required to join, operating on a rotational basis, while women could volunteer as they wished. Consequently, the group name was changed to Rodent Catching Team of District 3, and the nearby villagers quickly rallied in support. Chapter 63, The Rat-Catching Squad in a Fleeting Moment. The various rat-catching equipment in the two supermarkets of Zone 3 had been completely sold out. However, the needs of over 100 households remained unsatisfied. With the sweltering heat, all equipment required cooling treatment. Otherwise, the wear on the parts would be substantial. Consequently, the online demand for rat-catching gear far exceeded supply, with some individuals even posting high-priced requests on local websites. The reproductive capacity of the mutated rats evidently surpassed human comprehension. While a typical rat might give birth to a dozen offspring at most, the mutated variety was a different story. Lu Yuan had even encountered reports online of a single litter yielding over 50 rats. Lu Yuan felt quite distressed. Although the family had a large dog named Dahuang, it was still insufficient. Despite having implemented multiple layers of protective measures on their doors, it was virtually impossible for the rats to enter. Yet, some managed to scale the high walls of their home and wreak havoc in the vegetable garden. A few days prior, things had been bearable, as Dahuang was full of energy, catching over 10 rats daily. However, as time went on, Dahuang began to struggle. After all, even machines require rest, let alone a dog. Sighing, Luma touched the circle of bite marks around the trunk of the apple tree and lamented, "Alas, Dahuang has lost weight these past few days. We must devise a plan to procure some rat-catching equipment. We cannot idly watch as these rats destroy our fruit trees." Soon, the catastrophe of mutated mice unfolded across the nation, prompting a swift response from the government. In order to combat this menace, the research department established a dedicated project team to develop rodenticides specifically targeting these mutated rodents. However, the pressing concern at hand was to mitigate the damage caused by these mice as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, the nation would face dire consequences of famine. It was evident that the authorities recognized this urgency. Early the following morning, though it was not particularly early, as it was already daylight, around 5 or 6 o'clock, people began to gather at the large locust tree at the village entrance. The day's agenda was to discuss the scheduling of the rat-catching teams. Lu Yuan joined the crowd, waiting for the others to arrive. Before long, over 100 individuals had assembled, many armed with hoes, kitchen knives, and similar implements. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though they were preparing for a confrontation with neighboring districts. However, the expressions on their faces were filled with anxiety, devoid of any jest. As the crowd reached a sufficient size, yet no one stepped forward to take the lead in organizing the meeting, questions arose. Who is the organizer? We can't just engage in aimless chatter. Someone exclaimed. Right, let's turn to our group leader. Chun Ku frequently handles logistics. He should take the reins as the organizer. The suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, as it was only fitting that the initiator of the gathering assume this role. Chun Ku reluctantly stepped forward. Accustomed to the bustling outside world, possessing a wealth of experience and confidence. Immediately, Chun Ku called out the names of everyone present. Essentially, every household had sent someone, except for a few elderly individuals left at home without any younger family members. Nearly all were accounted for. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan spotted Huang Huahua, who offered him a grateful smile when their eyes met, yet refrained from approaching him, clearly wary of drawing attention or causing any trouble for Lu Yuan's family. Now that everyone had gathered, I felt it necessary to outline the regulations, as not everyone was familiar with them. The rodent control team is a small group organized by our District 3, and participation is mandatory for every household. Anyone aged between 15 and 60, without any severe disabilities or illnesses, is required to join. Do we all agree on this? The crowd responded affirmatively, expressing their consent. I had calculated this at home last night. Each time members of the rodent control team go out to catch rats, they must receive their rightful compensation, which is to be collected from each household. As soon as I stated this, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, and soon someone voiced their opinion. Our household doesn't have many rats. We don't need to participate at the moment, so we shouldn't have to pay, right? It would be unfair otherwise. Indeed, our place is quite small, and I can keep an eye on it myself, yet I still wish to join the rodent control team. Precisely, we must ensure fairness. Some households have a larger space and more rats, while others have less. There ought to be a standard. Chun Ku extended his hand to press down, yet the cacophony below persisted with fervor. Ultimately, he resorted to fetching a pot lid and striking it with a spatula to restore silence among the crowd. Hold on. I have yet to finish, he declared. His proposition was that any household needing to capture mice should make a prior reservation within the group, after which a team would visit to carry out the task. Upon successfully capturing mice, the charges would be levied per rodent, and the captors would receive a bottle of water for each mouse caught, with a bonus of half a gene of rice for those who netted 5 or more. Those without rice could settle their dues in monetary form. This revelation elicited a wave of satisfaction from the crowd, though a few remained discontented. Nevertheless, the majority supported the plan, silencing those who sought to exploit the situation. Next came the allocation of personnel. 2 shifts would be scheduled daily, day and night. Naturally, without darkness, the timing would be adjusted accordingly. During idle hours, on-duty personnel could remain at home, responding to any requests for rodent capture made within the group. Lu Yuan, having drawn lots, was assigned to the Wednesday night shift, a situation that left him somewhat uncomfortable. Despite the disruption of everyone's routines, his family adhered strictly to their schedule. With Lu Ba at work, Lu Yuan took his place for the Sunday day shift, which proved advantageous, as Lu Ba had to go to work every day. Although the tasks at Du Heng's were not particularly taxing, Lu Ba often found himself at odds with the elder, preferring to keep his distance to avoid conflict. Upon returning home, Lu Yuan encountered a pile of vegetables ravaged by mice at the doorstep. Lu Ma was lamenting, preparing to repurpose these vegetables as fertilizer. After clarifying the matter of the rodent-catching team with Mother Lu, Lu Yuan noticed De Huang, who had taken refuge on the side to rest. This creature had indeed been burdened with the family's troubles these past few days, tirelessly hunting mice from dawn till dusk, capturing dozens in a mere few days. However, it had also slimmed down considerably. In Chapter 64, titled Catching Mice, the elderly patriarch of the household was squatting in the corridor, tinkering with a pile of metal scraps and wires, grandiosely naming it the Lu family mousetrap. "What sort of mousetrap are you crafting, grandfather?" Lu Yuan approached and squatted beside the assortment of parts, skeptical of the old man's craftsmanship. "What do you know? In my youth, I endured a rodent plague, and it was with these very skills that I managed to rid the house of those pests." Grandfather, it's not my intention to discourage you, but this thin wire is utterly inadequate for trapping mice. I believe you should consider alternative methods." Lu Yuan pinched the delicate wire and frowned. The captured mice were robust, with sharp teeth capable of gnawing through boards as thick as 2 fingers. This slender wire could hardly contain them. Nevertheless, the old man, bristling with indignation, remained unconvinced, insisting on demonstrating his craft to the entire family. To prevent the vegetables in the garden from further devastation by the rodents, Mother Lu decided to uproot all the plants, leaving no opportunity for the mice. That evening, she prepared an abundant spread of vegetables, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, and specially called Xiaoshan to invite her family for dinner. Having not visited the villa for quite some time, Xiaoshan was startled to see a pile of dead mice at the entrance, screaming in terror. "Xiaoshan, aren't you supposed to be the indomitable tomboy? Why are you so frightened of mice?" Lu Yuan jested while playfully pulling Xiaoshan's arm. "Oh, don't even mention it. Every night, I can hear the mice gnawing at the wall while I try to sleep. It's terrifying, and they're so large. A colleague of mine even had their cat killed by a mouse." At this point, a look of dread flickered across Xiaoshan's face, clearly indicating the profound impact these rodents had on her. "Who could blame me? In our old house, that place has suffered quite a calamity. Fortunately, Lu Yuan alerted us in time. Otherwise, our food supplies would have been ravaged by those mice." Both Xiaoshan's father and mother were deeply troubled by the rodent issue. From the moment the mice first appeared, Lu Yuan had cautioned Xiaoshan to take precautions, even going so far as to procure a second-hand freezer from the market to store food. The family arrived at the restaurant in good spirits, and upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Xiaoshan's appetite was instantly piqued. During the meal, the two families engaged in lively conversation. Xiaoshan's father raised a glass of white liquor, downing it in one gulp, his face lighting up with satisfaction as he remarked, "Lu Yuan, I couldn't help but notice the numerous sticks and such outside your home. Are they for catching mice?" Ignoring the stern gaze of Lu Yuan's mother, Lu Yuan's father refilled Xiaoshan's father's glass and replied, "Indeed, they are for catching mice. We formed a rodent-catching team in our area, and both Lu Yuan and I have joined. It's a way to secure some food and water." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshan's father became instantly intrigued. "That sounds quite beneficial. In our place, we lack any sort of organization. Every day, we just sit at home trying to catch mice." Thus, Lu Yuan's father animatedly recounted the information he had gleaned from Lu Yuan, leaving Xiaoshan's family envious of their situation. "Alas, it is high time we organized ourselves, otherwise, every household shall face calamity." Xiaoshan's mother served a chicken leg to Lu Yuan, which made Xiaoshan glare for quite some time. Before retiring for the night, Lu Yuan glanced at his phone, realizing that the next day would be Wednesday. He resolved to catch up on his sleep and then join the hunt for mice. The following day during the shift change, more than a dozen individuals eagerly showcased their day's spoils, revealing a mountain of mice that totaled around 20. Each person presented their respective trophies, flooding the group chat with their conquests. This prompted a wave of envy to ripple through the chat. The night shift comprised 13 individuals. Among them, Lu Yuan recognized 3. One was Song Heng from the villa community, who had been speaking in the group. Another was Chen Ko. And the last was a young man named Gu Shunzhan, who had previously assisted at Old Gua's residence. The first destination was the home of Wang Chuan in the bungalow area. While modest in size, it was rumored to harbor at least 4 or 5 large rodents. Wang Chuan was also keen to join the hunt, yet the established rule dictated that one must wait for their designated shift to participate. Otherwise, they would be left to catch mice on their own without compensation. Upon arriving at Wang Chuan's home, They found his wife in a state of panic, darting about. A 7 or 8-year-old child, filthy and with cracked lips, immediately hid behind Wang Chuanchuan upon seeing the group. The family of 3 appeared particularly pitiable, resembling little more than skin and bones. You have arrived. I have already caught one. The remaining ones should be hiding in the kitchen, Wang Chuanchuan said, cradling the child as he led the group into the cramped kitchen. The kitchen walls were smeared with a plethora of yellow grease stains. Yet the extent of their desiccation indicated that no fire had been lit for quite some time. Chun Ke nodded, and then a throng surged into the kitchen. Lu Yuan, wielding an iron rod, found himself unable to enter and could only survey the surroundings for any potential opportunity. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the crowd within the kitchen, followed by a chaotic flurry of activity as people jostled in the cramped space. Lu Yuan, with keen eyes, spotted a large rat darting through the gaps in the crowd and promptly hurled his iron rod. With a squelch, the rod impaled a rat measuring over 30 centimeters in length, causing a spurt of blood to flow forth. Instantly, several individuals within expressed their dissatisfaction. "Hey, I clearly spotted it first. You snatched my chance," exclaimed a gaunt young man in his mid-20s, clad in a sweat-soaked shirt that revealed tattoos adorning his arms. Clearly irked by Lu Yuan's claim to his prey. "Who says I can't take action? Besides, that rat was quick. Everyone had a chance to strike. Who can vouch for your claim?" Lu Yuan remained unfazed by the man's threats, taking a step closer. In these times, the kinder one is, the more others perceive them as easy prey. If one concedes a little, they expect 3 steps back. The law of the jungle was well understood by Lu Yuan. Furthermore, having consumed the golden fruit, he knew that this slight figure posed no true threat. Indeed, upon noticing Lu Yuan approaching, the young man, displaying a veneer of bravado, muttered, "Consider yourself lucky." Following the successful eradication of the rodents from Wang Chuanchuan's household, the team, adhering to their agreed-upon protocol, filled the various burrows excavated by the mice with an assortment of stones and soil. Having received their rightful rewards, the members departed from Wang's residence and proceeded to another dwelling, also located in the bungalow district. However, it was evident that this family had already made significant progress in their own rodent control efforts. The larger rats proved to be less adept at concealing themselves compared to their smaller counterparts, thus making them easier to capture. Chapter 65. On the sustainable development of rodent capture after a night of diligent trapping, the 13 individuals collectively caught over 20 rats, including 2 captured by the young man adorned with tattoos. It was unclear how long they had slept, but Lu Yuan was awakened by the raucous barking of De Huang. Upon dressing and stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of De Huang proudly showcasing a nearly half-meter-long rat, while the elderly gentleman furrowed his brow, lamenting over a broken cage. "How could a rat grow to such a size?" he exclaimed. "This perfectly good cage has been utterly destroyed." Lu Yuan chuckled. "Grandfather, I told you, this rat is anything but ordinary. Your cage is no match for them. You must devise another strategy." As the days passed, the rodent control team's efforts yielded substantial results. To exhibit their achievements, the group excavated a large pit in a desolate field near the entrance, which soon filled to the brim with captured mice. Yet, just as they believed the rodent infestation had been resolved, an unwelcome piece of news arrived once more. "Chinku, number 33, Pingfong. To everyone, I have recently discovered signs of rat attacks, and many households have been besieged by these rodents. It would be prudent for each family to prepare some rat-catching equipment. For those with children, it is advisable to take turns resting to prevent any injuries from rat bites. Songhung, number 3, Songhung Villa area. Oh my, whose home is this? How terrifying. By the way, has anyone been bitten by a rat? Could they contract any diseases? Gushunshun, number 6, Pingfong. Yes, my elderly neighbor was bitten by a rat. He has difficulty walking, and it is said that he witnessed the rat attacking him, leaving a chunk of flesh missing from his calf. After sharing this, Gushunshun even posted a photo, prompting some members of the group to request that such gruesome images not be shared to avoid frightening the children. Gushunshun, number 6, Pingfong. Frightening the children? Huh. This issue with the rats must be taken seriously by everyone. It cannot continue like this. Our rat-catching team faces a daunting task, and many are waiting for assistance to catch these rodents. You all should at least lend a hand. Chinku, number 33, Pingfong. Indeed. Everyone should brainstorm ideas and remain vigilant to avoid the trouble of hospital visits due to rat bites. I heard from my cousin that the hospitals in Chishui City are currently overwhelmed, and one must endure long waits to receive treatment. Lutiantian, number 9. Villa area. How can we prevent this? Rats are everywhere. We cannot possibly stay awake all night. The sound of rats gnawing at the door is utterly terrifying. Songhung. Number 3. Songhung Villa area. Hee. Does Sweet Tiantian need someone to protect her? I am available. Lu Yuan sighed and glanced at the elderly gentleman preparing to construct a mousetrap. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Lu Yuan, Songheng. Is your factory in Villa District number 3 specifically dedicated to metal processing? Songheng. Indeed. However, we are currently without power, and the factory has long ceased operations. Are you interested in purchasing machinery? Let's discuss this privately. Intrigued by the mention of his name, the other party responded eagerly. Lu Yuan. No. I believe your processing plant possesses machinery. Why not utilize it to manufacture a batch of mousetraps for the residents here? Chen Ke, isn't that a brilliant idea? At worst, we can collectively contribute funds. We can sort out the details later. Your machinery, if left idle, is merely a pile of scrap metal. It would be far better to turn waste into treasure. Songheng, what are you saying? Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by a pile of scrap metal? My machines were imported at the cost of several million. If you don't understand, refrain from making reckless comments. Lu Yuan. All right, it's a simple matter. Whether we proceed or not, everyone will contribute funds. I will procure the steel, and the completed mousetraps will yield you a commission. Lu Tiantian. I concur with Lu Yuan's proposal. Let's go for it. Having the machinery idle is a waste. In the end, earning a commission sounds quite advantageous. Thus, amidst the lively discussion, Songheng ultimately nodded in agreement, albeit stating that Lu Yuan would need to arrange for the workers and steel, while he would solely provide the venue and equipment, with the rest to be funded by the group. Having finalized the matter, Lu Yuan drove directly to Xiaoshan's residence. Lu Yuan, what brings you here? Xiaoshan isn't off work yet. Xiaoshan's father expressed surprise upon opening the door to find Lu Yuan. Uncle, I came to seek your counsel regarding a particular matter. Lu Yuan stated straightforwardly, without further ado. Oh, come in and share what's on your mind. What is it? I require a batch of steel for manufacturing mousetraps. What? Manufacturing mousetraps? Do you have a way to procure that? Xiaoshan's father appeared somewhat astonished. Indeed, there's someone in our vicinity whose family operates a processing factory, equipped with a comprehensive range of machinery. Hence, I intended to source some steel from you. However, Xiaoshan's father revealed a hint of a wry smile. Alas, Lu Yuan. To be candid, the regulations concerning steel at the factory are exceedingly stringent. Aside from a few public orders, we are not accepting any other requests, as it has been explicitly mandated from above. Is selling prohibited? Why is that? You are well aware of the current circumstances. Power restrictions are ubiquitous, and only those factories that have received approval can operate. Furthermore, with the scarcity of iron ore, the smelting equipment is exclusively allocated for government projects, leaving all private small factory orders unfulfilled. Goodness, I have truly overestimated the situation. Lu Yuan felt a chill of disappointment wash over him. He had originally hoped to acquire some steel to process mousetraps, only to discover that even steel was beyond reach. Meanwhile, the district was fervently preparing various cables for electricity, while Chen Ku and others busily sought funding in anticipation of commencing work. The two men sat in silence, sighing in discontent, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Xiaoshan's father's mind. By the way, would you be interested in any discarded offcuts? Offcuts? What dimensions are we talking about? They're roughly the size of half a table. Absolutely, we'll take them. Uncle, please make contact immediately. Prompted by Lu Yuan, Xiaoshan's father dialed the factory leader. Chapter 66. The hierarchical system of the steel mill. After a period of ringing, the call was finally answered by a middle-aged man. Xiaoshan's father, wearing a smile, addressed the phone. Hello, Section Chief Lu. This is Xiao Wei. Oh, Xiao Wei, what can I do for you? Well, Section Chief Lu, I was hoping you could lend me a hand with something. I was wondering if you had a moment to spare. Haha. Thank you very much, Section Chief Lu. I'll head over right away. Upon ending the call, Xiaoshan's father muttered under his breath. I knew it would be like this. Alas, this is going to cost me dearly. However, Lu Yuan was elated. The fact that they hadn't been rejected outright over the phone suggested that as long as they brought a substantial enough gift, there shouldn't be any issues. Excellent. Section Chief Lu seems amenable to assisting us. These types of individuals, the moment they suggest a visit, nothing gets accomplished without bringing a token of appreciation. It's truly. Alas, Lu Yuan was, of course, aware of this dynamic, especially in the post-apocalyptic era when resources became scarce. Anyone with a modicum of authority would invariably leverage their position to improve their family's circumstances. The behavior of Director Lu has become increasingly commonplace. The fact that he did not overtly request anything during the phone call can be considered a significant display of restraint. However, one can only speculate whether such politeness will persist in the coming months. Lu Yuan could only nod in agreement as he followed Xiaoshan's father to the chest freezer in the storage room. Originally, Xiaoshan's mother was engaged in the business of braised meat, which necessitated the presence of 2 large freezers in their home. Subsequently, upon foreseeing the impending arrival of mutated rats, Lu Yuan persuaded Xiaoshan to acquire an additional 2 freezers for the household, which they procured from the second-hand market. Fortunately, Xiaoshan heeded Lu Yuan's counsel, and her parents have always been compliant with their daughter's wishes. Otherwise, the family's provisions, including grains, fruits, and water, would likely have been ravaged by the rodents. In Lu Yuan's estimation, their household ought to prepare for even more freezers. However, given that Xiaoshan's home is an older structure with limited space, accommodating 2 more freezers would prove impossible. As Xiaoshan's father gazed into the packed freezer, he fell into contemplation. What exactly does Director Lu find himself lacking at present? What might we offer that would bring him satisfaction? Lu Yuan scratched his head and peered into the freezer. Every couple of days, he had been delivering vegetables and such to Xiaoshan's family, and currently, the freezer contained a considerable amount of vegetables and fresh fruits, while another freezer was stocked with frozen and smoked meats. I believe offering some fresh vegetables and fruits would be quite appropriate, he mused. Especially since fresh produce is nearly impossible to procure outside. What one finds are primarily dehydrated vegetables and fruits. Moreover, Director Lu is a leader in a state-owned enterprise, enjoying a plethora of benefits and privileges. Thus, he certainly does not lack for water or staple grains. However, fresh green vegetables may be a different story. Xiaoshan's father nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly, let's bring him some rapeseed, spinach, and apples. I happen to have quite a few here. Save some for home as well, as the old man and old lady still need to eat." Haha, Uncle, you need not worry about our family. There are definitely enough fruits for Grandpa and Grandma. By the way, our grapefruit tree bore a good number of fruits a couple of days ago. I'll send some over to you another day. After packing 2 full bags of vegetables and apples into the trunk of the car, the 2 set off for Director Lu's home. Director Lu resides in the family compound of the steel mill, which, despite its unassuming name, is indeed a high-end residential area. The nearby amenities are remarkably comprehensive, with hospitals, supermarkets, and shopping centers all readily available. Directly across the street lies a comprehensive school, encompassing everything from kindergarten to high school. Originally, these residences were designated for the leaders of the steel mill. However, due to certain circumstances, the area underwent development, elevating its standards. The houses were constructed in accordance with high-end community specifications, and even include over a dozen villas. Some of these homes were sold at a low price to the leaders of the steel mill, who received substantial subsidies based on their rank and years of service, allowing them to purchase a home for only a small fraction of the total cost. As for these villas, it is rumored that they were sold to affluent individuals. However, the residents who eventually moved in were primarily high-ranking executives from the steel factory. These villas, while appearing unremarkable from the outside, exude a subtle elegance that may easily be mistaken for ordinary residences by the untrained eye. Yet, the opulence of their interiors reveals the lavish treatment afforded to the factory's leaders during its prosperous days. In stark contrast, individuals like Xiaoshan's father, who holds the modest title of business manager, seem rather inconspicuous. Although there are housing subsidies for allocation, they pale in comparison to the benefits enjoyed by higher-ups. While a small amount of personal investment could secure a standalone courtyard, these homes date back many years, having endured over a decade of harsh weather, resulting in significant deterioration. Furthermore, the factory's new housing subsidies have ceased to acknowledge their plight. Despite being a business manager at the steel factory, Xiaoshan's father finds himself in a role that lacks substantial weight. His monthly salary barely exceeds 2,000 yuan, and his commissions are disappointingly meager. After navigating through numerous deductions upon securing contracts, little remains for him. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan's mother has been engaged in the cooked meat business. Yet due to factors related to management and personal connections, her enterprise merely sustains a modest lifestyle, barely reaching the threshold of affluence. A couple had saved their entire lives with the intention of purchasing a house for their daughter, hoping to spare her the discomfort of familial pressures during her marriage. However, unexpectedly, before the wedding could take place, the apocalypse arrived prematurely, and their savings had nearly been squandered. Yet, following the onset of the apocalypse, the presence of Lu Yuan ensured that their household was not in dire need of food. In fact, they found themselves with an abundance. Xiaoshan's parents had already begun to regard Lu Yuan as their son-in-law. Upon arriving at the entrance of the steel factory's residential community, they found several security guards patrolling the area, attempting to catch rats, while only an elderly man at the gate, drenched in sweat, fanned himself. Paying no attention to Lu Yuan and his companion, the garbage bins at the entrance were already overflowing with the corpses of various rodents. Within the community, there was a small supermarket, though a long queue had formed outside its entrance. People, dressed in thin clothing, stood idly in line, engaging in desultory conversation, their demeanor lethargic. However, the residents of this community appeared to be in a significantly better state than those in Lu Yuan's District 3, particularly as their garments were notably clean, and their faces bore no signs of sunburn. The individuals languidly waiting in line glanced enviously at the fresh vegetables and apples held by Lu Yuan and his companion. Fresh vegetables? No shriveled apples? Is it truly possible to still procure such fresh produce and fruit? I have not laid eyes on anything green in ages. Observing the appearance of this young man, one might speculate that he hails from a research institute. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such an abundance of resources for cultivating vegetables? Had I known earlier, I should have persisted a little longer and encouraged my child to enroll in an agricultural university. My spouse insisted that he should inherit the family business at the steel mill, and now look at this young man, dressed so elegantly, thriving with fresh produce. As they proceeded, facing the curious glances of passers-by, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. However, he felt a twinge of regret upon noticing the envious stares directed at him, pondering why he hadn't opted for a black plastic bag instead of a transparent one to carry the vegetables. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan's father kept his head bowed, wishing that Lu Yuan would not draw attention to him. When Lu Yuan inquired about his reluctance to look up, Xiaoshan's father sighed, expressing his concern about encountering familiar faces. If they see what I'm carrying, who knows what they might say? The factory leaders might make things difficult for me later on, he lamented, urging Lu Yuan to steer right. Thus, Lu Yuan positioned himself in front of Xiaoshan's father, guiding him forward. They arrived at the entrance of a quaint three-story villa, where Xiaoshan's father halted. Goodness! Uncle, could that Lu section chief possibly reside here? He exclaimed. What are you thinking? No, his home is in the building behind this one, he responded, as he shook out the sand from his shoes. These villas are the residences of the factory board members. They are certainly not meant for those of us below them. The duo continued onward, ultimately arriving at the front of a 7-story building. As Lu Yuan ventured further inside, he found it increasingly peculiar that this 7-story building was equipped with an elevator. To his astonishment, the elevator was operational, unlike those in many other residential complexes where they had long ceased to function. Once aboard, the two ascended directly to the 6th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they encountered a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, playing on the floor. A gentle breeze wafted through the corridor, indicating that the central air conditioning was still running. This sparked a sense of envy in the two, who often faced power outages at home. Although Lu Yuan had installed solar panels, and Xiaoshan had too as well, it was still a personal investment. Xiaoshan's father, adopting the most benevolent tone he could muster, looked at the boy and inquired, "Young man, are you Lu Ben?" The boy glanced up at Xiaoshan's father, a hint of fear in his eyes, and replied, "I am Lu Ben. My father is Lu Yunza. Are you looking for my dad?" "Indeed. I am a colleague of your father's. Is he home?" The boy nodded, retrieved a key, and opened the door, calling inside, "Dad, someone is here looking for you. He says he is your colleague." Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, and a balding middle-aged man emerged. "Ah, it's Xiao Wei. What brings you here so early? Come in." The newcomer was none other than Section Chief Lu, dressed in remarkably simple attire, yet exuding an air of authority. "I apologize for disturbing your weekend, Chief Lu." "Not at all. I was just brewing some tea. Come in, come in. And who is this young fellow?" The individual gestured towards Lu Yuan with a nod of his chin, prompting Xiaoshan's father to promptly interject. "Ah, Director Lu, allow me to introduce my son-in-law. The one who wishes to seek your counsel, Lu Yuan." The other party scrutinized Lu Yuan for a moment, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Well, this young man seems quite spirited. I presume your family enjoys a comfortable standard of living? Where are you employed?" A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lu Yuan's face, his mind silently critiquing the situation. Shouldn't such inquiries be beneath your station? Why do you sound like a family elder? Nevertheless, Lu Yuan maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, "Greetings, Director Lu. My name is Lu Yuan. My family previously engaged in the seafood trade, though we have temporarily ceased operations." "Oh, seafood, is it? I imagine the seafood business isn't thriving at present." Upon noticing the assortment of green fruits and vegetables in Lu Yuan's hands, the other person's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh dear, how could you come bearing gifts? You are making it difficult for me," he exclaimed, though his actions belied his words as he swiftly accepted the fruits and vegetables, ushering the two into his home. As they crossed the threshold, Lu Yuan wore a wry smile, reflecting that had he not brought offerings, their discussions would likely have taken place at the entrance. Indeed, in this era, one must rely on tangible gifts to secure an audience. Otherwise, one might not even gain entry. Chapter 68. Moved by vegetables upon entering the bedroom. Lu Yuan beheld a middle-aged woman clad in a purple dress diligently engaged in cleaning. Nearby, a child fixated on the fruits displayed on the table, his mouth watering. Yet he dared not touch them. Lu Yuan quietly cleared his throat and produced a bag of beef jerky from his pocket, gesturing towards the salivating boy. Instantly, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he hesitated, glancing at Director Lu seated in the chair, apprehensive about approaching. Noticing the awkward expression on Director Lu's face, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Director Lu, it's merely some homemade beef jerky. Let the child take some for himself." At that moment, Director Lu, feeling somewhat reluctant to display such a scene in public, was on the verge of declining. However, upon observing his own child's avid swallowing, he cleared his throat softly to mask his embarrassment and remarked, "Why don't you thank your brother quickly?" Indeed, Director Lu was preparing tea, with a tea tray and various utensils laid out on the table. The water in the teapot was soon to reach a boil, filling the room with an aromatic fragrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the three, they swiftly transitioned to the main topic. Xiaoshan's father shifted slightly in his seat, a broad smile gracing his face as he addressed Director Lu. "Director Lu, my son-in-law has a friend who owns a factory capable of manufacturing a batch of mousetraps. However, there is a significant shortage of steel at present, so they intend to procure a quantity from our factory. What do you think?" "Oh, they can produce mousetraps? That is indeed splendid news. However, you are well aware of our factory's regulations. The steel is currently allocated solely for municipal use, making it quite challenging to sell externally." "Uncle Lu, we do not require finished steel, merely some of the scrap materials that are of no use to you." Lu's expression softened immediately, and Lu Yuan perceptibly sensed the underlying implications of his words. Though it is not easy to sell, it suggests there may still be opportunities. "Uncle Lu, you see, I have some fruit trees at home, and they are about to bear fruit. The children are at a crucial growth stage and cannot afford to be without fruit, especially since it is unavailable in the market. How about I bring some of the fruit over when it ripens?" At that moment, Lu's wife, who had been idly dragging the mop, displayed a flicker of surprise upon hearing Lu Yuan mention the fruit. The conversation had already reached their ears, and upon noticing Lu's indecision, she set down the mop and approached him with a serious demeanor. "Old Lu, it's not easy for the young man to conduct business. Besides, the mousetraps are a beneficial project for the community. If you can lend a hand, why not? Furthermore, Xiao Wei is also a key member of our factory, a part of our own family. In the end, our parents will be able to procure mousetraps too, won't they?" "Indeed," added the aunt. "As soon as the mousetraps are produced, I will ensure that a few are delivered to you. The elderly at home have mobility issues, and if they are bitten by a mouse, it would be quite troublesome. These wretched rodents not only spoil our food, but, when starving, can also pose a threat to people." Director Lu intended to express further thoughts, but he suddenly felt two piercing gazes fixated upon his face. Gritting his teeth, he sighed. "Alas, I too face difficulties. With the increasing number of personnel in the factory, it becomes imperative to manage everyone. Acquiring those scraps is indeed feasible, yet." At this juncture, the other party's intentions became unmistakably clear. Lu Yuan instantly grasped the meaning and replied, "Uncle Lu, rest assured. We have some vegetables at home that will be ready for harvest in a few days. I shall bring some over for you then. It would be nice for the factory leaders to have a taste as well, for it truly is untenable to go without vegetables." Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude with a beaming face, Thank you so much, Director Liu. The other man nodded and beckoned the two to enjoy some tea. Come, come. Don't just sit there. Have some tea. This is premium Tiguanyan. Once the steel matters were settled, the remaining tasks appeared relatively straightforward. No operators? A simple solution. There are countless candidates online, all possessing exceptional skills, ready for selection. In these tumultuous times, many found themselves unemployed, with numerous factories closing, leading to a significant number of workers laid off. With jobs lost, these individuals fervently sought new employment opportunities, and the internet was flooded with job postings. Consequently, Lu Yuan opened his computer and searched the web, discovering a certain Chen Gang, who seemed exceptionally qualified, an advanced technician, proficient in various lathe equipment and adept at CNC operations, with a commendable work history and modest salary expectations. Before the phone could even ring, the other party promptly answered. Greetings, I am Chen Gang. May I inquire about your factory? Where is it located? I am currently available at any moment and can commence work immediately. Well, we are in search of an individual proficient in operating CNC machinery to manufacture a batch of mousetraps. The workload is not extensive, and it may not last long. I wonder if you would be open to a short-term engagement? Absolutely. I am willing to work even for a single day. With over 20 years of experience in the field, I possess a wealth of expertise in CNC operations and am adept with various lathes. When shall I begin work? Lu Yuan was taken aback by the other party's eagerness and left his contact number, instructing them to await his notification. After all, the steel materials had yet to arrive, and the necessary electrical connections were not yet established. Thus, they would have to wait for the materials to be delivered before the other party could commence work. 2 days later, Xiao Shan's father called Lu Yuan, informing him that the steel factory would have a batch of scrap steel to process the following day and requested Lu Yuan to bring a team to discuss pricing. Consequently, Lu Yuan shared a message in the group. We have located the materials. The specific pricing will depend on the steel factory's quotation. Is anyone interested in joining me? The members of the group quickly responded. Upholding the principles of transparency and integrity, several representatives were chosen to accompany Lu Yuan, including Chen Ku. The 4 of them traveled in Lu Yuan's vehicle towards the steel factory. Upon arrival, they found Xiao Shan's father waiting at the entrance, waving as they approached. Uncle, I am at a loss for words. Young rascal, why so polite with me? Are you still considering marrying our Xiao Shan? Lu Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, let's head inside. All the machinery is ready. If you wish to transport the goods by vehicle, it may cost a bit more, though I still recommend using the company truck for better efficiency. Lu Yuan glanced at the others beside him, who nodded in agreement. After all, at this moment, most vehicles had run low on fuel, and those personal car owners who still had some left were charging exorbitant rates, often making the transportation costs exceed the value of the goods themselves. Thus, the 4 of them followed Shashan's father to the factory. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the clanging sounds of heavy machinery stamping steel, the vibrations palpable beneath their feet. The temperature outside was bearable. The prolonged heat wave had made everyone somewhat acclimated. Even though it was still around 40 degrees Celsius, it was manageable. However, stepping into the steel factory, they were immediately hit by a wave of heat, leaving everyone with dampened hair at the nape of their necks. Xiao Shan's father led them to an office, where they were welcomed by Director Chen. Ah, Xiao Lu, you finally made it. Come in, come in. It's sweltering outside. Hurry. Once they were inside, Director Chen smiled warmly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan leaned closer and whispered in his ear, by the way, the batch of vegetables at home is nearly ripe. I'll send some over shortly. Oh dear, Xiao Lu, you are too polite. Your aunt has mentioned inviting you over for a visit. It would be delightful to share a simple home-cooked meal together. With that, he ushered Lu Yuan into the office. Director Chen produced a pack of cigarettes and handed one to a man seated at the table, engrossed in his paperwork. Director Hu, I have brought the person you requested. We are all like family here. We do not demand much, so please, name your price. The other gentleman glanced at Lu Yuan and his companions, accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding. You are likely aware of the current steel prices. I trust you conducted some research prior to your visit. Presently, the price of finished steel hovers around 20,000 yuan per ton. The cost for scrap is not insignificant either, typically around 15,000 per ton for other merchants. However, due to restrictions on sales and rising prices, I can offer it to you for 15,000 per ton. The group was taken aback by the quoted price. 15,000? That seems exorbitant. It was only about 3,000 before the disaster. and now it has surged fivefold. Indeed, our budget is rather limited, and it remains uncertain how much scrap we can procure. Additionally, we must account for processing, which will inevitably incur some losses. Smaller scraps may even prove useless. Yet, Director Chun maintained a smile, saying, "Old Hu, I have told you we are all family here. We cannot calculate the price in such a manner. Please, consider lowering it a bit. It is not easy for us young folks either." As he spoke, the other man discreetly gestured a 3 beneath the table. Director Hu, a shrewd individual, cast a fleeting glance with lowered eyes, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion as he extinguished his cigarette and proceeded to close the door. Lu Yuan contemplated the endeavor of transforming this batch of scrap steel into finished products, realizing that it would require a significant amount of resources. Without delving into the necessary electricity, there were also cutting fluids and various other consumables to consider. Furthermore, labor would undoubtedly be required, necessitating the assistance of local workers during the processing phase. The price of 13,000 per ton was relatively reasonable, especially in this post-apocalyptic world where everything was exorbitantly priced. A mouse trap typically weighed around 50 pounds, as one would need a sturdy design to ensnare rodents weighing 20 to 30 pounds. This calculation suggested that 1 ton equated to 2,000 pounds, allowing for approximately 40 traps per ton of steel, although this did not account for material loss. Thus, the cost for 40 traps without including processing fees would amount to 13,000. Incorporating labor, waste, and electricity would escalate the price further. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with the devastation wrought by rodents on food supplies and the potential threat to life, this expenditure seemed modest. Once damage was inflicted by these pests, it would be too late for lamentation. After deliberation, the group collectively agreed to the price. However, due to financial constraints, they opted to purchase only 50 tons for the time being. Following this, Lu Yuan contacted Chen Gang, a skilled worker he had recruited online, as he could manage the workload alone despite the insufficient power supply. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Lu Yuan joined his family around the dining table to commence their meal. Lu's father, with a mouthful of vegetables, mumbled, "I came across a news article online today stating that the mutated mice had developed a particularly robust resistance to pesticides. It seems that the disaster caused by these rodents will persist for a while longer. Indeed, the current situation with these mice is alarming. Just yesterday, I heard from someone nearby that another person was bitten, but fortunately, it was an adult who can withstand it better than a child. After a few days of high fever, they recovered. If it were a child, the consequences would be dire." The elderly gentleman sighed heavily. "Haha, Grandpa, Dad. There's no need for excessive concern. Everything will be all right. Our mouse traps are about to begin production, and it won't be long before they are ready for use." "That would be splendid. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that my mouse trap was ineffective. I never imagined these large rodents would be so difficult to contain." The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly while taking a sip from his wine glass, prompting laughter from the entire family. The following morning, Lu Yuan's phone incessantly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Chen Gang. "Mr. Lu, hello. I have arrived at the location." "Oh, very well. Please hold on a moment. I will head to the factory right away." With that, Lu Yuan dressed quickly and sent a message in the group chat notifying them that the operators were already in position before hastily making his way to the factory. Song Hung rubbed his eyes and looked out at the two individuals standing at the door, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Goodness, why are you here so early? It's only 4 o'clock. Chen Gang, wiping the sweat from his forehead, replied apologetically, "Well, it's hard to distinguish between day and night. So I left last night as soon as I received the call, fearing I would be late." Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat bewildered. "You set off last night? Then why did it take you so long to arrive? My home is quite far from here, and I didn't want to waste time, so I rode my bicycle all night." As Song Hing opened the door, he inquired, "All right then, come in. By the way, how far is your home from here? Is it convenient for commuting?" Upon hearing the response, Song Heng nearly stumbled but could only nod in agreement. After inspecting all the equipment, Chen Gang began to disassemble the various components of the mouse traps according to the specifications outlined in the blueprint, demonstrating considerable skill and swiftly resolving all issues. A day later, the first batch of 10 mouse traps officially rolled off the production line, and everyone gathered in front of the factory, intently watching the pristine new traps. "In my opinion, practice is the sole criterion for testing things. Let us trial the traps at my home first." "No way, my house is closer. Let us place them at my place." I promise to notify everyone immediately when a mouse is caught. That one do, since our family contributed the most. They should be placed at my home. Why should they go to yours? Amidst the clamor of voices, a spirited debate ensued as everyone vied for the privilege of being among the first to utilize the newly manufactured mouse traps. Given the limited production speed, yielding only about 10 traps per day, the urgency of the matter was palpable, as the supply of electricity could not keep pace with the growing demands, rendering the abundance of people futile. Ultimately, the consensus was reached to determine the 10 fortunate users through a game of chance. Although the scene appeared rather comical, each individual, flushed with excitement, fervently sought to secure the right to employ the initial batch of traps. Early the following morning, a throng gathered at the village entrance, where more than 10 deceased rodents lay strewn across the ground. It was evident that the efficacy of the traps was commendable. The community agreed to maintain this production pace, aiming to ensure that every household possessed at least one trap. Life gradually returned to a serene state, as the presence of the traps significantly reduced the rodent population within homes. Moreover, Lu Yuan generously procured several traps from the factory, delivering 3 to Xiaoshan's household and 2 to Director Lu's. However, a horde of enormous rodents infiltrated from the ceiling, ravenously targeting the scattered provisions, leaving devastation in their wake. Food was strewn across the floor, as if the mice were enacting revenge, even desecrating the offerings with their waste. Additionally, various beverages and bottled waters on the shelves bore the marks of gnawing, resulting in spillage that created a chaotic scene, considering these items were precious to the community. Despite the apparent abundance, the mice consumed little, yet wreaked havoc on all consumables and even damaged several electrical wires. At supermarket number 2, Sun Hung lamented, "It's all over. Everything is ruined. All the goods I just received have been destroyed by the mice. Who can come to my aid?" The supermarket owner, Sun Hung, was desperately lamenting in the group chat. On a day originally intended for food procurement, those who gazed upon the chaotic scene of the supermarket wore expressions of sheer terror. It appeared as though the mice were exacting revenge. Was this truly a mouse? How could they have mutated into such a form? Who could deny it? My household was already devoid of provisions, and I never anticipated that such an event would transpire. Alas, it is a pity that so much has gone to waste. These supplies could have sustained a family for over half a year. To have them ruined by rodents is simply tragic. A few days later, the supermarket owner regained his composure and made a resolute decision. He would hire several stock clerks to maintain a constant vigil, tasked with patrolling the premises and capturing any mice they encountered. Additionally, they would receive wages, complimentary water, and meals. He sought 2 clerks for the day shift and 2 for the night. Once the recruitment notice was disseminated, numerous individuals promptly came forth to apply. Upon hearing this news, Luma felt a flicker of interest. During dinner, as Luma served the meal, she remarked, "There's really nothing for me to do at home now. The vegetable garden has been nearly exhausted. I'm considering applying at the supermarket. After all, I am quite bored. What do you think?" Luba took the bowl and replied, "Yes, go ahead. There is nothing left at home for the mice to ruin anyway." "Exactly. That way, we can buy water and food without having to endure long queues." With unanimous approval, a satisfied smile graced Lu Ma's face. Lu Yuan glanced at the yellow dog sitting beside him and remarked, "Mother, why not take De Huang along? With him by your side, it will certainly ease your burden." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, De Huang abruptly halted his previous antics, letting out a pitiful whine. "Are you feigning innocence again? Focus on your tasks. No idling allowed. Should I catch you slacking off, you will regret it." Lu Yuan shot a fierce glare at De Huang, who promptly lay down, appearing much more obedient. Especially since the introduction of the mouse trap, the household had seen a significant reduction in rodents, leaving De Huang with ample leisure time to disturb the fish in the pond. Early the next morning, Lu Ma set out with De Huang. Fortune smiled upon her as she distinguished herself among over 30 competitors. The crowd was envious, particularly after witnessing De Huang's extraordinary prowess in catching mice. District 3 finally returned to normalcy. Meanwhile, at home, only Grandpa and Grandma remained, with little to occupy their time. The old man spent his days tidying the house, feeding fish, and tending to the pigs, cattle, and sheep, while Grandma took charge of preparing meals for the entire family. Meanwhile, Dad had taken on a new project. Many households in the city reported numerous holes in their walls caused by mice, requesting repairs. Thus, Du Hung and Dad discussed the matter, deciding that since they had some free time, they might as well join forces to patch up the holes and explore potential renovation opportunities. Chapter 71. Save the Children. Lu Yuan has now attained the esteemed title of Honorary Director of the Mousetrap Manufacturing Plant, a position he rightfully earned through his initiative in proposing the venture, securing the necessary steel, and recruiting the workforce. The consensus among the others was unanimous in support of Lu Yuan's leadership. In his daily routine, Lu Yuan diligently monitors the progress at the factory. For the demand for mouse traps remains high, delays could result in the devastation of food supplies by the relentless rodents. Each day, Lu Yuan finds immense joy in learning the intricacies of CNC lathe technology from Chen Gang, a pursuit he relishes wholeheartedly. In his mind, he harbors a plan to devise some traps for his home. Despite the towering walls that rise over 3 meters, fortified with barbed wire and high-voltage electricity, such barriers are no match for a resourceful mind. Additionally, the high-voltage electric grid has become largely ornamental due to frequent power outages. Although solar energy is harnessed, it scarcely provides the requisite power to sustain such a system, primarily due to transformer issues. Presently, the nation grapples with extreme heat, rampant wildfires, and an invasion of colossal rodents, making the acquisition of transformers nearly impossible. Lu Yuan has scoured the internet for solutions, but found that the demand for electricity has rendered surplus transformers non-existent, even in the second-hand market. Thus, the necessity of traps must be prioritized, albeit it is still premature to act. For now, he can only plan, honing his skills with CNC lathes and preparing to fabricate various implements such as nail boards, steel spikes, and spears from the surplus steel he has on hand. On this particular day, as Lu Yuan exited the factory, the clock had already struck 2 in the morning, and Chen Gang had long since succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries echoed from outside the factory gate, followed by a relentless banging on the iron door. Chen Gang abruptly rose from the makeshift bed constructed of wooden planks. Lu Yuan, equally perplexed, remarked, "I have no idea. Let us investigate. Surely, it cannot be that another household has fallen victim to a rodent attack. This situation should warrant a call to the pest control team." As he spoke, Lu Yuan accompanied Chen Gang towards the gate. Upon opening it, they were met with the frantic faces of Lu Tian and her husband Sunja, who clutched a wailing child in their arms. "Lu Yuan, please help us. Our child has been bitten by a rat. Initially, we thought it was nothing serious, but after administering anti-inflammatory medication, it proved ineffective. The child has been inconsolable. Could you take us to the hospital?" Sunja implored. Desperation etched on his face as he grasped Lu Yuan's arm. Lu Yuan wiped his hands on his clothing and gently touched the child's forehead, which radiated heat, at least around 40 degrees. The child's face was flushed, drenched in perspiration. "When did the bite occur?" he inquired, not dwelling on the situation as he led them toward his home. "It was likely while he was sleeping, around 9 o'clock. We gave him fever-reducing medicine, but it didn't help," Lu Tian replied anxiously, exposing the child's arm. The soft skin was marred by an angry red patch, and a significant gash was evident on the forearm. Though the bleeding had ceased, the wound appeared to be festering, despite his reluctance to involve himself in others' troubles. The sight of such a small infant suffering from a rat bite stirred a sense of compassion within Lu Yuan. For him, aiding them was merely a small act of kindness. In Zone 3, nearly everyone has run out of fuel, save for Lu Yuan, who had the foresight to purchase an electric vehicle. Observing Lu Yuan frequently driving around, the people in the vicinity couldn't help but feel envious. However, the current restrictions on electricity have hindered many from considering electric cars, as one must also have access to charging stations. Additionally, the prices of electric vehicles have soared. Once disregarded before the apocalypse, cars that could be acquired for just over 100,000 are now fetching offers as high as 1 million, with no guarantee of purchase. The availability of charging stations remains scarce. Fortunately, when Lu Yuan bought his vehicle, he invested in a private charging station installed at his home by the dealer, powered entirely by solar energy, which sufficiently meets his charging needs. With his family of 3 aboard, Lu Yuan sped towards the nearest hospital. "Thank you so much. Without you, we truly wouldn't know what to do," Sun Tian said, tears brimming in her eyes as she held her child. "Indeed, we're so grateful to you. I cannot express my thanks enough." Sunja, seated in the passenger seat, felt the cool breeze within the car but was still drenched in sweat. Fearful of staining the upholstery, and thus refrained from leaning back. "It's all right. The road ahead may be challenging, so you should remain seated," Lu Yuan replied before flooring the accelerator, propelling the car to a speed of 120. At that moment, the roads were nearly devoid of vehicles. Although the day was bright, pedestrians were still a rarity, as very few could afford to drive anymore. Soon, they arrived at the municipal hospital in Qingshui City, where a throng of people filled the entrance. Security guards, clad in tank tops, were spraying disinfectant throughout the lobby. Despite the potent scent of the disinfectant, Lu Yuan could still detect a foul odor, prompting him to cover his nose with his sleeve as he pushed through the crowd ahead of him. Behind him, Sun Jia and his wife clutched their child tightly, following closely in his wake. In a moment of carelessness, Sun Jia slipped, nearly falling. Upon inspecting his foot, he discovered he had stepped in a pile of excrement. It was bewildering how some child could be so inconsiderate as to relieve themselves in the hospital lobby. As Lu Yuan navigated through the throng, he remained vigilant of the ground beneath him, wary of stepping in any more excrement. The lobby, though equipped with central air conditioning, felt stifling, with many individuals clutching their stomachs, their faces contorted in pain. Lu Yuan understood that this discomfort stemmed from illnesses caused by rodent bites. The mutated rodents carried a host of bacteria capable of swiftly dismantling the human immune system. A rodent bite could lead to a severe fever in a short span, potentially triggering various complications, with diarrhea being among the most common. Chapter 72. The Dreadful Hospital. After finally squeezing through the crowd, Lu Yuan narrowly avoided stepping on the numerous landmines scattered about, while Sun Jia and his wife found their feet covered in excrement. Lu Yuan frowned but cast a glance at the child, who continued to wail incessantly. At that moment, the child seemed to be in extreme discomfort, suddenly trembling. An noxious odor wafted from Sun Jia's embrace. This was alarming. The child had begun to suffer from diarrhea. Lu Yuan, you must save the child, Sun Jia exclaimed, panic-stricken, disregarding the foul mess on his clothing as he reached out to Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan quickly grasped his arm and urged, "You all wait here. I will go register." Sun Tiantian had already dashed ahead to queue. However, upon seeing the seemingly endless line, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was clear that if they continued to wait like this, the child would likely not endure. What should we do?" Sun Tiantian cried out, her voice filled with distress. It was evident that this young couple were novice parents, utterly inexperienced in the intricacies of child rearing, and even the hospital's protocols eluded them. Lu Yuan sighed and said, "I will see if there is any way to expedite this." With that, he approached the front of the line, hoping to offer some money for priority, but after surveying the situation, he realized that everyone seemed gravely ill, and he hesitated to ask for a favor. Just then, a man blocked his path and whispered, "Brother, do you want a spot in front?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "I mean a scalper's ticket. If you pay, I can sell you a ticket for the front of the line." The man lowered his hat's brim and produced a ticket numbered 35 from his coat. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that scalpers would extend their operations into hospitals. Although he had heard of such practices online, witnessing it firsthand was shocking. Looking around at the multitude of afflicted individuals, he felt a surge of indignation. If not for the constraints of being in a hospital, he would have been tempted to confront this opportunist violently. Such exploitative behavior was nothing short of a danger to lives. However, with widespread unemployment, individuals struggling to subsist often devise various means to sustain themselves, though such individuals are indeed detestable. Noticing several individuals flanking him, Lu Yuan realized it was a syndicate, evidently engaging in a long-standing scheme with no apparent repercussions from the local populace. Sighing, Lu Yuan beckoned Sun Jia, and the couple promptly approached with their child. "He possesses a ticket, albeit a scalped one," Lu Yuan remarked, gesturing towards the tout nearby. Without hesitation, the couple nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wonderful. How much do you want for it?" "We'll purchase it." The tout retrieved a wad of tickets from his pocket and indicated the scrolling marquee on the wall, stating, "Currently, it's number 5. I have numbers 8, 12, 19, 22, and 35. Which one do you desire?" Sun Jia promptly responded, "Number 8. I'll take number 8. The tout nodded, affirming, "Very well. Number 8 will be 30,000. Upon hearing this, the couple and Lu Yuan were dumbfounded. While they anticipated an inflated price, the demand for 30,000 far exceeded their expectations. This is exorbitant. Can you offer a more reasonable price?" Firm price. If you seek a cheaper option, I also have number 12 for 20,000, number 19 for 8,000, and number 35 for a mere 2,000. The tout responded with an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Lu Yuan, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward, seized the tout's collar, and rebuked, "I care not for your profiteering. but these represent individual lives. You are engaging in a nefarious scheme. Just as he was about to take action, several individuals immediately surrounded them. Release him. Otherwise, I swear he won't receive treatment. Do you believe me? The man displayed no fear, clearly. Lu Yuan's threats were not novel to him, as a mocking glimmer danced in his eyes. Let me tell you, we have connections in several hospitals nearby. If you provoke me, be wary that you may find it impossible to seek medical attention in the future. Sunja interjected, halting Lu Yuan's attempt to speak. Lu Yuan. Thank you. We will pay this amount. Subsequently, the man extracted his phone and scanned the QR code affixed to his chest, directly transferring 30,000 yuan to him. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. Everyone was like them. No one dared to voice their objections, which emboldened such audacity and further inflated their arrogance. The couple, having successfully acquired scalper tickets, finally obtained their number and hastened to the third floor of the hospital. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback. The third floor, designated for treating rat bites, was overflowing with patients, forming an extensive queue. Many individuals lay unconscious along the corridor, while another long line snaked towards the restroom, where numerous people clutched their stomachs, faces contorted in agony. Some, unable to contain themselves, resorted to using a flower pot as a makeshift solution. The corridor was permeated by an unpleasant odor, causing Lu Yuan's stomach to churn. The cacophony of a child's cries, adults bickering, and doctors reprimanding blended into a tumultuous symphony, leaving Lu Yuan's mind in disarray. At that moment, Sun Tian squeezed into the crowd holding the ticket and found a doctor, whose role was to assess the condition of those waiting to be examined, filtering out the less critical cases. The doctor, under Sun Tian's guidance, approached with urgency. Upon observing the child's condition, he promptly conducted some routine checks, measuring the temperature, checking the pulse, and listening to the heartbeat. In less than 2 minutes, he removed the stethoscope and sighed, stating, "The child has been brought in rather late. The virus has already infiltrated his lungs and will soon reach the brain. He is too young. You should fetch some antibiotics to stabilize him." With that, he stood up and moved on to the next patient, leaving Sunja wanting to inquire about what stabilize meant. But the doctor had already donned the stethoscope to examine the individual behind them. Sun Tian suddenly felt the world spinning and lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Lu Yuan, disregarding his nausea, took the child, who was covered in excrement, into his arms. Sunja knelt beside Sun Tian, alternating between pinching her nose and rubbing her back. After a while, she finally regained consciousness. Upon waking, Sun Tian erupted into tears, and the couple embraced, weeping together. Yet their cries elicited no response from the doctor. Lu Yuan, observing their despair, was reminded of Xiao Shan. They had endured one calamity after another together, yet ultimately, years later, he found himself in their small home, witnessing the frail state of Xiao Shan. At that moment, Lu Yuan was as distraught as Sunja, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. Thus, in this lifetime, he resolved to safeguard his beloved, determined to prevent the tragic events of his dreams from materializing. Chapter 73. The golden fruit heals. The cries of the child gradually diminished, while the shouts of Sun Tian and Sunja grew increasingly frantic. After several minutes, the child ceased to cry, but it seemed as though breath was slipping away. The couple sank to the ground, clinging to their child, desperately calling out the little one's name. Lu Yuan felt a sharp pang in his heart. The reason he had long hesitated to marry and have children with Xiao Shan was the fear of witnessing such a scene. Although he had meticulously prepared for parenthood, the dread of being unable to care for their child lingered. Casting a gentle glance at the child, Lu Yuan walked away towards the end of the third floor, where a storage room stood empty, secured with a heavy padlock. He noticed the absence of surveillance cameras and the enveloping darkness around him. Stealthily, he retrieved a dimensional crystal, and finding himself alone, he slipped into the space within. He procured a golden fruit and tucked it into his pocket. Peering out from the dimensional realm to ensure the coast was clear, Lu Yuan emerged once more. He broke off a piece of the fruit and approached the grieving couple. "Feed this to the child," he urged. However, amidst their tears, they weakly shook their heads and replied, "Lu Yuan, thank you, but we have no appetite. This is not for you to consume. It is intended for the child. I obtained it from an elderly Taoist at the temple who claimed it could cure numerous ailments." Sun Tian, with tears streaming down her face, gazed at the fruit in Lu Yuan's hand, unable to fully believe it. However, Sunja promptly seized the fruit, preparing to kneel in gratitude to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, "Hold your thanks for now. Let us see if it helps the child." I cannot guarantee its efficacy, especially since the hospital has exhausted all options. Consider this a trial. Sunja nodded, and under Sun Tiantian's watchful eyes, he pinched a small piece of the fruit and attempted to feed it to the child. However, the child had lost consciousness and was incapable of chewing. Clearly, he was still weaning and unable to masticate. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, noticing Sun Tiantian's bag. He promptly retrieved it and, indeed, found a baby bottle inside. Let us use this for feeding. The couple hurriedly began to administer the fruit mixed with milk to the child. Fortunately, although the child was unconscious, he still retained the innate sucking reflex from birth. Upon seeing the bottle, he instinctively began to gulp down the milk. Gradually, they managed to feed the entirety of the small portion of fruit. Lu Yuan then felt the child's forehead. The fever persisted. Yet the child seemed to have ceased the diarrhea. Resolutely, Lu Yuan removed his outer garment, wrapping the child securely in it and cradling him in his arms. Let us go. We should find some relief in the car. It is too stifling here. We need to ensure the child gets proper ventilation. Sunja, no longer mindful of the gazes around him, removed his soiled clothing and assisted Sun Tiantian as they descended the stairs, following Lu Yuan towards his vehicle. Fearing that he might tarnish Lu Yuan's car, Sunja promptly removed his shoes and carried the child into the vehicle. As the engine roared to life, the three of them sat in silence, waiting. At last, after a little over half an hour, the child's tiny mouth began to move, mimicking a sucking motion. The couple erupted in joy. How wonderful! The child has awakened, and the fever has subsided. Lu Yuan, thank you. Tears streamed down Sun Tiantian's face once more. Sunja, equally overwhelmed, embraced the child and continuously expressed his gratitude towards Lu Yuan. Witnessing the child gradually regain consciousness, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of relief. No problem, as long as the child is well. At that moment, the child suddenly turned over and began to cry. Lu Yuan was taken aback and quickly inquired, What is happening now? He noticed Lu Tiantian blushing, unable to meet his gaze, while Sunja appeared equally embarrassed and hesitant. Realization dawned on Lu Yuan. The child was hungry. Indeed, after such a considerable mess just made, it was only natural for the child to be famished. However, the milk from the bottle had already been consumed, leaving the child reliant on its mother for sustenance. Thus, Lu Yuan cleared his throat and said, Well, I believe I have a few matters to attend to. I will make a trip to the hospital. You two should remain in the car. I shall return in half an hour. Or perhaps an hour. Sun Tiantian softly remarked, Half an hour will suffice. Lu Yuan pretended not to hear as he opened the trunk and retrieved a garment to don before departing directly. With some idle time on his hands, he took out his phone and noticed several messages mentioning him in the group chat. Upon opening it, he saw Gu Shunzun from House 6. Alas, it seems that only his family possesses an electric vehicle here, albeit locked away at home. I wonder where they are. Song Heng from Villa 3 added, I just visited the factory, and Master Qin Gang mentioned that Lu Yuan has already taken his family away. Though it's unclear if they went to the hospital. Just as Lu Yuan was about to share this information with the group, Lu Tiantian posted a message. Thank you all for your concern, and I am grateful to Director Lu for extending a helping hand. The child has been saved. She followed this with a picture of the child peacefully asleep. Lu Yuan noticed with care that the child's wounds were beginning to heal. Previously, when he had seen the injury, it had been festering, but in the photograph, the child's arm appeared to be nearly recovered. Sunja from Villa 9 commented, Lu Yuan. Brother Lu, thank you. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My life is yours. Lu Yuan replied, No need to exaggerate, my brother. We are neighbors, and it's merely a small effort. A smile graced Lu Yuan's face as he felt reassured that even in the apocalypse, the warmth of human connection persisted. And the goodness within people had not been extinguished, bringing him great solace. Moreover, the remarkable efficacy of this fruit took him by surprise. He had not anticipated such favorable news from this unexpected endeavor. It could be considered a serendipitous gain, evidently adding another card to his hand. In Villa District 3, Song Heng remarked, Brother Lu, what a feat. There are still many good people around. Without further ado, from now on, you shall be my brother. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. In Flat 33, Chun Ku addressed everyone, saying, Thanks to Lu Yuan's timely intervention, Lu Tiantian's child has fortunately pulled through. Now, the child is no longer in serious danger. In light of this incident, I urge all families with children to take turns caring for them, to prevent similar tragedies from occurring. Just as he rose to his feet, he noticed a group of individuals nearby animatedly discussing something. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yuan recognized them as scalpers who had been selling overpriced registration tickets at the hospital. Chapter 74. The infamous scalpers. Lu Yuan had played a significant role in ensuring that Lu Tiantian's child survived the perilous phase. Without his intervention, the child's fate might have been dire. However, many others remained deprived of treatment, languishing in the hospital while enduring the extortionate prices imposed by these scalpers. Certainly, there were those unable to afford their tickets, leading to deteriorating conditions and even the risk of death. It is fair to say that this group of scalpers bore considerable responsibility for such outcomes. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lu Yuan felt a surge of indignation and promptly approached them. The group was preoccupied with their phones, counting the ill-gotten gains of the day, reveling in their unscrupulous triumph. Completely oblivious to Lu Yuan's approach, Lu Yuan gently snapped his fingers, observing a group of individuals engrossed in their activities. Suddenly, one of them reacted, noticing an intruder among them who hastily concealed his phone. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Yuan replied with a cold sneer, addressing the group. "What do I want? I intend to teach you scoundrels a lesson." With that, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the hat-wearing man flying. The man, astonished by the force of Lu Yuan's kick, collided with a flower bed before finally coming to a halt, spitting blood as he collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan himself was taken aback by the sheer strength of his blow. Clearly, he had underestimated his own state, and this kick, fueled by rage, had inflicted critical damage. The remaining scalpers were immediately thrown into a frenzy. One of them quickly drew a dagger from his pocket, pointing it menacingly at Lu Yuan and shouting, "How dare you touch us? Do you know who we are? Do you understand who protects the hospitals in this area?" However, Lu Yuan chose not to engage in futile conversation. He swiftly seized the dagger from the man's grasp and delivered a fierce kick to his knee. A sharp crack echoed as the man's lower leg bent unnaturally. He fell to the ground, wailing in agony, while the others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how someone could so casually break a man's leg in broad daylight. "This is a hospital. How dare you act so brazenly? We will call the police." "Just wait." "Humph. By all means, call the police. I am eager to see what you will say when they arrive. Am I to be penalized for breaking his leg? Or are you to face the consequences for scalping tickets, leaving so many in dire need of treatment? If you possess any courage, make that call." The individuals exchanged glances. Revealing a flicker of trepidation, they understood that should they report it, Lu Yuan would merely settle with a monetary compensation. However, if they pursued a harsher judgment, they would undoubtedly face lengthy imprisonment, as this matter involved lives. Furthermore, the prospect of profiting once more was undeniably tempting. Observing Lu Yuan's formidable prowess, effortlessly disarming his opponents as if it were a trivial task, they quickly assessed their own meager physiques, recognizing they were no match for him. In an instant, they abandoned their comrade and scattered like frightened birds. The two fallen on the ground were left unattended, for fear paralyzed their actions. Lu Yuan chose not to pursue them. He comprehended that even if he vanquished these individuals, the scalpers would persist in their nefarious activities, having established themselves as a burgeoning profession within society. Unless he were to confront them all repeatedly, which was patently impossible, he had no intention of doing so. Approaching the man in the hat, he fixed him with a penetrating gaze. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore a tattoo on his neck, suggesting he was no stranger to conflict. Yet, the scar at the corner of Lu Yuan's eye imparted an additional sense of menace. Upon seeing Lu Yuan advance, the man instinctively recoiled. What do you intend to do? I've already been struck. If you were to kill me, my companions would undoubtedly alert the authorities." Witnessing the man's fear, Lu Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Should I ever again witness you peddling scalped tickets here, I shall strike you once more." After speaking, Lu Yuan departed directly. Early the next morning, Lu Tiantian and her family of 3 arrived at Lu Yuan's residence, bearing 2 bags of rice to express their gratitude for his benevolent act the previous day. The young couple, already well-to-do, had been employed at a financial firm before the apocalypse, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle. Prior to their marriage, they had contemplated purchasing a home but decided to acquire a plot of land in Zone 3 to construct a villa, ensuring a pleasant living environment. Upon seeing the 2 bags of rice at his doorstep, Lu Yuan recognized that this was undoubtedly their lifeline. The couple had initially intended to offer him money as a token of appreciation, but Lu Yuan had adamantly refused. With no alternative, they resorted to bringing him rice. Despite their good intentions, Lu Yuan once again declined their generosity. Although the quantity was modest, just over 40 pounds, it was increasingly challenging to procure additional food, as rations had already been imposed. "Brother Lu, you saved our baby's life. You must accept this rice. It is our small token of gratitude. Otherwise, we would feel truly remiss." Reluctantly, Lu Yuan accepted one bag. Once he had convinced them to leave, he opened the bag and discovered that it contained authentic Wuchang rice. He had been unable to purchase this rice in supermarkets due to its scarce availability. Its production was exceedingly limited, found solely in Wuchang, northeast China. Rice from other regions could not compare in flavor to that of Wuchang. The so-called Wuchang rice available outside is merely a facade, comprised of products bearing different labels, with rice from other regions masquerading as the authentic variety. Although it may appear similar at first glance, even to the point of being indistinguishable, Lu Yuan could ascertain its authenticity with a mere inquiry held close to his nose. With a bucket on one side and a vat filled with rice on the other, he began to sift through the grains. Yet despite thoroughly examining the entire vat, he found not a single husked grain. Goodness, such advanced industry has its downsides. Is there truly not a single one? As he pondered this, Lu Yuan's gaze suddenly fell upon the bag containing the rice. The double-layered sealing at the opening of the snakeskin bag was designed to prevent the grains from spilling out, but it also had the drawback of allowing some unrefined grains to slip in. Excitedly, he took the bag and, with a pair of scissors, carefully began to cut open the lower end. Sure enough, midway through, several unhusked grains tumbled out. Gazing at the rice still encased in its shell, Lu Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 75. The notorious director Lu. With the acquisition of Wuchang rice, the previously consumed varieties could be entirely dismissed. Now, Lu Yuan was eager to plant these Wuchang rice seeds. Fortunately, the land in the dimensional space had transformed into fertile red soil, significantly enhancing the growth rate of the crops. If it had previously been 10 times faster, it had now escalated to an astonishing 20 times. The growth cycle of Wuchang rice typically spans approximately 1 year, allowing for 2 harvests or 1 every 6 months. However, after obtaining a dimensional space, Lu Yuan can now harvest every 9 days. Each rice seed yields a bundle of ears, producing over 30 grains, enabling Lu Yuan to enjoy this rice daily in no time. Within the dimensional space, Lu Yuan has meticulously cleared a plot of land to sow the rice seeds. In addition to watermelons, he has juiced all the fruits he can, including cantaloupes, apples, and sugarcane, filling various buckets at home with an array of fruit juices. Lu's mother has expressed her preference for these juices over the bottled water from the supermarket, indicating that she has become accustomed to such indulgence. After a period of bustling activity in the dimensional space, Lu Yuan emerged with several buckets of watermelon and orange juice, along with dozens of pounds of cod and tuna, while the remainder was air-dried within the dimensional realm, where preservation is remarkably effective. Any leftover fish bones were ground into a fine powder and mixed with other plant roots and fruits for feeding pigs and cattle. Interestingly, the livestock in Lu Yuan's space have grown quite large and developed a discerning palate. On one occasion, when Lu Yuan attempted to feed the pigs leftover vegetables from the harvest, they refused to eat. Frustrated, he had to resort to forcefully ensuring they consumed the food. Once his chores were complete, Lu Yuan settled comfortably on the sofa to rest for a while. However, upon seeing him lounging and watching television, his father felt a surge of irritation. "You rascal, why don't you help out with the household chores? You have the time to assist your grandparents as well. You are the laziest one in the family." Indeed, Lu Yuan's daily work could be deemed the most leisurely, at least from the perspective of others. In truth, however, he finds himself laboring diligently within his own space for extended hours each day. During these times of toil, he often secludes himself in his room, leading his family to mistakenly believe that he merely sleeps there, emerging only to watch television upon waking. Lu Yuan bears a silent burden, feeling more aggrieved than Doi, yet utterly helpless. He is responsible for managing and harvesting an array of vegetables, grains, and fruit trees across an area exceeding 100 square meters. Occasionally, he must tend to the fish in the pond, ensuring they are fed, and when time permits, he must also clean out the larger specimens. The daily feeding of pigs, cattle, sheep, and various poultry cannot be neglected, making his labors far from easy. Indeed, among all household members, his workload is the heaviest. Regrettably, he cannot share this truth with his family. Fortunately, his grandparents are particularly fond of him. When his father reprimands him, his grandfather swiftly comes to his defense, pointing at Lu's father and exclaiming, "You impudent lad, How dare you speak ill of my grandson? Look at yourself. You leave early and return late, earning just enough to afford a few vegetables. What right do you have to criticize my eldest grandson? Lu's father is rendered speechless. He indeed spends his days working tirelessly, primarily to have the opportunity to spar verbally with his father. Unexpectedly, when he finally seizes the chance to scold his son, he finds himself confronted by his own father, making him feel like the most pitiable individual in the household. All right, Dad, you continue to protect him. Little Yuan will eventually find himself unable to move. With a heavy sigh, Lu's father exited the room. Lu Yuan cast a grateful glance at his grandfather, who replied with a beaming smile, "It's nothing. If he dares to speak ill of you again, just tell me, and I shall give him a good thrashing." The issue of the rodents remained unresolved, and the complaints from the afflicted individuals grew increasingly vociferous. Despite the assurances from higher authorities regarding the development of rodenticide, the promised solution had yet to materialize. Consequently, some individuals resorted to concocting their own rodent poisons or employing alternative extermination methods, though these efforts often ended in failure. For instance, it was reported that in a certain locality of Sichuan province, a family attempted to eradicate rats by mixing cyanide with rice, believing this lethal combination would suffice. Tragically, the rats consumed the poison-laden rice, but, in their dying throes, contaminated the remaining grain. Unbeknownst to the family, this led to dire consequences, resulting in the poisoning and subsequent death of all 5 family members. In another instance, in a region of Shaanxi province, a family dug a 3-meter-deep pit to safely store their grain. Unfortunately, the matriarch of the household fell into the pit while making a midnight visit to the restroom, sustaining a severe spinal injury that left her paralyzed. The family now faces exorbitant medical expenses and is appealing for assistance from the community. They have requested that any kind-hearted individuals willing to lend a hand contact them at 139. Under the leadership of Old Man Du Hong, several districts collectively ordered 3,000 rat traps from the factory, and this constituted only the initial batch. As the factory director, Lu Yuan was invited to partake in an interview. "Hello, Director Lu, may I inquire about the purpose behind the establishment of your rat trap manufacturing facility? Currently, the production at the steel mill is exceedingly strained, making it quite challenging for them to supply steel. From which channels did you procure this batch of steel?" Lu Yuan suspected that these journalists were not here for an interview, but rather to stir up trouble. It is well known that steel is a coveted commodity, often unattainable even with financial means. Thus, it is evident that it was acquired through irregular means. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the nearby villagers erupted into applause, praising him as a model of the new generation. However, someone inquired why the price of the mouse traps from your factory was so exorbitant. Clearly, they were here to provoke. If it weren't for her being a woman, Lu Yuan might have kicked her out right then and there. Chapter 76. So many lives lost to him. As everyone knows, the price of steel is currently exorbitantly high, and the government has monopolized all steel supplies. To procure steel, we must expend considerable time and effort. Additionally, our mouse traps are constructed with high-grade steel to prevent damage from large rodents, with each trap weighing at least 50 pounds. Thus, the elevated price is justified. Is it not merely an attempt to negotiate a lower price? That is certainly out of the question. This factory was established through the investment of the entire Area 3 community, and I, as factory director Lu, will be the first to refuse any attempts at exploitation. Moreover, the city has just issued us several orders. As the director, I feel an immense responsibility on my shoulders. However, in order to ensure that people can swiftly utilize the mouse traps, I earnestly request that the city officials allocate a batch of steel to us. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze intently on the reporter. "You press me, and I shall apply some pressure in return. Do not assume that Brother Lu is easily bullied. While you seek to negotiate a lower price, I too have a need for steel." After a fierce battle of wits and words with the reporter, Lu Yuan's side ultimately emerged victorious. The municipal leaders personally intervened to grant them 100 tons of steel. While this might sound substantial at first, in reality, it was not particularly significant. Considering the quality of steel, a ton of steel does not amount to much, and 100 tons would hardly suffice for the production of a few rat traps. In no time, Lu Yuan became a local celebrity. Everyone who encountered him would call out Director Lu, allowing him a moment of pride. The main issue was his remarkable adaptability. He had been contemplating finding a companion for himself, yet he had not discovered a suitable playmate thus far. In the past, De Huang would play with Lu Yuan daily. But since he became the factory director, the time spent with his canine companion had dwindled. One day, Lu Yuan opened the group chat once more, noticing that the same few individuals were active while others rarely chimed in. Occasionally, someone would pose a question, but beyond that, silence reigned. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the dwindling numbers in the chat, Lu Yuan wondered, could it be that we have lost more lives in our vicinity recently? Lu's mother, while tidying up the room, replied, indeed, just the day before yesterday, the elderly couple from the Gu family in the nearby bungalow, unable to bear the waste of food, consumed the grains spoiled by rodents. That very night, they departed this world. Sighing, she lamented the unfortunate fate. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyan's husband was also bitten by a rat. He believed he could endure it. However, that very night, he developed a high fever and, upon awakening the next morning, was found to have succumbed. Upon inquiring, Luma recounted with alarming detail over a dozen individuals who had met similar fates. In one household, a single person perished, while in another, a couple was lost. It seemed that death visited daily, leaving Lu Yuan drenched in cold sweat. This was truly overwhelming. Why had he not witnessed any funerals? Luma chuckled and remarked, who has the means to hold a funeral these days? In the past, hosting banquets for weddings and funerals was quite common. But with the current state of prices, not only is it impossible to set a table, even preparing a few dishes has become a daunting task. It's beyond contemplation. She lamented further, our family has suffered a loss. With Qin Xiaoyan's husband gone, I had to pay several hundred yuan in condolence money. Enough about that, mother. Let us not dwell on the condolence money. Our family's safety is what truly matters. Even Lu Yuan's father, who had always been skeptical of him, finally broke into a smile, for after all, his son had hosted high-ranking officials from the city. However, this sentiment might carry a hint of ambiguity. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he showered him with praise, leaving Lu Yuan feeling somewhat bashful from the incessant compliments. At that moment, Luma interjected, by the way, have you heard? It seems the country has developed a new batch of rodenticides, but they are currently being prioritized for use in first-tier cities. Moreover, the news she once disregarded has gradually become a frequent topic of conversation for her, as she often inquires, have you heard? Or remarks on recent happenings within our nation. Regarding the matter discussed by Lu Yuan has also been informed that the government is resolutely determined to tackle certain issues directly. Finally, through the collaborative efforts of several leading domestic research institutions and biotechnology centers, the first batch of rodenticides has emerged. Given the characteristics of this new rodenticide, it is designed to be low in toxicity to humans. Previous rodenticides were so potent that tragic incidents occurred when individuals, in despair, resorted to consuming them, resulting in news reports detailing couples succumbing to poison after quarrels or families embroiled in conflicts leading to mutual poisoning, culminating in catastrophic losses. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the mutated rodents exhibit an extraordinary resistance to these chemicals. Experiments conducted with older stock of rodenticides revealed that after consuming over 30 pounds, the rodents eventually perished, with autopsy reports indicating that their demise was due to overconsumption. Skeptics, undeterred by these findings, invested considerable sums to acquire large quantities of rodenticides, only to discover that a dozen or more rodents consumed everything overnight. This led to the conclusion that previously manufactured rodenticides were merely an appetizer for today's mutated rodents, who craved more with every bite. The third point pertains to the manufacturing difficulties of rodenticides, which currently represent one of the most significant challenges faced by major research institutions and biological research centers. Although the act of exterminating rodents seems deceptively simple, the characteristics of these poisons are either prohibitively expensive, incapable of mass production, or entail excessively lengthy production cycles. However, there is finally some encouraging news, yet. The initial batch of rodenticides is restricted to select metropolitan areas, which has understandably caused dissatisfaction among the populace. Why can't more be produced? After all, who among us is free from the presence of rodents? Chapter 77. The National Rodent Capture. The development of rodenticides has not only brought forth surprise but also complications. Upon hearing that a rodenticide has been developed, various regions expressed discontent, particularly as it is only being deployed in major cities. This discontent quickly garnered widespread support. Some of the raw materials required for production are under national regulation, especially in a post-apocalyptic context where such resources are already scarce. Consequently, manufacturers awarded production contracts are unable to fulfill orders for rodenticides, while distributors are being blocked in warehouses by demands for the product. and distributors themselves are besieged at their offices by individuals clamoring for rodenticides. As the populace continues to be deprived of these essential poisons, large-scale looting ensues. Streets that were already desolate are left in a state of ruin following the vandalism, with many innocent merchants facing bankruptcy due to theft, while others, driven by a desire for retribution, join the fray in the chaos. Thus, a vicious cycle commenced. Those who were already impoverished took to the streets to compete for resources, prompting those who were robbed to seek retribution by joining the fray against others' establishments. Observing this escalating turmoil, the nation recognized the inevitable societal upheaval that would ensue and thus decided to take decisive action. The market was subjected to stringent regulations, and anyone caught looting was promptly incarcerated. The orchestrators of such chaos faced immediate execution upon capture. Previously, the government had adopted a benevolent approach towards its citizens, but this time it was resolute in its measures, enforcing capital punishment for offenders. Consequently, those who had contemplated joining the unrest were now compelled to act. The once timid populace transformed into vigilant hunters. The adage "the street rat is despised by all" resurfaced in daily discourse, albeit occasionally leading to heated debates over the ownership of the alleged rodents. In District 3, where there had previously been but a single water delivery vehicle, the initiative to capture rats resulted in the deployment of two, one for water and the other for the captured rodents. Moreover, orders at Lu Yuan's factory surged, extending a year into the future. To facilitate round-the-clock operations, the city granted special permissions, ensuring unlimited power supply and dispatching 2 skilled technicians to assist. To meet the demand for labor in the village, Lu Yuan recruited 50 assembly workers for rat trap construction, exclusively from District 3. His initiative garnered widespread approval from the community, as everyone praised his efforts, leaving Lu Yuan to hope that these individuals would not turn ungrateful. Certainly, undertaking this approach possesses the merit of preempting idleness and discouraging unwarranted meddling from certain individuals. Indeed, it was this very issue that led to Huang Huahua's current predicament. Nevertheless, the endeavor of capturing rodents is fraught with peril, as those particularly ferocious specimens are not easily subdued. As the adage goes, even a cornered rabbit will retaliate. And these mutated rats are certainly not defenseless. Confronted with the collective pursuit, the rats, driven by their survival instincts, have launched a counteroffensive against humanity. To safeguard themselves from potential rat bites, the inhabitants of Sector 3 have begun to organize into groups for the purpose of capturing these creatures. After all, individual strength is finite, whereas a larger group fosters increased courage in the face of such a task. Furthermore, to avert the risk of injury, the various gloves available in supermarkets have been entirely depleted, ranging from cut-resistant gloves to waterproof dishwashing gloves, and even the utilization of winter cotton gloves as a last resort. On this particular day, several neighboring families formed a small squad, armed with clubs and steel forks, to scour the area for rats. With the official disbandment of the rat-catching squad and the implementation of a community-wide rat-catching for grain initiative, few are inclined to remain indoors while others seize the opportunity. Consequently, the residents of Sector 3 have demonstrated unparalleled enthusiasm since the policy's inception. Xiao Yuan, our household comprises 5 individuals, implying a minimum daily quota of 5 rats. Perhaps we should delegate this task entirely to De Huang, lamented Lu's father, visibly displeased at the prospect of rat-catching interfering with his work schedule. Dad, De Huang has already eradicated the rats from our premises. They no longer dare venture near our home. It's impossible for De Huang to capture that many rats in a single day. Alas, never mind, I shall proceed to catch them first. I will bring out De Huang and let it breathe some fresh air. Well, it seems my father has also taken a turn for the worse, as he now encourages De Huang to join in the labor. The nationwide campaign against rodents has significantly boosted the morale of the populace. The television host excitedly reported that the recent riots have diminished, and the number of mutated rats, as a result of people's efforts, has drastically declined. This initiative is truly a case of killing multiple birds with one stone. Half a month later, Lu Yuan continued his quest to catch mice with De Huang. The rodents in his home had been completely eradicated, but the situation in neighboring households was similarly transformed. Along the way, he encountered many individuals wearing expressions of discontent. When the rats plagued them, everyone complained. Now that the vermin are gone, there are still grievances, truly a challenge to please all. However, after the rodent trouble subsided, life for the people gradually returned to tranquility. As he spoke, Lu Yuan noticed De Huang as if sensing prey, disregarding his attempts to restrain it and darting into the thicket. Chapter 78. De Huang's New Companion. Enraged, Lu Yuan chased after it, prepared to reprimand this disobedient creature. Yet, as he pushed aside the underbrush, he unexpectedly discovered that De Huang was shielding a litter of newly born rabbits with its paws. The mother rabbit was absent, leaving behind 7 or 8 trembling little ones of various hues, clearly frightened by De Huang's presence. This unforeseen discovery filled Lu Yuan with a sense of exhilaration. Amid such sweltering weather, many animals had succumbed. It has come to my attention that a pig farm in Area 2 has suffered greatly due to the sweltering heat, resulting in the demise of 9/10 of its 3,000 pigs within a mere span of 2 months. The remaining few hundred pigs now stand as the last flicker of hope for the farm. How outrageous! Dare you to take a bite? I shall not hesitate to tear your foul mouth apart. Yet, the creature's gaze conveyed a plea, a silent admonition against harming them, leaving Lu Yuan in a state of bewildered amusement. After a moment, Lu Yuan removed his clothing and laid it upon the ground, then gathered some straw from the nearby heap to create a makeshift nest. With great care, he placed the rabbits into the straw bed. Upon returning home, De Huang eagerly presented a water ladle to Lu Yuan. As he patted De Huang's head, it became evident that the dog genuinely cherished these little rabbits. Consequently, Lu Yuan scooped some water and placed it before the rabbits, only to discover that they appeared disinterested in drinking. Why aren't they drinking? Lu Yuan pondered, bemused by their apparent lack of thirst. Just then, a thought struck him. His grandmother had once raised rabbits. Surely she would know what to do. As he prepared to rise and summon her, De Huang dashed into the kitchen, barking and leaping to alert her. Upon seeing the rabbits, a look of sheer delight illuminated his grandmother's face. Xiao Yuan, did you bring these rabbits home? Oh my, it has been ages since I last saw a rabbit. I can hardly believe these little ones have managed to survive. They appear to be wild rabbits. It was De Huang who discovered them, while the mother rabbit remained oblivious. By the way, Grandma, why don't these rabbits drink water? Grandma crouched down, observing the rabbits with a smile. Oh dear, these little ones are still weaning. They cannot drink water just yet. Fetch me some milk. Lu Yuan hastily stood and dashed to the kitchen, retrieving a carton of room-temperature milk. Unfortunately, there were no bottles available, rendering the rabbits unable to drink. It turned out that numerous supplies for infants had been meticulously prepared for his own child, including dozens of bottles, countless nipples, and an abundance of formula. Xiao Yuan, you've really stocked up? Haha, it seems my eldest grandson is eager for a child. Lu Yuan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, yet he chose to remain silent. Grandma poured some milk into a bottle and personally fed the weak little rabbits, instantly revitalizing several of them. However, 2 rabbits still lay listlessly in their nest. Alas, these 2 may not survive. It seems the mother rabbit may have inadvertently crushed them during birth. Nevertheless, for your sake, I shall attempt to save them. But mark my words. Should you dare to bare your teeth at me again, I shall certainly knock them out. Despite receiving a reprimand from Lu Yuan, De Huang joyfully bounded towards him. Frolicking around, stealthily, he produced a golden fruit, and surprisingly, this time he did not rush to snatch it, but instead sat quietly beside the rabbit nest, vigilantly watching over them. He tore off a piece of the golden fruit, mashed it, and mixed it with the milk to feed the little rabbits. Shortly thereafter, the seemingly moribund rabbit gradually raised its head, gazing first at Lu Yuan and then at De Huang, before leaving a dropping. After supper, De Huang, unexpectedly, did not consume the food in its bowl, but rather carried the bowl to the rabbit's nest. However, the young rabbits were still of nursing age and unable to ingest such provisions. Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed, realizing that De Huang had found a new companion, which would hopefully lead to greater docility in the future. Shaoshan, missing me again? Lu Yuan, something terrible has happened. My mother was bitten by a rat and is now queuing at the hospital, but there are so many people that my father is beginning to feel faint. Shaoshan said, her voice laced with tears. Lu Yuan grew anxious and swiftly replied, Shaoshan, don't fret. Wait for me. I'll be there immediately. Okay, please hurry. We're at the 3rd People's Hospital. Lu Yuan hung up the phone and dashed towards home. It was already past 10 in the evening, and although the sky remained bright, the streets were mostly deserted, as few wished to endure the sweltering heat under the sun when the comfort of an air-conditioned room beckoned. Bursting through the front door, Lu Yuan hurried straight to his room. His grandmother, seeing Lu Yuan in such a flustered state, wanted to ask what was wrong, but before she could turn around, Lu Yuan had already vanished up the stairs. What's wrong with Xiao Yuan? So impetuous. He's usually not like this. However, before his grandmother could finish her sentence, Lu Yuan reappeared, rushing down the stairs once more. Xiao Yuan, where are you off to? Are you going to have dinner or not? As Lu Yuan observed the vanishing figure of his grandmother, she sighed and remarked, "It seems my eldest grandson has transformed into an entirely different person since becoming the factory director. Does this esteemed leader truly require such relentless hours of overtime?" At that moment, Lu Yuan drove his car up to the entrance and called out, "Grandma, please start your meal without waiting for me. I need to make a trip to the city." With that, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle out of the front gate of his home. Chapter 79. The father-in-law is bitten along the way. Lu Yuan received a call from Xiao Shan, who informed him that her father-in-law had begun to speak incoherently and had also lost consciousness. The mother and daughter duo were utterly unable to lift him. Although Xiao Shan's father was of average build and not particularly overweight, he still weighed around 140 to 150 pounds. Despite Xiao Shan's considerable strength, it was still quite a struggle for her to manage. Xiao Shan, first help your uncle cool down, and for heaven's sake, do not purchase tickets from scalpers. All right, I understand. Where are you now? Xiao Shan inquired anxiously. I'll be in the city shortly. Don't worry. Uncle should be fine. Lu Yuan reassured her while driving. Suddenly, a figure darted onto the road, and Lu Yuan, caught off guard, nearly collided with the individual. The person was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon looking up, they noticed that Lu Yuan's car had already sped away. What a jerk. Almost ran someone over and didn't even offer an apology. The person spat on the ground, only to discover a few banknotes lying there. They picked up the money and glanced back at the already vanished vehicle, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. The journey, which typically would have taken an hour, was remarkably shortened to a mere 20 minutes by Lu Yuan. Upon his arrival, Xiao Shan rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "Lu Yuan, my father is unconscious. Please, you must help." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan took Xiao Shan's hand and hurried to where her mother was weeping, applying ice water to her husband's forehead. Yet, despite her efforts, Xiao Shan's father remained flushed and unresponsive. Without indulging in pleasantries with Xiao Shan's mother, Lu Yuan stepped forward and pried open Xiao Shan's father's mouth, retrieving a golden fruit from his pocket. To the astonishment of the mother and daughter, Lu Yuan forcefully inserted the fruit into the man's throat. He was aware of the fruit's unique property. It dissolved instantly upon contact with moisture, requiring minimal mastication. However, noting that Xiao Shan's father's mouth was parched and devoid of saliva, Lu Yuan swiftly took the water from Xiao Shan's mother and poured a generous amount into the man's mouth. Indeed, upon contact with the water, the fruit began to break apart. As Lu Yuan gently patted Xiao Shan's father's chest to assist him in swallowing, he used his other hand to help elevate the man, preventing the risk of choking. Xiao Shan and her mother observed Lu Yuan's actions in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on him and the ailing man. Finally, Xiao Shan's father managed to swallow the entire fruit, yet its effects had yet to manifest. Lu Yuan understood that it was merely a matter of time. The last instance involving Lu Tiantian's child was quite similar. After consuming just a small piece of fruit, the child returned to normalcy. Considering the physical constitution, since Xiao Shan's father had consumed an entire fruit, he should be fine. Observing the tear-streaked face of Xiao Shan and her mother, who was weeping inconsolably, Lu Yuan offered a reassuring smile and said, "Auntie, Xiao Shan, do not weep. Uncle is perfectly fine. He should recover shortly. Do not worry. Is that truly the case? Yet, the hospital staff insists that it is hopeless. Indeed, trust me. This fruit was procured from a Taoist priest, and it previously cured a child from a neighboring family." However, Xiao Shan's mother remained hesitant, still struggling to regain her composure. Thus, out of consideration for her feelings, Lu Yuan had no choice but to assist Xiao Shan in carrying her father to the outpatient department, which was closer to the entrance and possessed a less pungent atmosphere. As the three waited quietly for Xiao Shan's father to awaken, a man wearing a baseball cap approached, nudging Lu Yuan with his shoulder and inquiring, "Brother, do you need a ticket?" Xiao Shan glared at him with fury, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, get away. You dare to sell a ticket for 50,000. Why don't you go rob someone instead?" At that moment, the man appeared taken aback, his legs trembling as he contemplated fleeing. Observing this, Xiao Shan assumed he was intimidated by her loud outburst. She immediately placed her hands on her hips, grasped his clothing, and demanded, "What's the matter? Why are you afraid to speak? Come, we're going to the police station. I will ensure that the authorities apprehend all you scoundrels." Abruptly, his knees buckled, and he prostrated himself before Xiao Shan, exclaiming with a deathly pallor, "Esteemed sir, I beg your forgiveness. I came here out of sheer desperation. Xiao Shan regarded him with astonishment, then followed the scalper's gaze to find Lu Yuan observing them with a mocking countenance. What did I say last time? Lu Yuan inquired. I didn't expect you to be so forgetful of pain. It seems my previous lesson was too lenient. Lu Yuan feigned another strike. But mindful of the hospital setting and the numerous onlookers, he refrained from physical violence, contenting himself with intimidation. Humph. You have nothing to say for yourself this time. Do you? Xiao Shan, summon the authorities. This sort of miscreant needs to be acquainted with the inside of a prison. Xiao Shan promptly retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call to the police. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of officers stormed into the hospital, their nostrils assailed by the pervasive odors. Who placed the call? One of them inquired, pinching his nose. Lu Yuan raised his hand, signaling, Officer, over here. The officer approached, scrutinizing the scalper restrained by Xiao Shan, then turned his attention to Lu Yuan. Ah, if it isn't Director Lu, what brings you here? Oh, my father-in-law sustained a rodent bite and is here for treatment. To my surprise, while attempting to register, we encountered this scalper monopolizing the registration process and attempting to sell the passes at exorbitant prices. Lu Yuan gestured towards the individual on the ground. Indeed, we have received numerous reports of this nature. Apprehensions are made, yet the practice persists, with individuals perpetually risking engaging in scalping, the officer lamented. Director Lu, we appreciate your report. As he spoke, the other party promptly removed the hat from the kneeling scalper's head and proceeded to place handcuffs on his wrists. By the way, Director Lu, do you require our assistance? The individual extended an olive branch towards Lu Yuan, indicating that with their intervention, it would be a trivial matter to bypass the queue for treatment. However, Lu Yuan merely shook his head and replied, Officer, I appreciate your offer, but my father-in-law should be fine now. The other person glanced at the still unconscious father of Xiao Shan and remarked, Isn't he still unresponsive? At that moment, unexpectedly, the father of Xiao Shan stirred slightly, let out a long sigh, and asked, Is there any water? Xiao Shan's mother, filled with joy, eagerly opened a bottle of mineral water and offered him a sip. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done, the officer smiled at Lu Yuan and departed the hospital with the scalper in tow. Chapter 80. Xiao Shan's uncle and An. Upon returning home, Xiao Shan's father, enveloped in gloom, confined himself to his room. The reason for his distress was the embarrassment of having soiled his trousers, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon him despite having acknowledged Lu Yuan as his son-in-law. The incident had rendered him somewhat bashful. However, the heat within the room became unbearable, compounded by the fact that the wiring had been chewed through by a rodent and the power company had yet to arrive for repairs. A wave of oppressive warmth swept through the space, making it impossible to remain. Xiao Shan, pointing at the firmly shut door, sighed resignedly. I doubt my father will come out any time soon. It may be a while before he does. Not to worry, she continued. The solar panels at home can still generate some electricity. Once the batteries are fully charged later, we should be able to run the air conditioning. As Lu Yuan was about to say something, he noticed Xiao Shan's mother approaching with a beaming smile. Lu Yuan, I truly thank you this time. Without you, Xiao Shan's father might have. Her voice quivered, on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan quickly patted her shoulder and gently took Xiao Shan's hand. Auntie, you're being too formal. Uncle was bitten by a mouse. It's my responsibility to help. Besides, Xiao Shan and I are practically at the stage of marriage, and I consider you and uncle as my own family. Xiao Shan's mother nodded, tears brimming in her eyes, but was halted by Xiao Shan's interjection. Mom, Dad is fine now, so please don't cry. Seeing that Xiao Shan's family was safe, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief. To ensure the battery was sufficiently charged to power the air conditioning, he prepared to check the situation upstairs. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Listening closely, he discerned a conversation between two individuals. YG Anjin, if you dare take the money out, I will divorce you. Lu Sujuan, that is my brother. How could I not save him? Besides, when our family was in trouble, my brother helped us immensely. We cannot be ungrateful. After the woman spoke, she attempted to leave, but the man sighed deeply, immediately blocking her path, his tone softening. All right, Sujuan, no more. Just wait and see, all right? Sigh. I'm just worried about my brother. Humph. Who doesn't he know that his daughter has found a wealthy man, and they even bought a villa with him around? Do you think you need to spend money? When you see your brother later, ask him if he could lend us some money. Our family is struggling to afford even basic meals. Just as Lu Yuan was about to climb onto the roof to inspect whether the solar panels were damaged, he suddenly lost his footing due to a slightly unstable ladder. nearly tumbling down. However, the commotion he caused caught the attention of two individuals outside the door. They noticed Lu Yuan, and during their exchange of glances, a look of surprise crossed their faces. You are? Ahem. That would be me. The two immediately displayed a hint of embarrassment. Inside the house, Xiaoshan and her mother, hearing the noise, assumed Lu Yuan had fallen, and hurried outside, only to find him standing steadily on the ladder, conversing with the two visitors. Lu Yuan, who are you talking to? It's too dangerous up there. Come down. Xiaoshan's mother, concerned for his safety, promptly steadied the ladder to help him descend. Ahem, Andy, it seems Xiaoshan's uncle and aunt have arrived. Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat vexed, climbed down from the ladder. The couple had just been discussing him, calling him a wealthy individual, and even expressing a desire to procure some money from him, which left Lu Yuan feeling uncomfortable. However, since they were Xiaoshan's relatives, he refrained from expressing anger, not being fully aware of the circumstances. If they were genuinely in dire straits, he would be willing to assist. Yet, if their intentions were solely to exploit his future connection to Xiaoshan for financial gain, Lu Yuan would certainly refuse. Xiaoshan's mother appeared taken aback, glancing at Xiaoshan before quietly inquiring, "Did you call your uncle?" A faint, unnatural smile graced Xiaoshan's countenance as she explained, "I was merely concerned about my father's well-being. In my desperation, I sought assistance wherever I could, and upon hearing that uncle possessed connections within the hospital, I contacted him. I simply didn't anticipate his arrival at such a belated hour." Xiaoshan's mother, her finger extended towards her daughter, struggled to articulate her thoughts, ultimately sighing. "We shall settle accounts later." Xiaoshan, in response, playfully stuck out her tongue towards the doorway. As the door swung open, the two individuals who had been standing outside entered, bearing an assortment of nutritional supplements. They greeted Xiaoshan's mother, who, with a displeased expression, silently brushed aside their touch, stating, "It's nothing serious. Some medication has sufficed." "Indeed?" one inquired. "I had heard that rodent bites often necessitate an extended hospital stay. What medication was administered?" "Oh, merely some anti-inflammatory drugs. Your brother was likely not bitten by a mutated rodent," she replied, ushering them into the house. Xiaoshan, appearing demure, nodded towards the couple, greeting them with "uncle," "aunt." The woman, with a warm smile, approached Xiaoshan, gently caressing her face, remarking, "Oh my, the skin on this little face is so smooth and supple. You must have been indulging in some rather exquisite delicacies to achieve such a complexion. Congratulations, Xiaoshan, on finding such a fine boyfriend." Lu Yuan, slightly embarrassed, offered a polite smile to the couple. Xiaoshan's mother, drawing Lu Yuan closer, gestured towards the pair, saying, "Lu Yuan, allow me to introduce you. This is Xiaoshan's uncle, and this is her aunt." Lu Yuan nodded to them, greeting them with, "Uncle, aunt." The man cast a glance at Lu Yuan and remarked, Quite impressive. This young fellow appears quite spirited." He then extended his hand to shake with Lu Yuan, immediately noticing the remarkable cleanliness of Lu Yuan's hands, which elicited a hint of surprise on his face. "Lu Yuan, you must treat our little Shan well from now on," the woman said, linking her arm with Xiaoshan's as she addressed Lu Yuan. Chapter 81. The greedy couple. Several individuals sat together in the room, engaged in conversation for a while, when Wei Jianjun could no longer contain himself. "Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Is he still unwell? We should go see him." Xiaoshan's mother sighed and pointed to the closed door, saying, "He's inside." Just then, the door swung open, and Xiaoshan's father emerged with a blank expression. "What brings you here? If it's for a loan, spare me the trouble." A hint of embarrassment crossed Wei Jianjun's face as he opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by a sudden pain in his arm. His wife interjected, "Elder brother, that's quite harsh. We've come to see you. If you think we're here to ask for money, you must truly view us as strangers." Xiaoshan's father nodded and took a seat on the nearby sofa. He glanced at Lu Yuan, and upon noticing the latter's calm demeanor, he felt somewhat reassured. However, the elder's remarks left both Wei Jianjun and his wife feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Elder brother, that seems rather callous. After all, we are family. Can't we at least share a meal together? Furthermore, Xiaoshan's boyfriend is here. It would be a perfect opportunity for us to dine and converse. As elders, we should also look out for Xiaoshan." Xiaoshan's father immediately appeared displeased. "There's no need for your scrutiny. Your sister-in-law and I both find Lu Yuan to be quite commendable and worthy of our Xiaoshan. Furthermore, what assistance have you truly provided in assessing this situation? Xiaoshan's affection is all that truly matters." At last, a hint of displeasure surfaced on the woman's countenance. "Oh, brother, Why are you so agitated? Barely 3 sentences in, and you're already trying to usher us out. It seems that even the most well-intentioned gestures are perceived as machinations. Very well, Jianjun, let us depart. Wei Jianjun, evidently a man deeply subservient to his wife, regarded her words as gospel and promptly began to rise. However, his wife restrained him. Didn't you say we were leaving? She questioned. If you persist in this manner, I see no purpose in maintaining this household. We shall proceed with a divorce immediately. I shall take the children with me. The woman's voice grew increasingly strident, ultimately dissolving into tears as she collapsed onto the sofa's armrest, overcome with grief. Xiaoshan's parents exchanged a look of helplessness. All right, Suwan, the father relented. When did I ever say that I wouldn't assist you? However, the demands you're making are excessive, and you're well aware of the current state of the economy. Our family has only managed to persevere thanks to Lu Yuan's support. Indeed, Suwan, the mother added, your brother and I are not without our own difficulties. My stall has long since ceased operation, and I currently have no source of income. Your brother's factory also experiences intermittent shutdowns, making it impossible to receive a consistent salary. And even with his meager monthly wage of a few thousand yuan, it's hardly sufficient to purchase anything of substance. However, the woman remained unyielding, continuing her tirade. Where does your food, your fruit, and the meat you consume come from, if you claim to be without money? Lu Yuan gradually comprehended the underlying motive. She was attempting to exert pressure on Xiaoshan's parents, hoping to procure some sustenance from him. Xiaoshan, wait for me a moment. I shall fetch something. With that, Lu Yuan exited the room. As he stepped out, the woman's sobs abruptly ceased, and she turned, pointing at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, Xiaoshan, is your boyfriend about to leave? Xiaoshan retorted with a cold laugh, not leaving, Auntie. Your tears are truly convincing. The woman, seemingly unfazed by Xiaoshan's mockery, replied, Isn't it all for the sake of this family? You will comprehend once you are married. I am left with no choice. Had it not reached this critical juncture, your uncle and I would never have come. With a thud, Lu Yuan tossed a bag onto the table. The woman sniffled and pointed at the bag, inquiring, Lu Yuan, what is this? Open it, and you will see. She responded eagerly. Upon opening the bag, they discovered half a pig's leg, a bag of fruit, and some vegetables. Wei Jianjun and Lu Sujuan stood in stunned silence. It had been quite some time since they had seen meat, and to their astonishment, the bag contained half a pig's leg, along with fresh apples and vegetables. Xiaoshan's father quickly stepped forward, blocking Lu Yuan's path, and whispered, Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Do you know who they are? By giving them this, they will surely remember you. Lu Yuan was certainly aware of the issue at hand. Yet he smiled and replied, Uncle, it's nothing to worry about. If you wish to drive away the wolves, you must possess something of substance. They will not leave without a bit of bloodshed. After speaking, Lu Yuan gestured towards the contents of his bag and continued. These are items I procured from a yellow cow, initially intended as nutritional supplements for you. However, as you are now on the mend, consider these as a token of our meeting. Please take them with you. Wei Jianjun could scarcely believe his ears. Are you serious? This amounts to over 20 kilograms of meat. It would fetch at least several thousand outside. Such wealth is unattainable by mere money. Yet, his wife shot him a fierce glare and chuckled. Look at that. Wealthy individuals possess both refinement and awareness. Lu Yuan, rest assured, I consent to your marriage with Xiaoshan. Anyone who disagrees shall have my ire. Well then, big brother and sister-in-law, we shan't intrude further. Brother, take care of your health. We shall take our leave now. With that, he grasped the still astonished Wei Jianjun and headed for the door. After watching them depart, Xiaoshan's father and mother both let out deep sighs. Indeed, Xiao Yuan. What a pity about that half-pig leg. It will take us ages to consume it. Lu Yuan chuckled softly and responded, Auntie, Uncle, do not lament. My family's pig will soon be ready for market. When the time comes, I shall bring you some fresh pork. He added, by the way, Uncle, I noticed upstairs that the power output of your solar panels seems rather low. Does your home frequently experience power outages? Little Shan's father remains resolute in his unwillingness to reside at Lu Yuan's place, a decision he has firmly made. Chapter 82. The food rationing system. Lu's father had yet to retire for the night. He was engrossed in designing plans on the sofa. Since aligning himself with Du Heng's company, he had come to appreciate the remarkable prowess of a true designer, which propelled him into a fervent exploration of architectural concepts. Suddenly, he was informed that Little Shan's father had been bitten by a mouse. I must check on the situation. Upon hearing the news, Lu's father, visibly anxious, inquired, Why didn't you inform us sooner? How is he now? As Lu's father prepared to rise from his seat, Lu Yuan quickly intervened, reassuring him, Father, there is no need for concern. Everything is fine now. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Lu's father felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he proceeded to call little Shan's father to confirm that all was well. After a brief conversation, he finally ended the call. With dinner still unconsumed, Lu Yuan took 2 packets of instant noodles from the refrigerator to prepare a meal. Upon seeing this, Lu's father, clutching his stomach, requested that Lu Yuan add another packet. Once the noodles were ready, the father and son settled on the sofa, enjoying their meal while engaging in light conversation and watching television. Recently, the nation had convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on declaring a state of emergency regarding food supplies. The new food rationing policy was officially announced, mandating a unified plan for grain storage across all regions. Henceforth, the food sales centers would be managed uniformly by local law enforcement, with a strict daily limit on supply for each individual, in an endeavor to resolve the issue of food allocation. Relevant technology firms have initiated the deployment of facial recognition devices across various regions, ensuring that the supply of grain is safeguarded against illicit acquisition. Upon perusing the news online, both Lu Yuan and his father ceased their repast. The grain is no longer for sale? It's being given away instead? Lu's father seemed perplexed. Lu Yuan, seated beside him, added, Father, I believe you've misinterpreted the situation. It's not being given away. Rather, it's unattainable for purchase. This signifies that the state has indeed assumed control over the grain supply. It is anticipated that everyone will endure privation in the days ahead. This has escalated significantly. I wonder if others are cognizant of this. The subsequent day, everyone discerned a particular issue. A contingent of individuals clad in police uniforms arrived at the 2 supermarkets in District 3. They arrived in vehicles, conferred with the shopkeepers to ascertain the quantity of grain in stock, registered the details, and subsequently transported all the grain away. This abrupt action left all those poised to queue for rice and flour bewildered. What is transpiring? Why is the grain being confiscated? What shall we consume? My child is eagerly awaiting rice. We're doomed. Could it be that they're confiscating all the grain and abandoning us? What shall we consume? Have none of you been following the news? The announcement released in the early hours of the morning stated that all grain would be subject to unified management and allocated per capita. Each household will be subject to a daily limit, and it will be provided without charge. Suddenly, the crowd began to grow tumultuous, with individuals voicing their pessimistic conjectures about negative news. Instantly, some despondently envisioned a future of starvation, and soon thereafter, tears began to flow. Before long, another police vehicle arrived, from which several officers emerged carrying a large poster, affixing it to the supermarket wall. They also produced a machine, setting it upon a table, and summoned the supermarket owner aside for a conversation. Moments later, the owner emerged, his face etched with despair. The crowd immediately converged, clamoring with inquiries. The supermarket owner, with a pained expression, lamented, Alas, the supermarket is to be controlled by the police. From now on, food will be delivered daily at 9 in the morning. This place will become a distribution point, with each person limited to a daily ration of food, no exceptions. Oh, my store! I shall have no money left. I have heard that money will soon hold no value. There will be no means to purchase food or water. A wave of dread swept through the crowd, an ominous atmosphere permeating the air. However, in an effort to assuage public anxiety, authorities devised various measures to alleviate the food crisis. In addition to the limited food supply, alternative food items could be exchanged for staple grains like rice and flour. Those possessing other foodstuffs could trade them, and even items such as metal goods could serve as currency for exchange. Furthermore, the supermarket arranged for certain job opportunities. Successful applicants would receive additional food compensation. Unemployed, Luma once again caught a whiff of new opportunities, promptly expressing her desire to apply for a position as a supermarket manager or cashier. This choice would not only supplement the household income, but also allow her to procure food supplies in a timely manner. After all, the daily rations were limited, and if one did not arrive early, they would be left to starve until the next day. Every family member wholeheartedly supported Lu Ma's decision. Furthermore, the option of exchanging goods for food instilled a glimmer of hope in everyone, as the government permitted such barter, provided that the items possessed intrinsic value. Offering scraps for exchange would yield little benefit. That evening, as Lu Yuan lay in bed scrolling through his phone, he noticed discussions in the group regarding the exchange of goods for food. Gushun's Hun from Building 6 remarked, I have a car at home. I wonder if it can be exchanged. Although it is out of fuel and cannot be driven, it is merely a heap of scrap metal now. Sun Hung from Supermarket 2 responded, yes, it can. I just checked the list of exchangeable items, and it states that cars can be exchanged. However, you will need the purchase invoice and the registration certificate. Gu Shun's Hun from Building 6 replied, that should not be an issue. We bought the car just 2 years ago, and it has barely run 30,000 kilometers. I wonder what price it could fetch. Lu Guixiang from Building 56 added, I have a piano at home, Sun Hung. Could you help me see if it can be exchanged? Sun Hung from Supermarket 2 reassured her, yes, Aunt Lu, that should be sellable. It ought to be quite valuable. I had no idea you could play the piano. At this moment, an individual who had been silent in the group finally spoke up. Chapter 83, Bartering for Sustenance. Wood Daming Villas, number 12. Boss Sun, could you please take a look at my calligraphy and paintings? I possess quite a few. However, there is no food left at home. The appearance of Teacher Wood instantly elicited a wave of astonishment within the group. This calligrapher had little interaction with anyone present. They only knew him to be exceptionally wealthy. The extent of his wealth was a mystery, though some claimed he once purchased a piece of calligraphy for over $1 million. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he was undeniably affluent, as he had never been seen waiting in line at the supermarket for water or food. Everyone speculated that he must have a substantial stockpile of provisions, yet it was surprising to learn that he too faced dire circumstances. Now willing to part with his treasured artworks. Sun Heng, Supermarket number 2, Teacher Gua. I regret to inform you that calligraphy and antique artworks are no longer accepted for exchange. It seems this category has been eliminated. Gui Daming Villas, number 12, what? Surely not. They want to accept calligraphy? Previously, I had a piece that many sought after. Someone even offered 3 million, and I declined. Song Heng. Villas number 3, Teacher Gue. What time are we living in? It has been 6 months of scorching days. This is the apocalypse. Who has the heart to appreciate antiques and artworks now? They say in chaotic times, gold thrives while antiques flourish in prosperous eras. This statement holds true. By the way, you might want to call that individual who was interested in your calligraphy before and see if they are still interested. Wood Daming Villas, number 12, Sai. After making the phone calls, it was clear that they had no intention of purchasing. Is there anyone here who might be interested? I am willing to sell at a discounted price. Chen Ku, at number 33 Pingtai, remarked, Teacher Gua, don't exert yourself. Everyone is struggling in these times. Who has the inclination to buy calligraphy and paintings? You might as well explore your connections to see if anyone is willing to take them off your hands. We truly lack the appreciation for such art. Filling our stomachs is of utmost importance. Feeling despondent, Guadaming quietly exited the group chat, leaving others to ponder the status of his delicate wife and whether she still wished to remain with him. The following morning, a long queue had formed outside the supermarket at the intersection of District 3 as many began registering to receive their allocated rations of food and water. The previously reclusive teacher Gua finally made an appearance. The last time Lu Yuan had seen him, he appeared somewhat plump with fair skin, yet this time, he noticed the hollowness beneath his eyes, the absence of vitality, and his parched lips. The once noticeable belly had vanished, and his oversized pants now hung awkwardly, with the belt wrapped around his waist 1.5 times. In another queue, individuals were exchanging various goods. Officer, how much rice can I get for this car? Do you have the registration and purchase invoice? Yes, indeed. Here they are, all in order. I spent 100,000 2 years ago, and it has only been driven for over 30,000 kilometers. It's practically brand new. Oh, you can exchange it for 500 pounds of rice. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? What? Officer, surely you must be mistaken. I paid 100,000 for it. And now, only 500 pounds in return? He chuckled. Exchanging 500 pounds of rice for a mere car worth 100,000 is quite the bargain. I recently traded in my vehicle for a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, which cost me over 200,000 at the time, and I only received 600 pounds in return. I even felt that was a loss. Who knows? The exchange rate might decrease further in the future. Thus, making a trade now is indeed a prudent choice. The car shall remain idle. Shortly, we shall send someone to retrieve it. Next, officer, I possess a piano. 200 pounds of rice. Officer, I have a truck. 600 pounds. Everyone is striving to exchange whatever they can. No one desires to wait until the nation runs out of food and their possessions become worthless. While there is still rice available, one should exchange as much as possible. After receiving the free rations, people began to bring their items from home to trade for rice. By around 5 in the afternoon, the police vehicle had successfully exchanged an entire semi-trailer full of grain before departing. Alas, houses are not being accepted. If only I had known, I would not have purchased so many properties. Now, they are all a burden in my hands. The speaker was named Wasteland, who had been particularly drawn to District 3. He constructed numerous houses and developed several villas in that area. Over the years, a significant number of outsiders had settled in District 3, and his properties were nearly all sold out. Subsequently, observing the lucrative nature of real estate and the commendable development of District 3 by Qing Shui, he invested further in villas. Alas, the unforeseen advent of the apocalypse rendered these investments, including unsold properties, worthless. Villas for sale. 2-story dwellings at bargain prices. Constructed at a cost of $1 million. Originally marked at $1,800,000, now offered at a reduced rate. Not $1 million, but a mere $998,000. Inquiries welcome. Wasteland proclaimed from an elevated position, yet his entreaties were met with indifference. Who would purchase property in these times? Only a fool would consider such a transaction. Wasteland, displeased by the remark, descended from his perch to confront the speaker. Why disparage my efforts if you have no intention of buying? My villas, constructed at a cost of $1 million, boast luxurious interiors and are fully furnished with appliances. Were it not for the apocalypse, they would fetch at least $2 million. Truth is unwelcome, it seems. Have you not heard? No one dares invest in property now. Fortunes have been lost. Abandon your aspirations. Yet, you should not speak so freely. What if someone were interested? Wasteland resumed his calls from above, yet remained unheeded. As the crowd began to disperse, he grew desperate. 900,000. Anyone interested at 900,000? Negotiations are welcome. His pleas were in vain, and he departed in resignation. Chapter 84. The purchase indeed. Lu Yuan's conjecture was validated. After a fortnight, the initial allotment of half a caddy of grain per person per day was further reduced due to additional subsidy cuts, leaving each individual with only 6 taels of grain daily, and the exchange rate for goods dwindled even more. Initially, one person hesitated to part with their newly acquired BMW sedan, but as the grain exchange rate plummeted, they finally resolved to trade it, only to receive 300 caddies of rice for the brand new vehicle. Witnessing the diminishing grain exchange rate, Wasteland grew increasingly anxious. Officer, why aren't you accepting houses? Mine is a villa. Wasteland eventually departed, dejected. Lu Yuan sensed that the opportune moment was approaching. Any further price reduction would likely result in another party seizing the opportunity. Thus, he retrieved his mobile phone and added the other party as a friend. The other party promptly accepted Lu Yuan's friend request. Hello, are you interested in purchasing the house? A 2-story villa spanning over 500 square meters. Luxuriously furnished with brand-name appliances and furniture, ready for immediate occupancy, now available for only 500,000. 500,000? Isn't that a bit steep? Real estate isn't particularly valuable these days, and this is just the outskirts. There isn't even a hospital nearby. A school district property in the city center can be acquired for just over 200,000. Brother Lu, don't be absurd. This is a villa, incomparable to a school district property in the city center. 500,000 is truly a bargain. Well, I don't have that much cash on hand, but I do have some grain. Would you consider accepting grain as payment? Grain is a valuable commodity. Lu Yuan readily agreed and proceeded to the new residence with the rice. Upon arrival, the host immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Director Lu, do come in and take a look. Once you do, you'll understand its true worth." Lu Yuan nodded and followed him into the villa. In front of the entrance lay a 5-meter wide concrete pathway, flanked by what should have been a flourishing array of flowers and plants. However, after months of relentless heat, all the greenery had withered away, leaving only a desolate carpet of dried grass. The 2-story villa, encompassing over 200 square meters, showcased a European architectural style that appeared remarkably pristine, complemented by 2 parking spaces beside the house. The entrance featured an imposing bronze door, solid and substantial. While it may not rival the armored gates of Lu Yuan's own home, it still bore a considerable weightiness. The living room was exceptionally spacious, basking in sunlight from 3 sides, creating an airy atmosphere. Yet, in this apocalyptic era of relentless heat, such a design could easily render one uncomfortably warm. The house boasted 6 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 dining areas, 4 bathrooms, and a gym, undeniably luxurious, and most importantly, it was brand new, never having been inhabited. Although a layer of dust had settled on the furniture, a simple cleaning would suffice to restore its former glory. The numerous floor-to-ceiling windows clearly indicated the opulence of the residence, as the host mentioned that prior to the apocalypse, the house was valued at around $2 million. A statement that rang true. After surveying the property, the host fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, inquiring, "Director Lu, are you satisfied with the house?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. "It's acceptable," he remarked, though the safety aspect leaves much to be desired. "As for the price, Director Lu, please don't jest with me. I am genuinely intent on selling my house, not engaging in frivolity. The provisions at home are dwindling. Could you lend a helping hand?" "Very well," he replied. "But let me clarify that my funds are quite limited. Should you wish to proceed with the sale, I could offer grain as a form of payment, 100 pounds of grain in exchange for 100,000. Is that unreasonable?" Upon hearing Lu Yuan's proposal of 100 pounds of grain for 100,000, the other party was nearly elated to the point of jumping. "Director Lu, is what you said true?" "Indeed, it is true. If you sell for 500,000, I won't haggle. I will provide 500 pounds of rice or its equivalent in other food items." The other party's eyes gleamed with curiosity as they inquired, "Is there any meat?" The mention of meat nearly made Wei Tian salivate, clearly having craved it for quite some time. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation. "There is a bit. 100 pounds of rice can be exchanged for 10 pounds of meat. How much would you like?" The other party licked their lips and replied, 10 pounds will suffice. And make sure it's boneless. Only meat. Rest assured, I won't sell any meat with bones." Subsequently, Lu Yuan drove the other party to the housing authority to complete the transaction, thus acquiring the villa as his own. To celebrate Lu Ma's successful job search once again, everyone prepared an extravagant feast featuring braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, a large plate of chicken, and steamed meat, all composed of delectable meat dishes. Although Lu Yuan's household is not lacking in vegetables or meat, the family adheres to the principle of minimizing waste during meals, often saving leftovers for future consumption in the refrigerator. "By the way, Mom, does the supermarket provide meals?" Upon mentioning the food over there, Lu's mother revealed a faint smile of bitterness. "To be honest, I find their cuisine quite unpalatable, as they use merely a pinch of salt, and the fried rice is essentially dry, devoid of even a hint of oil. It's nearly enough to make me nauseous." Ha. It's not just food that's scarce outside. Various seasonings are also in short supply, and oil is becoming increasingly rare. Nowadays, who uses oil for fried rice? It's simply extravagant. Well, I plan to bring my own meals. Water is exceptionally precious in other households. They avoid washing dishes whenever possible, and some even deliberately refrain from doing so, hoping to scrape off a layer of crispy rice after several meals. Lu Yuan finds it unbearable to think about the chopsticks and bowls passed around. Laden with an unknown number of people's saliva and leftover food, it makes him feel somewhat queasy. Chapter 85, The New Uprising. The crisis surrounding food has grown increasingly dire, culminating in a resurgence of riots. People are protesting against the government for failing to provide food, deeming it a callous disregard for human life. However, the government has publicly stated that their actions are guided by the principle of sustainable management, as various crops are virtually impossible to cultivate in the current high-temperature conditions. High temperatures are but one aspect. The main issue lies in the severe drought and lack of water. Although a torrential rain several months ago filled many containers, the taxes collected have largely been depleted. Riots have erupted once more in various locales, as individuals begin to assail police stations, government buildings, and food distribution centers. However, they have been met with severe warnings, and tragic incidents have already occurred. On this particular day, Xiaoshan frantically called Lu Yuan and said, "Lu Yuan, please do not come to my home to deliver food today. The situation outside is exceptionally chaotic, with rampant looting and vandalism." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan became anxious. "What? The riots have resumed? Weren't several people killed just yesterday? Have these individuals not learned their lesson?" He sighed, "Alas. The streets are now littered with the bodies of the starving. Some people have finally lost their patience and taken to the streets to wreak havoc. The police are unable to contain them. And what about you? You aren't still at work, are you?" Lu Yuan asked, his concern evident. "No. The company has suspended our work for the time being to ensure our safety. We will return once the situation calms down a bit." "All right. Do you have enough food at home? If not, I can bring you some." "Please, do not come. It is far too dangerous. Especially with you driving. You would surely become a target for their robberies. We have plenty of food at home, so there is no need to worry." "Okay. Please prioritize your safety. Tell your father to stay home as well. It would be unwise to encounter any ill-intentioned individuals." Yes, I will inform my dad. After chatting a little longer, Lu Yuan ended the call, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind, as if something ominous was about to transpire. During dinner, Lu Yuan's absent-mindedness caught the attention of his mother. Xiao Yuan, focus on your meal. What are you preoccupied with? Alas, a riot has erupted in the city once more, with rampant looting occurring everywhere, and even the police seem overwhelmed. I am deeply concerned that Xiao Shan's family may fall victim to these marauders. Lu Yuan believes it is unnecessary to conceal this matter from his parents, for such news is rampant in the media. Fortunately, our District 3 remains relatively unscathed, as incidents of this nature have not yet transpired here. The population density is low, and the residents are somewhat familiar with one another. Should an assailant be recognized, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the community. However, the situation in the city is markedly different. It is vast and teeming with a diverse array of inhabitants, leading to tenuous connections among individuals. Unlike the camaraderie found in District 3, this lack of trust has precipitated the current turmoil. Furthermore, the supply of food within the city is far from seamless. The sheer number of people, with some neighborhoods housing over 10,000 residents, renders the meager provisions brought in by a few vehicles utterly inadequate. The process of distributing food is exceedingly time-consuming, with some individuals waiting an entire day without securing any sustenance. Lu Yuan's newly acquired residence lacks a sizable freezer, as it is a high-end villa, and no one would install such an extravagant appliance at home. Indeed, Xiao Yuan, let us hasten to invite them to seek refuge here. Otherwise, should they be robbed, it would spell trouble. Losing possessions can be tolerated, but if someone were to be injured, that would be truly dire. At that moment, Lu's father handed Lu Yuan a crossbow. Son, when you venture out, exercise caution. We do not seek trouble, yet we are unafraid of it. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on you or on Xiaoshan and her parents, use this to protect yourself. Lu Yuan nodded as he accepted the crossbow. The vehicle swiftly approached a park situated a few kilometers from the city center, once a vibrant space filled with leisurely strollers. It had become desolate since the onset of the apocalypse. The park was now a neglected site, its entrance dismantled, and the ground littered with refuse. An unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Consequently, no one dared to visit anymore. Lu Yuan parked the car here to avoid potential vandalism. After all, in this sweltering heat, this vehicle was his sole means of transport, and any damage would surely cause him great distress. The crossbow, compact in size, was discreetly tucked into his sunshade attire as he donned a hat and set off towards Shashan's home. The once bustling streets now exuded an air of desolation. Shops lining the roads were firmly shuttered, and remnants of chaos were evident, with shattered glass and signs of looting scattered within. Vehicles were left in ruins, and the walls bore the haunting scrawls of rioters, each message a stark reminder of the turmoil. Passers-by hurried along, heads bowed, fearful of an encounter with the violent mob. Throughout his journey, Lu Yuan was perpetually apprehensive, dreading a sudden assault by some miscreant. Though not particularly fearful for himself, he worried about the possibility of overreacting and causing fatal harm to an assailant. Adjusting his sleeves, Lu Yuan rounded a street corner and observed a police vehicle parked beside a vandalized establishment. Several officers were documenting the scene while the proprietor, his head bloodied, tearfully recounted the atrocities committed by the rioters. Witnessing this, Lu Yuan realized that the extent of the city's unrest far exceeded his initial assumptions. He had naively believed the rioters were merely individuals looting for sustenance. However, the ravaged streets, the shattered storefronts, and the weeping shopkeeper painted a far grimmer picture. As he continued his somber observation, a gunshot rang out behind him. Lu Yuan turned to see a rioter, brandishing a machete, collapse to the ground. A bullet wound visible in his chest. One of the officers who had been assisting the shopkeeper stood nearby, his hands trembling as he clutched his firearm, panting heavily. The incident deeply affected Lu Yuan, and he hastened to Xiao Shan's residence, knocking urgently on their door. The door was immediately flung open, revealing Xiao Shan wielding a mop handle, her father with a cleaver, and her mother with an iron bar, all poised and wary as they confronted Lu Yuan. Upon recognizing Lu Yuan at the door, they were immediately relieved. Good heavens, you scared us half to death. Come in quickly. It's not safe to linger outside. Lu Yuan, weren't you told not to come? Why did you come anyway? It's far too perilous out there. Did you encounter any trouble on your way? Xiao Shan promptly pulled Lu Yuan inside, and Xiao Shan's mother immediately shut the door. It's too precarious here. I simply wanted to check on your well-being. I didn't expect the situation to devolve into such chaos along the way. Lu Yuan had not yet recovered from the shock, and was still grappling with the reality. As a law-abiding citizen, he had only witnessed such events in foreign films, never imagining that this scene would genuinely unfold. Alas, we thought it would be a simple demonstration, never imagining it would escalate to this extent. It's simply unbelievable, Xiaoshan said, still somewhat shaken. Xiaoshan's mother was also visibly unnerved. Xiaoshan promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mom and Dad, please abandon your outdated notions. Besides, no one knows we've moved into Lu Yuan's house, and even if they did, what would it matter? I'm destined to marry Lu Yuan sooner or later. Alas. Very well, but how will we navigate the journey? We haven't even packed our belongings yet. Lu's mother looked at the furniture with a tinge of regret. Auntie, there's no need to fret about that. The house has everything you need. Just focus on settling in. As Lu Yuan was about to lead them away, there was another knock at the door, the sound like the footsteps of doom, trampling upon everyone's hearts. What should we do? Xiaoshan, feeling a twinge of fear, nestled closer into Lu Yuan's embrace. Beside them, Xiaoshan's mother wore a look of apprehension as she anxiously gazed at the door, her grip tightening around the iron rod she held. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan's father positioned himself protectively behind the others, wielding a kitchen knife and preparing to confront whatever lay beyond. At that moment, Lu Yuan firmly grasped his arm. Uncle, allow me to handle this. That is out of the question. I am fine. Xiaoshan's father insisted, his resolve unwavering. Lu Yuan, you stay here and protect Xiaoshan. I shall deal with this intruder. With that, he strode purposefully towards the door. Lu Yuan, feeling powerless, clutched Xiaoshan's hand and addressed the two women. Auntie, Xiaoshan, you both should retreat into the room. I fear that uncle may not be able to manage alone against the intruder, so I shall assist him. Xiaoshan cast a glance at her father at the door and then at Lu Yuan, tears brimming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan's mother covered her mouth, terrified that her sobs might attract attention from outside. Please be cautious. If they are merely after valuables, let them in. It will be all right. The worst that can happen is that we surrender what they seek, but we must not allow them to harm anyone. Lu Yuan gently stroked Xiaoshan's head, offering a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I shall prioritize safety. Now quickly take Auntie and find refuge inside. As he spoke, the knocking on the door grew more insistent. Voices from outside began to emerge. This family must possess valuable possessions. I've often seen someone leaving with bags full of food. While others lack provisions, they seem abundant. It must be them. How fortunate. If they truly have what we seek, I shall take the lead. Open the door. Those inside, open up. I know you are at home. Stop pretending. If you do not open the door, we will force our way in. Lu Yuan drew forth his crossbow from his bosom and retrieved 5 small crossbow bolts from his pocket, pressing them into the firing slot. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of relentless pounding on the door resonated again. At this moment, Xiaoshan's father felt a surge of anxiety. His voice trembled, not only from fear, but also from the realization that his longtime neighbor would dare to come to his home with a group of people. This ignited a fierce anger within him, yet he felt a tinge of fear. Behind him were his daughter and wife, and he could not allow them to burst in. However, a cold chuckle emanated from outside. Wei Jiangwo, there is no need for me to explain the principle of a man being innocent, but still suffering for possessing something precious. Open the door obediently. We only seek your provisions and mean you no harm. If you do not recognize the gravity of the situation, do not blame us for being unkind. Furthermore, even if you call the police now, it will be of no avail. With that, another violent assault on the door ensued. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, aiming the crossbow at the entrance, poised to eliminate all intruders the moment they breached the threshold. As for the consequences of taking a life, that was no longer a concern of his. Nonetheless, to ensure he would not be taken to the police station for questioning, Lu Yuan had activated the recording function on his mobile phone. Chapter 87. Shooting the thieves. The pounding on the door grew increasingly ferocious, and the door began to warp under the assault. Xiaoshan's father gripped the kitchen knife tightly, swallowing hard. Seeing this, Lu Yuan whispered to him, Uncle, stay away from the door. Let me handle this. Lu Yuan, you were armed? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I was wary of premature exposure, Lu Yuan responded. But it's of no consequence now. Let them breach the gate. Mr. Shan retreated a few paces, and a deafening crash echoed as the iron gate succumbed. A frail man, having exerted excessive force, stumbled to the ground, while several figures behind him surged forward. A cruel expression flickered across Lu Yuan's face as he gently depressed the crossbow's trigger. With a swift thwack, a bolt was discharged from the crossbow, the bowstring resonating with a sharp report. Instantly, a bloody aperture manifested on the neck of the foremost assailant. Ah! The man clutched at his neck, but the crossbow's potency was overwhelming. Lu Yuan's aim had been precise, targeting his larynx. The bolt pierced his hyoid bone, embedding itself in the cervical vertebrae. Crimson fluid erupted from his neck, arcing several meters. The man, writhing in agony, collapsed, his hands futilely attempting to staunch the flow of blood that rapidly saturated the ground. Amidst the other's bewilderment, Lu Yuan once more depressed the trigger. Another bolt hurtled forth, leaving a gaping wound in the forehead of the second man, who instantly crumpled to the ground in silence, blood trickling from the aperture. As the slight man who had initially fallen attempted to rise, Lu Yuan fixed his sights on his chest. Again, he depressed the trigger, and the bolt, imbued with immense kinetic energy, penetrated the man's chest. The man emitted a cry of anguish, collapsing once more, blood seeping through his fingers, defying his efforts to contain it. At last, only 3 individuals remained eager to flee, yet Lu Yuan could not allow the tiger to return to the mountain. If he let them escape today, they would undoubtedly return in the future. Without hesitation, he took aim once more. After months of practice, Lu Yuan's marksmanship had significantly improved. While claiming to consistently hit a bullseye at 100 paces might be an exaggeration, he could certainly strike his target within 50 meters. Soon, all but one of the assailants had been dealt with, leaving a solitary figure in a frantic retreat. Lu Yuan had exhausted all 5 of his crossbow bolts, rendering him powerless to prevent the last individual from escaping. Gazing at the fallen bodies before him, Lu Yuan felt his heart race. He had just taken a life. It was impossible for him to act as if nothing had occurred. Though these individuals were indeed robbers, intent on threatening his life, they were still vibrant beings. He stood in a daze for quite some time, until Xiao Shan's father gently patted him on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. "Uncle, I have killed someone?" Xiao Shan's father, with a resolute gaze laced with gratitude, replied, "Lu Yuan, you did well. These men deserve their fate. You just saved our family. You are a hero." Xiao Shan, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears, covering her mouth before throwing herself into Lu Yuan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Had it not been for Lu Yuan, their family would likely have joined the fallen. Shaking off the sense of dread that clung to him, Lu Yuan turned to the 3 of them and said, "Xiao Shan, Uncle, Auntie, we must take care of these bodies. Otherwise, we will be in trouble." Father Xiao Shan exclaimed urgently, "There is a place by the roadside specifically for disposing of corpses. It will be fine to throw them there." Mother Xiao Shan, with tears in her eyes, nodded in agreement. Indeed, recently, far too many have fallen victim to robbers, and there is hardly time to transport them to the crematorium. They are all discarded there. Thus, Lu Yuan hastily dragged one body in the direction indicated by Father Xiao Shan, while Father Xiao Shan himself managed another. Soon, they had dealt with all the corpses. Lu Yuan glanced at the battered door and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Leave everything behind. Take only our valuables and savings. And follow me. Immediately. We can sort things out later. However, I have prepared a place for you to stay. It is perfectly fine if you choose not to come with me." Mother Xiaoshan quickly gathered their belongings. And then Lu Yuan led the 3 of them as they sprinted towards the park. As they passed the site of the recent shooting, the police cars had vanished, leaving the lifeless body of a robber abandoned in the street, neglected by all. The entire road was littered with scraps of paper and various refuse, resembling nothing more than a landfill rather than a city. Midway, they encountered a gang of robbers attempting to stage a major heist by blocking the road. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan accelerated straight towards them, causing the assailants to scatter in fear. Upon arriving home, Lu's parents were elated to see their in-laws and Xiaoshan. However, upon hearing the events that had transpired, they were gripped by terror, especially after listening to Lu Yuan's recording, which left them huddled together in fright. The 2 families congregated harmoniously, engaging in convivial conversation. With her own hands, prepared a sumptuous feast, as parents, as they dined, were moved to tears, contemplating the events that had transpired. The potential ramifications had not intervened were almost too dire to consider. However, the prospect of residing there indefinitely engendered a certain ambivalence within them. After the repast, urged them to retire for the evening, but's father remained visibly uneasy. Discerning the cause of his discomfort, realized that despite his outwardly gregarious demeanor, S. father harbored a profound sense of masculine pride. He found the idea of being dependent on others unsettling, even if it was his son-in-law's home. "Uncle, are you perhaps finding it difficult to settle in?" inquired. "Shall I escort you to another abode? Is this the new residence you mentioned en route?" S. father queried, gazing at. Indeed, he affirmed. I had long desired to invite you to reside closer to us, but I feared you might not find the accommodations to your liking. Therefore, I procured a separate dwelling. But surely that was an extravagant expense. Not at all, he demurred. It was obtained through a mere few hundred pounds of rice and 10 pounds of meat. I am confident you will find it to your liking. Chapter 88. Purchasing pork. After escorting parents on a tour of their new home, they were both elated. However, the father-in-law seemed on the verge of succumbing to his masculine pride once more. Swiftly drew his mother aside and engaged her in a brief discussion. Ultimately, under the sway of his mother's formidable influence, his father acquiesced and accepted the house. Lu Yuan did not refuse. He understood that the situation in the city would not improve. Gradually, the city would once again descend into chaos, culminating in a violent upheaval that would necessitate military intervention. At that time, countless lives would be lost, and the city would become a ghost town, with innumerable souls succumbing to hunger and heat, alongside many who, having turned to banditry, would meet a brutal end. However, to enhance the safety of the house, Lu Yuan retrieved some cement, sand, and bricks from the underground storage and sealed off all the floor-to-ceiling windows on the ground floor. Although this alteration compromised the aesthetic appeal somewhat, it certainly bolstered security. Later, when Lu Dad observed Lu Yuan's wall-building skills, he shook his head in disbelief. "How is it that you haven't inherited any of my craftsmanship?" he exclaimed. "Let me take over." With that, Lu Dad took the tools from Lu Yuan's hands and meticulously rebuilt the brick wall, even applying a fresh coat of paint to the outer walls. Instantly, the home's appeal not only remained intact but was significantly elevated due to Lu Dad's superior skill. Yet, the house was still without electricity when the transformer had burned out. Only those who could afford it had access to power. Although the electricity was now managed uniformly by the Electric Bureau, this area remained in darkness. Consequently, Lu Yuan once again ventured into the underground storage to procure solar panels, which he installed on the roof. Before long, little Sean's new home was illuminated, and the family of 3 was able to settle into their new abode. Subsequently, Lu Yuan brought over some food and water, significantly narrowing the distance between their households and making future visits to little Shan much more convenient. In gratitude, little Shan's mother prepared several dishes to host Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, thank you for everything you have done for us. Xiao Shan has truly found an exceptional partner, and we are fortunate to have the best son-in-law." With a beaming face, Xiao Shan's father raised his glass and spoke. "It's nothing, uncle. This is what I ought to do. There's no need for gratitude." After several rounds of drinks, Lu Yuan invited Xiao Shan's family to join a group chat, ensuring they could stay informed about any matters in the future. Thus began Xiao Shan's family's new life. Lu Yuan frequently delivered food to their home and often joined them for meals. Xiao Shan's parents occasionally hinted that they wished for Xiao Shan to marry soon, fearing that with the passage of time, their plans might falter. One day, Lu Yuan visited Xiao Shan's family once more to bring gifts. The household had harvested a bountiful array of fruits, their sugars intensified by the relentless sun. To ensure an adequate water supply, Lu Yuan would extract juice from all the fruits suitable for juicing, using it as a substitute for water. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Xiao Shan's mother was overjoyed and treated him to freshly prepared duck. It must be said that Xiao Shan's mother, having spent over a decade in the marinated food business, excelled in her craft. The aroma was irresistible. After consuming half a duck, Lu Yuan let out a satisfied burp, declaring himself full. Yet Xiao Shan's mother insisted he eat a bit more. Lu Ming, noticing Lu Yuan, paused with a smirk and inquired, "Director Lu, have you heard? All the pigs at the pig farm in Area 2 have been killed by rats. They can't even sell pork there anymore. People from Areas 1 to 5 are rushing to buy meat now. You should hurry. Arriving late means losing out." "What? Is it infested with rats? Is this meat still safe to consume? Are you not concerned about the potential harm to your health?" Lu Yuan was somewhat astonished. Anything gnawed by rats is generally deemed inedible. Why can't these individuals grasp that fact? Oh, why not simply cut away the portions that were bitten? It's nothing to worry about. You know how it is. With the current grain rationing system, there's no stock left for anyone. This is pork. How long has it been since we've had pork? Upon finishing his statement, the other party hurriedly departed, fearful of missing out. Lu Yuan scratched his head, puzzled by the kindness of the people from Zone 2 in selling pork. How could they possibly sell it when they themselves barely have enough? Unable to comprehend, he decided to dismiss the thought and left with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals rushing towards Zone 2, bags in hand. Upon returning home, he saw his father, Lu Ba, engrossed in a television show, and his mother, Lu Ma, tidying up to prepare for work. Lu Yuan refrained from asking too many questions and merely cautioned them that pork from Zone 2 was about to become available, advising everyone against purchasing it. As for the others, Lu Yuan knew they would not heed his warning. If they missed out on the pork due to his advice and later found it to be safe, they would undoubtedly blame him. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Immediately, those in the group who failed to secure pork expressed their dissatisfaction. Sun Hang remarked, "Alas, a bunch of folks who have never tasted pork, have you not considered? Why should the meat from Zone 2 be sold to you? Are you not concerned about the potential consequences?" Lu Tian expressed her apprehension, stating that she would not dare to purchase the meat, fearing the potential health hazards it might pose, especially considering it had been gnawed by rodents. She advised everyone against buying it. Lu Yuan, unable to contain himself, echoed her sentiment, cautioning others to refrain from such purchases, lest they encounter serious consequences. However, those who had successfully acquired pork were less than pleased. They scoffed at the remarks of those who longed for the meat they could not obtain, remarking on their envy. Indeed, it seemed to incite their appetites. Even if there were genuine threats of a virus, they would still relish the opportunity to indulge, as they were already struggling to fill their stomachs. A hearty meal, they reasoned, was preferable to the torment of hunger. Observing the quarrel between the fortunate buyers and the well-meaning critics in the group, Lu Yuan sighed and shook his head. The following morning, Lu Yuan was abruptly awakened by the sound of knocking. The heavy armored door of his home required considerable force to produce any noise, leaving him curious about the source of such commotion. Irritated, he gazed at the door, determined not to allow these individuals to further disturb his sanctuary. He prepared to confront them. As he opened the door, he was met with a throng of people clamoring to enter, causing him to hastily press the button to leave only a narrow opening. "What are you doing? Why are you banging on my door at such an early hour?" Lu Yuan exclaimed with a stern tone. A middle-aged man, his countenance etched with anguish, implored, "Director Lu, I beseech you, have mercy and save us. My wife and son are on the brink of death." Another woman, with a forceful tug, displaced the man and pressed forward, exclaiming, "Lu Yuan, I implore you, as neighbors, convey us to the hospital. We possess the means. Simply transport us to the hospital." "Indeed, Director Lu," another voice chimed in. "Yours is the sole vehicle in our vicinity. We implore you, convey us to the hospital. Would you be so kind?" Lu Yuan, his brow furrowed in consternation, surveyed the throng assembled before him. In the rear of the crowd, a gaunt man waved in his direction. Lu Yuan, focusing his gaze, recognized Chen Ku. "Chen Ku, what brings you here?" The man endeavored to penetrate the crowd, but Lu Yuan promptly intercepted him at the threshold. "Refrain from pressing inward. I shall speak with you outside." Subsequently, Lu Yuan extricated himself from the throng, squeezed through the doorway, and promptly secured the portal. Who knows if these individuals are truly benevolent? Should any harbor malicious intent and covet the various fruit trees within his abode, emulating the actions of the Shaoshan family's neighbors by orchestrating a predatory raid? It would be a grave predicament. A multitude encircled Lu Yuan, each voice clamoring to be heard. "Speak one at a time, or depart hence. Chen Ku, you shall speak first." Lu Yuan's pronouncement silenced the surrounding voices. What? More than 10 fatalities? Lu Yuan could scarcely credit his auditory perception. The demise of over 10 individuals in a single night was an appalling notion. As Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd, he noticed the anguish etched on each face, a clear indication that they too had consumed the tainted pork gnawed by rats. "Curse be it! I warned you all that cheap goods are never a boon. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. And now, behold the consequences." In desperation, one individual implored, "Director Lu, your family possesses a vehicle. I beseech you, take us to the hospital. We shall pay any price." Lu Yuan glanced around and inquired, "Chen Ku, how many families are affected?" Without hesitation, the response came. "There are 32 families in total, comprising 52 individuals. However, a few are in grave condition and may not survive. Such a multitude, my vehicle cannot possibly accommodate them all. Furthermore, havoc reigns in the city, with rampant looting and destruction. I regret that I cannot assist you." Observing the distress of the crowd, Lu Yuan felt a deep urge to help, yet he found himself powerless. If he were to save one, the others would surely object, and he could be unjustly condemned for his decision. "No, Lu Yuan, we are neighbors in the same district. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Indeed, you cannot stand idly by while so many perish before your eyes. Please, save us." As the pleas echoed, a figure suddenly doubled over in agony. Clutching his abdomen and collapsing to the ground in torment, a foul stench emanating from him, causing those nearby to recoil in horror. Lu Yuan observed the man. Realizing he was on the brink of death, his brow furrowed in concern. He could not bear the thought of someone dying at his doorstep. Such a fate was intolerable. You must leave at once. I truly cannot assist you. Yesterday, everyone mentioned that it would be best to refrain from purchasing this pork. Yet you chose to ignore the advice. Now that you have fallen ill, you come to me for help. What purpose does that serve? Had I known it would come to this, why did you not exercise restraint? If you genuinely seek assistance, you should go to Area 2 and seek out the vendor of the pork. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's refusal, all present stood in disbelief, unable to fathom their ears. Immediately, someone knelt before him, pleading, Director Lu, I implore you, save my son. He is merely 5 years old. We adults do not seek salvation for ourselves. But I beseech you to save our children. The crowd understood the dire situation in the city, and given the multitude, Lu Yuan was simply incapable of providing aid. Their only recourse was to alter their approach, urging him to rescue the children. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, while some whose conditions were deteriorating began to collapse to the ground. People cried out in anguish, attempting to elicit a helping hand from Lu Yuan. Yet he found himself powerless. He could not aid so many and was unwilling to do so. In their moments of indulgence, these individuals showed no restraint, and now, afflicted, they selfishly sought assistance. Chunku observed from the sidelines, her demeanor one of cold indifference. These individuals had brought this upon themselves. When she had warned them, they had all dismissed her counsel, claiming they would accept the risk of any virus. Now, as illness manifested, they flocked to plead for salvation. Enough. Leave at once. Director Lu cannot help you, he declared. Moreover, the hospitals in the city are currently under strict lockdown. Entry is utterly impossible. At long last, the throng began to dissipate, though not without casting resentful glances in Lu Yuan's direction. Lu Yuan felt helpless before their ire, lamenting their obstinacy. He had cautioned them repeatedly, yet they remained deaf to his warnings. Chapter 90. Intervention. It was not out of callousness that Lu Yuan refrained from aiding them, but rather a recognition of his own limitations. They had made their bed, and now they must lie in it. He had not purchased the tainted meat, nor had he partaken of it. Consequently, he felt no obligation to intervene. His golden fruits, while possessing remarkable efficacy, were a limited resource, with his upgraded land yielding a mere 2 fruits per month. Though the afflicted denizens of Sector 3 harbored animosity towards Lu Yuan, they were powerless to act. They knew that even if Lu Yuan were to escort them to the hospital, they might not secure timely treatment, let alone afford the exorbitant medical expenses. Furthermore, the hospitals were grappling with a severe drug shortage, prompting a joint declaration limiting the daily intake of rat virus patients to a maximum of 100 per institution. Confound it. They dare to erect a mourning hall before my very doorstep. It seems a lesson is in order. Lu Yuan seethed with indignation as he observed the crowd outside his window, just as he was about to confront them. The piercing wail of sirens echoed from the main thoroughfare. Moments later, several officers emerged from their vehicle, their brows furrowing at the sight of the assembly before Lu Yuan's residence. What is the meaning of this gathering? They demanded. Why have you gathered here? Do you intend to stir up trouble as well? A police officer, with a visage of anger, cast a disapproving glance at those clad in mourning attire. The crowd was seething with indignation, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that several officers had silently placed their hands on the pistols at their waists. This is preposterous. We command you to leave this place immediately. We are well aware of your situation. The vendors of that batch of pork have already been apprehended. They are the true culprits. Your presence here is an affront to the good citizens. From a distance, Lu Yuan overheard their conversation, and a faint smile graced his face. He hastily descended the stairs, opened the door, and approached them. A police officer, taken aback, remarked, "Are you the esteemed Director Lu? I did not realize this was your residence." Lu Yuan responded with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, dispersing the smoke around him, and said, "Comrade officer, you cannot hold me accountable for this situation. Many of us advised them against purchasing the pork, yet they would not heed our warnings, leading to this calamity. I heard that the pork vendor has been captured." Upon hearing the officer's words, those in mourning attire swiftly redirected their anger towards the vendor. "Officer, is that wretched man to be executed tomorrow? Where will it take place?" The officer glanced at the crowd and replied, to serve as a warning, "We will publicly try him tomorrow in the central garden of District 2 in the new urban area." With that, the officer retrieved a notice from the vehicle and affixed it to the wall of Lu Yuan's home. The public hearing is scheduled for noon tomorrow. I sincerely hope that all those wronged will attend this session. Furthermore, Lu Yuan bears no relation to this incident. He is a distinguished star factory manager in our city, and I implore you to cease any further harassment towards him. Should we receive additional reports of his family being disturbed, we shall not let any perpetrator escape justice. Upon concluding, the individual nodded towards Lu Yuan before departing with his entourage. Lu Yuan gazed at the officers with profound gratitude, were it not for their intervention. The attention of these individuals would not have shifted. His appreciation was immense. In the crowd, those who had previously knelt or sat on the ground rose to their feet. Their eyes no longer filled with anger, some even reflecting a glimmer of remorse. Let us unite tomorrow. Let us take vengeance for our deceased loved ones. A voice rang out, igniting the fury within the crowd once more. All hands were raised in fervent demand to confront and eliminate the butcher responsible for their plight. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and Lu Yuan felt a weight lift from his chest. Without the presence of these officers, the mob might have committed unspeakable acts, potentially endangering his own family, including his grandparents and parents. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan was awakened by chants echoing at the village entrance, followed by the commotion of the masses. Peering through the window, he observed dozens of individuals clad in mourning attire, gathering on the main road of Zone 3, hastening towards Zone 2. Lu Yuan hurriedly donned his clothes in preparation to investigate the situation. Following the crowd, he arrived at Zone 2, where the central garden was a veritable sea of humanity. The air was thick with a medley of sweat, urine, and other unpleasant odors, compelling Lu Yuan to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve. The conditions in Zone 2 mirrored what he had observed in the city. The roads were marred with traces of excrement, littering the pavement, while the people's spirits were markedly lower than those in Zone 1. They appeared emaciated, their clothing tattered and worn. Accompanying Lu Yuan were Sunja, Chen Ke, and Song Hong, who had ventured out to witness the commotion. Song Hong whispered to the trio, "Do you know? They planned to kill that pork seller during the trial. Last night, when I went to the factory, I overheard them searching for stones nearby. This morning, I found that the bricks from the flower bed in front of my house had been completely cleared away. It seems that this pork seller is destined for a grim fate." What? They intend to act ahead of schedule? But there are so many police officers present. Won't they risk provoking the police to open fire? Sunja said, glancing nervously at those clad in white mourning attire, retreating a step in trepidation. Huh? Do you really think the police came personally yesterday just for the formality? They could have easily issued an announcement online. The fact that they took the time to come suggests that part of their motive might be to allow the victims' families to exact their own retribution on this scourge. Chen Ku remarked, gesturing towards some individuals in the crowd. In the scene, each individual was armed with various implements, bricks, sticks, and the like, each face reflecting a profound anger as they awaited the arrival of law enforcement. As anticipated, around 11 o'clock, 5 police vehicles approached along the main road, the third of which was adorned with barbed wire, bearing the scars of gunfire, 2 of its windows shattered beyond repair. Upon the sight of the police cars, the crowd surged forward, encircling the vehicle, demanding the release of the individual accused of selling pork. Yet, the officers inside steadfastly refrained from opening the doors. "Disperse at once. Otherwise, we shall resort to gunfire," a police officer shouted from the window, his voice insufficient to quell the fury of the agitated masses. As more individuals joined in surrounding the third vehicle, reaching out to drag the accused pork seller from within, the vehicle swayed perilously, nearly toppling over. With a resounding gunshot, an immediate silence fell over the crowd. One officer brandished a firearm, the muzzle directed skyward, still emitting wisps of smoke. "Step back. Failure to do so will result in charges of assaulting an officer." Despite some in the crowd doubting the officer's resolve to fire upon them, the grim sight of the dark barrel aimed directly at them prompted a gradual retreat. At last, the vehicle was ushered into its designated position and came to a halt. Subsequently, several officers disembarked, setting up chairs and tables in a line while others, firearms in hand, remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the furious assembly. At long last, the third vehicle's door was flung open, and a grimy butcher was shoved out by a police officer. The tension at the scene reached a fever pitch. With officers gripping their firearms, their eyes scanning the crowd, ready to discharge their weapons at the slightest provocation. The malodorous butcher was escorted by several officers to the heart of the garden, where his limbs were secured to a tree branch with restraints. Subsequently, a balding officer arose, brandishing a sheet of paper, and commenced the recitation of the butcher's transgressions. Acting upon directives from higher authorities, Zhu Minghan, a suspect in the new District 2 of Qingshui City, is hereby charged with the flagrant sale of pork tainted by mutated rodents on August 17th, resulting in the demise of 75 individuals. Over 100 more are currently hospitalized, fighting for their lives. This heinous incident has garnered the attention of top-level leadership. Therefore, Zhu Minghan is condemned to death, stripped of all political rights for the remainder of his days. No sooner had the balding officer concluded his pronouncement than a brick, launched from an unknown source, struck Zhu Minghan squarely on the forehead. Blood gushed forth, cascading down his face as he desperately cried out for help. The officers scrambled to identify the assailant, but before they could react, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Kill him. Avenge our families. Take his life. A mere execution is too lenient. Tear him to pieces. We cannot let him off so easily. We must ensure he never forgets what he has done. It is uncertain who initiated the first strike, yet countless individuals soon followed suit, disregarding the armed officers present. The crowd surged past the barricades, pushing several officers aside as they lunged toward Zhu Minghan. The balding officer, visibly shocked, shouted at the crowd, urging them to cease their actions. Stop. You are committing a crime. Please halt. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, as they brandished an array of weapons and relentlessly assaulted Zhu Minghan. Leaning against a tree branch, Zhu Minghan trembled violently, his body quaking with fear, the blood streaming from his head causing him immense pain. He desperately struggled to free himself from the steel cuffs. Yet how could flesh and blood possibly break free from iron? As the first assailant struck him with a heavy blow to the abdomen, blood poured from his mouth as he begged for mercy, but to no avail. The enraged crowd abandoned the notion of using bricks, reasoning that to kill him in such a manner would be too merciful. Instead, they resorted to fists, feet, and even teeth. Enveloped by the mob, Zhu Minghan's anguished cries echoed, yet the officers, armed yet restrained, awaited orders to fire that never came. This harrowing scene persisted for over 10 minutes, until Zhu Minghan's cries finally ceased and the crowd dispersed. A pair of empty handcuffs dangled from a gnarled tree branch, stained with blood and remnants of flesh, while the trunk bore a gruesome appearance, as if smeared with crimson paint, creating a horrifying spectacle. On the ground lay Zhu Minghan, already lifeless. He had been brutally beaten to death. His body was a grotesque sight, with bones shattered and flesh hanging loosely in disarray from his arms, thighs, and abdomen. Various internal organs were extracted and strewn across the ground. A pungent scent of blood permeated the entire central garden, and upon witnessing this horrific scene, Lu Yuan and his companions felt a wave of nausea wash over them, prompting Lu Yuan to vomit immediately. The others followed suit, turning away to retch as the ghastly tableau profoundly shocked their minds. If there exists anything more terrifying than death, those who have endured such unparalleled brutality surely formed their own conclusions. The balding officer, seething with anger, raised his gun and fired a shot into the air, the sound echoing with a bitter irony. What significance did this shot hold when the victim lay dead? Ultimately, following the police investigation, it was determined that Zhu Minghan had been the initial aggressor, and the victim's family had retaliated, leading to a lenient legal judgment based on the principle that the more individuals involved, the lighter the punishment. Consequently, all participants in the brutal slaying of Zhu Minghan were fined 50 caddies of rice, with failure to pay resulting in a debt-for-service arrangement. Chapter 92. Clumsy Chef Lu. Influenced by the events at this pig farm, prompted discussions among leadership departments across provinces and cities, deliberating on how to minimize losses in the face of the invasion of mutated rats. After a fervent discussion, the leadership departments across various regions collectively passed a significant piece of legislation mandating the slaughter of all live poultry and livestock, leaving no escape for the mutated rodents. The intention was to starve these vermin out and subsequently eradicate them. As anticipated, after a prolonged 2-week period of culling, the population of live poultry and livestock in most areas dwindled to nearly zero. Naturally, there remained a few non-compliant individuals, as well as those who were reluctant to part with their animals. Thus, they were not included in the count. In total, there were still over 1 million in hand, the last remnants of his wealth after trading several gold bars before the apocalypse, yet spending this sum entirely proved to be quite a challenge. Despite the exorbitant price of meat, soaring to over 10,000 yuan per kilogram, it could not deter the frenzied demand from the populace. On the first day, along with the grain, various meats totaling several hundred kilograms were made available, but they vanished within less than an hour. It later emerged that Song Hong had received early intelligence and surreptitiously utilized all his family's funds to purchase over 100 kilograms of pork, inciting outrage among those who queued in vain for meat. What is going on? Isn't this meat expensive? Why are so many people buying it? Can we trust this meat? Will it carry the virus? Lu Yuan, having learned from past experiences, felt a pang of fear, worried that this meat might also be tainted. Chen Ke chuckled. Brother, haven't you been following the news? All major farms are now required to sign a document stipulating that if any virus is detected in their meat, they face immediate execution on the spot. Who would dare to engage in any underhanded dealings now? Moreover, with each slaughter of livestock such as pigs, cattle, or sheep, the initial cut of meat undergoes rigorous inspection. If any piece is found to harbor a virus, the entire farm's live animals are rendered unsellable. Lu Yuan suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder these individuals felt so secure purchasing meat. They are indeed under such stringent surveillance. This is rather commendable. As he pondered, a distant roar of automobiles reached his ears, prompting people to rush forward, brandishing their bank cards, mobile phones, and cash. However, Lu Yuan, yet again, found himself unfortunate. Just as he was about to reach the front of the line, the supermarket staff spread their hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating that all the meat had been sold out. What on earth? Why does one household require so much meat? It's the festive season. With a sigh, Lu Yuan prepared to leave this disheartening place when Chen Ke hurriedly stopped him, saying, Aren't you going to wait a bit longer? Tomorrow you would be the first to buy meat. Lu Yuan chuckled. He would have to be out of his mind to wait all night for this meat. The various poultry and livestock at home are fed with harmless, organic fodder, all robust and plump. Why would he desire meat that reeks of feed? Furious, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaoshan's number. Xiaoshan, come over for lunch with Uncle and Aunt today. I am determined to showcase my culinary skills. Lu Yuan declared, his voice brimming with indignation. What's the matter? Who has dared to provoke our director, Lu? Xiaoshan jested from the other end. Don't even mention it. After waiting for several hours in line, I was so close to the front, only to find out that the meat was sold out. I've resolved to indulge in a lavish midday meal. The choice between sweet and sour spare ribs and braised spare ribs rests with you. Haha. Why would a magnate like yourself compete with them for such trifles? I shall partake in sweet and sour spare ribs. Indeed. Let us not forget to invite Aunt and Uncle. Today, I have prepared in ample quantity, commencing with the heating of oil in the wok, followed by the introduction of several rock sugar crystals, sought ing a medley of aromatics such as scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns until fragrant. With a resounding whoosh, the spare ribs were introduced to the wok, instantly igniting a towering flame. Lu Yuan deftly extinguished the conflagration with a gentle sweep of the wok lid and commenced stir-frying. Oftentimes, the most exquisite ingredients necessitate only the most unpretentious culinary techniques. After 2 hours of assiduous labor, Chef Lu lifted the lid, casting a forlorn gaze upon a pot of ribs that had been reduced to a desiccated state. Teetering on the brink of despair. Could it be that I am truly ill-suited to the culinary arts? Nay, Lu Yuan proclaimed, voicing his innermost sentiments. Yet the acrid fumes permeating the kitchen summoned his grandmother. Xiao Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Cooking. What dish are you preparing? Sweet and sour spare ribs. And the ribs? They are within the pot. Alas, child, cease your jesting. Charcoal is not to be incinerated within a cooking vessel. With those words, grandmother reached for her chopsticks, intending to extract the ribs, but upon beholding the skeletal remains, she erupted in laughter. Chapter 93. Family Training on This Day. The heavens were cloaked in a somber hue as the sun retreated behind the clouds, prompting the assembled throng to depart from their abode, eager to revel in the rare, salubrious weather that this post-apocalyptic world had to offer. Lu Yuan had just taken Xiaoshan to complete the resignation formalities. As for work, he had no plans to engage in any for the time being. Although Qingshui City is now under stringent management, there remains a lingering fear that some desperate individuals might target defenseless civilians, driven by hunger and desperation, perhaps thinking of dragging a few others down with them before their demise. On this day, the two families gathered together for a meal while watching television. Those who had previously not been accustomed to watching the news had developed the habit, observing the daily occurrences of various fires, shootings, and burglaries across the nation. A sense of unease gripped everyone, as self-protection had become an unavoidable topic of discussion. I have a proposal, Lu Yuan announced, to enhance our family's self-defense capabilities. I have decided to conduct shooting practice in this courtyard every afternoon. As he spoke, he retrieved a silver crossbow from his pocket. Even Luma, who had always opposed violence, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the recent surge of violent incidents is alarming. We must safeguard ourselves and wield our weapons." Thus, the consensus emerged that, for the sake of self-protection and the safety of their families, they would begin practicing with the crossbow. Given Lu Yuan's extensive training, he was appointed as the instructor for this endeavor. To enrich his family's arsenal of self-defense techniques, Lu Yuan had consistently practiced various punches and kicks from Sanzhou, and had also learned wrestling techniques and assassination skills through video tutorials. This time, he resolved to impart all this knowledge to his family. Consequently, Lu Yuan devised a comprehensive training schedule. Every Monday and Tuesday from 5 to 6 in the morning, we run around the house for an hour. My grandparents, due to their advanced age, no longer participate in this training, which aims to enhance personal endurance and improve physical coordination. In the afternoon, we engage in archery practice for a total of 1 hour, with mandatory participation from everyone. From Wednesday to Thursday mornings, we continue with our hour of running, followed by an additional hour of combat training. Lu Yuan provides explanations on various fighting techniques and lethal moves. From Friday to Sunday, the morning routine remains running, supplemented by an hour of physical training focused on cross-country climbing. To facilitate this, Lu Yuan has specially acquired some boulders to serve as climbing obstacles, and removable stepping stones have been installed on the exterior walls of the house for climbing practice. The family has expressed skepticism about the necessity of this climbing training, questioning if it is not sufficient merely to subdue an opponent. In response, Lu Yuan simply smiled, indicating that it would be useful in the future, though he refrained from elaborating. After all, with the impending arrival of a great flood, people will seek refuge in the mountains. Many crucial mountain paths have been obliterated by earthquakes, and those wishing to traverse the terrain will have no choice but to rely on their hands and feet for climbing. However, the ability to climb is not something that can yield results in just a few months like other sports. It requires extensive and dedicated practice. On one hand, it demands physical strength, particularly in the hands and core, while on the other, it necessitates agility in both hands and feet, as well as a commendable sense of balance. Otherwise, no matter how powerful one may be, reaching for the elusive holds on a steep cliff would be futile. Consequently, both families embarked on an intense training regimen, with Lu Yuan doing his utmost to impart knowledge. Despite being somewhat inexperienced himself, he managed to identify particularly useful techniques, filtering out the superfluous and extravagant movements and making slight modifications. Reports indicate that electrical equipment has once again fallen victim to mutated rodents, with over 5,000 incidents of mice gnawing through power cables occurring nationwide in the past month. Recently, transmission facilities in the southwestern region of our country suffered further damage from rodent activity, resulting in a fire that claimed 35 lives and left 152 injured, with over 40 individuals still unaccounted for. The damage to electrical infrastructure has disrupted major transportation routes across the nation, causing significant setbacks in the logistics sector and leaving over 800,000 drivers unemployed. The government is actively working to address this pressing issue. In a determined effort to alleviate water scarcity, the state has initiated the deployment of a new round of seawater desalination equipment aimed at resolving the difficulties faced by the populace regarding water access. This project is expected to be operational by the end of this year. Lu Yuan cast aside the remote control and wiped his face with his hand. I thought the turmoil had reached its peak, but it seems I underestimated the situation. A new storm is on the horizon. Contemplating this, a heaviness settled in Lu Yuan's heart. The sudden influx of unemployed individuals posed a significant dilemma in contemporary society. Where would they find solace, and how would they sustain themselves? The notion of utilizing labor as a form of relief was utterly impractical. Without food and water, the nation could not mobilize people for other endeavors. After toiling in the space for a while, Lu Yuan once again acquired a golden fruit, bringing the total in his possession to 7. This bounty was sufficient for each family member, including Xiao Shan, to receive one. De Huang had already pilfered 1 fruit, thus excluded from this round, while Lu Yuan himself had consumed 2, significantly augmenting his strength. Although he could not precisely gauge the extent of his power, he was confident in his ability to confront over 10 individuals unarmed. With a solemn expression, Lu Yuan presented a platter of golden fruits before his family. They had encountered this golden fruit before, yet the sight of an entire platter elicited astonishment from several of them. Xiao Yuan, where did you procure these fruits? We haven't seen any at home before, one remarked. Indeed, why such generosity all at once? Another added. Lu Yuan could only manage a wry smile in response. He also wished to procure a few more, yet his abilities did not permit it. This item could only be obtained once every fortnight, and currently, he possessed only a meager quantity, which had been painstakingly accumulated over several months. Both Xiaoshan and her mother held a profound appreciation for this fruit, as it was the very item that Lu Yuan had used to save Xiaoshan's father's life. It could be said that without this fruit, Xiaoshan's father would not be present today. Chapter 94. Sand in the rice. Unquestionably, this golden fruit appeared exceedingly enticing, and its flavor promised to be delightful. Each person took one and began to savor it. The sweetness and tenderness of the fruit were simply exquisite, though its diminutive size and rapid dissolution in the mouth left everyone somewhat dissatisfied. Lu's father waved his hand dismissively and exclaimed, "Xiaoyuan, why are you being so stingy in front of your father-in-law? Is there more? Bring a few more." Lu Yuan's expression darkened. "There are none left. We shall discuss it again in a few months." Thus, in the ensuing days, Lu Yuan methodically guided everyone in training. The family's enthusiasm was remarkably high, with each member dedicated to their practice. At long last, one day, Lu's father declared he no longer wished to train. "No more. I'm too exhausted. I believe I've trained sufficiently. I can now hit the bullseye from 50 meters." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and insisted, "That is unacceptable. Everyone must train together. Do you wish to become a burden in the future? Are you willing for us to risk our lives to save you?" Upon hearing this, Lu's father's face darkened, and he rose in indignation, exclaiming, "You insolent boy, how dare you lecture your father? I believe you are itching for a reprimand." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged towards Lu Yuan. Grandfather, standing at the door with a small whip tucked at his waist, reprimanded, "You little rascal. How dare you strike the instructor? It seems you are itching for a lesson." "Dad, this brat spoke to me like that. Naturally, I had to retaliate," Lu's father declared. Ready to strike, Grandfather swiftly shielded Lu Yuan behind him, brandishing the whip at Lu's father. "Try to lay a finger on him and see what happens." "Little Yuan, what is the penalty for disregarding the instructor?" At that moment, Lu's mother stood tall with a smile. "Report to the instructor. Anyone who disobeys must run for 2 hours. No meals until they complete their run." Laughter erupted among the group, the two families merging into a joyful collective, adding a touch of levity to the apocalyptic world they inhabited. A month later, everyone's physical condition had significantly improved. Lu's father and Xiaoshan's father had begun to shed their beer bellies, while the skin of Xiaoshan's mother and Lu's mother had become more refined due to their regular training, and their figures had also improved. The most remarkable transformation was seen in Xiaoshan, who had finally achieved the coveted abdominal definition she had long desired. She had been thrilled for quite some time, as this had been a long-held aspiration of hers. Before the apocalypse, during company outings, they sometimes visited scenic spots where swimming was inevitable. But she could only don a modest, one-piece swimsuit due to her average physique. Watching her colleagues flaunt their figures in alluring bikinis had filled her with envy. Now, at last, she could wear the swimsuit of her dreams, and how could she not be elated? In the group, the members were conversing about the recent spate of heinous robbery and murder incidents, instilling a sense of trepidation among all. Fortunately, the residents of Zone 3 are predominantly straightforward individuals, and thus have not experienced any cases of robbery or murder. However, there have been a few instances of theft, which have resulted in considerable losses for some families. After a month of rigorous training, Lu Yuan's family and Xiaoshan's family have become adept at various essential techniques in the use of crossbows, alleviating Lu Yuan's concerns about their inability to defend themselves in the face of danger. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan repeatedly cautioned everyone that if they encounter common criminals, it is best to relinquish their possessions to safeguard their lives. Should the assailants prove particularly audacious and attempt to escalate the situation, only then should they retaliate, ensuring that any counterattack is decisive and lethal, leaving no chance for survival. After all, the police force is currently overwhelmed, seemingly indifferent to the loss of life. Each day, people continue their routine of collecting rations and water from the supermarket, gradually acclimating to this new way of life. In the sweltering heat and amidst the scarcity of resources, individuals strive to minimize their activities. Those waiting in line carry their small stools, engaging in idle chatter as they anticipate the arrival of the supply trucks. What? Another riot has occurred? You mean there have been previous riots? Indeed. Haven't you heard? Last time, a group of over 10 individuals brutally slaughtered an entire family and seized all their possessions, including food and water. The authorities ignored their distress call, emboldening these criminals to commit further atrocities, culminating in the massacre of more than 10 individuals. Goodness, how perilous. Fortunately, our District 3 remains a bastion of peaceful development. No one dares to lay a hand on us. Beside him, Song Hong, while picking at the remnants of meat between his teeth, remarked, "Isn't it due to the influence of my family's factory? If it weren't for the orders coming in from the factory ensuring everyone's livelihood, we might find ourselves facing a few desperate individuals here." Sunja scoffed disdainfully. "Indeed, your family's factory has its merits, but it was Brother Liu who spearheaded this initiative. Isn't it he who manages all the affairs of the factory? What does it have to do with you? How can it not be related? Isn't at our factory's premises and machinery being utilized? I acknowledge that Director Liu is impressive, yet my contributions are not insignificant. Enough of the flattery. This is a collective effort. If you had not agreed, I would have had no means to organize anything. The credit should also go to Chinku." "Exactly. Just look at Director Liu. He truly is a person of great capability, able to discern everything clearly. Such a sycophant." Thus, Sunsha and Song Hung engaged in a light-hearted banter, filled with harmless jests that the others took in good spirits. Lu Yuan, following the group, collected the grains and water from home, and upon seeing the rice mixed with an array of sand, he couldn't help but frown. Why is there so much sand mixed with the rice now? How are we supposed to consume this? Song Heng, with a playful grin, replied, "Director Liu, spare us the dramatics. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Besides, without the sand, this rice would be consumed daily and be finished in no time." Lu Yuan cast a bewildered glance at Song Hong, then surveyed the others, only to find their expressions betraying an air of nonchalance. Sunja elucidated. "Song Hong speaks the truth. Currently, without mixing sand into the rice, one cannot truly satiate their hunger. The state lacks sufficient grain reserves, and what we consume is merely this. In our household, apart from Xiaobao, who indulges in pure rice, my wife and I have resorted to using this to prepare porridge." With a sigh, Lu Yuan expressed his relief at possessing a dimensional space. Otherwise, survival would indeed be a formidable challenge. Chapter 95. The bandits heist for grain. As the residents of Zone 3 continued their monotonous daily existence, the tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered. The supermarket owner, clutching his phone, dialed repeatedly in vain, prompting a crowd to gather in inquiry. Could something be amiss? Perhaps an announcement has been made to halt our supply of grain and water. We cannot afford such a calamity. Our pantry is completely bare. We have exchanged nearly everything we could. A 15 or 16-year-old boy tugged at his father's arm, exclaiming, "Dad, I'm hungry." The man's face momentarily reflected distress. The adage that a growing boy could consume his father's livelihood rang true. At this age, their appetites are staggering, indeed capable of depleting one's resources. "Son, be patient. Just a little longer. Perhaps the police have encountered some unforeseen difficulties on their route." It was his utterance that instantly awakened everyone. Oh no. Could it be that both the supply and water trucks have been robbed? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Such ill-fated words. What nonsense. How could that possibly happen? These trucks are under the personal escort of armed police. It is inconceivable that they could be seized. Who would be reckless enough to hijack a supply truck? Yet, just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the distance. Instantly, everyone froze in place. Could it be that the supply truck has indeed been attacked? If so, the entire day's provisions would be lost. Indeed, we must hurry to investigate. Grab your weapons. If we encounter bandits attempting to steal our food, we shall confront them. Thus, the group proceeded along the main road, soon arriving at the thoroughfare leading into the new district. From afar, they indeed spotted several supply trucks halted in the middle of the road, their tires punctured. A gang of robbers, their faces obscured by makeshift masks crafted from various fabrics, brandished an assortment of weapons as they confronted the supply convoy. These bandits exhibited considerable experience, encircling the trucks and relentlessly hurling stones at those taking cover within. The glass of the driver's cabin had been completely shattered, and several police officers frantically called for backup over their radios, only to be met with a busy signal. "We warn you, advance another step and we shall open fire." However, the robbers, though seemingly fearful, chose not to retreat. Armed with an array of knives and cleavers, their eyes glimmered with a ravenous intensity as they fixated on the police officers within the vehicles. At long last, someone mustered the courage to rise, brandishing a machete and shouting towards the vehicle, "Charge! Seize the provisions!" In an instant, a throng surged forward, The police, armed with their handguns, commenced firing into the crowd. The cacophony of gunfire echoed relentlessly, and one by one, individuals collapsed into pools of blood. Yet, those who surged ahead exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, swinging their machetes towards the arm of a police officer discharging his weapon. Witnessing this scene, the inhabitants of Zone 3 felt a chill of dread. This was the daily sustenance for all from Zones 1 to 5. Should the provisions be truly taken, the future of the supply convoys remained uncertain. Chen Ke, feeling a surge of determination, grasped a broken table leg and shouted fervently to the marauders, "Protect our food. We cannot allow them to take it." Thus, everyone rallied behind Chen Ke, charging forward en masse. Dozens faced off against a mere handful of bandits, the atmosphere charged with intensity. The struggle unfolded violently. Yet the ferocity of the bandits surpassed all expectations. They targeted vital areas with brutal precision, aiming for the head and chest, while the defenders of Zone 3, despite their numbers, fought with a starkly different approach. They often banded together to subdue a single adversary, whereas the marauders fought with lethal intent, embracing a strategy of mutual destruction. With a resounding gunshot, the man, who had previously worn a troubled expression, collapsed into a pool of blood. His head struck and instantly rendered incapable of further resistance. Meanwhile, his teenage son stood nearby, grappling with a robber, helplessly witnessing a gaping wound form on his father's face, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Dad! Dad!" the child cried desperately. In that fleeting moment of the boy's distraction, the robber seized a nearby object and struck the child on the head. The boy let out a piercing scream, clutching his head before crumpling to the ground, blood mingling with tears flowing uncontrollably, his body soon lying still. The onlookers in Zone 3 could only watch in horror as the scene unfolded, their resolve to refrain from violence swiftly dissipating, each becoming more ruthless than the last. Meanwhile, the robber atop the vehicle brandished a pistol, preparing to fire again. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan swiftly drew a crossbow from his coat and aimed it at the robber's face, pulling the trigger. The bolt soared through the air, aimed directly at his adversary. Lu Yuan dashed forward, retrieving a handgun from the ground. "Don't move. Anyone who dares to move will be shot," he declared, pointing the gun at the robber. Suddenly, from the rear of the vehicle, another figure emerged, brandishing a firearm and, without a moment's hesitation, fired at Lu Yuan's chest. In that split second, Sun Jia disregarded the brick hurled by a robber and hurled his kitchen knife toward the armed assailant. In a mere span of a few meters, Sun Jia's knife flew swiftly, striking the robber's neck in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a jet of blood gushed forth from the wound, soaring several meters high. The gun in the robber's hand discharged due to inertia, echoing a sharp bang. Lu Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, observed the fallen robber and began to examine the body. Fortunately, with Sun Jia's timely assistance, the robber's gun had swung wildly, and the bullet had long since been sent astray. Sun Jia felt a tremendous blow to his head, causing him to collapse to the ground, though the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. Encouraged by this sight, Lu Yuan rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the assailant wielding a brick. Chapter 96, Interrogation of the Robbers. Zone 3 was not particularly expansive, featuring only a broad concrete road that provided ample space. Consequently, the group parked their vehicles on the concrete and began transferring the supplies into the supermarket for weighing. Meanwhile, several subdued robbers had their masks removed, revealing their true identities. Lu Yuan recognized a few among them. They had been present during his interrogation of the pork seller in Zone 2. Clearly, these robbers hailed from the vicinity. The remaining 10 or so individuals bore only minor injuries, merely some cuts that could be easily disinfected and sutured without complications. As for Sun Jia, he was rather fortunate. Although the robber had struck him with a concrete brick, inflicting some harm, the blow had landed on the flat side, and he regained consciousness shortly thereafter, with only a minor scalp laceration to show for it. The drivers sustained injuries of varying degrees, with 2 succumbing to their wounds on the spot. The 2 officers, owing to their rigorous training and exceptional physical resilience, benefited from the girls' meticulous care, which staunched their bleeding. This confrontation marked the most severe incident in the history of Sector 3. Nevertheless, through concerted efforts, they safeguarded the entire food supply, earning the wounded the profound respect of all. Having attended to all matters, the residents of Sector 3 unanimously concurred that, without their intervention, the raiders would have undoubtedly plundered the provisions. Consequently, they deliberated with the police and resolved that the food would belong to Sector 3, with its distribution to be determined by popular consensus. Following extensive deliberations, they reached a decision. Each participant in the battle would receive 30 pounds of grain, while those injured in combat would receive 50 pounds each. As for the deceased father and son, their family included a middle-aged woman who, bereft of her children and husband, faced the complete disruption of her livelihood. Although currency held limited value in the current circumstances, certain necessities still required monetary exchange, such as everyday items. Therefore, the community collectively decided to provide her with a one-time compensation of 200 pounds of grain. Furthermore, Lu Yuan resolved to support her by arranging a position for her as a female worker in the mousetrap factory. The remaining grain would be distributed equally among all residents. These were the spoils of Sector 3's victory, for without their valor, the police and drivers would likely have perished. The other 4 sectors, however, stood idly by, indifferent to their plight, deeming the situation irrelevant to themselves. Swiftly, the provisions were distributed equitably amongst the populace, each household departing with their share of sustenance and hydration, their hearts brimming with contentment. The subsequent matter at hand concerned the adjudication of the subdued brigands. However, the denizens possessed no authority to decree their fate, thereby necessitating the transference of such prerogative to the constabulary. 2 officers, nursing their wounded limbs, rendered a salute unto the assembly, conveying their sincerest gratitude. Unlike the callous entities hailing from Sector 2, they were incapable of perpetrating such atrocities. While it was true that certain individuals had participated in the brutal demise of Zhu Minghan during the prior incident, the circumstances had been such that the collective emotions had spiraled out of control. In particular, within such a multitude, the mere incitement of sentiments by a singular instigator could readily precipitate widespread pandemonium. "Speak," barked an officer, seated upon a chair, his gaze fixed upon the 7 kneeling malefactors. "From which sector do you hail?" Yet, the captives remained defiant, their necks rigid, evincing no inclination to cooperate. "Spare your breath," retorted one of the men with insolence. "Be it execution or dismemberment, proceed as you wish. Should this patriarch so much as flinch, you may deem yourselves his progeny." A chorus of imprecations immediately erupted from the throng. "Slaughter him. His insolence knows no bounds. Officer, is it not customary to dispatch brigands post-haste? Should you find yourselves incapable, we shall gladly undertake the task. Indeed, to maintain such arrogance whilst in captivity, afford him a taste of retribution, since he so earnestly implores. Why should we deny him his desire?" A few individuals evoked in Lu Yuan the image of ancient heroes, who, when dragged to the guillotine, would raise their arms in defiance, proclaiming grandiose statements. However, it seemed that they had misjudged the situation. At present, everyone harbored a profound animosity towards them, and no one was inclined to venerate their actions. "Very well. Since you are so brazen, let us ensure you encounter some hardship." With that, the officer rose and whispered a few words to the crowd, prompting several individuals nearby to depart with broad smiles. Before long, they returned with ropes, binding the feet of several robbers and suspending them from a tree. "You shall remain here until you choose to speak. Otherwise, you shall dangle indefinitely. Consider your predicament." After making this pronouncement, the 2 officers turned their backs on the robbers. In gratitude, the officers made a point to call their superiors, informing them of the situation and expressing that the citizens of Zone 3 were united with the police in their efforts, having apprehended several robbers and even rescued them, thus requesting commendation. It wasn't long before one of the robbers could no longer endure the discomfort, immediately expressing a willingness to cooperate. Yet, such cooperation could not simply be demanded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a number of individuals, tormented by the tantalizing aroma of food from Zone 3, begged for mercy, but none heeded their pleas. "I confess, we are from Zone 2, and there are others from Zone 5. In total, over 100 individuals have joined the robbery syndicate, intent on uniting with the city's bandits to secure the crucial supply routes." Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 97. The new plans. Following a fervent denunciation of Zones 2 and 5, the gathering merely served as an outlet for their pent-up frustration. 2 officers recorded the remarks exchanged and then rose to address those from Zone 3, expressing their gratitude. "We shall thoroughly investigate Zones 2 and 5. With the assistance of the crowd, 7 robbers were escorted into a vehicle. However, before departing, one officer discreetly summoned Lu Yuan aside. "Where's the item? Bring it forth." Feigning ignorance, Lu Yuan replied, "Officer, what do you seek? What should I present?" "Director Lu, spare me the pretense. I witnessed you take that handgun. Surely you do not intend to claim it has vanished?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in the officer's eyes. Cough. Indeed, I inadvertently misplaced it while apprehending these bandits, Lu Yuan admitted, his voice faltering. The officer smirked subtly and leaned closer, whispering in Lu Yuan's ear, "Use it with caution. The ammunition is limited." Startled, Lu Yuan glanced back just in time to see the police mounting the cargo vehicle, waving at him while calling out, "Thank you for returning the handgun." With that, the vehicle sped away, leaving Lu Yuan in contemplation, his hand resting on the bulging pocket containing the firearm. Upon returning home, discussions among the group regarding the day's events continued. There were concerns about the remaining bandits seeking vengeance. However, such worries proved to be unfounded. Early the next morning, a convoy of police vehicles roared past, traversing the roads of Zone 3, heading straight for Zone 2. A well-meaning individual followed the scene, only to witness a contingent of 40 to 50 officers, armed and vigilant, encircling Zone 2. In the distance, the wailing of sirens echoed, evidently directed towards Zone 5. This heinous assault had garnered significant attention from higher authorities, prompting an impressive display of police force aimed at decisively eliminating the gang of criminals, accompanied by 7 apprehended robbers. The officers meticulously identified the members of this nefarious group, successfully capturing all involved in one fell swoop, eradicating the menace plaguing the new district. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan continued his monotonous routine at the mousetrap manufacturing facility. Each day unfolded in a tedious manner, punctuated only by occasional inspections of production progress or coordinating with the steel mill for material deliveries, as well as managing orders from those who had decided against purchasing mousetraps. The nationwide initiative to eradicate rodents was still in full swing. Yet the population of these pests was dwindling rapidly. Despite De Huang accompanying Luma to the supermarket daily, the past week had yielded no catches. The scarcity of rodents in Zone 3 could largely be attributed to their possession of a mousetrap production factory, ensuring that each household had at least one trap, while other areas also experienced a decline in rodent numbers. Consequently, many aspiring individuals in the pest control industry gradually faded into obscurity. Songheng entered the factory manager's office, brandishing several order forms, which he unceremoniously tossed onto the desk, his face betraying a flicker of anger. Lu Yuan gazed at the substantial stack of orders with a resigned expression. "Alas, I have already contacted the steel mill. Let's leave this batch of steel there for now. We can revisit it if it becomes useful later." Resignedly, he added, "That's all we can do. I'll let the factory staff head home. A day of returns and canceled orders has left me utterly exasperated." With that, Songheng stormed out of the office. After tidying up, Lu Yuan intended to inventory the remaining steel in the factory area. However, a novel idea had taken root in his mind. Although the bandits in Zones 2 and 5 had been eradicated, these brigands were inextricably linked to those in the city. It was possible they were lying dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to settle scores with Zone 3. Despite the formidable defenses of his own home, Lu Yuan knew that a large enough mob could overwhelm him. He was not capable of single-handedly defeating dozens, or even hundreds, of thugs. While inspecting and recording the remaining steel and the processed rat traps, Lu Yuan noticed wastewater from the factory machinery flowing unchecked throughout the factory. He was about to call Chun Gang to address the issue when he spotted a hint of green amidst a pile of iron filings, a plant's leaf. Delving into the pile, he discovered a half-meter-tall mulberry tree concealed within. He immediately understood how it had survived. The processed iron filings were water-laden, sustaining the tree. Gazing at the mulberry tree, an image of silkworms sprang to Lu Yuan's mind. Indeed, the primary sustenance of silkworms consists of mulberry leaves. Once these leaves are procured, the process of sericulture can commence. To metamorphose into moths, silkworms must spin silk and form cocoons, which serve as the raw material for silk garments. Although Lu Yuan had previously acquired a considerable number of clothing items, he harbored a persistent concern that they would not withstand the impending glacial period. However, upon encountering the mulberry leaves, his spirits soared, nearly propelling him into a jubilant leap. Furthermore, the mulberries borne by the mulberry tree are undoubtedly a delectable fruit. Despite the risk of staining one's mouth a vivid purple after indulgence, their flavor is unparalleled by any other fruit. Thus, he procured a shovel and spade to meticulously clear away all the iron filings, subsequently excavating the mulberry tree along with its roots and surrounding soil. To mitigate the risk of the tree's demise during transplantation, Lu Yuan thoughtfully encased the roots in a plastic bag, securing it to his bicycle as he made his way home. Observing Lu Yuan's exuberance, his grandmother could not refrain from offering a few admonishing remarks. Chapter 98. Frantic thoughts. Over the course of the past half-month, Lu Yuan's apprehensions proved unfounded. The associates of the captured bandits had not harassed the residents of Zone 3. On this particular day, 2 more individuals perished in Zone 3, a grim occurrence that had become all too familiar to the populace. It had become commonplace for several lives to be lost every few days, and initially, the community would rally to offer condolences to the bereaved. However, recently, it became apparent that the sand content in their rice had drastically increased. 1 pound of rice seemed to require an additional half pound of sand. The pressing question lingered: was the rice adulterated with sand? Or was it the sand that had been mixed with rice? On that day, Lu Yuan continued to queue with the others. Standing before him, Chun-Ku appeared somewhat ethereal, likely due to enduring prolonged hunger. At last, it was Chun-Ku's turn. He grasped his bag and stepped forward, ready to receive his ration of rice. However, upon observing the supermarket staff stirring the rice bags and scooping a generous portion into his bag, Chun-Ku's keen eyes caught the sight, and he seized the staff member's arm. "Why is there so much sand in this rice?" The attendant sneered. "Oh, don't want to eat rice with sand? Go take a look in Zone 2 and Zone 5. See how they fare. Having something to eat is already a blessing, and you complain about the sand? I find it bothersome too. Besides, sifting through sand is rather tedious. Are you skimming off the top? A little sand in the rice is one thing, but this is excessive." The attendant's face darkened as he glared at Chun-Ku. "You'd best watch your tongue. Understand that trouble often arises from careless words." Next, stumbling aside, Chun-Ku gazed into his bag of rice, momentarily lost in thought. Alas, the children need proper nourishment at this time. Who would have thought there would be so little food left? How will we manage in the days to come? With that, Chun-Ku wobbled away from the supermarket. Witnessing the increasing hardships faced by those in Zone 3, Lu Yuan sighed. The once frequent sight of people bustling about had vanished, and the rat-catching factory had officially closed due to a lack of orders. Now, Lu Yuan spent his days idly staring at the sun from his window, lost in contemplation. The next day unfolded in the usual manner, yet Lu Yuan did not encounter Chun-Ku this time. He wondered if the latter had perhaps taken his share of provisions early. Why hasn't Chun-Ku gone to collect the rice? As soon as the other party lifted his gaze and spotted Lu Yuan, he immediately rose to his feet. "I've been waiting for you. There is something I wish to discuss." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what the other was about to inquire, and a flicker of caution surged within him. However, he soon relaxed, for he understood Chun-Ku well enough. The man was not one to voice his difficulties openly. He preferred to seek alternative solutions rather than put others in a bind. This was something Lu Yuan had come to appreciate over the time they had spent together, as they had developed a mutual understanding. Chun-Ku was a quintessential doer, one who spoke little but accomplished much. "Go ahead," Lu Yuan prompted. Chun-Ku paused, seemingly grappling for the right words, yet after an extended moment, he still found himself at a loss. "Let me be straightforward," he finally said. "My wife is expecting again, and I plan to procure some food for her. I was hoping to see if anyone is going to the vegetable wholesale market in the city. It would be beneficial for us all to go together, providing mutual support." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disbelief. He thought Chun-Ku and his wife were living a rather ordinary life, yet they still found the leisure to conceive another child. It seemed quite excessive, a sign of having too much time on their hands. Nevertheless, with the current intermittent power supply and the lack of entertainment options, it was somewhat understandable that they would indulge in such pursuits during their idle hours. Alas, Chun-Ku, are you truly unaware of the current state of affairs in the city? Presently, Qingshui City is virtually in a state of neglect. Initially, the police managed to eradicate the criminals here due to their scarcity, yet the outlaws in the city have grown increasingly brazen. Sigh, I find myself in a predicament. I cannot simply terminate the pregnancy. Furthermore, seeking medical assistance has become futile, even if I possess the means to take my wife for an abortion. Securing an appointment is nearly impossible. You are aware of this. However, I am uncertain if anyone else dares to venture out. What if no one is willing? Lu Yuan wished to assert that certainly no one would venture forth. Each day, people receive free rations, albeit with a bit of sand mixed in. Yet at least they won't starve. Remaining indoors ensures safety from the bandits, but once one steps outside, it is an entirely different matter. One might encounter a gang of robbers. Should the bandits be in a foul mood, the consequences could be dire. Losing one's life over a meager meal is hardly worth it. Sigh, Lu Yuan, consider this a favor for a friend. I am truly at my wit's end. My wife's belly grows larger by the day, and I find myself powerless. I cannot bear to watch her and her unborn child suffer from hunger. Observing the worry etched on Chen Ku's face, Lu Yuan genuinely wished to assist him. However, such assistance could only offer temporary relief, not a lasting solution. Should others discover his aid, it might invite unforeseen troubles. There is no need to court danger. Very well. What do you propose? How can I assist? Given your esteemed reputation, if you were to spearhead this endeavor to procure provisions, would anyone be inclined to participate? Kindly tally the volunteers, and I shall endeavor to secure a supply of fuel. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan was poised to decline, but the individual discreetly interjected. I have access to gasoline, a commodity strictly regulated by the military. My cousin is in the military's logistics division, and I recently contacted him. He indicated that he could sell me some fuel. I am aware that you possess ample sustenance, but I surmise that your reserves of this particular item may be limited. Truthfully, Lu Yuan hesitated, not because of the gasoline, but because Chen Ku mentioned having a cousin in the military's logistics division, which piqued his interest. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan finally nodded. Very well, I shall assist you, but I must meet your cousin. Overjoyed, Chen Ku promptly affirmed, agreed. I shall contact my cousin immediately to arrange for the delivery of the fuel. Lu Yuan, somewhat surprised, inquired, he can deliver it? Why not have him procure the provisions you desire? He won't be delivering it directly, since the military controls the distribution of grain. Those transporting it must collect it from the military depot. Therefore, I intend to have my cousin discreetly deliver the fuel as well. Lu Yuan, now enlightened, responded, understood. I shall send a message to inquire, yet if the number of participants is too few, we shall abandon the endeavor. As long as we gather more than 10 individuals, we shall proceed. Chen Ku promptly nodded in agreement, stating, no problem. 10 it shall be. My truck remains unsold. I can drive it when the time comes. Hold on. Let me send the message first, Lu Yuan replied. He then took out his phone and began composing the message, rewriting and deleting multiple times before finally sending it. Before long, Lu Yuan noticed several individuals adding him as a friend. Upon checking their usernames, he found them to be residents of the bungalow district, all in their 20s to 30s. Within half an hour, they had amassed 10 participants. However, seeing more requests for addition, Lu Yuan was taken aback. Were these individuals truly so reckless, unaware of the city's circumstances? He sighed and instructed everyone planning to venture into the city to assemble at the rat trap factory. By 9 o'clock that evening, over 20 individuals stood in the factory, each bearing a pallid complexion and an expression of exhaustion, resembling those who had not slept in quite some time. Lu Yuan pondered the situation. After all, how could one rest when hunger gnawed at the belly? The relentless cycle of day and night surely left them looking weary. Yet, observing the state of these individuals, Lu Yuan questioned their combat readiness. He hoped they would not succumb before even confronting any robbers. One might think they were merely seeking trouble. As the group gazed at him, Lu Yuan softly cleared his throat and asked, "Are you all here of your own volition? We do not impose our will on anyone this time. Those who wish to go may do so, while those who prefer to stay will encounter no obstruction from us. The journey to the vegetable wholesale center in the city is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Have you all contemplated this?" The crowd exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Director, we are all willing participants. We can scarcely fill our stomachs, having gone far too long without vegetables. We are utterly weary of porridge, and acquiring some salt would be a boon. Upon hearing this, the group perked up. They realized that procuring vegetables was no longer feasible, as they had traded nearly everything they could at home. Some items remained untraded, but opportunities had slipped away, especially since the meat had already been sold out. As for the condiments at home, they had spoiled due to prolonged storage or been ravaged by rodents, leaving little sustenance available. Prolonged deprivation of salt imposes significant strain on the body. A deficiency in saline content can lead to lowered blood pressure and affect blood sugar and lipid levels, resulting in fatigue and, in severe cases, endangering life. After posing several inquiries, Lu Yuan resolved to take everyone along, for strength lies in numbers. Given their current condition, bringing additional companions would be prudent to mitigate potential losses should a conflict arise. However, when Chen Ku accompanied Lu Yuan to inspect the vehicle, Lu Yuan shook his head vigorously. "Chen Ku, is there something amiss with my truck? It is a semi-trailer, certainly ample enough to carry a substantial load." I replied, "Chen Ku, please refrain from jesting. The vehicle is excessively large. Are you intending to fill it to the brim? Where will you procure such funds? The noise generated by such a large vehicle is indeed considerable. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of any passerby, let alone that of a potential thief. Do you have any ideas? Perhaps we should change vehicles? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, saying yes. Let's change vehicles. This one is unsuitable. We need a vehicle that can accommodate over 20 people and also carry goods, ideally with robust protective capabilities. Let us go and take a look. Thus, the two hurriedly made their way to Chun Ku's residence. Indeed, not far from his home, they discovered a dusty truck with a canopy. The vehicle appeared relatively new, suggesting it had not been in use for long. Chun Ku quickly jumped into the truck to inspect its condition and then called out to Lu Yuan with a beaming face, "It's quite good. The condition is satisfactory, though the battery is somewhat discharged. However, with a bit of fuel to ignite it, it should start without any issues." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan circled the truck twice, contemplating how to modify it, considering they would be facing a gang of robbers. The exact number of adversaries was uncertain, but driving this vehicle as it was would undoubtedly draw their attention. Promptly, Lu Yuan took out his phone and dialed Chun Gang's number. "Director Lu, what instructions do you have? Are you skilled in electric welding? I need your assistance with some welding tasks." Chun Gang's voice exuded confidence as he replied, "Director Lu, welding is no problem at all. It's quite simple, as long as it's not overly complicated." "Great. Come over to Chun Ku's place. I will be waiting for you here." Soon, Chun Gang arrived on a bicycle, parking it beside them as he noticed the two men examining the vehicle. "Director Lu, are you planning to modify this vehicle?" Lu Yuan nodded. "Indeed. Is it feasible?" Chapter 100, Preparing to Modify the Truck. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, Chun Gang responded with a cheerful expression, "Director, you've come to the right person. I used to be an automotive modification worker." "Ah, didn't you mention you were a senior technician at a certain machinery factory? How did you become an automotive modifier?" "Well, they're essentially the same. Automotive modification requires the use of some rather precise equipment, and it involves technicians who specialize in processing automotive parts." Lu Yuan suddenly felt as though he had struck gold. This unassuming fellow seemed to be knowledgeable about everything. As long as it pertained to mechanics, he understood it. Lu Yuan wondered if he possessed other skills as well. However, when Lu Yuan inquired whether he knew anything else, Chun Gang finally shook his head. "Director, what do you take me for? How could I possibly know everything? I'm merely fond of automotive modification and mechanics. I learned it both for work and as a hobby." "All right. Do you have any ideas? Specifically, regarding this truck modification?" "That depends on what you're aiming for. Are you prioritizing speed or other aspects?" Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment and said, "I want both speed and protective capabilities. It would be ideal to enhance the vehicle's capabilities while traversing complex terrains." "Excellent. Feel free to suggest anything. I shall prepare it shortly. When shall we commence?" Upon hearing about the vehicle modification, Chin's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Director, whenever you say we shall start, we shall begin. I am at your service." Fortuitously, Lu Yuan had meticulously prepared everything, aside from a few uncommon tools that were unavailable for purchase. He had an extensive collection of equipment. Every conceivable consumable was at hand, from welding rods and wires to sandpaper and saw blades. Truly a treasure trove for an engineering enthusiast. Following the items listed on the note, Lu Yuan meticulously gathered everything required. Lu's father, observing Lu Yuan's industriousness in the basement, could not resist taking a peek. When he beheld the warehouse brimming with various tools, he was rendered momentarily speechless. "Xiao Yuan, how on earth did you acquire so many tools? Where did they come from?" "Of course, I purchased them. What else could it be?" "Dad, hurry out. I'm about to close the door." Yet, Lu's father showed no inclination to exit. He wandered about, ultimately selecting several rulers and some measuring instruments. "Goodness, you have an impressive array. I have always wanted to buy one of these imported rulers. Yet I never imagined you would have one." Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret upon seeing the ruler in his father's hands. "Dad, what do you need that ruler for? You don't even go to work anymore. What's wrong with that? With so many items inside, am I not allowed to take one? By the way, could you lend me a key?" Lu Yuan hurriedly placed his hand behind his back and said, "Dad, just forget it. You lose things within 2 days. It's better if I keep them myself. Whenever you need something, I'll fetch it for you. Just don't concern yourself with my belongings. Everything here will be of use to me in the future." "Hey, you little rascal, are you guarding against your own father?" Taking advantage of a moment of distraction, Lu Yuan swiftly pulled his father out and locked the door, making a hasty escape from the basement. "Little brat, can we discuss this? I still need a locator." But Lu Yuan had already vanished without a trace. He understood his father's character all too well. His father was truly obsessed with various tools. When they lived in their hometown, he never had the opportunity to have a room of his own. So he had always kept a toolbox filled with items he had collected from various places, each one cherished like a family heirloom. In his leisure time, he would take them out and polish them with a cloth. If Lu Yuan handed over the key, his father would undoubtedly empty the entire warehouse, and he would likely have to ask his father for anything he wished to retrieve. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan arrived beside Chen Ku's house carrying a large box. He was seen diligently attempting to start a car using a screwdriver and other tools, since he did not have the keys and his neighbor had passed away. Rummaging through the deceased's belongings felt rather inappropriate, so he had resorted to this desperate measure. Seeing this, Lu Yuan quickly called out to him, "Be careful not to damage the car. Let Chen Gang handle it later." Bewildered, Chen Ku scratched his head, scrutinizing the vicinity of the car's key fob. "Strange," he murmured. "I always saw on television how they'd yank down, pull out a couple of wires, and ignite the engine with a mere touch. Yet, after all my fumbling, I can't seem to locate any wires to extract." At that moment, a chuckle echoed from behind. "Chen, my friend, cease your futile efforts. This vehicle is unlike others. The technique you describe pertains to antiquated cars from decades past. Modern vehicles rely on computerized anti-theft systems." "What? Computerized anti-theft?" Chen Ku exclaimed. "I've never encountered such a thing. Are you adept at circumventing it?" Lu Yuan inquired, alighting from the car and observing Chen Gang fiddling with tools. "Indeed," Chen Gang replied, "to augment a car's engine power, one must employ both hardware and computer technology. I spent the entire night working on this." He then opened his laptop, displaying it to the two men. "With this system, one can manipulate any computer-controlled vehicle. I used it extensively during my auto modification days. The only drawback is the exorbitant monthly fee for the software. Fortunately, a skilled individual has cracked it." With that, Chen Gang entered the car, connecting a data cable to the car's computer display screen. To the two laymen, his actions were entirely incomprehensible. Finally, after several minutes, Chen Gang closed his laptop, depressed the car's brake pedal, and pressed the one-button start. The car whirred a few times before falling silent. "Haha. Affirmative. There are no issues now, provided the vehicle has fuel. The battery is merely depleted. It will recharge after a short period of operation." Chapter 101. Modification complete. Fortunately, Chen Ku had the foresight to bring a can of gasoline. Upon learning of the fuel shortage, he promptly poured it into the tank. Subsequently, the group procured several batteries from nearby vehicles to jumpstart the truck. After a sustained period of ignition attempts, sparks finally emanated from the truck's battery, followed by a shudder throughout the vehicle. Ultimately, the truck sputtered to life. "Excellent. Fantastic," Chen Ku exclaimed, waving his arm in elation. "Now we can commence the modifications in earnest." Chen Gang remained indifferent, capable of performing repairs anywhere. However, he was pleased to hear that they would be proceeding to the factory. Consequently, the trio gathered their toolboxes and drove the vehicle directly to the facility. As for the truck's previous owner, they had long since passed away. The vehicle was now essentially unclaimed. Possession was determined by whoever could manage to move it. As long as one provided fuel, they were free to drive it away without interference. The truck was parked in front of the factory, and Chen Gang provided a concise overview of his modification ideas. Lu Yuan stroked his chin in contemplation before remarking, "I believe we should incorporate additional features, such as tire burst protection. Those marauders are fond of scattering nails on the road. An inadvertent encounter could result in a flat tire, leaving us stranded." Chen Ku immediately concurred, stating, "Indeed, the tires must be impervious to punctures. While the truck's tires are already quite robust, they are still vulnerable to those large clusters of iron spikes. A direct impact would inevitably cause a blowout." After contemplation, it occurred to him that contemporary tires, despite being tubeless and marketed as run-flat, possess only a modicum of puncture resistance, remaining susceptible to deflation from multiple perforations. The introduction of foreign matter into the tire's interior to mitigate this vulnerability would, however, compromise the vehicle's operational integrity. Chen Gang articulated this predicament whilst circumambulating the vehicle, his brow furrowed in protracted contemplation. It was then that Lu Yuan's memory was stirred by the cinematic depiction of vehicular combat in Death Race, where vehicles were equipped with frontal deflector plates to clear obstacles. He posited the implementation of a similar device to preemptively remove road debris, such as nails. Chen Gang's countenance brightened perceptibly upon hearing this proposal. "Indeed, how did I not consider this? My focus was solely on the tire itself, neglecting this alternative approach. Brilliant. I now comprehend the optimal course of action. I envision an apparatus that neither impedes normal operation nor allows obstacles to reach the tires. With that, he embarked on a search of the vicinity, ultimately returning with a bicycle. A bicycle? What is its purpose? Chen Ku inquired, perplexed. Chen Gang gestured towards the bicycle's mudguard, elucidating, this is a mudguard, designed to prevent the projection of mud and debris onto the rider. What if we were to affix a similar apparatus to our truck? He then indicated the front wheel of the truck, elaborating, the mudguard's altitude should be slightly lower, and it should undulate in concert with the tire's vertical movement. This would ensure that it avoids contact with the ground, preventing damage, while simultaneously displacing minor obstacles from the road. Chen Ku was suddenly enlightened, yet after a moment's contemplation, he realized that certain aspects remained problematic. What if there were an obstruction ahead? Surely, it would be rendered inoperable. Lu Yuan chuckled and replied, if we design it to be pointed, that would pose no issue. Even if there is a pile of obstructions, they will be effectively pushed aside. This concern is no longer a concern. Chen Gang hastily retrieved his notebook to jot down Lu Yuan's suggestions. Next came the topic of the external barriers. Fearing potential assaults from the outside, Lu Yuan intended to install protective bars and nets on every window to thwart robbers from shattering the glass with stones. Moreover, Lu Yuan emphasized that the vehicle's original front bumper was redundant. A more robust bumper must be installed, and if feasible, spikes should be added to deter anyone attempting to block the road for a heist. Once all ideas were approved, Chen Gang quickly immersed himself in the work. Lu Yuan and Chen Ku, finding themselves of little assistance, decided to enlist others to attend to various preparations. In the early hours of the next day, around 3 o'clock, Lu Yuan was deep in slumber when he suddenly received a call from Chen Gang. Groggily, he picked up his phone and pressed the answer button, only to hear Chen Gang's enthusiastic voice from the other end. Director, the vehicle has been fully modified. Everything has been done according to your specifications. When will you come to inspect it? After a moment of realization, Lu Yuan straightened up and declared, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. This is indeed a significant matter. Lu Yuan had not anticipated that the modifications to the vehicle would be completed in a mere span of over 10 hours. He was thoroughly impressed by Chen Gang's technical prowess, and even found himself nurturing some other thoughts, though he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. Testing the vehicle was of paramount importance. Having changed his attire, Lu Yuan made his way directly to the rodent trap manufacturing plant. Upon arrival, he observed a small group of individuals gathered around a truck, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Lu Yuan, you're here. Take a look. I can't believe how Chen Gang transformed this vehicle. It's absolutely formidable. The crowd parted, revealing Chen Ku, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Before him stood a truck equipped with a blade-like mudguard affixed to its tires, while protective grates adorned the windows of the doors and the windshield. Sharp spikes had been welded onto both the doors and the body of the vehicle, and an elevated mesh barrier had been added to the cargo area. Impressive work. Chen Gang, I never realized your skills were so exceptional. You completed this in such a short time. Chen Gang beamed with pride and replied, this is nothing. It's merely rough work. I had intended to refine it further, but time constraints prevented that. Given more time, I had plans to add some armored plating underneath as well. That suffices. If robbers can seize this vehicle, no amount of additional modifications would matter. The key aspect is practicality. After speaking, Lu Yuan turned to Chen Ku and instructed, have your cousin prepare some gasoline for tomorrow. Ensure it is delivered directly. Chen Ku quickly nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of gratitude towards Lu Yuan. Without him, these people would undoubtedly not have arrived, and it was thanks to him that the vehicle was finally in working condition. She now truly understood how remarkably modest this individual was. Chapter 102. Departure. Around 11 o'clock the following morning, the food delivery truck arrived, more than an hour later than usual. Typically, it would arrive around 9:30. But today it was significantly delayed. Many speculated that it might have been ambushed by bandits along the way and considered organizing a group to investigate. However, the supermarket owner clarified over the phone that there had been some issues en route, but the truck was almost there. Consequently, the crowd resumed queuing for their rations of food and water, though their spirits had noticeably declined. The rice, mixed with sand, necessitated water for cleaning, yet at this point, not only was there no water for washing rice, but even for brushing their teeth. The sand within the rice was abundant, and the effort to clean it left everyone utterly exhausted. The queue was largely silent, with very few exchanging words. Upon spotting Chen Ku approaching through the crowd, Lu Yuan waved and inquired, how did it go? Did you manage to get everything? With a mysterious smile, Jinku replied, "It's all sorted. I managed to fill the truck with fuel. There are still over 5,000 liters left, which I've stored at the factory. From now on, if we need to go out, we can refuel there." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and quietly asked, "What did your cousin say?" "Rest assured, Lu Yuan. My cousin has always followed my lead since childhood. He wouldn't dare disobey me. He's already waiting for you at the wholesale market. Just find him when we go to make the purchases. He's capable of handling simple tasks, but I advise against involving him in anything dangerous. I haven't seen him in years, and if he were to fixate on you, it could create complications." "Understood. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds." You all proceed with procuring the vegetables. After collecting the provisions, notify everyone to convene at the factory. I'll forego collecting today and head straight to the factory to await your arrival. Having spoken, Lu Yuan departed from the group, making his way toward the factory. He extracted the magazine to inspect the ammunition within. There were 5 rounds in total. The previous ammunition had been expended. Since acquiring the firearm, Lu Yuan had refrained from discharging it, mindful of the dwindling supply. He understood that each bullet was precious and should only be used as a last resort. However, this venture into the city was undoubtedly fraught with peril, necessitating thorough preparation. He needed to be fully equipped, lest he find himself defenseless in the face of unforeseen circumstances. As for his crossbow, he could carry it discreetly without raising too many eyebrows. Nowadays, authorities tend to turn a blind eye to various controlled items, as they lack the capacity to enforce strict regulations. The situation within the city has become increasingly volatile, despite numerous arrests of brigands daily. The scarcity of sustenance and the proliferation of disease have driven a growing number of individuals to join their ranks, creating a vicious cycle. The brigands plunder provisions from civilians, leaving them vulnerable to starvation. When faced with imminent demise, these civilians resort to desperate measures, ultimately embracing the path of robbery. While solitary robbery entails considerable peril, the formation of organized groups mitigates these risks, resulting in an unabated surge in the number of brigands, much to the consternation of the city's constabulary. Securing the handgun at his waist, donned a slightly looser t-shirt to conceal the weapon, further obscuring it with a fanny pack. With these preparations complete, detected the opening of the factory gates, followed by the murmur of an assembling crowd. He promptly emerged from his dimensional space and stowed away the crystal stones. "Is everyone present?" inquired, surveying the assembled group. After conducting a head count, affirmed, all accounted for. As the party prepared to embark in the vehicle, 2 figures, and rushed through the gates. "Good heavens! Fortunate we haven't departed yet. We've arrived just in time. Brother, pray include us," exclaimed. His voice labored as he scrutinized the imposing steel behemoth before him. "By Jove, who conceived this marvel? Pray, could you bestow upon my vehicle a similar transformation? Alas, I lament, a lack of fuel impedes its progress," remarked, caressing the blade-like mudguard at the vehicle's front. Lu Yuan alighted from the vehicle, casting a quizzical glance at the duo, and inquired, "What brings you two here? What were you contemplating? This expedition is fraught with peril. Furthermore, Song Heng, are you truly lacking sustenance?" He chuckled, "I have long since devoured the meat. I possess some funds, and I intend to expend them all this time. Permit me to accompany you." Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively at him, whereupon Song Heng hastened towards the carriage. Upon beholding the towering, approximately 2-meter-high carriage door, he erupted into another series of exclamations. "Sunja, are you also contemplating going? Is your household not faring well?" "I. Alas, the child is too young. I, too, desire for the child to partake in better provisions. Although my wife has consistently dissented from my going, I find myself unable to bear the sight of my son gazing longingly at the culinary advertisements on television, his mouth watering. I shall forewarn you. This venture is fraught with unforeseen crises. The circumstances within the city remain shrouded in uncertainty. Should any untoward incident befall us, it would be too late for remorse." The other party assented with alacrity, stating, "Rest assured, Brother Lu, I am cognizant. Pray, refrain from divulging this matter to my spouse for the time being." With a sigh and a shake of his head, he ushered the two into the vehicle. Subsequently, Chen Ku steered the automobile in the direction of Qingshui City. In truth, Lu Yuan had not apprised Xiao Shan of this matter, for he dreaded causing her apprehension. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained circumspect. He had secreted a golden fruit within his pocket. Should they encounter brigands, he would not hesitate to engage them in combat. In the event of sustaining any injuries, the consumption of a single fruit would suffice to ameliorate them. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably content with his current state. He was confident that he could vanquish more than a dozen ordinary adversaries, especially with his 2 life-preserving armaments at his disposal. Chapter 103. A harrowing encounter at the bend. The vehicle's velocity was considerably diminished due to the conveyance of over 20 individuals. Furthermore, the thoroughfare ahead was substantially impaired, compelling them to navigate with utmost caution. They were ever vigilant for potential assailants, prepared to accelerate forthrightly should they encounter such a threat. A palpable tension pervaded the atmosphere. Although they had yet to enter the city proper, the outskirts of the new district bore witness to a macabre spectacle, cadavers strewn along the roadside. The condition of some of these corpses suggested a violent demise, their bodies hacked and slashed, the crimson ichor staining the adjacent earth. They were unceremoniously discarded, left to languish in oblivion. Lu Yuan clutched his crossbow with unwavering resolve, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. At the slightest indication of peril, he would promptly direct Chen Ke to alter their course. Chen Ke, equally fraught with anxiety, gripped the steering wheel with such intensity that the veins in his hands bulged, prompting Lu Yuan to fear its imminent fracture. Suddenly, a shadow appeared around the corner, causing Chen Ke to break into a cold sweat as he slammed on the brakes. Lu Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, was caught off guard and his head collided forcefully with the hard surface, but at that moment, he had no time to curse. Before them knelt a woman in a tattered gray nightgown, cradling a child, extending a gaunt, scarred arm towards them in a plea for help. Chen Ke was drenched in perspiration, while those in the back of the vehicle were thrown into disarray by the abrupt stop, erupting in a chorus of curses. "Damn it! You almost killed me. Chen Ke, do you even know how to drive? There are people back here. Could you not slam the brakes like that? Ouch! Whose foot is that? Can someone move? You're stepping on my hand. Excuse me, could you let the person sitting on my head get off first? Otherwise, I can't move my foot." The chaos in the back was palpable, but Chen Ke felt a ringing in his ears and an overwhelming sense of dread as he gazed upon the woman in front of the car. She was indeed terrifying. The only discernible feature marking her as a woman was her long hair, matted with filth. Her nightgown was in tatters, barely covering her, and through the rips. The scars on her body were painfully visible. "Lu Yuan, what should we do? Should we get out, or just drive over her?" Chen Ke found himself at a loss for what to do. Originally, the plan was for everyone to simply drive through if someone attempted to obstruct their path, regardless of the circumstances. However, the sight of the woman before them, battered and bruised, rendered him hesitant. Lu Yuan could not possibly proceed. This was not in the city center, and the woman appeared to be more of a victim than a member of any bandit gang. Her numerous injuries indicated she had endured considerable suffering for some time. The woman weakly waved at the vehicle, her lips moving as if she wished to articulate something. But perhaps due to prolonged hunger, her words were utterly incomprehensible. Chen Ke quickly nodded and urged, "Lu Yuan, perhaps we should reconsider. This is too perilous." Lu Yuan smiled wryly and pointed at the woman, saying, "Sure. Then you go ahead. I wonder if you possess the courage to drive past her." The other person immediately waved their hands in protest, exclaiming, No, that's not what I meant. I meant we should find another way around." "Another way?" Lu Yuan retorted. "Is there truly an alternative route? This is the sole passage leading into the city, and she occupies half of it." With that, Lu Yuan disregarded the objections and opened the car door, leaping out. Upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, the woman attempted to rise, but fatigue overwhelmed her, and she collapsed again before she could even stand, causing the child in her arms to tumble away. However, when Lu Yuan finally discerned the child, a wave of revulsion coursed through him, and he was seized by nausea, ultimately expelling the contents of his stomach. Before him lay a child, the limbs tragically absent, and the belly grotesquely teeming with maggots. Upon being cast aside, a horde of these wretched creatures spilled forth, and the child's visage bore an expression of excruciating agony, 2 trails of tears marking its face, evoking in Lu Yuan a visceral blend of revulsion, fear, and sorrow. A woman, desperately crawling toward Lu Yuan, lacked the strength to advance, yet summoned all her remaining energy to raise her head, extending her hand as she implored, "Please, save me. I am on the brink of starvation." The sight of her was utterly horrifying. He could scarcely fathom that this woman had consumed her own child. How could she bring herself to do such a monstrous thing? It was beyond belief. "Is this child yours? Did you really eat him? Why not seek sustenance elsewhere?" The woman emitted a heart-wrenching cry, producing a knife from her bosom. She caressed the blade with trembling fingers, exclaiming, "I did not kill my child. It was not I. It was that scoundrel next door. In my absence, while I went to collect rations, he severed my son's limbs to feed his own offspring. I am filled with rage. I am no good mother. What? Such a person exists? Lu Yuan was struck with horror. Initially, he believed the woman had resorted to cannibalism, yet it was her neighbor who had so heinously devoured her child, using the poor soul to nourish his own. It was a madness beyond comprehension. But I have taken my revenge. I personally eliminated his entire family. Now, I find myself cornered, with pursuers closing in on me from all directions. I find myself in a dire situation. I have escaped, and I implore you to save me. Please, I truly do not wish to perish. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. This woman was exceedingly perilous, capable of annihilating an entire family single-handedly. He had no desire to become entangled with her. I'm sorry, we cannot assist you. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, we will not hesitate to drive straight past you. Upon hearing this, the woman collapsed to the ground, her body seemingly devoid of all strength. Slowly, she crawled to the lifeless body of her child and gently cradled the little one, softly humming a lullaby. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually rose and stepped to the side of the road, a slight smile gracing her lips. Could you do me a favor? Grant me a swift end. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 104. The woman in the apocalypse gazing at the woman before him. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although she appeared fragile, the sight of her cradling the child revealed the image of a resolute warrior. Lu Yuan was uncertain how she had sustained her injuries, yet he felt an aura of brilliance emanating from her. I have a bit of food. Please eat, and then leave, he said, reaching into his bag to retrieve something to throw her way. However, the woman, eyes still closed, replied, No, thank you. I am weary, as if I could simply fall asleep. Please, grant me this one request. After speaking, the woman cradled the child, who was devoid of limbs, and lay down once more. There were no traces of tears in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, as if she truly intended to sleep. Lu Yuan clenched his teeth. To be honest, he found it exceedingly difficult to take action against her. Moreover, this woman bore him no grudge, and there was no necessity for him to harm her. He realized that such an act would haunt him, rendering his nights restless and potentially leaving him with psychological scars. In this apocalyptic world, it sufficed for him to lead a tranquil life, while the fates of others were of no concern to him. After all, he was no superhero, nor did he possess the capability to intervene. Chen-ku, I entrust you with a task. Lu Yuan hesitated for a long time, gripping the crossbow, yet he could not bring himself to use it. He sought assistance from others, hoping to find someone brave among them. Lu Yuan, what is the matter? Chen-ku had witnessed the scene but, due to the distance, could not hear clearly. As he approached and saw that the woman posed no threat, his courage slightly increased. Lu Yuan handed the crossbow to Chen-ku and pointed towards the woman, saying, Do you see that woman? Chen-ku nodded. I see her. What is the issue? Use this. Shoot her. Lu Yuan commanded. Chen-ku returned the crossbow to Lu Yuan with a loud protest. Lu Yuan, don't joke around. I almost wet myself earlier. How could I possibly have the courage to kill her? Besides, she has already retreated to the roadside. Shouldn't we just drive past her? Why must we kill her? Lu Yuan let out a sigh and then relayed his conversation with the woman to him. Do you understand? I simply wish to fulfill her final wish, to spare her from the torment of being seen and abused by other robbers. She has suffered enough. Just look at her, covered in wounds, surely having fallen into the hands of those bandits. It is impossible to provide her with food, but I can at least grant her last desire. Lu Yuan, Director Lu, please do not put me in such a predicament. I truly cannot bear to do it. Moreover, she is calling for you. Perhaps it would be better if you asked someone else if they would be willing to help. We still have a journey ahead of us. How about this? I will fetch you 10 pounds of rice, and you can go. No. Even if you offered 100 pounds, I still wouldn't go. It weighs too heavily on my conscience. I fear she may come seeking me in the dead of night. What are you afraid of? Night has become akin to day. It is fine. Go with confidence. 10 pounds is just 10 pounds. With that, Lu Yuan pushed the other person forward. Chen-ku was visibly trembling, hesitating for a long time with the crossbow, unable to bring himself to act. I truly cannot do it. Perhaps you should take over. With that, Chen-ku handed the crossbow back to Lu Yuan. With a deep sigh, Lu Yuan realized he could not rely on him any longer. It seemed he had to take matters into his own hands. He prepared to approach the woman once more to inquire if she had changed her mind. He stepped forward and asked softly, I apologize, but I truly cannot bring myself to do it. How about I offer you some food instead? You should continue to live well. Who knows what opportunities may arise in the future? However, the other party remained silent for a long time, seemingly lost in slumber. Thus, Lu Yuan inquired once more, yet there was still no response. Frowning slightly, he approached and gently nudged her with his leg. To his astonishment, she rolled over onto the ground. Startled, Lu Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, then called out a few times, but still received no reaction. Gathering his courage, he advanced cautiously and touched her neck, only to be met with an unsettling chill. It was apparent that she had passed away, her pulse having long ceased. She must have taken her last breath after speaking to him in those final moments. Lu Yuan exhaled heavily. Had she still been alive, he might not have had the heart to pull the trigger. After all, she was a stranger. How could he possibly bring himself to do such a thing? He stood before her in solemn silence for 3 seconds, then gathered some nearby twigs and branches to cover her. Once back in the car, he turned to Chen Ku and exclaimed, "Coward, drive. And yet you wish to conquer the city. How absurd." The vehicle continued its journey forward. The road ahead enveloped in an eerie silence. All shops, malls, and public places were shuttered, and not a soul was in sight. As if the city had never known the presence of humanity, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his surroundings. When his gaze fell upon a large billboard overhead that proclaimed, "Qingshui City, welcome." At last, they had arrived in the city. Fearing that someone might suddenly appear from the shadows, Lu Yuan instructed Chen Ku to accelerate slightly. As they truly entered the city, everyone was taken aback. They had been away for far too long. Most of them had last visited before the apocalypse. After all, for the new district offered everything one could desire, and the city's inconvenient transportation discouraged any frivolous ventures downtown. Yet, the scene before them was astonishingly disheartening. Dilapidated buildings stood amidst towering structures, but nearly every visible window had been shattered. The parks that once flanked the entrance to the downtown area were now devoid of a single tree, and the square was littered with corpses and excrement, clearly having been turned into a dumping ground for the dead. At that moment, a garbage truck approached, and several masked individuals began unloading bodies from the vehicle. Chapter 105, Vegetable Wholesale Market. Lu Yuan was utterly shocked. This vast park was strewn with corpses. Had Qingshui City truly fallen into such disarray? He was not alone in this sentiment. Others shared his sense of dread. Though the temperature still hovered above 40 degrees Celsius, an icy chill enveloped them all. Chen Ku, trembling, turned away without uttering a word, pressing the accelerator as they continued toward the vegetable wholesale market. Along the way, they encountered a few individuals at the police station, but elsewhere, desolation reigned. The once bustling thoroughfare was lined with abandoned vehicles, their windows largely shattered, a testament to the marauders who had ransacked every car they could find. Though the road was remarkably smooth, the vehicle continued to jolt incessantly, prompting Lu Yuan to grasp the handrail to avert further collisions. The roar of the engine seemed jarringly out of place in the eerily quiet urban landscape, causing numerous passers-by to curiously peek out from their windows. To evade the gaze of potential assailants, Lu Yuan instructed Chen Ku to accelerate once more. Fortunately, they encountered no bandits along the way, aside from a few beggars who attempted to approach for scraps, only to be left behind by the car's considerable speed. At last, the cacophony of the vehicle blended into the surroundings as they arrived at a large supermarket in Times Square, Qingshui City, where a multitude of armed soldiers had established checkpoints. Many individuals formed queues, clutching their identification to receive rations. Those who obtained the provisions consumed raw rice on the spot, some choking and hastily washing it down with water. One woman, cradling her child, poured the rice into a mineral water bottle, while her wailing infant received handfuls of rice, regardless of the possibility of sand mixed within. Goodness, this is nothing short of a hell on earth. How could Qingshui City have descended into such a state? Chen Ku exclaimed in a fit of hysteria upon witnessing the scene. Lu Yuan, filled with dread, could hardly believe how much had changed in just a few months. Gratefully, he had secured a home for Xiaoshan's family in advance. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how they would survive in such dire conditions. To traverse Times Square, vehicles were subject to inspection. 2 fully armed soldiers halted the car, approaching with their weapons at the ready. "What is your purpose?" Chen Ku promptly lowered the window, stating, "Officer, we are en route to the municipal vegetable wholesale market to procure provisions." The officer paused momentarily, then, without uttering a word, scrutinized their credentials before permitting them to proceed. Beyond Times Square, a multitude of tents and makeshift shelters constructed from bamboo poles dotted the vicinity. Some individuals fanned themselves, while others lay supine on the thoroughfare, seemingly impervious to the sweltering heat. Lu Yuan surmised that these individuals were undoubtedly seeking refuge under the protection of the military presence. However, he was perplexed as to why they did not opt to reside elsewhere. What compelled them to remain in this dilapidated metropolis? Nevertheless, Lu Yuan's bewilderment was soon dispelled. Similar encampments were observed in several squares, and he discerned that these individuals were primarily lacking sustenance, while their water supply appeared adequate. Furthermore, with the cessation of all rail and air transportation in this post-apocalyptic era, the prospect of evacuating the city was virtually unattainable. Evidently, the denizens had learned to adapt, resigning themselves to remaining within the city limits, where a semblance of survival was possible. Venturing beyond the city's confines would almost certainly result in a fatal encounter with marauders. After numerous registrations along the way, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the vegetable wholesale market. Before me stood a towering wall at the entrance of the vegetable wholesale market, leaving only a grand gate ajar. Flanking this entrance, a cadre of soldiers meticulously scrutinized each individual seeking entry. Their curiosity was piqued when a delivery truck approached. Several soldiers, armed and vigilant, observed the modified vehicle with keen interest. A fully armed soldier, signaling for everyone to disembark, appeared somewhat apprehensive upon witnessing the throng emerging from the vehicle. "Raise your hands." One by one, step forward for inspection. With no choice, Lu Yuan and the others complied, forming a lengthy queue with hands raised. Chen Ku was the first to undergo scrutiny, as a soldier wielding a metal detector swept over him, motioning for him to proceed to the registration area. Next was Lu Yuan. The soldier seemed momentarily taken aback upon noticing Lu Yuan's pristine attire, along with his clean hands and face, evoking a sense of disbelief. "Where are you from?" "Identification?" Lu Yuan retrieved his ID card from his pocket, presenting it to the soldier, who glanced at it before returning it. The soldier proceeded to conduct a search on Lu Yuan, who felt an intense wave of fear. Concealed within his pocket lay a crossbow and a handgun. The thought of being mistaken for a robber, if discovered, sent a chill down his spine. Just as the soldier prepared to utilize the metal detector on Lu Yuan, a sudden exclamation broke the tension. "Chen Ming, it's me. I am your cousin." Chen Ke, filled with excitement, stepped forward and grasped the soldier's arm, exclaiming joyfully. The soldier seemingly struggled to recognize Chen Ke at first, taking a moment before realizing who he was. "Cousin, I thought you weren't coming. How was the journey? Did you encounter any difficulties?" "Ah, don't mention it. I never anticipated that Chishui City would come to this. By the way, they are all from our District 3. At that moment, Chen Ming waved his hand towards the soldier stationed at the entrance, who was preparing to conduct an inspection for Lu Yuan, saying, "All right. No need for an inspection. They are all our people. Let them through." Upon witnessing this gesture, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, as he had almost confessed to possessing a firearm. Unexpectedly, encountering Chen Ke's cousin felt like a stroke of good fortune that saved him. The group followed Chen Ming inside, and Chen Ke nodded at Lu Yuan before whispering to Chen Ming, "Cousin, that is our factory manager. He wishes to speak with you." He wants to talk to me? But I don't even know him."